No, I don't.
Whee! Flatsy's got a day off.
Oh, thanks.
Who else is here? We got Casey. I seen you chime in earlier, brother. We got Luli, Mick, Quiet Noobs, Slobberners. Slobberners. That's funny. Anti-globalist. What's up, dude?
I love how I'm already being asked in the chat if it's QE's argument.
Oh.
It's like the evidence is just dismissed. You don't even look at it. It's fine. I don't care about the evidence. I just want to know whose argument it is. Who is the person? Not
Yeah,
the argument.
is that Jedi's argument? Hold on.
Isn't that some kind of vague ad hominem? It's like by proxy.
Yes.
It's a bit weird.
It's weird.
It's
I don't think they even
definitely
matter.
not a good approach to an argument. That's for sure.
It shouldn't matter though. It should just be like, okay, that's the argument. Let's see if it has logical
Yeah, but
consistency.
it doesn't matter. It has to be, is it QE's argument?
Yeah, because that's what matters, right?
I'll have QE's arguments and they're mine.
You probably get asked that a lot, huh, Casey? Hold on a minute. I can't debate you. That's QE's argument. Can't use that.
Just address the argument.
Belongs to him.
Just address the argument. That's all I want. Not the person, but the argument.
No, it's Jedi's argument. I can't tell you anymore. He's got his. It's copyrighted.
It's not Jedi's argument. What are you talking about?
It's
Taking a piss.
copyrighted. Yeah. Obviously. Duh.
They're my arguments now. I claim them.
I put them together myself because they haven't been put together with the Ballbusters yet. I put them together myself.
Is this your argument, Flats?
It's my argument.
I don't think we're disagreeing with you. We're just taking a piss.
Oh, I know. I'm taking a piss. I am having fun with you guys.
Yep.
They're still my arguments.
You know, it'd be funny if you actually copyrighted those arguments.
If you can make them yours, do it.
Copyright Casey. 2024.
Hey, dude, if you can make those arguments your arguments, do it.
Not everyone can use them. I just want the credit for it now.
Yeah, exactly. Not everybody can use them. You've got to be able to use them.
Not everyone can have them. It's free to use. I just want the credit.
Okay. Yeah, alright. But no.
I should upload some of the photos I took of the Aurora Borealis where I live in the Midwest. All the way over here in the Midwest, dude.
That's crazy.
Pretty cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of pictures of that today. Some people have been showing them off and whatnot. It's been too cloudy where I am, man. I haven't seen the sky for clouds for the last few days, so I haven't seen shit.
Let me see if I can send one in here. Put it in the chat. Give me a second. Let's see where we at here.
There was a huge solar storm, apparently.
Let's see. I think I could send this one. Check that one out.
Oh, wow. Gordon Bennett.
Took that one last night.
What latitude are you on, man? Do you know?
Well, Nebraska, so
Closer to the equator than I am. Wow.
I got another one. Let me see. They're all beautiful. Let's see. I got another one here. They're all basically about the same, though. Let me see. Try this one. Check that one out.
Wow.
Ain't that something?
It really is, man. It really is. Especially to get it so like low down as well with regards to latitude. It's not something you guys see all the time, is it?
No.
Yeah, that's a rare event.
It is. That one is. Yep.
It's Friday today, isn't it? Right. I guess Nathan
Yes,
Oakley's.
sir.
I suppose Nathan's going to be coming in about 3-4 hours or so.
It says here I'm in a 41 degree latitude.
Wow.
Where are you at? No, it says 40 degree.
Yeah, I'm about 58 or something. 55. Yeah, I'll check as well.
Up.
Yeah,
Well, you should have been seeing this magnetic storm, huh?
Oh yeah, should have been, but it's just cloud cover over the last few days, mate.
Okay.
I think I'm 52 degrees latitude.
I think yeah, it was something like that. I'll find it out. Around the 50s, anyway.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. There's more photos of me actually pointing up because I I took one. I'm pointing up at the aurora. They were telling us it was happening. I was like, really? Where? But I had to drive to somewhere where there's no light pollution.
Yeah. 51 degrees latitude, London. So I'm roughly around there, so 51 degrees.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah. Shame I missed it. Is it going to be continuing, do we know, or is it over now?
I'm not sure. I know that they have a tracker for that stuff. You can track to see where you're at with the whole storm.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it later tonight if it's about. We've had a
I think
few
it
of
should be
these.
continuing tonight.
I hope so. We've had a few of them recently, and I've missed every single one, so I'd like to see one at least.
Yeah, same as I missed it. Very disappointing.
Here's the thing. You gotta go to a place. Well, at least for me anyway. The only way I was able to take those photos is if because you could barely see, like, you don't see this. Your eyeballs can't see the colors the way the camera takes it. So the camera has a mode that you have to put it in, and that it like the newer cameras can do this. It does like a low light mode. It's like a low light because your eyes can't see the colors that way at night. because there's still a little bit of light pollution, as much as we try to say, because the moon was out anyway, and you know, of course, it gives out the light, but you still could see with the camera facing the north, you know, and then you have to change the way the camera operates so you could get that photo the way it is.
Oh, okay.
Just to let you know, you have to. I don't think it's not visible like the way people think. Like, you don't see that when you go outside.
Okay.
The camera picks it up on low light. You can make out where it is, but you just don't see the colors bright the way you do on. Yeah. I was expecting to see the image just the way it was, like in real time outside. I was like, "Where is it? Where is it?" You can't. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm colorblind anyway, so probably won't make a difference.
Bullshit, dude.
True.
What the fuck, dude? I've known you all these years. The first time I heard you're colorblind.
Yeah.
You only see black and white?
No, I can see colors. I have difficulty distinguishing between certain colors, so I'm blind. Like greens and yellow sometimes. Actually, most of them.
Like fuchsia?
I still see color. Blues,
That's
purples. Weird. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up. You know those crazy color blindness tests you do with the circles with all the colored dots in them, and there's supposed to be like numbers within that. Mm-hmm. I get most of them wrong. Like, I can't see shit in them, to be honest with you. Some of them are obvious, yeah, of course they are, but yeah, problems with blues and greens and that type of stuff.
Shit, dude, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It amuses most people that I meet. They start pointing things at me and asking me to tell them what colour it is all the time. So, fucking hell. I keep it to myself. Otherwise, I'll be staring at people's pencils all day and they'll be asking me what colour it is.
Oof. Waiting around for the globalists. Come into this chat, stumbling in here. They'll be here later when Nathan shows up.
They usually scurry when Nathan shows up.
Some of them like pretty staunch, man.
Like cockroaches when the light comes on, they all scurry underneath the refrigerator and shit. They all hide.
Except for Brenda. With always the hope that one day Brenda will destroy Nathan.
Yeah, one day. One day. Fatsy, you're going to start picking on me because of my colour blindness. Is that what you're saying in the chat? Damn it. Fatsy's going to bully me. That's not fair. At least the conversation isn't about what colour the earth is. I'll be fucked.
Yeah, that was what Kiwi says. Usually, what's your favorite color or cake decorating for him? He used another funny pieces of flair that he used when he thinks people are getting incoherent. Mm-hmm. I think he said something like that made me crack up one time. He's like, maybe you should ask him about the plight of the American Indian. It just was torn up, dude. Like, that was so left field. Like,
That's funny. Oh shit! Someone's at my door. Be back in a second.
All right, man. Probably DoorDash. Sir, your tea and biscuits are here. So I was like, thanks, bud. Only the finest biscuits. And one thing about English people, man, you guys perfected the biscuit.
So what's the plan today, Alpha? What you up to?
Shoot, man, I was gonna go on X, but this whole magnetic storm got me all kind of like in the mood for snapping some photos.
Is
So
it
I went
still
out
dark?
there.
Is it still dark where you are?
Yeah, there's a spot where I can drive to where there's no light pollution. You can go just chill. Yeah, those photos. I mean, after I took those photos, I was like, dude, this is freaking awesome. It's the first time I've ever experienced that. I've never seen this. I still haven't, but I've seen them do the videos or the images that I took.
Yeah, yeah.
I could still see like a wispiness, like where you can see where they're at, but you don't see the colors as brightly. That's weird. I thought that was kind of weird. Your vision can't pick it up.
Hmm.
Although, the ones over there in the north, hell yeah, you can see those. The difference. Might want to do some X later, or maybe come on here, see what's up later on.
Yeah, man, I think I'm going to do the same. I might go and make myself some breakfast, do some pottering around, and come back in about an hour, 2 hours or so.
Just in time for Nathan's show.
It's kind of the plan, man. Yeah, see what's happening. See if you're around. Go on X if we can. Just see what happens, man.
Sounds like a fun day. Yeah.
Coolio. All right, then. I'm going to go fire up the burner and make myself some breakfast. I'll speak to you old guys later. You take
Later,
care.
bro.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, I'm heading out too. Later, guys.
in the book. Let's see here.
I just knew QE was a big part of it too.
Mhm. I'm going to send someone a message and ask them what was the show about today. I'll be back.
And we got Simon as a listener. What's up, Simon? If you want to speak, just raise your hand. Use the chat little emoji icons at the very bottom. And put the little hand signal up, and we'll know that you want to speak, and we'll bring you up as a speaker. Simon gave the thumbs up. I'll drop you a mic. Let me see here. Yep, gave you a mic. Yeah, we're growing the following here, little by little, but we're getting some listeners after they can comment on the specific space that we do. This space is episode 6. Globe equals fake news. I thought it was a little kind of snazzy title put up there. So if you know anybody that has that sweet globe evidence that they think they have, go ahead and come on in. Shoot them the link. We got some people over at Politics, that's for sure. Not a lot, just your normal group. I think Cortigo's over there.
Oh yeah. We got Fry, Myth.
He's typing in all caps over there. Oh my goodness. Oh, we got Flat Earth Dude. What's up, Flat Earth Dude? He's in the house. FED.
Nice.
I'm gonna drop you a mic, Flat Earth Dude. Maybe you want to talk to the Mongos in here. The Globe Mongos. It is like 12 o'clock too, so it's like his time when he comes on. I think he's just clocked in. He just clocked in.
I don't know how to use this fucking thing yet.
Oh, it's working.
I don't know how to use this thing yet.
Yep, you're on. We can hear you.
All right, cool. My first time on X on a microphone. So I don't know what I'm doing.
Hey, welcome, man. First time.
Yeah.
Are you on a PC or a cell phone?
Yeah, I'm on my Mac.
Oh, okay.
I'll figure out my audio settings here or something. I don't know.
You sound good, man.
All right. Well, cool. What's going on, man? Is there a chat box or something? People are listening on.
Everybody asks that, yeah.
Where the fuck's the chat box?
Okay, if you can see all of our icons there,
Yeah.
FED. Just above that, you'll see like a bubble with I don't know what you'd probably see on your end. You're probably looking at Alpha Veritas 24/7 Flat Earth episode 6.
Right.
Yep, you scroll that thing left and right. What do they call it? The Nest or Jumbotron. So what happens is whenever you've got a post or something that you like, you go just underneath it. There's a couple of options. One of them is a little arrow that points up, I think it is.
Okay.
Click on that, share to space, and what that does is it chucks it over into the Jumbotron. So basically what it means is you've got to already have something posted or you've found something that you like and you're swinging it up here. That's all.
All right. I see. Thanks.
So if someone screams out, citation, I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'll be back and I'll be like, I don't know. I got to find it.
You got to find it, post it, and then copy it across. Yeah.
All right. So this lets like 13 people on the panel and then other people are listening, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like a full house in here tonight. What's going on? Looks good.
Yeah, it looks like that Taylor that was here before, she was talking about the sacred spaces. They're doing another Earth flat space right now as well. Flat Earth Fridays.
Yeah, and they have like 500 people.
Yeah.
Watching that.
Yep.
It'd be nice if we could link up with a couple of them and drag some out. I know that's naughty, but just so we get the ones that aren't into all the other BS.
Yeah.
Well, like a way. Okay.
It's just like you were saying, it's a bit naughty because they have their own thing built up for the time that they started, and it's like we're leeching off of them. And I just personally, I'm never a fan of that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we build something up, we do it because we got the traction, not because we're leeching off of somebody else's success. Anyway, just the way I'm looking at it. I mean, you guys might feel okay with that, but
yeah, I get that, but it'd just be nice to join in with them, like
at least to spread the word. Yeah.
Yeah. So we drop in there, and some baltard comes along, slap, slap, slap. This is how we do it back home, boys. And then we go back to our own space, and they sit back and go, "Hey, these guys don't deal with bullshit. They just slap them straight up." So yeah, it'd be whether we pop in there or vice versa, grab some of their ones in here. Either.
I believe last week on Friday, we got like the spillover, if you will. Like they stopped their stream, but there was people still up, so they were looking for Flat Earth, I guess room or whatever. And we got up to like 50 people, and that's just from people just coming, after they were done though. So kind of like we're the late bar, the one that the other bar closes and then everyone knows to go to that other one because they stay open. So it's kind of like that.
So what time does that normally kick in?
I want to say after midnight, which is like 3 a.m. on the East Coast.
That doesn't really help me. In how many more hours?
2.5 hours.
Yeah.
About 6 p.m. my time. Yeah.
Yeah, so like
an hour and a half.
Not like
My
it wasn't
bad.
until like
Hour and a half.
Yeah, hour and a half. But it wasn't until like 1 or 2 in the morning, my time, that when it really started going. And then, matter of fact, even Miggy was like, "I don't want to stop it, but it's like 6 in the morning over here."
yeah, you're getting feedback from FED's microphone.
Yeah, I might have been a little loud. I'm adjusting.
And I think APOC's audio is coming through your audio.
Maybe.
How about now? Is it better now? Check.
Yeah, I think when he has his mic open and you speak, it's coming through his audio. It's feeding back through his audio.
I see that.
So I think all he has to do is just mute that. Yeah, that fixes it. Yep.
Oh yeah, because I heard you echoing in his mics too. I guess we're just echoing through him. Simon, welcome to our spaces. If you want to go ahead and join the conversation, I sent you a mic here. If you want to join, please feel free to. We'll bring you up. If that glitches out, just raise your hand, or we'll add you a speaker. Maybe you have some globe proof for us, or do you believe in it? Or do you believe in the falsehood?
I'm listening in on that other space on my PC. I can play it out loud if you want to listen to this guy go on for a minute. Or not.
Oh, over at Flathead?
Yeah,
Over Flathead?
Flat Earth Fridays. Yeah, what was he calling it? Sacred Spaces. I don't know.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. We don't have a lot of traffic coming through, like bringing the arguments. Can't find anybody.
Indio's over there.
Yeah, he goes. He also too comes over after. He'll go there, then he'll come here after. So we just kind of like the after hours party, I guess. But they'll come. They get some good conversations going. It's just a different tactic and a different even ideology too, because they get more into like geocentrism, ether, and all kinds of other things that they get deep into.
Yeah, I think I had one on a couple weeks ago. It's late here for me. So I went to bed and just left it on my phone, and fell asleep with the shit on.
Yeah, Mr. Xavier, and a few others that are from over on that side. He was talking about QE, like saying like they've heard him and they see his style and like how he's so against Witsit, and he calls Witsit a lot of names. He's like, yeah, that might be a problem because there's a lot of people over on this side that they like Witsit. They follow it because of him, and they look into it because of him. So he's like, that might cause kind of a riff, if you will, between the two parties, the two camps, if you will. You there, Alpha?
Yeah. I was trying to log in.
Okay.
I was trying to log in on my phone, on my other, because I got two iPhones. So one of the phones I was gonna log into X and see if I can bring in another account that I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See if you even can start the space maybe next time, or maybe just do it as a sample
Yeah,
run.
that was gonna see if I can put the little chat bubble in there because I don't know if it's a feature that X has or if it's a premium feature. I'm not really sure. I don't think it's a premium feature. I think it's just a feature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they made it sound like it was easy. Like you just put like stream with chat or something. Like they made it like if it was a box you click.
That guy that Spiral Hardcore is 26 minutes ago, Danish tech guy. The one that was going off the rails.
Oh yeah. Look in the mirror.
Yeah, he's typing in the text. Responding to the space. Crazy, man. There's no evidence of the globe.
Yeah, that's what. No, it's gonna be a long night waiting for it, I guess.
Real quick, I was listening to Earth Awakenings. Witsit was on there. I guess him and Jaron have actually signed a contract with that manga. Duffy. We'll see, man. I don't think it's going anywhere. I've said it from the beginning, man. I don't think that's gonna ever happen, but we'll see.
Yeah, Jaron did a show. Am I going? On his YouTube, and apparently, yeah, they signed it. What's up, Indio? Right to speak. I threw a mic at you. Welcome.
Take it away. Take that mic away.
The homie, what's up, homie?
What's up, homie?
Nothing. We had guess who we had in here earlier? You'll never.
Peter.
No.
Oh.
Better.
Brenda.
Way better.
Way better.
Better than Brenda?
Oh shit, yeah.
Brenda.
Oh man, leagues.
My right boot is better than Brenda. Come on.
How much time is in your boot, though? How much space time is in
3 dog bones. Now, way better.
3 dog bones. Oh God. Oh my goodness. Who? I can't guess, man.
We had QE up in this piece, bro.
Holy fuck! Watch out.
Yeah. But it was like the hard part about it was we had logistical errors. Like as a co-host, if you're on the PC, we found out that you can't, like, when you mute the space, you actually mute yourself too. It was a train wreck trying to get him to like have the mute button, you know. So yeah, he wasn't having it. Like he didn't like the end. Like he was frustrated, I guess.
You know, like training old people to use the VCR, it's like 1,000 times worse.
I'm pushing the button. Look, I'm pushing it, and like, dude, this. Look, you see me? I'm pushing the button. It's like, oh my god. And then CB was chiming in, nah, man, nah, he's not gonna get it. I'm like, bro, just fucking, we just need to.
You're not helping,
bro. Like, yeah. But he eventually, yeah. Oh, are you guys there?
Yeah, we're.
Phone. Yeah, so eventually, we'll probably get it going. It's just, I think it only works on the phone, so because it's like native to the phone, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't even work on PC initially at all for quite a while. So, you know, they got to recode everything. Well, not recode it, but it was like, you know, they developed it for the phone. They didn't develop it for the PC. So it's very, Spaces is very glitchy. It just is. You know, they were too worried about back then, like when they developed it, they were too worried about, you know, what people were saying on here than like making a good application. You know what I mean? They were like, oh my God, someone said, you know, chicks with dicks is wrong. Like, fucking censor them. That's what they were worried about.
Yeah, it's a bit more. Yeah, you can be a little bit more free to say things on here on X. As far as I know, I haven't heard of anybody getting.
Well, I mean, you're a software company, you're a social media company, right? You develop software. Don't you think that should be your priority, other than we're gonna create some master censorship regime? Like, fuck, dude, get your priorities straight.
Yeah, but we had somebody that was in quantum physics join in. Her name is Taylor, and she was getting along with QE, so they were talking about, you know, her epistemology, and it fell in line with everything that he was like. No, he's like, that's what I'm talking about. So they got along really well. So
Yeah, I heard Flat Earth dude just talking about Witsit and the contract with Duffy and all that shit. I talked to Witsit about it on there was a space, I don't know, last week or something. He was talking about it. And while he didn't go into details, now I might be wrong, but this is how I interpret what he said. I'm pretty sure this is what he meant, is that in the contract it said that he would be responsible, like if something happened, right? I don't know, the check bounces on their end or whatever, that Witsit would be responsible for like $40,000 on his end. Right?
Really? Try to put
yeah,
that
so
in there?
because it's like a tour, right? And then like they probably have to put up like a deposit, right? And then
Yeah.
and then everything, like whoever is supposed to pay the whole thing, Duffy, I suppose, supposed to pay the whole thing. But so it's basically joint and several liability. So if the person that has the primary liability doesn't pay, every individual person is going to be liable individually for their portion. In which it was, which it said, yeah.
That sounds like there's going to be a rug pull at some point.
Yeah, dude, that's what I've been saying for a while, dude.
All that got changed. Witsit had all that changed, man. If for some god awful reason Witsit can't make it or something, he'd have to owe the money. Well, he got all that reworded, and hopefully everything's cool. But he really went through it today on over at Geo.
Oh yeah, I haven't. Yeah, but that's like he said he was running it across the lawyer or something. And that, like I said, that was last week. Shit changes in a week. So I'm glad he got it changed. If he got it changed, I mean, it doesn't even. So I'll just drop this. Which has said that Duffy doesn't have any of his kids vaxxed, didn't they? Right? And that but it says, I guess, like in the thing that you got to have a COVID vax to go. And then Witsit brought it up, and they were like, "Oh, don't worry about that," or some shit. Right? So it's like, don't worry about it. What do you mean, don't worry about it? So, and then you got to think, if it had that clause, and Witsit isn't going to take the vaccines, he's going to go, and then they're like, "Oh, you got the vax? Oh, you can't go? Oh, you forfeited your $40,000." You know what I mean? Just a bunch of shit. Or if the whole vax thing, if it's never going to even happen in the first place, who cares what the goddamn terms and conditions say? Because you're not even going to do it, right? At least on the Duffy's end, right? That's why he doesn't, because there's like the terms and conditions for Duffy, but then there's the company itself that does the tour, right? They have their own rules. And Duffy, my understanding is Duffy said, "Oh, don't worry about what their rules say." Well, why shouldn't you worry about what
you got to worry? If you said don't worry, you got to worry.
In the first place.
Yeah, he got the vaccine thing straightened out. He got a lot of it straightened out. He's going to post the whole contract and everything here. So
I want them to post every flat earther they invited. Where's that list?
Well,
no, seriously. They said it's invite only flat earthers. Where's that list? Where's all the flat earthers they invited? I want to know who they invited.
I don't know. I heard there was some dude that was gonna go. He's supposed to be some big flat earther on Facebook or something. I never heard of him. A lot of people never heard of him, but he backed out. I don't know. It was like a big thing. There's just so much fucking bullshit going on. I don't know what to believe at this point, man. I mean, I believe Witsit and Jaron are probably trying to. Okay, we'll play along with this. Let's see where it goes. But media rights, everything. Witsit got all that straightened out. They can't use anything without his permission. Anything. So if it's some kind of hit piece they're trying to make or what, I don't know. But
it's the Beyond the Curve all over again, FED.
It feels like it. But Beyond the Curve, I mean, was one guy and his wife did that. It wasn't Netflix. People like to refer to it. It was Netflix that did it. Well, he fucking sold it to Netflix. I met the guy in person, man, before he even sold it to Netflix. And, you know, he was just some dude, and him and his wife thought, oh, well, I'll make a hit piece because I don't want people teaching kids about flat earth or something like that. But this is different, man. This is a weirdo level, man. We're
fucking imagine, like, what is the motivation for that shit?
It's just weird, man.
Like, I don't. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, yeah, man. Science says Earth's the globe, but I don't want anybody learning anything different because if people don't think the Earth's the globe, then what? Then what? Like what, dude? Like what's the problem? Like if people don't learn the Earth's the globe,
There's
then
gonna
what?
be all bunch
Like
of
is it gonna be like the end of the world? Like what? They're not gonna go see Star Wars movies? Like what the fuck, dude? Like what's the issue? I don't get it. Like
we're gonna end up with
when you're
idiocracy, man. It's gonna be idiocracy or something. That's what they think. I assume.
yeah, dude. That's like I don't know. I don't understand the motivation because most of these people, as you know, are like basically secular atheist materialists that don't fucking believe in anything anyway. So why do they like want people to religiously believe in the freaking globe to the point where you're not allowed to learn anything else because it's quote unquote harmful, but you can't even define what harm is because you're a secular atheist and don't have any fucking moral fucking compass to even tell you what is harmful or not.
It's kind of Amish in a lot of ways. Like, you know, we don't want you going outside the family, the globe
It's just
family.
weird to me, man. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just me. It's just weird to me.
No, it's not.
Perhaps we got some listeners right now that want to jump up. All you got to do is raise your hand. We'll bring you up to the speaker panel. Guys, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 6, Globe equals fake news. If you think the Earth is a globe, raise your hand. We'll bring you up. You can tell us all about it. We're waiting for somebody that can articulate a point about how the Earth is a globe, to make the claim that the Earth is a globe and then provide some evidence that it is. So come on up if you can. I mean, I don't think you're probably won't be able to, but we're going to give you the floor. So we'll see how it goes.
Eratosthenes not allowed unless you can provide one of his books or papers or something.
We want a color photograph of his face. No, just kidding. I was just chilling at Flat Earth Fridays. I just got unmuted and was ready to talk, and then I saw you guys and I left. So much I love y'all.
Damn, dude.
No, actually, they were just fucking talking too much. I did just get unmuted, but like everybody, like they were going like one by one, like people talking, and like as soon as someone got like the chance to talk, it was like a fucking 30-minute monologue, like 3 times in a row.
Dude.
I'm like, I'm out of here, dude. That's enough of that.
Dude, I'm telling you, once we get this thing popping, when you come in here, I'll be like, all right, man, everybody shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
But dude, they had something like 96 anonymous listeners.
Yeah.
Over there, bro.
Anonymous,
yeah.
Dude, I've only listened to that show like for like a half hour one night.
Well,
it's better in the morning once people start like weeding away. Like people want to come in and like get their 2 cents in when it first kicks off and like monologue and tell everybody how great they are and say kumbaya, and it takes a while just because there's so many people to like get down to business. And here's another thing. I don't know if you're aware. There's a Twitter TV. Have you guys heard of this yet?
Nope.
So if you have a Fire TV or an Android or something like that, there's Twitter TV now. So you can go on just Twitter TV, and I don't know if the spaces work, but I know the broadcasts work. So anything that's being broadcast on Twitter, you can watch on your TV.
Let's fucking go. So then you're saying that we could be broadcast that way?
Well, I did a test broadcast the other day of like one of the podcasts, and I had some video, and I just threw it up. I didn't actually do it right; it was all fucked up. But just to see if it would go on Twitter TV, and it did. I don't know if the spaces do though. But if they do, then you have like a whole nother audience. You know what I mean? People
Yeah, for
that are
sure.
just like chilling on, like sitting back on their couch, man, browsing Twitter.
Watching Indio destroy the globe, one person at a time. So we got some people jumping in here, man. If honestly, if you guys think the Earth's a globe, you got to do a couple of things, right? You got to present the claim. Hey, I know the Earth's a globe. Stand on all 10 toes, and then go ahead and provide the evidence that it is a globe. However you think you can do it. Raise your hand. We'll bring you up here as a speaker, and we'll let you kind of go through what you think evidence is and such. So that's all you got to do, man.
Yeah,
Pretty
there's one
easy.
conditional though. I have a conditional though for that because
All right.
we had this thing happen over. Dude comes in and says, Newtonian physics predicts orbits perfectly. Okay, fine. Samantha Stone brings up the fact that in Newtonian physics, the sun's pull on the moon is supposed to be 2.5 times stronger than the Earth's pull on the moon. So why is it a perfectly circular orbit? Then the dude suddenly, he doesn't know anything, doesn't know the math, can't freaking, I don't know the math, so I can't really say if that the math's actually accurate or not. Well, 5 minutes ago, you're just claiming they predicted it perfectly. How did you know that? Right? So you're going to come here and say that the globe does X, Y, Z, and then if we get into details, you don't know nothing about X, Y, Z. You're kicking the balls.
Dude, that was too easy, man. I love it when that happens.
No, they claim all sorts of knowledge, and then we ask them questions. They're like, "Well, I'm not a scientist." That shit ain't flying today.
Dude, you've been seeing that shit for fucking 8 years minimum.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of it at this point.
Yeah, same, bro.
You don't sound tired of it, but I'll believe you.
No, you better pretend to be a scientist. you better do something.
Yeah, and not only that, but the terms that are used within the context of the argument, and you don't know what the defined terms mean. Oh, that bugs the shit out of me.
Yeah, but they know it's perfect. That's the thing. They know it's perfect somehow, but they don't know any details about how did you arrive that it's perfect?
Ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
It's not like there's scientists running around saying, "Hey, man, our astronomy predicts where the planets are perfectly." They don't actually say that. They say that there's all sorts of uncertainties because there's these little small bodies and they perturb the orbits and they can only make predictions for so long, and then there's a 3-body problem. Like they don't say it's perfect. Only like anti-flat earthers on the internet say that stuff.
The anti-flat earthers. Those guys are working hard. Yeah, that's the reason why, Indio. I was like, I really want to make this platform kind of like just jump off, man. So that as soon as like you guys come in here, everybody knows what's up. You know what I'm saying? Like we're straight to business, and everybody in 24/7 is about the same. We want to get to the bottom of like the interrogation process. Want to ask them the question and hear the answer, not fucking gish gallop to like 20 different subjects, and we got 5 flat earthers pulling on every different direction. It's like that's chaos, bro. Yeah, we don't.
No, you got to run this tight as you can.
Yeah,
and you'll do a good job for sure. But
hey guys, sorry I had to drop out. Something happened. It wigged out on me, but I went and got the contract. I posted it in the Nest. If you guys want to see the contract they signed today, about 6 hours ago, or whatever. They talked about it, but that's the contract if you want to read it. But yeah, just like Flatter Dude was saying, they worked out all the stuff, but that was the contract. Sorry for bringing it up. I know you guys talked about it like 20 minutes ago.
No, it's good,
bad.
man. I don't know if somebody wants to read through it, Indio, or probably not, but that'd be cool. I can't see it right this second, but
Do it when I get bored.
All right.
I want to figure out a way to like integrate this. I don't know. I'm gonna have to like tread new water here because no one's ever done it. Like how to integrate Discord and Twitter together so that we can, I don't know, kind of like unify the broadcast You know what I mean?
APOC, what
In a
was the
way.
way that you said you saw on the other guys the way they were doing it? Did you talk to somebody about that yet? Like
Yeah,
Shane
it
or
was. Yeah, they just use OBS and they get a stream key and they put it in there, and then they just send it to here in X, and then they host it from wherever they want to host it from. So for instance, like let's say you're streaming in X, you could also share it to Discord. It works both ways. Just depends on where you put the keys at in OBS. So it would be, that's what I was saying. It'd be cool to get the traffic here, and then to like I guess kind of send it to where it's streaming on an account that's sitting in Discord, and people in Discord can go in and listen to the conversation, and then they could. But then if they want to join the conversation here, they'd have
there
to come
needs to
here.
be there. Okay, so what
I
I'm
like
looking
it.
for is the cross between. There needs to be interaction between both, because
That's where
Yeah.
it comes
So
hard.
what? So the way to do that. So the way to do that, Indio, is equivalent to how Nathan Oakley does it. He has his stream on YouTube, and he joins Hangouts, and then he broadcasts to YouTube, and then he throws that into Discord, and then when he needs to toggle through people from Discord to people from Hangouts to people from YouTube, like he's orchestrating all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know how all that works. I also know how Shane and Alan do it. My problem, not really a problem, thing I kind of want to deal with is problem with X is how do you post information? I think their format for posting information is just shitty.
It sucks. It totally sucks.
Yeah, it totally sucks. But it's good on Discord, right? So
Yeah.
how can we like merge the utility of Discord, the text, with the audio, you know what I mean, format of here?
Yep.
I just have to think about it. There's a way to do it. Believe me, there's a way to do it.
well,
I've hacked worse shit than this together. Believe me.
yeah, you got to get some kind of way that this particular space, like where it's streaming, and just tie it into something that we can integrate. I'm pretty sure there's a bot that can do something with Discord. I'm like more than sure then that's probably already solved by someone.
No, so what I'm thinking of is, right, so you set up an OBS. This is my initial idea, right? So you do a broadcast and a space. The broadcast is going to be like a combination, because in OBS, you can combine apps, right? So I can combine the Discord app with the space. And I mean, I guess we kind of pain in the ass. You just create just basically an X channel where we post shit in that channel that's relevant to the space that's going on. They won't be able to see that in space per se, but they'll be able to see that in the broadcast, right? Because the broadcast and space are like two different things. They're not the same thing. So like if you hit your profile, right, you'll see up top like there'll be spaces are in blue and broadcasts are in like magenta or whatever color that is, right? So they're like different things, and the broadcasts go on Twitter TV. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to Twitter TV because that's where like the most amount of people are going to be, in my opinion. Like as far as the future goes, this is like going for the future. It's not going for like right now.
India.
This is like a future leverage type thing. Because
Is
I
it-
noticed
I
Helio
agree.
stream, like so Helio has a broadcast that he's been broadcasting, you know, the Discord chat. I've noticed. Sorry about all the noise from outside on my porch. Fucking motorcycle.
Sound like somebody's running from the cops.
Well, I live between a bunch of high rises, so like whenever any heavy vehicle comes up the bridge, man, it's freaking loud as fuck, as you just heard. Anyway, what I've noticed is Helio's broadcasts, it used to only have like one or two people watching it while he was streaming. Now it's like, I saw today was like 17 people watching it. Yesterday was like 14. It was like 11 the day before. So it's going up all the time, right? And I know these aren't like, you know, members of the Discord or flat earthers on X. They're people that are just running across it on this Twitter TV. I know that's what's happening because he didn't have premium before, so he went and got premium for his Discord X account. And since he's done that, like I said, more and more people are watching his broadcast.
Yeah. So can one of those accounts come in here and be like a listener and just be broadcasting what's going on?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, anybody can broadcast anything as a listener.
Yeah, you can as anonymous, even without an account.
As long as I'm in here, I could, use OBS to broadcast to my channel on YouTube or whatever.
You don't need an account to listen to a space, right?
You don't even wait. You don't need an account to listen to like somebody
to a
came in,
space,
right? Anonymous,
right? So you could be logged out of X, right, and just like a generic.
You can still join. You can still join this 24/7 episode 6, whatever.
Yes.
Fuck, that's crazy, bro. Wow. All right. I love freedom. If
you can't interact, right? So
you can't interact, but you can listen.
Musk said his goal is to turn X into the world's largest media company, right? So if you set this like gatekeeper thing where like, oh, you can't watch our content unless you have an account, right? You're limiting who can watch.
Right. It's like broadcast television. They don't know who exactly. I mean, it's just a fucking antenna. I got an antenna.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. Wow, good insight, man.
So this is like this is like something I'd like to in 6 months to have maybe 50 concurrent watchers or users or whatever watching on X. I mean, that's a low goal to have.
All right,
because
so
I've seen some of these guys, right? I've seen some of these freaking. They got like 30,000, 40,000 people watching their shit, and these are just garbage stuff, man. So
yeah. Go ahead, FD.
So my question is, let's say you're an anonymous listener or whatever. You actually have a name, like Adam or whatever, and I just want to ask you guys a question on the panel. Where the fuck do I put that?
that's a problem. I mean, you could set up. So one thing you could do, but you'd have to worry about spam and shit. There, you could set up like a web page with just like a text box where people could just type into the text box and hit enter, right? And it would send an email or a message or to wherever the fuck you want it to go.
I mean, you guys know how this shit works way better than I do. I just have a couple of stupid questions, and it's
I mean, that way it wouldn't even be on one of these platforms, right? It would just be on. I could host a web server. I just make a web page that has this, right? And then it would just someone could just because a couple so Jim Bob. I don't know if you know who that is. So Jim Bob, he started broadcasting on X, and then so when people call in, want to debate or ask questions, Jay Dyer does this. I don't think Andrew Wilson started doing it yet, but Jim Bob also has both of those guys, they have a way to super chat, donate money, ask questions off of a web page so that they don't have to pay YouTube their little freaking overhead.
Yeah,
30%.
I love that. You gotta love that. I mean, I don't know, man.
I mean, my goal isn't really to make money. That's not really my goal. It's not.
It'd be great to have a few hundred listeners, people hanging out, being able to post links, like Discord.
I mean, I wouldn't mind doing product endorsements, but it would have to be pertinent to the topic, right? So I'll endorse a dumpy level or a freaking Craftsman level. We endorse Craftsman levels. They make shit flat.
That's hilarious.
Well, I mean, seriously, like, you want a flat floor? Flat earthers know how to make a flat floor, and that's why we use Craftsman levels.
I just heard a doorbell, man. What the hell was that? Is that somebody joining? What are they doing?
Wasn't here.
All right. No, I was like, I'm sure it was on here.
It's somebody at your house, bro. Someone at your
Dude,
door.
I'm outside, man.
Did you order DoorDash? Yeah, shout out.
I didn't hear
Shout out to
doorbell.
those new listeners, guys. If you want to come up here on the panel, all you gotta do is raise your hand, use the hand emoji. We'll bring you up as a speaker. We're asking questions. If you think the Earth's a globe, what is your evidence for that? Or do you have any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe? Perhaps. The title of this space is Globe Equals Fake News. Hashtag Flat Earth. In the continuing series, 24/7 Flat Earth has been doing here. It's episode number 6. So welcome once again. And if you want to join us again when we go live on Spaces, just follow me. And I'll be continuing to do this, and then grab the 24/7 team. They come in here, and you guys will be able to come in here and speak with them. So we have a lot of people on the panel right now from 24/7. Myself, Apocryphon, Indio, which is no one special, Matrix, Flat Lloyd, FED, the Flat Earth Dude, Rem Dubs, and Cambo Beats. Welcome, guys. And if anybody else wants to speak, if you think the Earth's a globe, come on in. Raise your hand.
What if you think it's flat? Can we come in then if we think it's flat?
Yeah, we.
Yes.
If you think the Earth's a flat disk flying through space upwards at 9.8, no, I'm just kidding. No, we're not those guys.
Seek medical help.
You got an issue.
You got problems.
But you can tell how the International Space Station is going around the Earth at 90 minutes. You can tell Flat Earth Dude that. He might listen to you.
Oh, I love that one. It's not my favorite, but I love that one. That's good.
It's all gravy.
My favorites is airplanes, but yeah, I've been hanging out with New Perspective too long. It's probably.
QE's doing a show on flights tomorrow at 2 p.m. It's in the Nest. There's information.
That should be interesting.
He said he's going to flatline the globe once and for all.
I mean, I go through the panel here and ask you guys, what's your favorite flat Earth, evidence or whatever? Or what's your favorite? Mine is airplanes flying over the globe. There's a couple of different reasons. One, the curvature. Two, the spin. And I can go on. You guys already know the arguments, but that's my favorite, without a doubt.
Bolivian salt flats.
Bolivian salt flats. That's a good one. Love that.
Not only does it look beautiful,
yeah,
great proof of flat Earth, man. It's that perfect mirror.
It's a flat mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, the salt flats after a rain, perfect mirror right there.
It's incredible. Anybody?
Mine's got to be the container of space.
Mine's would have to be measuring, using theodolites, transferring benchmarks, building plumb level square. That's mine.
That's
for sure.
That's good work coming from a dirt digger, by the way.
I just dig
Actually, I want to retract my answer. My best flat Earth proof is a globe Earther's answer.
Yeah, baby.
Have them speak for like 5 minutes. That's the best evidence of flat Earth because they don't know shit, basically. Or if they do, prove me wrong. Come on up. All you gotta do.
They'll contradict themselves, man. So that's the thing. You just let them talk for 30 seconds, and then they'll contradict what they said in the first 10 seconds and the last 10 seconds.
They're like, dude, I brought all this evidence. You're like, man, you haven't even started. There was no evidence coming. Well, they did test and stuff, and that's my evidence. They're like, dude, test and stuff? Is that how you talk to people? That's for evidence?
Scientists, man.
Science, bro.
Figures, diagrams.
It's all the mathematics. It's amazing.
Yeah. They use those buzzwords. Well, we have all the facts, all the figures, the data. Come on, it's backing up the
Dude,
Earth being
Flat
a
Earth,
globe. Come on.
Flat Earth is in a perpetual episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like we're just like stuck in that episode. Like science is a lie sometimes. 'Cause that's literally like, well, have you gone over the facts, figures? You know, the numbers? No.
Well, no. Huh.
Oh, I like it when they go, well, I don't know. I was in school, you know, back then. It was a long time ago. I don't know now, but you know, back then I knew. And so you're wrong. You guys are wrong.
Or we get the trolls coming in there laughing. Oh, you guys think the Earth is flat? Oh, and they're like, all right, so now provide evidence of the globe after you finish laughing. I don't know. That's funny.
Right. Yeah, that's all you hear.
Yeah. Oh shit.
What about the subject? Oh, they'll switch it, Miggy. There, and they'll just switch it. To, what about the moon? You're like,
well, yeah,
we're just talking about curvature, man. You know, what the hell happened?
Hey, Jedi, I threw you a mic.
Oh, Jedi's here? Yeah, we need to switch subjects. We're talking about Jedi early. No, I'm just kidding. No. Change subject.
Shh, he's here. We got to switch subjects.
Might be glitching out.
He's the
delay.
He's the beast from the east.
Dude, Jedi's had some internet issues in the last week or so, man. His mic is not as crisp as it's been in the past.
He's got that look on his avatar like he's waiting on the world to change. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna change or not, but waiting.
If you've been talking about me, I can't think of anything better for you guys to talk about. So well done.
Yeah.
Oh dear, what's going on, gang? I've just woken up.
Good morning.
I thought I'd find you in here. How's it going?
Good day. Good day to you.
I don't know how many good days you're gonna have. Your world's going to hell in a handbasket over there, man. What the hell's going on over there? Freaking social media is lit like a Christmas tree, bro. Fucking hell.
Yeah, you're not wrong, man. It's all kicking off, man. It's all kicking off. But what's going on in here? Take me away from my horrible reality. What's going down in here?
Well, we had QE stop in earlier, and he was having a devil of a time trying to get co-hosts and learn how to mute people, so he wasn't happy about that. But other than that, he stopped by for a while.
I can well imagine. Oh, good stuff,
Yeah.
man. Good stuff.
Yep, we're training them one boomer at a time.
I will not take offense to that.
I'm just impressed that he came in here. Fair enough, he was having trouble.
I'm
That's cool.
impressed too, man. I mean, him and I are the same age, bro. We can handle it. He'll figure it out, man. That guy's he's sharp. He'll get it.
Be nice if we could chuck him balls deep into Sacred's channel and just let him go for it.
Yeah, there's a
No,
few
they
people-
don't.
They wouldn't handle him. They wouldn't be able to handle that.
Oh, look who's back. Alpha.
Look who's
Oh,
back.
there he is. There he is.
I'm gonna check him a mic.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Man himself.
I checked him a mic. He was here this morning, early this morning.
Yeah, 2 spirals and counting. Let's see how many more we get tonight.
3 spirals.
Let's place our.
You're out.
Let's place our bets, guys. How many spirals do you think we're gonna get out of this guy?
3 spirals. You're out, right? Is that?
Oh, wow. Thank goodness Jedi's here. He's got 2 strong shoulders this guy can cry on if he needs to. Sobby tears. It's all right.
Oh, so bad. So bad.
You talking about Danish tech guy here?
Yeah, Sydney.
Sydney.
I threw you a
that's
mic.
Sydney.
If you want to.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Big
Sydney, dude.
You get tired. Like it's just like some crazy shit going down. What the?
He told Alpha.
Dude,
He
you want to
said,
see some
just
dumbass
look in the
shit.
mirror.
You want to see some dumbass shit? Just scroll back through Sydney's posts over the last year. Good. You'll have a great
Yeah.
laugh.
Oh, light is bending because you can see your reflection in the mirror. Oh, and there's such a thing as a light force. You guys know about that? Come on, Sydney, come tell them about light force. Come
Oh,
on up,
dude.
bro.
Yeah, he said
Get
light
the mic and
force.
come on up here, man.
You
For
talking about
God's
radiation
sakes.
pressure?
Well, let's see if he's gonna articulate it. Because last time we're asking him, well, I could tell you, but you don't understand me. Okay, so why bring it up, bro? You're either gonna
Bruh.
substantiate the point or you're not. You know what I mean?
Bruh.
Zinni, grab the mic. The
Hurry up,
floor is
man.
yours.
Zinni says his name is Show Me Your FE Model.
Yeah.
Okay. You show us your gold model, and then we'll show you the FE model right after that.
Whole model.
And
I'd
if
be
you
just
fucking
happy if they
talk
could
about
bring
the
on
sun,
curvature.
the moon, or the stars, or anything other than the fucking Earth, the globe Earth model, it doesn't have something to do with that. I'm gonna kick you in the balls.
Can he come up, or is there too many people up here? Let me see.
I think there's two slots open for speakers.
Yeah, there's enough room.
So why you hiding, Sydney? Oh, Sydney.
How's this?
We got a Dizeezy, I don't know how you say the name. Dizeezy. Also as well. I'll throw you a mic if you have anything, if you'd like to join the conversation. Sorry, go ahead.
Zinni back in the day claimed he debated Mark Sargent. He said, I remember first time I talked to Zinni, he said he talked to lots of flat earthers because he said he was either saying some bullshit about Earth as a disk in space or the Earth's upward accelerating, and he got that from like lots of flat earthers. It was something to that effect. And I said, "Who did you debate?" It's like I debated Mark Sargent. It was like when? Oh, years ago. Yeah, when? Fucking debate. You didn't debate anybody, Zinni. You get wrecked in Flat Earth Fridays. You get wrecked everywhere you go, man.
Hey, if I refresh this page, because I'm getting like some audio feedback clipping or whatever, will it like disconnect me from space?
Yes, it will.
I think so. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, because you're dropping
Dang
the
it.
signal.
Right, I'm going to bail out, guys. I'll be back in a minute. Or back in a while.
All right.
I need beer.
All right, man.
If this is going to get entertaining,
Hey,
I'll put my feet up and enjoy it.
Matrix. Cheers.
Yep.
Cheers, brother.
Yep, I'll be back. All right, stay frosty.
Zinni, come up and tell us about how the horizon's physical. And that it blocks boats and it blocks the sun and it blocks all sorts of shit. Except for when it don't.
Are we partying like it's 1899 again with boats going over the horizon?
I'm trying to bait him. Come on, man.
Yeah, sunsets only work on a flat Earth.
Well, I've heard the opposite. That sunsets only work on a globe.
Well, they would blind you if you looked at it. Could be like so similar to a solar eclipse.
Is there any other Globers that would like to join up here with us? Feel free to raise your hand.
Raise your hand. Come on down. The Earth is flat. We checked it out. But you, for some reason, you say, "Oh man, no. The sun comes up and goes down. It's a globe. That's it. There's no other explanation for this. Could possibly be. Makes sense. I learned it in second grade, man. Come on. Everybody knows. Everybody knows, man. Everybody knows. I love the appeal to consensus. Everybody knows that television show is the best in the world, and that football team's the best, and everybody doesn't know that.
I'm gonna try something.
Ready to talk,
I'm gonna
Sydney?
connect to. I'm gonna connect
go
on my phone, and then I'm gonna try hopping back to my PC. See if that works.
Okay.
Without
If everybody
disconnection.
drops, just rejoin.
Yeah, yeah. I'll throw it up in a hot second.
Everybody. Yeah, for sure. It would be cool if we get a chat going, because then he could be chatting, since he doesn't want to talk.
Yeah, man, that was one of the things I brought up a little while ago. Is that it would so be nice to have a chat, and it just doesn't. This format doesn't seem to. It doesn't have a lot of bells and whistles to it. That's for sure, man. I mean, we used to use Hangouts. It was just amazing, and it was free, and it worked perfect, and you could have a mix. It was crazy good. But we're stuck with X and doing live streams, and it's just so much harder than it should be. I mean,
Hangouts had its problems, man. It wasn't.
Well, you can only get 10 on a panel. I get that, but dude,
Porn bombing.
There was porn bombing. There was all kinds of crazy shit going on, but
Kicking and all that stuff.
Yeah,
there was problems, man.
Yeah, but as far as like, there could be one moderator, you could hand it off to another, but that was it. There wasn't a whole lot of moderation going on. It was insane, man. That I loved it for its craziness, but the quality was pretty damn good, man. It was great.
Yeah, that was back in the day when, before YouTube had all its freaking algorithms and crap, and people weren't a bunch of snitches, and you could actually say crazy ass shit on YouTube and not lose the stream.
Yeah, we could share a lot of stuff, but I did get porn bombed, and I lost my channel for 3 months or something. I couldn't live stream for 3 months, right? That happened to me a couple of times. Anyway, but yeah, it happened.
That's a globe proof, right? So if you're doing a flat Earth live stream, and the globe or porn bombs it, that's proof the Earth is a globe. You know that, right?
Exactly. I mean, I don't know what you want to call them, antagonists or just cocks. Fuck, I just called them assholes. But yeah, it was a scene, man. Back in the Hangout days, that was great. Discord fixed a lot of that. I think there's a lot more control there.
I've watched this topic change over time to the anti-flat earther tactics, right? So in the beginning tactic was they didn't want the information getting out. They didn't want people talking about it. They didn't even want anybody to even know flat earth existed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then that changed to, we're going to go in there and we're going to tell them what's what. We're going to use our science. We're going to use our authorities, and we're going to prove the Earth is a globe to these freaking retards. That didn't work because they didn't have the required evidence. And now it's become a psychological mind game of flat earthers are grifters, they're liars, they make shit up, blah, blah, blah. And so now it's just this, the libtard tactic, right? Is where you just slander and slur and do character assassination. And that's the tactic, right? Is that I don't have to adjust what this person says because this person's a fucking Nazi. Ain't that right, Zidney? Ain't that right, Zidney? Because you do it yourself. So that's one of the things they started doing on X, is calling flat earthers Nazis, because everything a Nazi says is wrong, right? As soon as you say they're Nazi or they're transphobe or some other thing, they're racist, whatever, just make up the slur. As soon as they're in these forbidden categories, right? These forbidden so-called moral categories. These people have no morals. They don't even believe that morals exist. But as soon as you're in one of these categories of, people, then everything you say, no one's allowed to even agree with it publicly, because then they are also a Nazi. So if you're a Nazi flat earther and you say the earth is flat, anyone that says, hey, Indio said the earth is flat, oh, Indio's a Nazi. Oh, shit, then the earth's not flat because he's a Nazi. All right.
This
is the new tactic.
I don't know. It's like a reverse psychology tactic. I don't know what else you'd call it, but yeah.
No, it's a libtard cuckery tactic. Just say they're the freaking Nazis, and like that's it, right? Regardless of like whether it has any bearing on whether they're Nazis or not. Like that's what they do to Trump, right? It's still like, what would they do to Trump tactic? We just call him a racist. We call him a Nazi, and then like because he's a racist Nazi, everything he says can be discarded because he's a racist Nazi. And if you agree with anything he says, you're also a racist Nazi.
Yeah, interesting tactics, man. It's not going to work, but interesting try anyway.
It's funny you bring that up, Indio, because Zidney, he replied. Remember, I put up the contract for Jaron and Whitsitt, and he said Zidney replied that Whitsitt moved on to talks about Nazis and he's a grifter and pretty much everything you just said. Like that's what he said about Whitsitt right now in the reply.
Oh, kind of weird. How did I know that? I didn't even read the post. How did I know that?
Apocryphon, your mic's a little bassy.
Hey Ziddy, why don't you uncork your mic and you can tell us how I knew that without reading your post? How I knew what you were going to do before you did it?
It's because you have a predictive model, India.
Yeah, because they all do the same thing and at the same time. They don't realize that it's very obvious, right? When I have all these freaking globetard trolls and they're all saying the same thing simultaneously, right? Not just to me, but all the other flat earthers. All the flat earthers are getting called Nazis by the same 10 freaking globe trolls all the time. All of a sudden out of the blue, they're all saying it.
That's called Operation Mockingbird. Have you not heard of that?
So like 6 months ago, it was the MC Tunes 3 laws of Flurf, right? Gotta avoid Flurf, like all this shit. They all did this shit in unison, right? You guys are too obvious. Your propaganda tactics suck. This is why you guys lose this, because you're fucking. I'm sorry to swear. No, I'm not really, but you're incompetent people. I'm sorry to say this. You people are incompetent. This is why you get your ass kicked by flat earthers, because you're incompetent.
Well, McToon also called us Nazis on one of his live broadcasts.
Oh, of course. He probably started it, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Except he keeps forgetting that NASA was basically a Nazi organization.
Oh.
Well, Hitler was a globe earther. He was a Nazi, right? I mean, what the fuck, dude? Oh, do that again, Miggy. Co-hosting.
Did you get that? Did you get that?
No, I didn't click past. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I got it now.
Well, did you guys hear about McToon today?
No. Yeah, he called Jaron like 5 minutes before signing the contract, and he added that he was going. Is that what you're going to talk about?
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yeah, he's gonna raise. He's gonna raise 40 grand and go along with the old Whitsitt and Jaron. Interesting.
By the way, that fixed the audio issue. I got on my phone, and now on my phone and my PC are logged in at the same time. I'm guessing I could log in again on my other phone. So I have 3 logins at the same time. So
hey, Miggy,
it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
You got a bit of reverb, man. Did you guys hear the reverb?
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, I was getting that too. It sounds like you're in like a metal cathedral.
So I'm
It's
sending
coming
out.
loud and clear for me.
I'm throwing out mics to all those who have just joined us. If you'd like to join, please feel free to jump up. There's room for you guys if you want to, say your spill on one side or the other of this coin. But the title here on episode 6 is Globe equals fake news. And you agree, disagree? You have your 2 cents on it? Please
That's
feel free to
fake
grab that
news. It's totally fake. Fake news.
mic.
Hey, Sydney, Hitler said Earth is a globe. Do you agree?
That makes you a Nazi sympathizer. He says 100%. So 100. All right. Anybody like to join the chat? Please feel free to do so.
Yeah, man. It's got to be verifiable globe proof in here somewhere.
You would think that Sydney would want to speak up about it, but I guess not.
How about now? Do you hear me better than the
Way
cathedral
better.
sound?
Now you're good.
Yeah, that's more normal. 100%.
Sydney will only speak up if one condition's met, right? So if
No.
there's someone that comes in this chat that's curious, they're a glober, but they don't know anything about flat Earth, and they ask genuine questions, Sydney will jump in to fucking throw a wrench in the gears. He's here to monitor for
White
normal
knight.
people.
He's a white knight.
He's running security for the globe right now.
Oh, he's a hall monitor? Is that what's up?
You know how it goes, dude. You see it all the time in Discord, right? So, like, a genuine person comes in, they start just a normal person, starts asking questions. And then all of a sudden, someone will join the chat and screech, and then someone would yell, or freaking some anti-flat earther will start trying to get down into the weeds of, like, fucking bendy space-time or something, right? And then, poof, you look, and then that person's gone because one of these guys cock-blocked, right? So...
We
Hey,
have
we got.
Ralph that joined. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna do the same thing you're doing. Yeah, we got Truth Pistol also. So, yeah, just if you want a mic, man, just raise your hand.
Oh, Ralph is a Zach Glover, man. Ralph is I think Ralph I could be wrong. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Ralph thinks flat Earth is a psyop, but he is a conspiracy theorist. This is the right person I'm thinking of.
I have said that in the
Ooh.
past. Yes, I'm not going to deny that.
Okay. And we then like yeah, I get my memory's good enough. I do remember. Because I know I've heard you talk a bunch of times, but it's like I know was one time was quite a long time ago. So I thought you said something like that. That you think flat Earth is a psyop created to distract from the real conspiracies, whatever those are.
No, the exact one. Well, the exact phrase was, "Flat Earth is a psyop designed."
Did the grabblers get him?
I think so. You just cut
Yeah,
off.
man, you got like you
Phone
cut
call.
off for no reason, bro.
Yeah, I had a phone call.
Try again.
Oh,
Man.
okay. Yeah. If your phone's okay.
No, the original statement was, "Flat Earth is a psyop designed to discredit other conspiracy theories."
Like any in particular you can think of?
Well, fuck. I mean, we could. Well, I like focusing on mundane conspiracies. So let's say a conspiracy theorist is throwing out there that the fiat monetary system is designed to be debt based. So we're forever going to be having an inflating budget. The moment we start having reduced spending within government, it's going to implode the system. So if someone says, "Hey, our money is fucking fishy," um, and I'm considering myself a conspiracy theorist, and for the sake of this conversation, flat Earth is, putting forth their ideas, and by default, it will make other conspiracy theorists look bad because they will just be grouped together.
That's a stretch of the imagination.
You know,
I
it's
mean,
in. Oh, go ahead.
like seriously, if you think about it, right? Like people either believe in something because they think it's true or not. I don't think it's like, oh, I'm not going to believe in this conspiracy because of the way people think about it. That shouldn't be a consideration, and if it is, you're not doing it right.
I just want to.
I agree with you. Yeah, no, you're correct in thinking that way. Unfortunately, 85% of the population isn't really down with critical thinking, and I think they'll just latch on to the first shiny, flashy clickbait headline that'll come out, and that's going to dictate their entire opinion.
Well, it seems like you're kind of falling into that trap of you are you yourself, just like many that have been brainwashed. If the word conspiracy, by definition, is an actual thing, but the powers that be have done a really good job of convincing the masses that if they just throw at the end of that word uh, theorist, then it discredits you. So I wouldn't say that flat earth is a psyop that's trying to discredit us. The word itself is discrediting you, and I don't think you even realize that. And it's not about flat earth being a conspiracy and the fiat monetary systems of conspiracy. Like, you need to focus more on that word conspiracy theorist, because that's what's fucking you over, not everything else around you.
Yeah, and you're missing the real bullshit to make things sound ridiculous, right? So, flat earthers think Australia doesn't exist and people in Australia are just actors. Things like that. Finland is just actors. Birds aren't real, right? So those three, right off the top of my head, those are actual psyops designed to make people think that conspiracies are ridiculous, especially the birds aren't real one, because the people that created it said they did it for that purpose. And they said it on fucking TV news. So it was an actual, it was two like, I don't know, they were like college sophomores or something. They said they're from Canada. They created it in Canada. They were on the CBC, which is Canadian Broadcast Corporation. They were on the news and said that they did it. So they literally conspired to create a narrative to discredit conspiracies because they don't think conspiracies exist, while they actually perpetrated a conspiracy to do such a thing, which is fucking so ironic it isn't even funny.
Yeah, which goes to show you that, again, the people, they, for some reason, right? Like in the early 1900s, you said, "Oh, hey, there's a conspiracy." Like, they knew, "Oh shit, something's happening," right? In today's world, "Oh shit, there's a conspiracy." You're thinking, "Oh, so it's fake." Like, wait, what? Like, no, you guys got the fucking language mixed up. Like, you guys don't even know your own definitions of your own, of your words and terms here. So it's just interesting because you're absolutely right, Indio, in the sense of there's this disinformation and misinformation that goes out and floods, social media, especially nowadays, and propagates through the channels of media through all, platforms. And they did a really good job of making conspiracies, which are things that are actually happening because people are conspiring, into conspiracy theories to discredit them by labeling you a conspiracy theorist, the person that's trying to expose the conspiracy, and then you no longer have credit simply because everybody now knows that the word conspiracy theory and conspiracy theorists, they are believing that birds are robots. And like, that's where that correlation comes in.
See, and there's this fucked up idea that a lot of you guys have, is that we thought there's a bunch of people lying, and we came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. No, we came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat from the evidence in the logical consequence is that a bunch of people have to be lying because there's people saying they went to space and seen the Earth as a globe. So at least those people, that little group of people, those people have to be lying, which is a conspiracy. Pretty much almost everything is a conspiracy. If I go, hey, you want to go to dinner with me? There's a conspiracy. Hey, you want to go to the movies? There's a conspiracy. Hey, Congress is going to get together and pass a law. That's a conspiracy. Almost everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah, by the definition.
This X space is a conspiracy.
Yeah, it is. It literally is. Apocryphon and Alpha got together and decided they were going to create an X space.
Yeah.
Fucking conspirators.
We conspired. And I think, Ralph, I mean, I get what you're saying and why you're saying it, but that in itself just seems like you're derailing a truth, which, by the way, just like India was saying, I'm pretty sure like 99% of the people that are flat earthers, quote unquote, set out to disprove it because they thought it was the dumbest shit ever. Then you learn, oh wait, hold up, okay, what? Like then things start clicking, and you're like, how did I never think that way, or why would I think that way? And then you realize, oh wait, it's a violation of the second law of wait, so gas pressure is wait, hold on, wait, I learned this. How the fuck did they convince me? How did this go in my ear? And I learned it. I took a test. I learned that gas pressure is, something that they measure from a container. But then how did NASA convince me otherwise? Like, where did I fall for the illusion, for that trick, for that, that bait and switch, if you will? That's where you realize, fuck, I guess I am a flat earther, because now it makes sense.
I mean, and in a broad sense, you know how many things are inverted? Just think about it. When you have a credit card, right? You have no money.
Mm-hmm.
You have no credit, right? There's none of your credits in that account. You're in debt if you use it. And when you have a debit card, you actually have money.
That's a good point, dude. Holy fuck.
Okay? So the most poisonous thing that you can, at least this is the way it used to be, the most hazardous thing that you can buy, you could buy at the youngest age, cigarettes, right? You could buy them at 18, but marijuana was a Schedule 1 drug that had no medical use, right? And you couldn't use it for any fucking purpose. And when marijuana is actually the most non-lethal freaking substance known to man, has like a LD50 of something like, that's the lethal dose that you'd have to consume. It's something like, I think
1,500 ounces.
Yeah, it's some ridiculously high number. Basically, the only way weed can kill you is if you're harvesting weed and a bale of weed falls on you. That's like, you can't die from ingesting it. Okay.
Yeah,
but at no point could you actually. Let's get. I don't want to obfuscate point. Point is that at no point could you use this, even though it wasn't dangerous to your health. But the thing that was the most dangerous to your health, you could consume at the youngest age. So there's another thing that's inverted. Money is debt. Another thing that's inverted. Everything is inverted. Almost everything. Everything you think, hey, this is reality. It's actually the opposite of that.
That reminds me of
everything is like that except for this, right? No, they lied about the moon landings. The space is real. They the Earth's a globe. They're just not lying about that. They lie about everything. They just don't lie about that one thing.
Well, see, it's because I'm not relying on the quote unquote they to give me an idea for the shape of the Earth. I mean, to be honest with you, at least for myself, I can't speak for anybody else. The shape of the Earth plays absolutely 0% in my day-to-day existence. If anything, this is a very interesting. This is a very interesting thought experiment. But I'm not going to look towards the skies to try to get the shape of the Earth. I'm actually not even going to rely on terrestrial observations of looking at boats disappear over the horizon. Why? Because there's a lot of variables when it comes to atmospheric refraction. So now, as I'm a little bit older, I say, you know what? Let me just focus on something that is fixed, something that is static.
Brother, you couldn't, Ralph.
So now I'm just looking at
Ralph,
construction projects.
Brother, you couldn't provide evidence of the Earth was a globe if your life depended on it, dude.
Well, okay. Are you aware of LIGO?
Yeah, but like I just told you right now, the
No,
evidence
okay, but
would
I'm not interested
evidence
in
would
your
support the
opinion.
claim. The
Oh,
claim
and
is that the Earth
I
is a
can
globe,
provide evidence.
Ralph.
I can provide evidence.
What, in LIGO?
Yes, correct. So in the construction of LIGO, they have to account for Earth's curvature.
No, they don't. How do you know that?
It's all in the
Because they
PDFs
said
of the
so.
LIGO
Wait, hold on,
construction.
Apoc. How do you know that, Ralph?
It's in the PDFs of the
What PDF?
Do you want me to post it to the Purple Pill?
Yeah, who's the one that gave these PDFs out, handed them out to? Is it like the engineers, the architects?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. How do you affirm that? I want to know, how do you get an affirmation from this coming from the people who built LIGO?
In the text, I could post the text, or I could just read it to you, whatever you want.
Put it on the Nest.
Okay, no problem.
In the text.
Oh yeah, Ralph. By the way, I just want to clarify something. The reason I didn't respond to you that day, about the LIGO shit, is because one of you fucking globe-tard assholes reported my account, and I got freaking nuked for 12 hours.
I haven't even no idea I had any exchange with you.
I'm just
So you mentioned it again.
telling you, I didn't just like bail from that conversation because there's a document I wanted to post. So it's an addendum email that was sent that basically saying they fucked up the surveys and we have to use 2 more survey companies. Did you know about that? That they actually had to use like 3 different survey companies because they kept because what they were surveying wasn't working.
Yeah,
You know we're gonna
Were
look
you
up
aware
your
of
shit,
that,
right, Ralph?
Well, he's.
Oh, I hope you do. I mean, I really hope you do. It's clearly stated.
Did you know about the 3 survey companies?
No, the only survey company I was aware of, I think, was CBI, but that might have been the original one.
Yeah, so there was an original one, and their data wasn't good enough, and they came up with a 3rd one. 2 more. Oh, actually, I'll post that in an S2. I'll just have to second and look it up.
Yeah, it's interesting, Ralph, that you believe in
Okay,
psyops.
it's posted up.
It's interesting, Ralph, that you believe in psyops.
Thank you.
But you yourself don't look at LIGO as being some sort of psyop. And I'll tell you why. Because never have I ever seen any construction company on their front page of their website say how we had to account for the curvature of the earth on the front page, like 2 paragraphs or at the bottom of the main paragraph. Like, why? It's a company. Like, what is the point of that? That seems like that's a little forced, a little pushed, as if, hey, make sure you guys include this, as if it's supposed to be used. Because I'll tell you what.
So you're just saying this is another step in the greater conspiracy.
For me, being that we built 2.5 miles long of a bridge that didn't require at all the curvature of the earth to be calculated into it and considered, I would say that if a company is putting on their front page of their website, we had to account for the curvature of the earth. Like, what?
No one said it's the front page of their website.
It is.
Now you're making an
Dude,
assumption.
I went to LIGO. I went to one of you knuckleheads posted the link. Said, here, you can go check it out. It was on their page. Boom, of the LIGO, and then right way at the bottom, not way at the bottom. I just literally had to look down because on the same first page, and it said how we accounted for the curvature of the earth.
All right.
And I'm like, why
Real
would you
quick.
have to post that? Go ahead.
Real quick, I need you to point the citation where it specifically states that they accounted for the.
It's in the jumbotron.
No, don't say it's in the. I need you to.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, okay.
Bro,
no
Ralph,
problem.
Ralph. In the PDF, just listen to the words that I'm saying. In the PDF, where in the PDF does it state that specific information that says that they've accounted for the curve?
All the way into the ending of page 2, and into the beginning of page 3 is where it says it.
And how do we verify that?
Luckily, LIGO is an open campus, so feel free to pull up. There's 2 locations in the United States.
Have you?
No, I have not.
Right, so you haven't verified this
Oh no,
claim.
I totally
You've
verified that
basically,
claim because
dude, I've
if you
noticed you
pull up
talk through
LIGO
people quite a lot.
on Google Maps, you will see a classroom
Me and you're
in
not
the
going to get
control
onto the
room.
right
Yes,
foot.
so 100%,
Ralph,
it is an open campus.
Ralph, me and you are not going to get off onto the right foot, dude. If you interrupt me when I've said 5 words, all I'm trying to point out is you haven't verified this claim. You've just taken the claim as gospel. That's not very inquisitive of you, dude.
That the same could be applied towards the flat Earth look at the firmament. There's been no definitive proof of it, but yet you're holding it as a belief, and that's fine. I'm not going to fault you for that. But it's the
Sorry,
exact
excuse
same
me.
thing.
When did I say firmament?
Do you believe in the
Now
flat
you're
Earth?
just putting
Do
words
you
in.
believe in the flat Earth?
Ralph, me and you are not going to get off onto the right foot if you keep getting interrupting me, dude.
We're gonna
I've
what in
noticed
the
you
right
do.
foot?
I've noticed again. I've noticed you do this with everybody else.
This is the first
They
time I've
say 5
interacted with
words.
you. How can you know I do this with everybody?
Okay, Jedi, I'll try it my way. Ralph, shut the fuck up and listen.
No, I'm good with that, bro. Like it's
Yeah,
nothing
you're
of
not. You
substance in
keep
here.
talking when you shouldn't be, bro. Shut up and listen. You might learn something.
I doubt it.
Shut up. Let Jedi speak.
Emotions run high in this room.
Oh,
Dude,
shut
it's
up,
because
dude.
you just because you've interrupted pretty much everybody as soon as I've started speaking. It sounds like you're defensive. Don't need to be defensive, dude. When somebody points out that you haven't been critical of the information that you've been provided with, you've given us this, and you haven't verified it for yourself. Don't need to be talking about firmaments or anything else. Just a claim that you've made. You're under the spotlight now at the moment, my friend.
Yes, and I'm
So
applying the
this
same
claim,
level of criticality that the flat Earth community puts on a lot of subjects or a lot of topics
right.
within their framework. So I'm pulling a U on you. If you don't like that, then
dude,
maybe you need to change your methods.
dude, excuse me. Right, so back to your claim. We can talk about gas pressure requiring a container later, and I'll score you on that. It won't be a problem. But you've said that this is because of the curvature of the Earth, but you haven't verified it. Do you understand that that's not very critical mindedness of you?
I will agree to that. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, Jedi.
Good, thank you. That's all I wanted to point out, Sunshine.
Jedi, I'm gonna go ahead and read you out a piece because see, this guy's really bad at doing what he's supposed to have been done in the very beginning, which was not only cite but then show in the PDF and explain to everybody how it's been done. He hasn't done that yet. He's only made basically just an affirmation of what he has on a bias of the Earth's globe, and just said, "Here you be." So let's just look into what he presented. He said from the second page on forward. I'm going to read you a little snippet here. A field demonstration was performed to evaluate the capability of accurately measuring millimeter displacements using the dual frequency system. This test was performed by displacing a GPS receiver antenna vertically and horizontally with a translation stage and then comparing the GPS readout to a mechanical dial indicator. Accuracy and precision tests were performed with an integration time of 10 seconds. A total of 260 points were measured for each of the 3 displacement directions. Post-processing using a precise satellite, what does it say there? Ephemeris yielded, and it's giving some values here. It's going to go into the specifics. But what they're
You're not
using
reading the section I highlighted, and I posted it in the Jumbotron. Yes, it's right
You're
there.
not highlighting anything. You just put the PDF, and I'm just going through it right now.
Exactly. So if you go to the section I told you to, it will clearly say. If you want, I
This
can read it for
is
you.
yeah. This is this. Okay, yeah. You can go ahead and read it. It's your job to do it. So go ahead.
Thank you. The curvature of the Earth will cause the Earth's surface to deviate from a straight line with the surface. Hang on. No, I skipped. Hang on.
What page are you on, by the way, just so I can look at what you're reading?
Oh, okay. So if you go to the Jumbo, you'll see it's the ending of page 2 and the beginning of page 3. But
I was on page
part of it, the part of
Did you cut out?
I think you did.
He cut all the way out.
Yeah, he cut all the way out. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he got a phone call. I think that happened earlier. He got a phone call, cut out. Just real quick though, the part that I was saying where it talks about curvature of the Earth, when you go under facts, so LIGO.com on their website, when you go to facts, it's on there. It says the curvature of the Earth. It's bold, and then they have a whole paragraph. Like, how is that? Like, why are they focusing on? Why would they? I don't know. It's just
You're
it's
poisoning the
just
well.
bro.
It's not on the front page. It's on the
It's facts.
frequently asked
It's facts.
questions. Yeah. So you have to
Yeah,
click
it's
to
on
a
the facts.
secondary page. So it's not on the
Yeah,
first page
so
when you open up the
that's
website.
why. Okay, hold on. That was the page that the gentleman shared. So that's why I was correcting myself. That's why I'm saying this. I said it wasn't on. I said it was on the facts. So that's why I was saying that. So I learned that the guy that said this was on the front page, actually, it wasn't on the front page. But it is on their website too, which is just very weird
All right,
that
so
you would include that. Go ahead.
can you read exactly where it talks about that indicated the curvature of the Earth was taken into account? That's why I want to read up on, like, follow along with you, Ralph. Take us through that.
Okay, let me pull it up real quick. Hang on 1 second.
Well, you look for that. Hey, Flatzoid, are you raising your hand to speak? Because there's like another hand right to the right of that hand. There's like a hand to raise your hand, where like, and it leaves it up there so that way we know that you want to talk.
Okay,
Or
so
were
it's
you just giving us a high five? Okay.
all
Nah,
right.
I was
So
just
it's
about to
right here.
clip out.
So
But I'll catch y'all later.
See you, brother. Have a good one.
All right, bro. Have a good one.
Fuck, was that Flatboy right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I sent him. Not sure. I gotta look in the messages. I got the civil engineering drawing for freaking LIGO, and it shows that it's actually concave. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm
We'll
dead
see him.
serious, man.
He's gonna
Hey,
outline where it's. I guess that's what he's gonna do right now. He's gonna take us
hey,
through it.
hey, hey, check this out, Indio. I want to say about now 4 years ago now, Zanuck brought up LIGO. We were arguing about it. And I said, "All right, fucker, okay, because I know that we don't build shit the way he's saying that they built it." So I actually go into this website, and it literally gives you the elevation profile anywhere, in United States. You could click on it. So I went to LIGO, and then I said, "Hey, Zanuck, why are they building up into a mountain? Because the elevation profile, it showed you like it would, like it was going higher into it." And then I go, so did you know that? And he's like, "No, I didn't." I'm like, so then wouldn't you think, and like maybe that the what you're saying, like how they had to accommodate to rise it up? I'm like, don't you think maybe it's because they weren't building it on a perfectly graded, like they had to level that out, right? They had to grade it out. And then like it just really made him like just shut up and like had to go back to the drawing board because he thought that it was perfectly straight across but curving with the curvature of the Earth. He didn't know, like you're saying, it's concave. He didn't know that it actually goes up towards the end, and like so they had to like accommodate for that. But I don't know. We'll see what this guy comes up with right now.
I want you to pay
Yes.
attention to. Go ahead.
So just to tell them, like they have the civil engineering drawing that's filed. I have it somewhere. So it's filed with the town, right? Because that's what you have to do, right? When you get the building permit to build something, LIGO's no exception. They have to do the same shit. They have to submit the engineering drawing into whatever the municipality is, and there's a record of that. And that engineering drawing has it's basically a diagram of the elevations and the distances. And if you scroll across, starts at one height, goes down, and then comes back up, and that's concave. That's not convex.
APOC.
Yeah.
I want you to, like, if he reads this out at some point. I think he's still searching for where it talks about the information he's going to read out, but I've already skimmed through it. It's speaking of the things
And I
that.
also have another document, by the way. I also have it was an email sent by Albert Lazzarini. Determination of the as-built LIGO Global Coordinate Axis at Hannaford, Washington. Final analysis of the LIGO BTVE interface survey monuments. Blah blah blah. So basically goes over how they had Roger surveying and then impact and then Roger's formed a three-dimensional survey and use a hybrid tech. RSI used a hybrid technique using GPS over long baselines and optical methods over short distances. They claim sub-millimeter accuracy for horizontal data, but we're not willing to certify accuracy for the vertical direction.
Interesting.
Do you want me to say that again? They were not willing to certify accuracy for the vertical direction.
Oops. What does that mean,
What are we
Ralph?
talking about when we're talking about curvature? Is that in the horizontal direction or is that in the vertical direction?
Well, it's a ball, so technically it should be both.
Yeah.
Just saying. Sorry, guys.
Checkmate. Okay.
Yeah, but the
You
problem
win,
is
man.
the problem is if you don't have it in the vertical, there's no sagittal. Now I don't know if Ralph is gonna speak up or did he just go radio silent? Did he just?
Oh no, I was just waiting for you guys to finish speaking.
Yeah. Did you find the location of where it said the specific information that we can?
Oh shit! I posted up the exact excerpt in the jumbotron. It's highlighted, but the exact section that you're looking for is going to be on page 3. The section is going to be right above where it says methods of
Read it.
alignment. It's going to be a
Read
few
it.
sentences up. So it starts off:
Okay.
the curvature of the Earth will cause the Earth's surface to deviate from the straight line propagated by light in a vacuum by 1.25 meters over a 4-kilometer path if the line starts out level.
So they're assuming curvature. Awesome.
If you listened, it tells you exactly how
They're
it is.
assuming curvature because if you jump on and read the Earth curve calculator, it's exactly the same numbers. So they've assumed curvature.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, mate. But so going back to the highlighted section, this is what it says.
This is not proof of curvature. This is proof of assumption of curvature.
Yeah,
but yet the LIGO detector has to be built to account for the curvature.
Yeah, let's just
No, it
finish.
doesn't.
Hold
When it was
on,
put down,
Matrix,
guys,
Matrix,
when it was put down, they laid concrete down and they put small piers down that could be adjusted vertically for it.
Yeah,
Across the concrete,
Do you
I'm pretty
have?
sure this is the
Hold
one
on,
I read
Ralph.
a year ago.
Yeah, hold
They
on,
had
Ralph.
an accuracy of about 1/4 of an inch over a mile. So whoever done the fucking concreting was brilliant.
Yeah, let's just let him go through it because I want him to read the whole thing. Because yeah, we can go on that. Just let's save that point. But can you finish, Ralph? Because
No, I mean that is the entire meats and bones of it. I mean
that
there
one
really
piece,
isn't anything.
that snippet. Because I was
That
reading
snippet
along,
of it.
so I know. Listen, and I'll just read it out. It's just a small piece. He would have went on further to say a little more if he was going to continue. Because
go
it
ahead,
talks
continue.
about. I'll read maybe one sentence above that. The beam tubes needed to be aligned along the propagation direction of the light in the vacuum and not along the direction perpendicular to local gravity on the surface of Earth. The
Correct. So
curvature
there's
of
a
the
difference from the surface to
Ralph.
the way a laser propagates.
Ralph, do you
correct?
mind? Do you mind, Ralph? All right. So it says the beam tubes needed to be aligned along the propagation direction of light in a vacuum and not along the direction perpendicular to local gravity on the surface of Earth. The curvature of Earth will cause the Earth's surface to deviate from the straight line propagated by light in a vacuum by 1.25 meters over a 4-kilometer path if the line starts out level with the surface. I'm going to continue. The light alignment was, therefore, not the same as that for a level highway or pipeline. A second special consideration, dictated by the nature of the construction project, was that GPS alignment needed to be carried out concurrently with the construction with no significant opportunity for a check to be made by standard optical techniques until the construction was completed. Yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth in fact is flat, there would be no deviation, and there would be no need to do any type of special alignment. Correct?
That's what they did. No alignment until afterwards. The alignment was for the laser. The
Correct,
concrete pad was
because
put
the
down.
laser-
The tubes were put down. They were
Because the
adjusted
laser
for the
travels
laser, not for the curvature of the Earth.
Let's just put this into perspective. Had he accounted for curvature, the language would have been following that anything up that would take curvature into account over the specific distance from point A to point B over the length of these tubes being connected. wouldn't you think that we'd know some value that would be in the equation to taking that into consideration? Ralph, I submit to you, has that been told to you in this specific snippet that you produced?
No.
Citation. Right. So that is what that's in contention currently right now. We want to know how the Earth's curvature was taken into consideration in the very specific way for these tubes to be aligned along the path for this specific construction. So if you can't do that, that's what we're asking. How is
would it be more descriptive if I post more pictures about the LIGO facility?
Ralph, can somebody help me out here? I'm trying to get through what we're asking for.
Look, he's reading the first report, right? So they issued a lot of reports, Ralph, not just the one you have. So the one you're reading is one of the first ones, right? So that's their idea. You're reading their idea, but then after you implement the idea, okay, there's things you have to correct for. Now, I was reading, I don't know if you were listening, okay? RSI used a hybrid technique using GPS over long baselines and optical method over short distances. They claim sub-millimeter accuracy for horizontal data, but we're not willing to certify accuracy in the vertical direction. What do you think that means?
That is way over my head. I'm a layperson, so you're gonna have to dumb that down a lot.
See, didn't I complain about this earlier, Miggy? The dude's an expert until you get into the details, and now he don't fucking know
exactly.
Nothing.
I think
my explanation was very simple, and I even read.
I pointed it. Ralph,
you're just
one second.
fucking reading somebody. Listen, this is called claim stacking, right?
Yeah.
Someone made a claim, and your claim is their claim. You don't understand their claim.
That is
you can't
literally the
verify
crux
their
of
claim.
flat Earth.
You have no idea
Someone
what
else
your
made a claim
actually
about it, and you're
means in any
co-signing on it.
practical. So yeah, talk over me, Ralph. That'll make you right. So you have no idea what the claim means in any practical regard, but somehow this is your proof.
That's what I was saying, Ralph. Ralph, hold on a second, brother.
That you guys are having
it's not enough. It's not enough. The issue already.
Hold on, Miggy.
Go ahead.
Fact I described to you that the surveying company won't certify the accuracy in the vertical direction when this is where you would take curvature into account in the vertical direction, and you don't even understand that from reading
because
it.
You're failing to
your
realize
grade, dude.
how
You're
the system is set up. You're exposing it. You're thinking this
Ralph,
is one
I
solid
just finished
fixed
telling you
structure.
right now. I went over the same thing you did.
Ralph, it gets worse from there. It doesn't get fucking better.
Yeah, I read the thing.
Hold on. Let me keep reading. Due to their understanding of the limitations of GPS,
please keep reading. Make me feel better.
We're having
keep it going.
Tom
Yes,
here at MIT Planetary Sciences reanalyze the vertical GPS data to extract the ultimate accuracy from the RSI data. This analysis is still being performed. This was in 1996, published well after the shit you're reading. Okay, and I can go on, where they actually get other accuracies from another survey station that said the root mean square error was something like fucking 30 centimeters over or 4 kilometers, something like that. But so listen, the tube is not the width of the laser. The tube is large. They have a clearance because they got baffles inside because there's reflections. If you can't have an intelligent conversation about how LIGO even works, then I don't know what we're talking about. All you read was in the document said the word curvature. They must have curvature. Wouldn't work if they didn't use this word curvature in the document, and that's where you stop thinking.
Exactly, and that's what I was pointing out to Ralph, is that it doesn't matter if it says curvature in there. They didn't outline how they use curvature within the construction. And not only that, India was pointing out that he has something after the fact, Ralph. So you have to consider the document that he was talking about as well, and you're not doing that. You're not
post the document.
They have a document server. I'll give you the document number.
If you know they have a document server, then just link the document server.
Hold on, I'll post it. I just have to freaking find somewhere to link it, dude. You can't post PDFs on freaking X. That's one of the problems with X, man. What we're trying to figure out, or how we can actually post information here so we can bring the receipts instead of people hiding behind fucking screenshots and shit.
Yeah, and it's just the very simple fact that you're not showing anything that they took into consideration the curvature of the Earth. They're only saying that, and for you that's good enough, but they're not telling you the values of how they did it. And so, and that's the problem. So if they're showing, and the way Indio's posting, that they did something after the fact, that they, when they measured it, then I think you should take that into consideration with your spiel about how you're using this as evidence of the Earth curve, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you're not doing that, you're not doing justice to your evidence, like that you're bringing forth. I don't know, man. So like, go there wherever you want to, but you basically got a half truth if that's all you have. I don't think you did due diligence on this.
No.
I mean,
it just says curvature. Ray, curvature.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, because LIGO wasn't designed to detect curvature. LIGO was designed to detect gravitational waves. The
Oh
only
my
thing
God.
LIGO has to do is account for curvature. So, I mean,
Isn't
it's
accounting
cool.
for
I mean, if you guys
curvature
have your opinions
detecting
on it,
curvature? Isn't that the same thing?
say that again.
Isn't accounting for curvature detecting curvature? Isn't that the same thing?
Well, you know what? You're right. That is 100% correct. You could derive that information from the construction, but LIGO is not even trying to address that. It's working under the pre-assumption that that's something that everyone is already accepting as fact. It's trying to detect gravitational waves. It's not trying to spend its time detecting
Well, don't you
curvature.
think that would be the issue? The crux of the issue is that they're going off of the assumption, Ralph.
You say that assumption once again, but when there's a noticeable difference in the deviation from the floor to the beam tube, that has to be something that is accounted for, and that is the
Okay,
curvature.
when did they notice the difference?
As they were designing LIGO.
As they were design. What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, what does
So
that
they were
mean?
drawing shit on pieces of paper and they noticed the difference?
I wasn't there during the design phase, unfortunately, so I can't give you an answer to that one.
So
You
they
got
didn't
me.
actually
That's a
notice a
got me moment,
difference
bro.
in
You got me.
operation of the laser.
You're fucking right, Ralph.
They noticed the difference when they were imagining shit in their fucking head. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's a got me for absolute sure. But see, this is a teachable moment for you, Ralph. When you bring what you call evidence up, man, you gotta have it
It is a
airtight.
teachable moment that you think
It's gotta
you're
be
correct,
airtight, brother.
and that
You
you
can't.
think you're pulling me, you're pulling one out on me. It's,
No,
yeah,
it's
I'm
true, dude.
surprised
It's
you're
true.
showing me
You
something right
brought something in here that you thought was evidence. Now you, looking back, you're like, well, shit,
It's
it's not
still
as good.
evidence. No,
Evidence of
it's
what,
still
Ralph?
evidence
Of your
curvature.
credulity? You think it's evidence of your
No,
credulity? You think that's what it is?
of curvature. Okay, first of all, I don't even understand what that word means. So if I'm supposed to be offended by it,
No,
sorry,
it's
went
not
over
an
my head.
offensive word, bro. It just means that you're ready to believe in something that you think is true.
But yet, the same type of logic can be applied to flat Earth when we're talking about
Go on
concepts
then.
like the firmament. There is nothing to validate a
Dude,
firmament,
who the
Buzzword.
fuck
but
is
yet that's part
talking
of the
about the?
belief,
Can
right?
Look, dude,
No,
nobody here is
Why
talking about
the
the firmament.
necessity to jump to a firmament? No one in here spoke of it.
Yeah, people don't over here jump on those buzzwords, Ralph. Not like the other
correct.
server, not like the
Since
other
it
rooms,
says
bro.
flat Earth in the title, and
Yeah.
the firmament is part of flat Earth,
Bullshit.
Okay, thanks for the straw, man. Now, where did you get that from?
Yeah, it's a straw man. That's not us, brother.
Well, I got that from, let's say, individuals who believe in the flat Earth as part of
Yeah,
the
that's cool.
ideological
Don't just
framework.
say individuals.
And
Give us a name. Drag them in here.
Yeah, that's a stereotype fallacy, Ralph. You know you've just committed it.
Stereotype. No, you could go to Flat Earth Fridays and see
We're
any
not
number of
talking about those
individuals
guys,
who
brother.
believe it.
Like none of us in here.
Brother, I'm giving you an example of members of Flat Earth.
That is not
believe in
like we're
Flat
not
Earth.
all in the same camp, Ralph. Obviously, it
Then,
seems like.
then educate me.
Well, let me just show
How
you.
are
Just,
you
let me
able?
just show you.
How are you able to
Oh,
keep
let me
a
ask this, dude.
pressurized environment in your
Hey, go
framework?
ahead, Indio.
Ralph,
Say again,
Ralph,
Ralph.
let me ask you a question real quick, Ralph. What do you think the firmament is? What do you
I don't
think the
believe in the
flat
firmament.
earthers over there or anybody else even think it is?
Oh well, over there they actually believe it's a solid, transparent object.
Really?
Yeah.
Who in particular thinks that?
Who have I heard? I've heard Taylor. I think she's one of the flat earthers who's more ideologically driven. That's one.
So there's
That's
like
an individual.
150 people over there. So there's one person.
I know that's the one person who comes off the top of my head.
Yeah, I've never heard any flat earther say it's a solid,
So then
fucking
break it down for me
impenetrable
right
dome.
now, Indio.
Because
how
firmament,
do you maintain pressure
Ralph,
in this
firmament word
flat
itself
domain?
The word firmament means expanse. It doesn't mean a fucking dome. It doesn't mean a solid barrier. It doesn't mean any of those things. The word
Well,
itself means
according
expanse.
to the way everyone who has ever used the word firmament pertaining to theology, ideology, it's a dome.
That's
over
what
the
it
earth,
means in
right?
Hebrew. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
In Hebrew, correct. And didn't that directly get translated
Yeah, so you
into
just
the
said
King James
in the
Bible?
religious context, that's in Hebrew because that's where it comes from the Bible. And in the Bible, that translates to the expanse. The expanse of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't imply it's solid or it's made of anything
Right.
or like.
And so based off that word, right? Based off that word, you've made a narrative to come against flat Earth, and so it has no value in this room, Ralph.
Ooh, let me stop you right there.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not against flat Earth. If anything, this is just an intellectually entertaining conversation.
Right,
I have
but yet,
no ill will towards it for no reason.
Ralph, yet
This isn't that important
yeah,
for me
I
to get that
understand that you
emotional
keep
where I'm gonna
saying
have
that.
ill will.
You keep saying that, bro. But at the same time, there's no evidence that you're bringing for the other side. So as much as entertainment value that you're getting out of it, there's nothing that can substantiate any claims that you brought forward. So number one, the Earth being a globe. So if you're saying it's entertainment for you, that's great because all it's doing for us is showing the audience that you don't have evidence of the Earth being a globe, and we're going to continue to show people that others that come in here that think that the Earth is a globe, they don't have evidence, Ralph. That's all we're going to do. So it's entertainment for you, but it's exposing the world to the idea that people do not have any evidence for the Earth being a globe. So you can do whatever you want with that. Entertainment for you,
absolutely.
But it's definitely it's worth something for us to expose people's minds to, like, individuals such as yourself do not have a clue how the Earth is a globe at all. Period.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. All of us are just completely wrong. We are
Absolutely.
just drinking the Kool-Aid. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
for
yeah,
sure.
of course.
Because
Absolutely.
if you didn't, if you
anything,
weren't drinking the
this is
Kool-Aid,
just
Ralph.
This is just part of the greater complex conspiracy
No,
that
see,
everyone
it
in the
doesn't
world
matter
is
though,
in
Ralph,
on,
because if you at the end of the day don't get it, if you walk away from here and you're like, you know what, the Earth's a globe, those guys are crazy, it doesn't matter to us. People got to hear how you weren't able to substantiate the claim, Ralph. So as much entertainment value as you got out of it, the listeners actually got more out of it, out of you.
straws, trying to make sense of something that was clearly written, clearly stated, that shows how much deviation there is over a certain amount
But
of
you
space.
yet you weren't able to substantiate.
You are absolutely correct.
Yet you weren't able to substantiate how they accounted for it
Anybody
in
can
the
research.
Ralph.
How did they
Ralph.
account for it? Easily, I could tell you how
Ralph.
they accounted for it.
No, bro, you
Because
didn't do
the
that.
beam tubes are different than the housing. That's why.
Yeah,
It's not difficult.
different than the housing, but you didn't tell us how they laid out from point A to point B the amount of curvature that was taken into consideration, as in the drop over distance from that point A to point B, the beginning of the construction to the end. You didn't give us how they took that into consideration in the process of laying out those tubes.
My ability being able to regurgitate information doesn't change the fact that that's a fact.
You didn't make any facts, Ralph. You did your statement of what you consider a fact and what you posted was just a PDF that highlighted something where they were saying, well, we have curvature here, but they didn't say how they took it into account. And that's the most important part. When people are actually doing the investigation for themselves, when they research this, they're going to want to know how they took it into consideration. And you didn't provide that.
You're absolutely correct. I didn't provide that.
There you
They'll
have
be
it.
able to research it for themselves. But at least they got a little nugget where they shows how much curvature there is.
They didn't.
So now they have
Oh my
somewhere
God.
to start.
Would they?
Bro,
They showed
You
how
might
much
as well have given
curvature
us an
there
Earth
would
curve
be
calculator.
if the Earth was a globe and they had to make LIGO for that, right? But they never said that they actually did that. They never provided any evidence they actually did that, right?
So are you trying to imply that LIGO was directly built to try to fool everyone that there was
no.
curvature?
I don't know what
No.
they did. Do you?
That was not your.
Yeah, the entire purpose
You
of
know what
LIGO
they
was
did.
to
So
measure
present that
gravitational
evidence.
waves.
So present
'Cause
that
you
evidence.
haven't done
That's
it.
what we're asking for. You
Yeah.
said you know what they did. That's what we want to see. What did they do?
So now you want the legit blueprints?
Yeah,
No,
dude,
what
that's
they
what we're
did.
asking.
No, dude. We want to know what they did, not their blueprints. What they did. But Matrix already told you what they did. He told you how they aligned the tube.
I'll take anything at this point. Show me whatever you got. If you can bring in the blueprints, fucking do it. But I guarantee you, you haven't substantiated the
I
claim
actually
that the
got the
Earth.
blueprint and it's concave.
So you haven't substantiated the evidence that the Earth is a globe via this little example of yours. The PDF did you no justice. Nobody's gonna
No,
know.
I haven't satified you. That's
No, you
I
haven't
have no problem
satisfied
with
the
that.
people that want to know how much curvature was taken into account
But
from the
how are you
beginning
able to
of
speak for all those
construction, dude.
individuals? Are you able to speak for all those individuals, or
Well,
can you only
listen,
speak for yourself?
if they have a bias for the Earth being a globe, then they're just going to believe it just like the way you did, right offhand. They're going to see the word curvature. They're going to see the word curvature, Ralph, and then just sit back in their chair and be like, "Oh, the Earth's a
have
globe,
a little bit
obviously."
of fear that they have bias. So what you have to try to do is to get ahead of it. Is what you're telling me.
No. Go
Ralph.
ahead, Joe.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Ralph, can you point out where they actually measured the curvature?
Yep.
Yeah, it's in the jumbotron.
No, it's not. No.
No, that's no, dude. That's the claim. At this moment, you might as well give me an Earth curve calculator. I want to know how it was measured. When did they measure the curvature?
Uh-oh.
Let me look that up for you right now to see when all this was
Oh,
started. So
snap, dude. You didn't have it offhand. That is something else.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm not like I said, I'm into this as a hobby.
Then why do you already believe it?
Yeah, you already believe it, dude.
Can you tell us why you believe it if you didn't see any evidence that they for their claim?
No, well, it's not. This isn't the one thing I'm hinging my belief on. No,
Seems like
this is just something
Glad for
else.
that.
No,
This is
why
just
did you
something else
believe
that's
that?
right there.
No, what I'm asking you is, they said we have to take curvature and count in their document that you cited. Okay, and you believe they actually did that, even though you don't have any evidence they actually did that.
Correct.
No further
There you have
questions,
it.
Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to try and help Ralph out. If this
Oh no,
isn't
no,
the
no! Let
thing,
me stop you right there. No help required. I'm good with that. You can even skip over me and go into the next subject. I'm good.
Oh
with
no,
that.
you need help. You're gonna listen.
That's fine.
Oh,
That's
I'm gonna listen. Okay, yes.
Okay,
So you're gonna
so-
spoon feed me the flat Earth whether I want it or not.
dude, Ralph, please, mate, don't.
That's a
So
great
you've
example
already
for the audience in the room.
Ralph. So you've said this isn't what you're hedging your opinions on. This isn't your linchpin, right? So what else is there? And would that be a measurement of Earth curvature?
What else is there? There's a multitude of things. I mean, we can go into things that I don't even want to get into. Why? Because there's way too many variables in those things. But we can use terrestrial observations. Why can we see half of a skyline when we're observing the Chicago skyline from Michigan? You know, how can we if we can only see the top third of the building and not the lower 2/3 of that? That's very interesting.
Yeah, but there's other ones where you can see the entire building. So what's your point?
Exactly, because there's atmospheric refraction. So I'm not going to really
Is
use
that
those.
really
Why?
the
Because
reason?
it's. Say that again.
Is that really the reason?
What? That there's atmospheric refraction? Are we going to debate that now?
You couldn't debate that, Ralph, if you tried.
No, debate that as in the sense of what does atmospheric refraction exist or not?
Yeah,
that's a very simple question.
Well, does it exist?
I believe it does.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because we can see farther than we can. Sometimes
so circular logic.
Sometimes the atmosphere will refract boats to be appearing there above the water. So yes, the atmosphere does impact the way.
So let me get this right.
See things, right?
Okay, we see too far, and because we see too far, that's not evidence of the Earth being flat. That's evidence of a globe Earth with atmospheric refraction.
That's evidence of refraction.
So seeing too far is evidence of refraction.
Correct.
Okay. Would the atmosphere exist on both? Sorry.
Well, how is that evidence of refraction? And how did you determine that you're seeing too far? So the thing that you're trying to prove, the globe, you make an observation that says, "Hey, this ain't a globe," but your conclusion is there's a special weather condition happening that makes it not look like a globe.
No, you totally conflated what I was saying.
No, that's circular
all I said
logic,
was
right?
we
So
see
the thing
too far.
you're trying to
Why do
prove,
we
you have
see
to
too
assume
far?
it exists.
Because of atmospheric refraction.
Yeah,
very
so the
easy.
thing you're trying to
you're
prove,
trying to add so much more to it when there's no need.
It's a real simple logic, right? It's real simple logic, bro. The thing you're trying to prove, Earth's the globe, you're doing an observation to prove the Earth's the globe. But that observation doesn't conform with Earth's the globe. So instead of saying, hey, maybe the Earth's not a globe, there must be some other thing happening. Because the thing I'm trying to prove, I'm just going to assume it exists. And if I go look at an observation and I don't see that the globe exists, there must be some other variable making it undetectable.
So you're saying that there's a variable right now that exists that
You're saying it.
is. Oh, okay. Go ahead. My bad.
So what the thing is that that's fine, right? That ad hoc hypothesis, that's fine that you have that. But is there any actual evidence for it? So what's your evidence that there's atmospheric refraction making the globe look larger than it really is?
Mount Canigou?
Yeah, but what's the evidence atmospheric refraction is making this observation appear the way it is?
Well, from my understanding, Mount Canigou is only observed, 4 times per year? The main reason for that is that certain weather conditions have to be just right, and during those times of year when those observations are made, for that same reason, the environment is just right. So
what are the weather conditions?
The environment,
do you know what they are?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I do know.
Oh, well, then enlighten me.
Okay, so the weather conditions are you need high pressure and low humidity.
Okay, so the reason that can only happen a few times a year, why is that because of the weather?
Yeah, so that's the weather. And what's different? What's the most significant?
Perfect. So weather, the environment,
that's right.
The atmosphere, which is the weather, is directly
related to how far you can see. Yeah,
refraction.
Yeah, we know this. We know that weather affects how far.
Okay, perfect. So then, what's the problem? Why are we?
Because that has nothing to do with refraction. So that observation, as I said, low humidity, right? What happens when there's low humidity? There's less water particles in the air. And when there's less water particles in the air,
humidity, but
when there's less humidity and less water particles in the air, you can see farther.
Across a bay, correct? So you're trying to reduce humidity when you're looking across a strait of water.
I'm not trying to reduce anything. All I know is they've done long distance observations, and they do them at when there's a particular weather condition, when there's a high pressure, low humidity over the frickin' Gulf of Lyon, which is in France, which is where they make the observation across. I know this because I had a person that speaks French look up the weather on the days that this shit happened when they made the observations. And we're not talking about a little bit of low humidity. We're talking about humidity at like 30%. You know where it's 30% humidity? In the Southern Ocean. Yeah, so when there's low particles in the air, you can see farther because you don't have those particles absorbing the light. Right, so if you look at the Southern Ocean,
so if the Earth in fact was flat, we would be able to make the Canigou observations every single day, and not
because
just
you don't have low humidity every single day. Air absorbs light. Period. This is not a question. This is not debatable. We know this. You can look up your local weather, and it'll say visibility, and that visibility is based upon the relative humidity, the pressure, and the temperature. It's not based upon refraction. It's based upon the absorptive properties of the air, right? So we know in polar regions, you can quote unquote see farther. And the common denominator of polar regions isn't that there's a whole bunch of refraction or that there's a crazy temperature gradient. It's the fact that polar regions have low humidity. Okay, so when there's a low humidity, you see farther. And we can further prove this even more because some of the observations across the bay, they're in visible light and infrared taken simultaneously. Okay, when you look in infrared and then you look in visible light, you can see that everything is compressed in visible light and you can't see as far as you can with infrared. What's a property of infrared? Well, water vapor is transparent to infrared, right? So that even in that low humidity condition, the water vapor that is there doesn't even matter because you just see right through it. right? So we know from other things. We also know from just experiments. We know from experiments refraction doesn't exist the way you think it exists. So there's an experiment done frickin' with lasers it was done with lidar, right? That measured the deflection angle, the vertical deflection angle of the arrival of light using 2-frequency lidar. Showed that the deviation, the maximum deviations they measured was 0.009 degrees. That's like fucking 8 meters at 25 miles. The refraction you guys need at these distances is hundreds of meters. Not little and we're talking maximum deviations. We also know from experiments done at the Hawaiian Islands, shining three different lasers at the same time across from one island to the other, right? Where they can measure how far the lasers are separated because refraction's wavelength dependent. They should have a spatial separation. No spatial separation was detected. And if there's no spatial, you know what a prism is, right? Shine the white light in and the beams get separated because each wavelength gets refracted at a different optical path. So when you shine the white light into the prism, it comes out as a rainbow because the red takes one path, the blue takes another path, and the freaking yellow takes another path, right? They all take different paths, and then when they come out as a rainbow spectrum. So they did this with 3 lasers across from one Hawaiian island to the other. And when it gets to the other side, well, there's no separation between the lasers. That means there's no refraction between point A and point B. So this idea of refraction, that it just exists, there's no evidence for that, okay? It is an ad hoc, meaning it's after the fact. It's, yes, we know the Earth's a globe. Hey, we see too far. We can't deny this observation. So we're going to make up this special pleading where there's some crazy weather effect happening that makes it so we're seeing further than we should normally see. But there's actually no evidence for that claim. The evidence for the claim is the Earth's a globe, the very thing you're trying to prove in the first place. Do you understand how this is circular logic?
Hey, you're roboting real bad.
Well, I mean, Ralph, do you understand how this is circular logic? The very thing you're trying to prove in the first place. You have evidence that goes against it, and you're saying that the evidence that goes against it is evidence for it.
He's not roboting, Ralph. Did you hear what he said?
Oh, then I'm roboting. Shit, let me drop down and come back up.
All right.
Hey, just
I
real
want to
quick.
be roboting too.
Hey, Indio, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Indio, can you hear me? I don't want to overtalk him.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Just for the audience, for the listeners, for those that are going to play back this recording, and for everybody here right now, it's very, very easy to do this little simple thing. There's this free maptools.com, okay? And it's an elevation finder anywhere in the United States. When you go to it, you want to zoom in to LIGO. And to know where LIGO is, you're going to see over United States, Louisiana, right? And then Mississippi. And you kind of want to zoom in next to Baton Rouge, okay? When you zoom into Baton Rouge, you're going to see to the right of it, you're going to see Walker. And a little bit more to the right, you'll see Livingston. Right above Livingston, if you zoom in a little bit more, you're going to see 2 very straight lines that look like a V, if you will. You can literally zoom in all the way to that line, and with your pointer, click on the line itself, and it's going to give you the elevation all the way down for the entirety. You can click here, click there. You just kind of scroll over a little bit and click again, and you're going to see that the elevation marked according to this, you're going to see that it actually is not the same perfect straight line elevation. So what that tells me is that when they're talking about how they account for this and how they account for that, well, it's more like they were just counting for the terrain, the topography. Because when you go to building it, mind you, you're going to build that horizontal, straight, plumb, level, square. You're not going to want to build a facility to where it's not level. And if they're going to claim that we had to bend it over, but then it was still level, well, then we're back into Narnia where they say level is curved and curved is level. So, but you can check yourself.
that when they go, oh yeah, it's because they had to do that. No, dude, it's because of topography. It's clearly it's not a straight line. They didn't grade it. They just like ran with it.
Yep.
By the way, I'm shocked.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that's a great way to explain it. By the way, Apocryphon has built a 2.5 mile people mover, or he helped build it, Ralph. So
I want to ask Ralph a
Yeah, I
question.
mean, I'm not
Just let me
saying
ask you a
anything
question
that
real
he said
quick.
is wrong. No, he's
No, everything I said is 100%
exactly correct.
factually right.
When they
I
were
don't need your
building
affirmation.
the foundation for where the beam tube is going to be housed in, and they were laying the structure cover, yes, everything was perfectly level to the surface, just the way it says in the documentation. I'm not arguing with you guys. We are in agreement on that. As they went all the way down to the 2 kilometer, 4 kilometer mark, which is about 2.2, 2 miles, almost 3 miles. Anyways, 4 kilometers. So when they're building the housing is going to be perfectly level relative to the surface over the 4 kilometers. That's not what's in question. What's in question is the beam tube. For the sake of this conversation, let's assume point A, where the beam is originating, let's say that is at 1 meter above the ground, right? And let's say for the sake of this conversation, the total height of the housing is going to be, let's call it, 10 feet, whatever that is in meters. At the end of the length, the beam tube is going to be 1.25 meters higher than what it was at the beginning, at the origination point, and nothing has moved. The housing is still following exactly perfectly level to the surface, but the beam tube is traveling perfectly level relative to how a laser will travel in a perfect enclosed vacuum. So the housing itself.
So that's the claim. Is that's what happened in reality? Yes or no?
Say that again.
That's the claim of when they were first putting it down. Is that what happened in reality? Yes or no?
I'm gonna say yes. Only
so you don't
because
know.
the picture. Can I finish? I'm going to say yes, only because any picture you see of the way LIGO was set up, if taken inside of the beam tubes, you can see the different. You can see the housing on the outside and the beam tube that's in basically the middle. The beam tube is the thing that's going to be moving up at the far end of the length. So that is the curvature. So you guys are
No,
correct when they're saying
that's dependent on topography. So if you've got it in a valley and pushing out to a hill, it's going to cut into the ground. If you've got it on a hill pushing out to a valley, it's going to need some kind of mounting system to hold it up.
Okay, okay. If I heard the space correctly, someone mentioned that somebody has an access to a database where they can measure the height of the topography in any given area, right? Whether it goes up or down. Well, since LIGO is listed on Google Maps, I'm pretty sure we can get its location, compare its location to the database that
I
you
already
have
said
on.
the location.
Say that again.
Listen,
Already
vertical
said the location.
elevation data for Google
So
Maps
we can compare
is not
the
accurate even within
database that
40
you have
fucking
access
feet.
to on how high the surface is, if it's the deviations flat or whatnot. Compare that to where LIGO was constructed, and if the data says that hey, that that 4 kilometer stretch is all intensive, quote unquote, level, the way let's say a salt flat is level.
It's not level.
So then that's interesting. I would like to see that information. That's
yeah,
very
one second, Indio, are you? Hold on, Apoc. Ralph, can you hear Indio?
Hey, can you hear me?
I cannot. Was he speaking right now?
He was earlier, and you ran over him, so I don't know if you heard him.
Yeah. Let me. I don't know why I can't.
No, I
Let
think
me drop down.
he's gonna. No, he's gonna fix it. Yeah, because he was speaking and you ran through him, so I don't know if you heard him or not.
Yeah. My bad. Yeah, but once he gets up, if he give me a test shout, just so I can hear him, make sure I hear him.
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
So vertical elevations, they're like if you have GPS or anything like that, Google Maps, don't matter what it is. Vertical elevations are not accurate compared to the horizontal position. So the vertical position
completely.
is very inaccurate, and that's why I even read that to you. That it's known to be inaccurate. It's just not an accurate way to like using Google Maps to determine the elevation data. The better thing to do would be to get like a topographical map from the USGS or something like that, even though they might not have surveyed that section. But like I said, there's a civil engineering drawing that shows that the LIGO relative to the surface is concave.
But that's contrary to how interferometer works. And if we can say, hey, this apparatus works properly, then we know.
Okay.
No.
What I'm saying is you have the surface, right? So it has the grade and then the rough grade, and then the LIGO tube is on top of those, right? Relative to that,
Yes and no.
the actual physical surface of the Earth, it's a concave profile. The LIGO, the tube is straight, but it's not like going off and like elevating higher off the ground on one side, right?
Well, see, you say right, and I mean, I want to jive with you because everything you're saying right now is jiving, but what you're saying, and call it appear to authority. I mean, call a spade a spade. It goes directly contrary to what I'm looking at. When I'm reading, the construction PDF. So it's so then it's like I'm not trying to diminish you, but then it's just basically turning into trust me, bro.
Basically, mate, as soon as they laid concrete down, you negated any topography. Full stop. So the tubes are perfectly straight. We're not going to deny that. They spent a lot of time and effort getting those bastards lined up.
I wouldn't say they're perfectly straight. They have a tolerance, right? So that tolerance is something like
it's pretty tight.
It says it in the PDF.
Like 1.2 meters, something like that.
Yeah, it says it in the PDF.
1.2 meters over the 4Ks. That's not too bad. When you think.
By the way, I shot your co-host.
But they got baffles inside, so there's a lot of shit that's also inside the tubes. The tubes are actually. This is pretty interesting. The tubes were in sections, but they're made of like twisted wire. So they twisted wire, and as the wire was being spiraled together, it was welded. So the wire is basically a strand of wire that the seam of the wire is the wire is spiraled into the shape of a tube, but as it's being spiraled, it's being welded, right? So that it makes a single tube. So it's not; these aren't like forged or anything like this. They're actually flexible. To a degree, obviously. They're not like super flexible. They're not a slinky, but like, they have some flexibility to them.
Yeah, Ralph, what do you think about that?
They actually had a problem with rabbits at LIGO. That was fucking up the beam, but I'm not going to get into that. Rabbits are fucking up gravity waves.
I mean, like everything that he's saying tracks, and everything, I think it was Meta or Mate that said, as far as when you pour concrete, you negate topography. I agree with that too. Yeah, I'm not arguing at these points.
So, bro, how can you say that it's the Earth curve taken into consideration? Points been shown to you.
I'm about to tell you out, and then you're going to jump down my throat. So let me set you up so then you can properly, get into action. So, but that's not the point I'm arguing. I'm not arguing about the housing of LIGO. No, I'm not. I will 100% agree that the housing, the outer shell, is perfectly level to the surface in that area. Never will I say anything to differ from that. The only deviation that occurs is specifically in the height of the beam tube relative to the quote unquote floor of the housing. That's it. That's the only thing I'm getting at. So if I was a flat earth believer and I seen this documentation, in my head, I would be thinking, if the earth is flat, I would be thinking to myself, why is the beam tube slightly going upwards? Like, is that part of the build of the apparatus or what's going on? Because in that framework, since the earth is flat, the only reason the beam tube would be going upward slightly would have to be by design.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Wait, hold on. I found out.
What do you think the housing is, and what do you think the beam tube is?
Indio, I found out where his flaw is. I know where it is now.
Okay.
I was listening to him. So do you think that we're saying the Earth is flat, therefore this thing needs to be laying flat? Because in the construction process, Apocryphon was actually detailing what they're doing before they lay out the, the construction.
To be
What
fair,
has to happen? Yeah,
to
well,
be
what
fair
has to happen? Go ahead, Ralph. You
finish.
first.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll make it quick. To answer your specific question, in the framework that I understand of flat Earth, and I could be 100% wrong, mind you, I know of flat Earth only by the flat Earthers I engage with. So if they're not your group, I'm not saying they are, but each group is, I guess, their own. So this is your, I don't want to call it sect or clique, but whatever. This is your flat Earth group. Okay, so from the other flat Earth groups, the understanding that I have is yes, that if the Earth is flat, there would be no need for LIGO to have any type of adjustments, deviations.
Yeah, let me talk to APOC. Are you there?
Yeah.
Can you see where his flaw was? That what he was thinking because of
Yeah.
what he's been hearing from other flat Earth groups, and then taking into
Yeah.
account when it's time to let's make this building happen. What do you think a person like you would start to do? Like Ralph, here's a part where you probably don't understand. This is the connection piece for you.
Well, like for instance, when you, let's say, obviously when you run the topography, like India was pointing out too, like the vertical, it doesn't match up, which makes sense as to why it's going from 56 or 61 feet to 59 feet to 58 feet to 57 feet to 60 feet. Like obviously they just built a tube over the topography. Now here's the point though. When you go to column A to column B, right, or we'll call A at the beginning, we'll call Z all the way at the end. So we're putting a column. When you put those tubes in from column A to B, you're going to make sure that's level, right? To horizontal, right? So it doesn't matter if one side of the dirt was 61 feet above sea level and the other side of the dirt was 58 feet above sea level, because you compensated it through that column. You get what I'm saying so far? Are you following?
Okay, when you're referring to the columns, these are the columns that in your
that would be
framework
holding up the pipe.
That are holding up the pipe. Okay.
Yeah, that is off the ground, right?
Have you seen the pictures I posted?
Okay, is it see how it's up off the ground?
I'm pulling it up right now, so I want to make sure we're on the same page here.
So like so
okay,
in this case, the column, quote unquote, would be these metal frames around it.
Correct.
But serving the same purpose. They're keeping it off the ground, right?
Yes.
Okay, so from one to the other, as they're laying it down, now, if let's say they're building on the concrete floor, well, first of all, concrete's horrible with being level in a lot of instances, but because you have to account for like there's drainage and there's this or that, there's factors of why you really don't want to build on concrete, which is funny that they did this, by the way. But with that being said, you have these metal frames on top of the concrete, but to keep it level, right? To keep that level, meaning we're going to transfer this benchmark, and it doesn't matter if the concrete is wavering and going up and down like the dirt even still, because we're going to adjust that by those, let's say, usually by columns, in this case by these metal frames that's keeping it up off the concrete at this point. You following?
Yes.
Okay, so we're making this thing level, meaning flat, meaning horizontal, and we're transferring a line, keeping a benchmark to make sure this is level. Then when you get all the way at the end of you know how much dip would be at 2.5 miles?
I think actually what they reported the PDF right around I think a meter and a half.
Okay,
so it almost lines up perfectly with the Earth curve calculator that somebody mentioned earlier.
Okay. So hold on though. It's one thing to say this is what would be calculated, and another to be like this is what we actually built, and there was no curvature at all. Because when you're building something level, if you don't account for that curvature at the end of it, it's going to be sticking up higher than the ground. Now you're saying the inside of it is sticking up higher, but the tube itself would also be sticking up higher if they did that, because it would not be level at that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, that's the part that he's missing right there.
That is the crux of it that I'm not getting.
Yeah, that's it right there, Ralph.
Yeah,
and so APOC,
I'll be straight out with it.
Yeah, Apoc's an iron, or used to be an iron worker, so he knows what he's talking about. And I guess that's where I want to, because I heard what was being said. I'm listening to you, and I found out where it was the disconnect. So this is the part where he's gonna fill in that part. So
you got it now, Ralph? How the tube on the outside, I get you're saying the inside of it, but the outside of it, if you're building it level, and then you're just saying, oh, well, level is to the curvature of the earth. Okay, but they didn't build it to the curvature of the earth because they transfer that horizontal line. It's almost like it's the force the line experiment to where now that pipe would be sticking higher above, making up for that 1 meter that you said, the 3 feet difference. It would be 3 feet higher at the end of its run there, but it's not.
That's what we're in agreement on. And yes, the beam tube itself is higher. The housing doesn't change because the housing is static.
No, hold on. The housing is what I'm talking about, that they're building to go all the way down. If they're building the housing level and transferring a line level, then the housing itself would be 3 feet different. Okay, there'll be a differential in the
Actually,
housing.
be 4
I
foot
know
one.
you're saying that. Okay, there you go.
Thanks, Matrix.
Thank you for that calculation. So that difference in feet would have to be, it would be captured at the end, because you'd like, well, because if we transfer the line, and then the earth was curving down below us as we're keeping this level position, then you would be sticking out up over off that curve as he said, 4 foot one above that position. So that means you're trying to say, well, within it, it's going higher. No, you're not. Hold on. Go to the tube itself. It's not higher. That is not changing. But so you would build the pipe level, and then the tube inside would also be level. But you're trying to say something which we can't validate, by the way, because we can't go look inside the pipe. But you're saying that thing is coming up higher than the actual pipe, but yet the pipe itself isn't coming up higher? It doesn't make sense. You understand that?
I'm just, you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just going over my head too much, because I understand why the housing won't, but the beam tube is. But like I said, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I don't want you to just spin your wheels in the mud.
Yeah, I feel you, and I guess that's probably the best thing to do, because but for the listeners, just real quick, maybe just to sum it up, if the beam tube, not the housing, if the beam tube is said to be higher within the housing, then that would make sense if the world is curving away from us, and that's exactly what we're talking about. It would be higher because the earth is curving below you. Now, the
last part that you said, I agree with everything you just said right now.
Now hold on. Now listen though, but here's the point. They built that tube the same way they built the housing, level and straight across. So someone's lying here. They're
Okay, no, wait. Because when we read through the text together, there was a part that specifically says it's different to road construction, and that was specifically in reference to the beam tube itself.
Okay. I think you're missing the point though. Again, okay, someone's lying, because the tube would have been built the same way as the housing, in the sense of, if we're just going to build this level straight across. If it's kept level, then it's kept level. Now, here's what I can say that could have happened.
Who would be the one lying though?
Here. Okay, first of all, how wide is that tube?
The beam tube itself,
of that tube?
Fuck, I'm eyeballing this, so take this with a grain of salt. The beam tube itself, I'm gonna say, is at least 3 to 4 feet across. The housing itself, let me look at this picture. The housing itself, I'm gonna say, is at least 12 feet across.
Okay, so what you're saying then is, in the beginning, is the tube placed right in the middle of it?
At the beginning of where the laser initiates from, the laser. I'm trying to remember here. The laser is placed that's 3 feet. It's placed 4 feet above the ground, and then
so
go ahead.
So at the end, you're saying it's 7 feet off the ground then?
At the end, it's 1.25 meters, whatever that equates into feet. So that's 3 feet plus change.
3 feet.
Yes, you are correct. At the end, the beam
Okay,
tube is
so that's
higher than the origination point.
okay. So that means if they're only 3 feet at the beginning, but it's 4 feet worth of drop, that means it should be 7 feet in the tube, higher from the bottom, right?
Correct.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
That's what the text
Now,
says. Yes.
okay. So if they're building it level, it just doesn't make sense. You wouldn't build anything like that.
No, well,
The,
yeah,
the, the housing
you're absolutely correct, and I'm not gonna knock you because you're an IR worker, so structural integrity is key to what you do. So everything has to be lattices together, right? Everything has to be networked together for it to have structural
integrity. Yeah.
Thank you.
It needs to be coherent. Yeah.
Okay. The beam tube itself wasn't built with those exact parameters, and that's why they actually, like Indio pointed it out, is more of a spun wire type of situation because it does need a little bit of flex because they are constantly adjusting it through the path of the laser. So yes, the housing itself is going to be built the quote unquote traditional way, the path of a laser inside a vacuum tube, so it's not affected by the atmosphere.
Yeah, but we're talking about the construction of the pipeline all the way across, and that's the most that's the most important part. Like if you're speaking, there's like how many different things that we're talking about, like the beam tube and then the housing. So what would
just two
yeah,
concrete.
So yeah, but no, the concrete, the iron that's used to construct it from the concrete, like you know what I mean, the elevation from the concrete to the There's a bit of factors here, Ralph.
I want to agree with you, but I'm looking at the pictures, and you guys summed it up. It's 3 parts. It's the concrete slab, which has to be quote unquote level, right? As much as any good concrete guy could get level. It's the housing that goes over it, and it appears to be a concrete shell, but I'm pretty sure that it has a structural support built into it. And then the third part, which is the part that is experiencing the deviation, is the beam tube.
No, you forgot the iron. You forgot the iron that goes from the cement to the housing.
To the tube. Hey, oh yeah, the housing.
The supports. You're right. The support.
Ralph,
Ralph,
can I tell you what I think happened? And it would be cool to go out to Louisville and go check this out. Actually, it would be a cool little trip when I go back to Arkansas. It's just
or if you're closer to Oregon, they got one up there too.
But here's what I wanted to say. You know what it seems like? It seems like this is more of maybe the way they poured the concrete over the topography, and because it does drop at the end there.
Bingo.
The topography does drop the elevation. So what if they're like, oh, you know what? Instead of what they call I think it's back. What?
I just went.
I think what it is, Ralph, is what it's called is when you backfill, right? So you want to backfill to, let's say, like the elevation topography drops, like which it does, like 3 feet itself. It goes, and you can see using that freemapstool.com, you can see the elevation change. It does drop right at the end of the facility. So, and instead of backfilling it, like to make up for it, what if they just said, hey, you know what? It's 12 feet in diameter, guys. Instead of wasting another, $100,000 to backfill, this end stretch here, or $500,000 for this end stretch, we can just shoot the tube through it, and it will still fit in the housing because we built this level. And even though this is going to go lower on the concrete because we're not going to backfill it, so then, but we'll still be within our perimeter. What if that would happen, Ralph? And now they're just like, oh yeah, curvature of the earth. So like
100%,
remember the
100%. I will concede that's plausible. It doesn't matter if it's probable; it's plausible. I will agree to that. But then that means every single LIGO would have to have that same type of construction where there's a slight deviation at the end.
Yeah, but you got to remember.
Hold
Ralph,
on.
Yeah, but you got to remember one thing before you go into that. Like there is geological surveying before they go because they need that specific building to be constructed on a specific type of area. They have to choose. They have to choose their ground. So what if they were looking for a specific area to build LIGO, and they were building them in the same similar places with the same kind of geological framework underneath.
That was going to be my next point. So in order for let's say this one here is the one I believe that's in I think close to Arkansas. The other gentleman was Louisville.
That's the Livingston.
There you go. Okay. The Livingston one seems to be built like in a desert terrain. Okay. And this is the one I think we're talking about, that there's a 3-foot dip at the very end. Cool. I'll accept that. I'm not going to challenge you. I'm going to take you at face value that you're being honest and not being deceitful. Cool. I'm taking your word for it. Then yes, 100% Alpha. Every single location would have to be built with the same topography in mind in order to keep that same appearance up, right? So now we're into another realm that's very interesting, because now we're accepting, okay, there is a deviation at the very end. Okay, this is something that is noticeable. So to keep up appearances, they have to look for all these locations that have similar topography. So this is another, I don't want to say complication, but another step that needs to be taken to keep up the illusion of curvature. And to me, I'm thinking that's just,
I know what you mean.
That's
yeah,
just
but
way too much.
No, I think that it's not the fact that they're taking that into account. The structure needs to be built on a specific type of element. So what if they're looking for specific rocks, that were underneath to support this structure, as massive as it is and long as it is, or there's a certain type of surveying that needs to happen prior to the building's construction. So and it's not even about like Earth curvature at this point, because any place on land already has elevation change. There's no getting around that point, right? So we're not going to say that the land that they're building off of doesn't have elevation change, as in you might think it's Earth curvature, but it could just be normal topography. There's elevation change because of hills and valleys, like already built in. So
I will agree to that too. But the locations that they seem to choose for LIGO always seem to be devoid of those type of things.
No, I don't think you can't get that. You're not a part of the building process, Ralph. So you can't say that.
I'm not a part of the building process. Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
So you would give an assumption right now.
Publicly viewable.
Yeah, I know, that's fine.
And from maps, they don't appear to be.
But you don't know what they took. You don't know what they took for them to actually survey and actually put into consideration this is where their structure is going to be built. You don't have that. That's not privy. You're not privy to that. So you couldn't say that. So the best thing you have right now is some kind of article leading you to believe that this was taken into account. That's all you have. There's nothing more than that. So what we're looking.
What about topographical maps that all of us have access to?
Here's the thing.
Would that
all
be
I'm saying,
or not?
Ralph, all I'm saying is that you have only the information that's been given to you.
Exactly. Would topographical maps that are available right now, would that be valid? Yes or no?
Topographical maps, as in like the terrain.
Correct.
Yeah, it's going to tell you about the terrain and that, but like you don't know the reason why they chose specific areas to build on. Now that's not the information you would have. But what I'm saying though is if you wanted to actually be correct, you'd have to go to a place where land topography wouldn't be an issue. Because right now, as it looks like with your argument, it would be inconclusive. You couldn't know one way or the other. They're saying they took curvature as a part of what they said they took into account, but we've been grilling you on this for quite some time. There's nothing leading us to believe that they did take it into account. On top of that, it's only an article that you're reading from a PDF that gives you the indication that maybe they did. So now all we have is something that's inconclusive on your side. What we need is the knockdown win to say that let's try to figure out a place we can go geographically where we're going to do away with the elevation changes. Like we're not going to deal with that.
What about conducting
that's
a
perfect.
laser experiment at salt flats?
Salt flats, but not only just the salt flats. All right. What we're going to have to do is wait for a good rain to happen. So after a rain, the salt flats would be the perfect place to actually host something like a.
I would say it would be the worst place, because if you're going to use a laser, that means we're going to be taking optical observations, and
no.
humidity
Let me
is going
just
to impact any type of observation.
Ralph,
so
let me just tell you
during the driest period.
No, that's not even what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going a different direction with this, Ralph. You probably never heard of this argument before. This is called specular reflection. It's one of the old flat Earth arguments that I'm going to bring forward to you right now. You might not have never heard this before, but I'm going to present it to you. So
Tell him to look at my profile picture.
yeah. So
I
yeah.
have it. If you click on my account, you'll see it in my banner.
Yeah. So let me see if I can. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so specular reflection. If you click on Apocryphon's bubble right now, you'll see what we're talking about, Ralph. So in his banner, that's a specular reflection. Now, a specular reflection can happen on a curved surface or a horizontal flat surface. It's both valid on both sides. But on both sides, you'd have to take into consideration what you would see with a specular reflection. Specular reflection, you can probably look the word up if you want, both words. Specular reflection means that you're going to get a perfect mirrored surface from the thing that you're looking off of, right? So what the salt flats is doing is showing everybody what a specular reflection looks like on a horizontal flat surface. Now, if we're going to take into consideration that the surface is curving, however, with a perfectly mirrored surface, then what we would have is a distortion likened to a funhouse mirror. So if you've ever been to one of those, like the carnivals or whatever, they have those funhouse mirrors. It's got those wavy mirrors. Well, those are specular reflections as well, because you could see that it represents like what you look like, but only wavy and distorted. But because of the waviness of those mirrors, you could see like you look really like oblong, or it looks really distorted. So that's what funhouse mirrors do, Ralph. So if the Earth was curving with a specular reflection on the salt flats, you would see a curving, kind of like a distorted image. The sky would look kind of, stretched out and all that. But what you have is the opposite. With the perfect specular reflection, horizontal mirrored surface, you get a exact one-for-one look-alike to what's above. So this is denoting the fact that if you had any curving, or even, any curvature on that horizontal surface, you would definitely have a specular reflection akin to a funhouse mirror, because even at the smallest amount of curvature on that water, you would still not be able to see all the way across as a mirrored surface on a horizontal flat surface. So that's another way that we can say that the Earth, when we're saying the Earth is flat, water is a great demonstration of how, with specular reflection, is showing us how mirrored surfaces work. So we're gonna say the image that you're seeing with the salt flats with the good rain over it, right? Like as you're seeing there, a person's walking over, the salt flats. It's a specular reflection with the perfect mirror surface, and it's horizontal. There is no curving distortions to make it look like a funhouse mirror. Otherwise, if there was some small deviation, you could see some type of, image distortion, as it were, to see, like, you wouldn't be able to see perfectly straight horizontal all the way across the salt flats. So the water above the ground demonstrates that the Earth, as for miles and miles, would be flat mirrored surface, perfectly horizontal, specular reflection. And that is another reason why we say the Earth is flat. And I can actually expound on this even more, but you get the understanding so far, right? I'm not speaking over your head or anything, right? Hopefully.
Kind of keeping up.
Okay, but this was a way that we demonstrated, and I mean we can get into a lot more evidence. We have three points always that we bring up. The Earth is observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. And this is where we're going to differentiate from a lot of the other flat Earth conversations you've ever been to, Ralph. We actually have.
I mean, and I'll concede to that point because of our scale relative to the size of the Earth. Yes,
sure.
Everything from flying to construction to planar surveying, all these things are done under the framework as if the Earth was stationary and flat. I will 100% agree to that.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, on a local level, most people that come in here, such as like you, won't ever do that. And that seems a bit disingenuous, because even on a local level, some of the Globers that come in here will have to concede on a local level. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It looks locally flat, but I mean, I'm not saying the whole entire Earth is, but practically we can treat it that way. But the three things that I just mentioned to you is exactly how we would say that the Earth is indeed flat, from observation to measurement to practical use. Now, the important thing is measurement is going to be used as a drop over a distance. So if there's a deviation from horizontal, right? Like let's say the Earth is curving in some way. Well, there would be some type of way to measure the drop over distance if the Earth was deviating from horizontal. Like if this image of the salt flats, that flat water, if it was deviating from horizontal, you would be able to say, hey, I know that the Earth is curving because as you can see across the water, at some point there's going to be a slight deviation, whatever it is, according to the geometry of the Earth being or with the radius value of 3959. You will be able to say, I know how much deviation there will be, and I can tell you how much there is from, let's say, 5 miles to 10 miles to expounding out to, bigger and bigger. But that's the problem. At no time has anyone ever measured the drop over distance at any point at any time on the Earth. Now, if that has been done, I would submit to you, Ralph, who has done that in history? If you can come up with, as far as we've been told from ancient history till up until today, that the Earth has this curvature measured in some way, then I would ask you who's done it, because we're looking for the drop over distance. We're not just talking about Eratosthenes sticks and shadows, measuring of the shadows. We're talking about the drop over a distance as what I'm asking for from point A to point B. What is the deviation away from horizontal? So that we can say, okay, we know that if you put a tangent line on the surface of Earth, what would be the deviation away from that tangent line to say that we know how much curvature there would be on the drop over a distance. So hopefully that makes sense, because that's what we're looking for, Ralph.
I mean, that's going to be a tough one. I mean, because when we start talking about when we can observe the curvature, the distances that are required are sometimes a little bit inconvenient for personal mapping, right? So then we would have to get into the thing where, okay, we can measure curvature on the surface, but we have to use LiDAR, and now we get into the realm, or not the realm.
Well,
now we get into
the
situation
topic
where
of that.
Are we going to
The whole
accept?
topic.
Are you guys? Let me rephrase that. Are you guys going to accept satellite information? Because I'm not going to apply,
No, Ralph. I mean,
another group's logic to your logic.
No, what
Some
I
other
would
groups
say.
don't like satellite information. So
Yeah, I know.
it's not
No.
even
What I'm
something we can mention.
what I'm gonna tell you though is I got to take it all the way back to the ancients, bro, because the information wasn't just born yesterday. We didn't just have the satellite technology and voila, the Earth is a globe. The proponents that believe the Earth is a globe known it for thousands of years, bro. This wasn't just an overnight satellite technology. There you have it. No, it's not that. They knew that the Earth was a globe according to the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth. So it's already information that's a foregone conclusion, Ralph. We allegedly supposed to have known this information prior to the advent of technology. And that's what I'm asking you to think about right now. Prior to the advent of the satellite technology that you want to mention right now, because it seems like that's the only place you can go, how did they figure it out a long time ago to already say that information was true?
610 BC. You can look this up. Pharaoh Enoch or Enoch, Necho. He commissioned some Phoenician sailors to circumnavigate Africa. So it took them about 2 years to do that. They came back and gave their recordings to the Pharaoh's cartographer, and once they were able to take a look at their findings, they concluded, hey, there's a curve. They never said it was spherical, but they did say it was curved.
All right, let's just take that into consideration. I don't know, Jedi, if you're here.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I haven't heard the whole thing, so I'll stay quiet for a bit.
All right. So he's basically saying, and I'm gonna try to steel man you, Ralph, but you're saying that the people a long time ago sailed on a ship, and they determined, I'm not going to use specifics like you did, but they determined that the Earth was a globe because they sailed across a great distance.
Well, I mean, you're grossly simplifying it down and not really.
Yeah,
taking into
I just
account
wanted I wanted him to get the context
behind that expedition. No,
you could dress it up a little more, but it's still lipstick on a pig, man. It's not really going to change the fact.
So
go ahead.
So it's not relative. So it's not even relevant.
Yeah, you can. I'm saying go ahead and do it. Jedi's listening. I want you to, if you want to do it the way you do it, it's basically going to be what I said. But go ahead.
So, but no, I mean, from your description, it was just some dudes on a boat that decided to take off.
And when they got to their destination, they said, "Huh, the Earth is curving because I went to this place and I got to that place."
Okay, so to expand a little bit more on that, Jedi, Um, 610 BC, the Phoenicians were contracted by the Egyptian pharaoh to circumnavigate Africa, the continent of Africa. It took them 2 years to do that. They started off at, I guess, the by what the what by whatever the Suez, whatever is next to the Suez Canal today. They started off from there. They went all the way around, past the Pillars of Hercules, which is the Strait of Gibraltar, went through the Mediterranean Sea, and ended right back at Egypt. So when they finished that trip, took them 2 years to do. The sailors handed over their recordings to the cartographer. The cartographer looked at it, came back, and said, "Hey, there's a curve."
It's an interesting story. What information was the cartographer given?
I think, if memory serves correctly, they noticed that they noticed the sun was rising on the, I guess, the starboard or the port side. Like I said, I'm doing this off the top of my head, and they found that interesting. And the only way they were able to, square that away in their minds was if the Earth was curving.
So the sun came up, therefore the Earth was curving.
Gross simplification, but yes.
Oh, then tell me exactly what happened, because that's pretty much all you said. They
Yeah, well, I
noticed
mean,
the
that's
horizon
basically what it
hadn't
is. I
quite
mean, it would be
finished.
the same thing to say, hey, Eratosthenes put sticks in the ground and he figured out there's a curvature. It's like, you're correct. It's a gross oversimplification. You're not incorrect. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right.
Okay, so the sun comes up, therefore the ground is curving. Okay.
Well, and not only that, but the sun comes up and somebody's traveling over water with a boat, and then the Earth is curving. And like I said, the oversimplification was just a way to describe to the audience how it sounds when you're trying to. I said it before, put lipstick on a pig, but it's what it is, man. It is, because you're trying to make it sound like they did something special to understand the traveling from point A to point B over a great distance over water, right, in their boat. Then now they figured it out, because Jedi was asking, what did they hand the cartographer? Did they hand him some information that was pertinent to the drop over distance information they should have
They
gotten?
handed him, I guess, celestial information that they were tracking as they were sailing around the continent. This is a well
No,
studied.
I mean it's your evidence. I mean that's you gotta state it the way you do, man. Like if you're saying they handed them celestial information, so what they're going off of course, a long time ago, they went off the stars and to travel. But okay, how would they get the drop over a distance from viewing?
I have no idea.
Well, that's the whole point, bro. We want you to tell us how. If you can't do it,
I'm like I said, I'm into this as a hobby. If anything, I'm just giving you a door that you can go through if you
but
choose
it's
to.
not a door. It's more like a brick wall. We ran into a brick wall because now we don't have anywhere else to go, bro.
If just because something's hard to understand doesn't automatically
It's
make
not
it
hard to understand. I
brick wall.
oversimplified it because it was easy to understand. Basically, two guys or a couple of guys or however many people got in a boat. And they sailed somewhere.
Did some things, got in a boat. And
Yeah, they sailed
it's like, all right,
somewhere.
yeah,
They saw the
you're
Earth
being
rise. They saw the
completely
Earth
honest
sunset.
in trying to understand. Yes.
It's how can you? Okay, what I'm asking you, because it sounds like you didn't have the information that was pertinent for you to tell us.
Oh, I
how
did.
what?
I started this with this. I know this off the top of my head. I might
Yeah.
not have it
Okay.
right. So yeah,
All
you're
right. So there's nothing to support the claim that I said before. Let's go back to the premise. The premise was, can you demonstrate that prior to the advent of satellites going up into space and taking pictures or whatever that you wanted to get into, how did they know the Earth was a globe? And you came up with this 6th century BC information about something that you probably, going off of the top of your head, didn't really substantiate the curvature of the Earth. So now we're looking to probably something else, if you can, substantiate the surface curving, because that wasn't it, right? Obviously. We could talk about it again if you want.
It's not good enough for you, and I can respect
No, it's
that. That's
not
cool.
that it's
I'm
not good
trying to
enough for
convince
me,
you.
Ralph.
If anything, you hit the nail on the head in the beginning. These
Brother.
conversations are not for flat Earth believers.
No,
These
no, no,
conversations are for the individuals in the audience
exactly
who are questioning the topic.
exactly.
Yeah, so that's fine.
So when
And
they look into
if
when they
it's
look
not
into your
satisfactory,
when they look
if
into your
it's not
circumnavigation,
satisfactory for
Ralph.
you, I can respect that, and it's just
So when they look
move on
into
to the next example.
circumnavigation and they look at circumnavigation and they see people traveling from Africa and maybe going around the continent, obviously to them they're going to have to figure out or square, how did they figure out there was any drop over distance in their trip from point A to point B. How did they figure that out? That's what everybody's wanting to know, that you're
The
not
sailors
supporting.
didn't figure that out.
That's what you said they did. They handed the cartographer the information.
Exactly. And
So
the
what now?
cartographer came back. You're right. Absolutely. The sailors never figured that out. They were just sailing. They were guiding themselves by the stars.
And
They
Jedi
were
asked you.
recording whatever they seen, and they went back and they turned over the information
Yeah.
to the cartographer.
All right.
By your explanation
Sorry.
of it, you're trying to make it seem
Go ahead,
as
Jedi.
it's two dudes in a canoe who figured this out and they came up with the theory themselves. No, that's wrong.
Ralph, when the guys came back and handed the information to the cartographer, what measurements did they give? Do you know?
I don't know. I need to research that, but I'm not going to do it right now. It's 1 in the
But
morning. I'll
that's the
get
crux
into
of
it
the
tomorrow.
information, bro. That's the crux, and that's what the audience is hearing, that you didn't
The
support.
audience, the audience has heard 610 BC. They heard Pharaoh Enosh II. They heard the Phoenicians circumnavigated Africa. That is a good basis that everyone can do their own research for and verify their own information.
Bro,
because we
if
shouldn't
so-
be taking anyone's word.
If
for
you,
it.
let's say, pretend this thought experiment, you were Africa and you stood still on a basketball court and I walked around you. I circumnavigated around you, didn't I? On a flat plane. I didn't have to use the idea that I was on a globe, bro. Circumnavigation can occur without you having to think about the Earth as a curving surface. It can occur on a flat plane with somebody going around on a flat circle. Just straight around you, bro. That's all they did. Just went straight around Africa. That's it. There was no curvature involved. They just went around the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Now, and I'm not arguing with that point. That's what the sailors did. Period. All they did.
Okay,
was
where's the
turn over the
curve, bro?
recordings.
That's the thing we're asking. The curvature of the Earth is not substantiated in the thing that you mentioned. So I'm trying to get you to realize that you didn't support the evidence that should be supported, which is the drop over distance from the where they started their travel to their destination. Me and Jedi and everybody else in here are trying to get you to realize that you didn't support that. So it doesn't matter what you bring up. The burning question that we want audience members to know is if you can support the information, how they figured it out that the Earth is curving. Now, looking at sunsets and stars and all kinds of stuff, stargazing, is not going to tell people how the surface of the Earth has a geometric shape. They're not going to
I
get that from.
appreciate your opinion and how you feel.
It's
on
not
the
an opinion,
subject.
brother.
Luckily, the audience is going to do their own research and they're going to
Right.
come to their own conclusions. All
Maybe
we're doing is
find the
guiding the
measurements
vote.
then, right?
That's all we're doing.
Maybe they'll find the measurements.
You think
Hopefully they will as they research it. Yeah, absolutely.
because you didn't.
So this is the point. You didn't research it. You just pulled this elephant out and threw it at us. And somewhere within this elephant, there's measurements, but you haven't seen them. Called an elephant hurling fallacy, dude.
Yeah, and and it's maybe something that you thought about, but it paraphrasing the storyline of whatever you were reading or thinking about, it still didn't amount to you telling us the drop over distance that the people were taking into consideration when they were negotiating over any.
I'm sure they
brother,
weren't
brother,
trying
I'm
to
trying to
figure out
talk
drop
to you
over
about this,
negotiation.
man. I feel like you jump in when I'm trying to get it to the point. So the sailors, the navigators, right? They didn't take into consideration the amount of curvature they're negotiating over. So that's the only thing I want to bring to your mind is like that's not what anyone's did.
We're never trying to.
What? Okay.
I mean, yeah, it sucks when it doesn't work to your favor. Yeah, that wasn't the point.
What's to your
of
favor
their
is not
voyage.
working at, not mine.
The
I've already
point of their
proved my
voyage
point.
was never to substantiate the curve. No, the curve is the conclusion.
Oh
they
my
came
God.
To.
Conclusion.
The conclusion on what? Based on what measurements?
Exactly. Based on the measurements the sailors turned over to the cartographer.
I've got them.
Oh, you got them?
don't know
Perfect,
what the
show.
measurements are. You're just saying there are measurements that the guys just handed over some information, and that
Exactly.
information.
So you know what? Feel
What is
free
it
to
then?
look it up and prove me wrong, or stick to your guns and believe what you want to
That's
believe.
not his
Either
claim.
or, I'm good.
It's not my
It's not
fucking
his
claim,
claim.
dude. It's not my claim.
Exactly.
This is
It's
your
not
claim.
okay. You're right. It's not your claim. But
It's
now
yours.
I gave something the audience can sink their teeth into and look at themselves.
Whatever,
They don't
dude.
have to rely on your opinion. They don't have to rely on my opinion. They'll make their own opinion.
Wow.
Would they be able to make their opinion on information that they gathered, like the stuff that you said that the sailors gave to the cartographers?
It's there. All we need to do
It's
is research
there.
it.
Where is
But
it?
if that, like I said, it's I can't. You can only lead a horse to water. You want to, cool. You don't, perfect.
Dude, you're acting like you're leading us to some type of knowledge, man. That's not exactly what you're doing. You basically got some kind of just so story.
Absolutely, flat
No,
Earth
dude.
is the
Thank
most
you for
restrictive theory out
dude,
there. What are you
Ralph.
talking
Thank you
about?
for being thank you for being convinced in your own mind. But get out of your own mind and talk about what's really happening in this conversation. Is that you're not presenting any evidence, bro? Jedi asked you many times over. You didn't present it.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're right.
Alpha.
I'm no one who is even qualified to present evidence. I'm a regular person who
What?
presents this as a
Oh
hobby.
my God!
This
So
is
he
just
just
for
threw up his
discussion.
hands,
Yeah,
Jedi.
you're
we
right. I
we
agree
have
He
with
we
gave
have
up.
What the fuck?
we have
Oh, yeah,
Coach
exactly.
raising his hand if he wants to say something.
This is an anecdotal story with no meat on the bone.
Yeah, yeah. Here,
It's
here.
a historical account that you can research readily.
Yeah, which you haven't done. Which you
Yeah,
haven't done.
this
I
is
haven't
your.
done in a while. You're right. This is something I read up on about 3 years
Did you
ago.
read? So, did you read the measurements then? The information that the sailors gave the cartographers. Have you read that
I
information?
did not read that part.
Right.
All
Okay.
right.
Oh my
So this
God!
is a dead end, then, isn't it?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, let's
Hey,
move on. I have no problem with it.
hey, just real quick.
I'm not trying to slant this point. I could care less if you guys believe me or not.
It's not
Hey,
about
just real,
believing you, man. It's about bringing that meat on the bone. Go ahead, Ipa.
hey, just real quick, Ralph. Can you hold that thought while we just let Coach say something real quick? I don't know what he's
Oh
trying.
no,
He's had
yeah,
his
go
hand
for
up
it,
for a
go for it.
while.
I'll drop down if you guys need to speak.
And
No,
okay,
you're fine.
no, you're fine.
Is
But
APOC
you can come
talking?
back.
I'll
Well,
wait for my
I
job.
wasn't trying
Yeah,
to
he
butt
is.
in, but I do like I like the conversation of flat Earth, but you know, there's just a couple things, and it's just maybe being reasonable, not disrespecting anybody's opinion whatsoever, but being reasonable. None of us have ever been to space. All right, none of us. We all are very smart at whatever we do, and I'm sure that you like it, or if you don't like it, you're miserable and you want to fucking kill your boss.
All
But it's
right,
all
dude.
right, everything.
Yeah.
But
That it?
but no, man. Let me finish, fellas. All right. So what
Nah,
I was
we're
gonna
not
say
gonna
is,
go. We're not gonna go into some kind of like
no,
colored commentary of
We
yours.
just got started, my G.
Now,
Let-
I
started
didn't
on
say
what, brother?
anything, man.
Started.
I didn't say anything. If you don't
What did
want
he
me to
get
talk,
started
I
on?
won't talk. It's cool. I
No,
mean, I
it's
was
not
going
like
to
that,
say,
man. But if you're bringing something to the
I was
table,
going to bring something. I was going to bring
when,
something.
brother?
Okay.
When you landing the plane, bro? When? Land
All
that
right.
plane, brother.
Well, shit, I got 7 seconds and I heard y'all talk 3 minutes. All right. So
But you
here,
ain't talking about
here's
nothing,
what I'm
man.
going to do. I'm going to pull up my plane and I'm going to tell you this. All right. Here you go. You want to hear the truth? If it was a flat Earth, everybody in the world, everybody that has ever gone up into space would have to be in on it. All right. Everybody, they'd have to be in on it. All right. And
No,
so,
not necessarily, because
oh,
everything's
here we go. Oh
compartmentalized.
Lord. Oh Lord. They would have to be in on it. You cannot go into
No.
space and
Stop and think about it.
rotate around. So
Hold on.
how
Hold
do
on. Whoa.
Hey, Chad.
Coach,
oh,
step down.
see, now
Hold on.
you asked me to talk
Coach,
and now
take a
I'm
knee.
talking. Now
Take
you're
a
going to
knee.
be quiet again.
No,
How
just
does
hold on a second, brother. Hold on. Just think about it. The
how
head
does
of
the
NASA,
satellite
would he
rotate
know
itself?
where the brooms are kept? The guy that does the toilet paper rolls, does he know what the boss thinks? No. It's very
Oh
heavily
my God.
compartmentalized.
If
Okay?
I'm walking
So one
around
guy
in
does
this
not
earth
know the
with
other guy's
people that
job.
think like you, I think I need to shoot myself. Or you do
No,
believe that there is
because
a
if you've got
galaxy,
some
right?
kind of problem,
This
go and
is
see the source
you do
code,
believe
right?
you believe in the sun and the planets, right? You do believe in that, right? You do
No,
believe in that, right?
And
no.
Or are you
you've just
telling me is
jumped
there a
subjects.
big
That's
bright
great.
light in the middle of the fucking dome that we act as the sun? Is that what you're saying? Excuse me. Do you believe in planets and the sun?
You talking about a
No.
whole bunch of
You've just
nonsense
jumped
right now,
subjects.
Coach.
Stick to
You're talking
one
a
No,
whole
thing,
bunch of
my friend.
nonsense, bro.
no, planets in the sun. Do you know how planets rotate? See, I see. This is great because I'm in advanced physics. So
What's
anyway,
called
do
git
you know
galloping.
how
If you're
planets
advanced
why the
physics, you'd at
planets
least
rotate
need to
around the
listen to me to
sun?
stop and think about it for a
Okay, you
second.
know what? I'm going to shut up because I'm serious. I
You
cannot
don't
hear
sound it,
any
my
of this
friend. You don't sound it.
unlogical shit. I'd rather eat a Hershey's Kiss than listen to your logic.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot for speaking, Coach.
Yeah, cool.
Nice
one.
Go ahead,
Jesus,
Jedi.
dude.
Can Jedi hear me? I don't think Jedi can hear me.
I can hear you, dude. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. All right. I thought you were asking if I was talking earlier because I was like, yeah, I was
Yeah,
talking.
no, I left and came back. I was interested in what the story that the guy was going to spin. I wanted to take it away from him.
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
Coach just comes in hot and heavy, man. He's not really talking
Is
about
he?
nothing.
I'm not gonna talk if he's left.
No, I'm
No, he's
here. I'm not
here. He's
dogging
here.
nobody. I'm not dogging no one. I'm here, man.
All right.
And I ain't talking shit about no. You never hear me cuss anybody out in here.
All right,
You have
Coach.
your own opinion. It's
All
your
right,
opinion.
Coach. No worries. So, what was this about us believing in planets and the sun?
What I said is the sun is a huge star. It has an immense part of gravity. When the planets go around it, they don't go around it in like a perfect circle. I hope we all know that. They go around in an elliptical form. So when the planet goes far away from the sun, it comes back in, it comes a little faster and rotates around. That's exactly how the Earth does. That's how that's how Saturn does it. And if we look into these telescopes and we see these different galaxies and we can see the stars, which everybody knows, if you look at a star, that star is not there as you're looking at it. You're looking back in time because it takes that many years
Oh
for light
Lord.
years for the star to come to say, I'm sorry, if you want to hear logic, you want to hear logic. If you
It's
want to
not
hear
logic.
googly goo, I'll give you googly goo
Coach.
and shit,
You're
okay?
giving us
But
now,
all
man.
right, but this is what I'm telling you. The truth is what I'm telling you. So
Coach.
if there is if it was a flat Earth, then how the hell do you get the ability to see the other planets rotating around the sun? I would love to hear the answer to that.
Hold on. You've seen a planet rotate around the sun.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But have you ever
You
seen?
just made the claim that you've
No,
seen
have
it.
you ever seen a flat Earth? Have you ever been in
No,
space?
you made the claim. Don't sidestep. You made the claim that planets rotate around the sun. Have you seen this happen? Yes or no?
I could not have gone into space. I didn't go into space. That's why I started out the same damn thing. All I got is the logical, the logical information that was put in by doctors and people that have been into space.
Coach, we're not here to jump down your neck, mate. You can take a step
It's
back
all right. I'm not yelling. I'm sorry. I was trying to take a drink and my voice was a little high. I apologize.
No worries. I do want to point out, Coach. I counted them, by the way. You made 14 claims in your little spiel right now. You made 14 different claims, and I was counting them. 1, 2. Every time you made a claim, and that's like claim stacking.
Yeah, let's let Jedi take it for a little bit. He was trying to get in here, guys.
Go ahead and take it. Yeah. And by the way, I love the fact that you are just the NFL analyst of and make up a word called claim stacking. That was phenomenal. I got to give you that one.
You
It's
got a
okay.
flag. You got a flag on the play, man. That's what happened.
I love that you analyzed that one. That was perfect. But go ahead.
Just so you know, Coach, Jedi's got a really soft voice, whether it's his microphone or something, I don't know, but he's got a really soft voice. So if you can just sit back and listen, much appreciated, man.
I want to know what part of your statement was logical.
Okay. I want to say this, all right? Like both of us have never been into outer space, right?
No.
Look, I'm gonna be logical here. Please. If you want to talk, I'll talk. If not, I'll shut up. I don't give a damn. But neither one of us has been into outer space, correct?
That's correct. It can't exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We have never been there. You can say what it says. I'm just saying we've never been up there that high to claim what is and what isn't. Now, we also both only take the information that is given to us because we've never been to outer space from the people that we want to select who gives it to us. Is that correct?
Kind of. I'll go with it.
Come on, man. I wrote a thesis on certain things, but I'm just telling you, we have never done this. All right. So here's the thing. So it's just saying that now I'm going to take space because we both have never done that. Now I'm going to go to something that you both can relate to. When we were young, all right? When we were young, we all heard how babies were made, correct? But we ain't never did it, right? Right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay, so when it came time and we got older, and all of a sudden that people were talking about it, but we ain't never seen it or nothing like that, but we knew it existed, correct? Because so many people said it existed, but we can't claim that it did or didn't because neither one of us has seen it, correct? I mean, up until whatever age you saw it, we've never seen it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's my argument. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean that that shit ain't there. And then when we both saw it, I'm serious. When we both saw it, we were like, God damn, that shit is good. All right, that's what we were like. But I'm just telling you, we ain't never seen it, so we can never say that we can automatically say that it exists or doesn't exist. You can give your opinion, but you can't say for logical 100% that it doesn't. But you can say that the Nene exists. You know why? Because we've both been to outer space. Now that's what I got to say.
Coach, I'm going to ask you to be a lot more specific now. What are you actually talking about?
If you don't get that, brother, I apologize. I ain't gonna talk no more. I don't want to take over the space. You right, brother. You right.
Coach, I just need you to be specific. You brought up the analogy of reproduction. Okay, is that with regards to the analogy of stuff that they tell us about in the sky, like sun, moon, stars?
The fact that I studied astronomy for 3.5 years in college with physics, I kind of liked it. Yeah, I mean, I became a football coach. I've coached for 38 years, but I liked it. Well,
awesome
what I'm saying, there's gravity. There's how you send the satellite in the Earth.
Okay, all right.
I mean,
all right. One thing at a time. So, okay, we'll go with the gravity thing. What do you say gravity is?
Are we really having this conversation?
Dude, I'm trying to follow. I'm trying to follow you.
Okay. I'll tell you what gravity is.
Please
if you're smoking a joint right now and it drops out of your hand and it hits the floor, gravity pulled that joint to the floor.
Okay.
All right, would you not agree on that? That's gravity.
Okay. So you said pull. That's a force. I assume you're talking about Newtonian physics and mass attracting mass, right?
Physics is very simple. You don't have to take
would have
it
been
to
a yes or no
logic.
fucking question, dude. I'm trying to follow you.
I'm asking you. You drop something. It's the force of the acceleration per second per 9.8 and 18.9 that is going to draw it to the ground. That is what's going to happen.
Okay.
I know this.
Okay, Coach. I'm not disagreeing with the phenomena. I'm trying to figure out
the phenomena. You're saying that gravity is a phenomenon?
Coach.
Is that what you're saying? Gravity is a phenomena.
Coach, when you drop something, that's something happening. That's a phenomena, isn't it?
If you drop it, yes. If you absolutely drop it or accidentally drop it, that is a phenomena. But the pull of gravity is not a phenomena.
So
the pull of gravity is no phenomena. I don't care if you're standing on a roof or drop a joint. You're going to fall to the damn ground because that's gravity.
Okay, Coach, while you're having a meltdown, if I let go of a helium balloon...
I'm not having a meltdown. I'm just trying to figure out shit that I don't understand why people can't figure that out.
Slow down.
All right, I'll shut
up. If I let go of a helium balloon, what happens?
What'd you say?
If I let go of a helium balloon, what happens?
It will float up into the air until the heat, until it reaches a certain level in the sky where either heat or cold will let the helium actually, what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, it's a really logical word, but I'll say shrink inside the balloon, which then gravity will pull it down. Gravity's effect will take it and pull it down. Here, I'll give you a better analogy. I'll give you a better analogy. If you take a 45 Magnum in a vacuum, now we're talking about in a vacuum, all right, because the air and there's resistance and earth turn and all that shit, you got to add all that in there. But if you take a 45 Magnum and you shoot it in the air, all right, and it goes straight in the air in a vacuum, it will reach a level to where it reaches like no acceleration at all. And when it comes back down, it'll start to come back down at the same acceleration that it came from the gun. Therefore, if you were standing underneath that bullet, it would be like someone just put that gun to your head and shot you. That is what I'm talking about gravity. Now, if you want to argue that, Google that shit. Okay, I'm telling you.
Okay,
just no tricks. I'll try it.
You're good,
so we're not disregarding the you know what science is, natural science, right, Coach? You know what natural science. Good. So within natural science, you'll make an observation of a phenomena that would be your dependent variable, and then you're going to make a hypothesis. That's a prediction of what causes that phenomena to happen. You then test this hypothesis in an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause to see if it causes the effect or not. Natural science. Do you agree to this?
Well, you just admitted that the phenomena was the action and not what the reaction of it was. That's
Why are
it.
you
You're
not
trying to argue something different. The phenomena is you dropping a joint. There's no reason to drop a joint other than the fact that it's burning your food.
Slow down.
Coach, so first of all, you're just rattling through without giving me a clear answer.
I am giving you the answer, man.
No,
There's nothing
yes or
stupid
no.
about that answer.
Dude, it was yes or no. I wanted to know if you agreed
Oh,
with what I said or not.
okay. All right. I'll go with your little lady. You told me a phenomena was the actually dropping of the joint, not the reaction of gravity. That's what you said.
Coach, you're winding up. You don't need to.
Yes, slow down, dude. All right, so no one's disagreeing at the moment. When you drop something, like something that's solid, like a pen or your joint, it will go down in the medium of air. No one's disagreeing with this. What we're trying to figure out is the cause of that phenomena. Now, not all things go down, do they? If I uncontain gas, for example, the gas moves in all directions, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Awesome stuff. So there's no observation of gravity acting on gases then?
No, but there is the board of oh my God, I'm so high right now. Hold on. There is the board of what says that gas is lighter than air. It says all that on that, but you know what? You go ahead. I'm going to go. I got to go back to my board here. But go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Dude, I just wanted to figure out, well, two things. One, what you say.
The board of elements. There you go. I apologize. It's a board of elements. The board of elements says that air is what air is, but there are gases that are lighter than air. Therefore, if you let go of something, some of these gases in the sky will just go higher because they are lighter than air. But eventually they have to come down because of gravity.
Okay. Eventually, the gases have to come down because of gravity. You mentioned a vacuum chamber earlier, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if I put gas back into the vacuum chamber, which way does the gas go?
It'll probably go up, but see, you're forgetting the gas was in a balloon. The balloon is a solid object. Therefore, gravity will work because it's pulling the balloon down.
No balloon.
Coach, slow down.
No balloon, vacuum chamber, great big iron container. No balloon here. Follow what I'm saying.
I see what you're saying.
So
depends on what gas, right? Depends on what gas.
I'll tell you what, let's use sulfur hexafluoride. We've got a vacuum chamber. We let
Okay, I don't know what that is. I'm not going to admit like I'm smart and
really
shit.
dense gas.
It's what?
A really dense gas.
Okay, really dense, heavy gas.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So I put that gas back into the vacuum chamber. Which way does it go?
Because I don't know the element scale of what your gas is, and I admit that. Is it lighter or heavier than air?
Heavier.
It's heavier? Well, it will go down then.
No. So when you put any gas, doesn't matter if it's a dense gas or a light gas, whether it's helium or sulfur hexafluoride, butane or anything, when you put that into a vacuous space, second law of thermodynamics takes over. The gas, however dense it is, fills the space. So when you put sulfur hexafluoride back into a vacuum chamber, you'll notice it goes up, down, it spreads out, filling the limitation of its environment, doesn't it?
Very cool. No, I don't know. You can't answer a question. I'm saying very cool. I'm respecting your opinion on it. Very cool. I did not know that. I did not know that.
Okay, cool. So it's not an opinion. This is experimentally verified. You can demonstrate this within the ideal gas constant PV equals nRT.
Okay, cool.
Now,
I did not know that, but it is a gas.
Yes, it's a gas. Gases fill the limitation of their environment. Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
Yes, I think not everyone. Yes, I know what gas pressure is.
Okay, what's the definition of it?
I can't tell you a definition like right off, like
Okay, I'll tell you that.
no, the
I'll tell you.
dictionary definition. But I'll tell you, gas pressure is pressure that you put in something. It has to have some sort of contained material, whether it's rubber or plastic or whatever.
Awesome.
It has to have that. The pressure of that makes it expand to whatever its possible expansion is. Am I right or wrong? I could be wrong.
You're kind of right, and I'll give you this. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts on the inside walls of a container, like a tire, like a balloon,
Yes,
like a football, right?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, but you got it right. You defined it better than me, but I swear that's what I was saying.
Cool. Is the Earth an open system?
Excuse me?
Is the Earth, in your paradigm, an open system?
What do you mean, brother, by that definition?
So when we're talking about the second law of thermodynamics and energy, we're going to be talking about three specific systems: an isolated, a closed, and an open system. With regards to an isolated system, this does not let matter or energy transfer from one environment to the other. If you have a closed system, like a can of Coke, energy can enter the system, like heat, but the physical matter cannot leave the system because it's closed. If you have an open system, you can let thermodynamic energy leave and enter the system, and so can the physical matter, like the liquid or the carbonated gas.
Okay, I see where you're going at. Now I see where you're going. Well, my retort to that is we have an atmosphere around our Earth. That's what we have. All right. There's an atmosphere. Okay. There's whatever you want to call it. It's an atmosphere. All right. And above that atmosphere, it gets higher and higher. Once you get out of this atmosphere, then you are actually into outer space. And I can't see because I'm high. I won't lie to you. I mean, I'm honest about everything I fucking say. I'm 60 years old, retired, and me and my wife are going to Boulder tomorrow just to fucking have fun. So I'm cool with a motherfucker here. But you have to leave. You have to leave the Earth's atmosphere to get into outer space. Now, I understand where you're going, and you can throw all the and I love the logical shit that you're saying. No, I love it. I mean, you're good. You're good. The logical stuff you're saying. So I'm just trying to talk.
Slow down.
I'm just trying to talk common sense here.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Please don't swear. That's about it. Hopefully you'll still chat amongst yourself for 5 minutes while I press a few buttons.
Then back to Flat Earth. One of the newest revelations is, of course, pitch data for airplanes during their flight routes is never pitching downwards. It's always horizontal or above horizontal, which also proves Earth is flat.
Well, you are going to need a horizontal plane of reference for pitch data.
Yeah, so you start with a horizontal reference plane first just to get the pitch data to begin with. No curves anywhere.
Pitch data has got no relationship whatsoever with curvature. Like you say, aeroplanes always, it's usually 2 to 5 degrees above horizontal. Always, never pitching below horizontal.
And that's what airplane means anyways. It's a plane, like a plane of reference, horizontal plane of reference in the air. That's where the name came from.
Yeah, and they're even fitted with an artificial horizon, which is a horizontal line.
Straight flat line. Suppose somebody wants to ask us about Santiago to Sydney, Australia here shortly. Are there any Globers that can explain why pitch data is always horizontal on airplanes? Maybe something to think about when we go live.
How is this pitch data presented?
In a graph.
So it's derived from numbers, which could be fudged, yeah?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, just if somebody was to present data that said, no, here it is, just numbers on a graph, then probably we could make them up, couldn't we?
I suppose, but then we would be providing the source of where we're getting that from to begin with. So the source is presenting it flat to begin with. It's not us making up numbers.
No, I agree. I'm just saying everything works both ways, doesn't it? We could fudge numbers, they could fudge numbers, but I just wondered how it was presented. How would it come out of a machine? In what format? In like a Excel or just some form of data?
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And we are joined by KK, Eli, Neil, Duncan, Wandek, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics 24/7 Flat Earth Debate Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't know if we've got any questions lined up. As is the case and has been for the last 2 or 3 weeks, we're unable to get access to a stage in Politics, which is unfortunate, but hopefully the mods are on the ball for the next hour or so. We'll get some questions from some of the participants in the Politics server. We don't typically frequent this. This is certainly not my server. We're a guest here, so I'll just remind my own panel, please be on your best behaviour. Let's not get complacent, although we are regularly here as guests. But yeah, as I say, there may be protracted silences on a Friday show as we wait for the next question to come from whoever is in the Politics panel. But with that, I'll actually ask, is there anything that's lined up? Or maybe I'll ask a housekeeping question. Ask AJ. Anybody got any questions lined up for us, AJ?
No, it doesn't appear so.
We've got a couple of new faces in here. We got Major Colvin. We've got Nani and Rhetoric. You guys want to jump in and add to the conversation?
Nani and Rhetoric's one of ours.
Is he? Had a feeling.
Well, I've been waiting for it rather than questions and coming and giving the so-called, evidence of the curvature that they think they have underneath the feet, and who measured it, how it was measured, and what tools and instruments are used to measure it. I mean, that's what I'm waiting for. Because every time I hear somebody try and explain how curvature is measured, they start talking about elevation angles, sea level, vertical, perpendicular, plumb.
Hold on 1 second, one deck. You want to add something, Nani and Rhetoric? You're off mute.
Yeah, I want to say only AJ, it's me, Sasha. It's not Glover.
Yeah. I just seen your profile then and realised. Checked it out. Sorry, man.
Ondex formulated a list of words that are not allowed or toleratable from globe-believing numpties. Want me to do the honours, or would you like to do it, One Deck? I'll do it.
Yeah, you go for it, Nathan, please. Yeah.
Sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, plumb, perpendicular, elevation, angles, triangles, sea sextant, theodolite, spirit level, altitude, vertical, tangent, straight, line, up, down, plane, north, south, east, west, azimuth, altitude, and flat. Those are 30 words you are not allowed to use if you are a globe believer.
You could add bubble sextant to that as well.
Bubble sextant?
Oh, the aeronautical, yeah.
Bubble. Sorry, I thought I had something else.
The thing is, AJ, the list can go on and on and on. So we ended it at 30 between us all. And I mean, am I right in saying, Nathan, because we find this all the time, they do find themselves using them words when they're trying to explain curvature, which has got nothing to do with curvature. Could you call that a category error, or is that incorrect?
I don't know if you call it a category error.
They're trying to explain curvature, but actually talking about level, horizontal, plumb, perpendicular. It's not it's a different. It's nothing to do with curvature, is it?
There's a disconnect, isn't there? Because when they use those terms, they don't appreciate that by using them, they're violating the principle of the ground. They need to be curved, and therefore cannot be utilisable for such principles like directionality, north, south, east, west, right? It's like, no, you can't have those. They don't recognise that disconnect. But is it a category error? You'd naturally assume that regardless of your belief in the surface, that it has something to do with the way the surface functions. Now, for them, it doesn't. But it's only been in, 2024 that we've been pointing that out to them. This list is new. They've only had it for 6 months, right?
Yeah. I think all of us, this is how we've noted now that it's a pleasure to give the globe believers the mic for a few minutes and explain how curvature is measured. And before you know it, they're telling you how flat Earth is measured.
How flat Earth
and not realising, how flat Earth is.
Sorry, Nathan. I just want to correct you.
Hey,
it's only been 1 deck. It's only been 2024 since you've been taking that line with them.
Yeah, I do. Okay, well,
that includes me.
I didn't realise you'd take umbrage with that. Okay, where I draw a line in terms of date is just so that we have a chronology. It doesn't necessarily mean that Brian hasn't known this and been preaching this for probably 6 years. Let's not mistake what I'm doing. In terms of when we say, right, we're going to give this a title, make it the year of the Black Swan, it doesn't necessarily mean that prior to the Black Swan, people weren't observing black swans. They were. Likewise, it doesn't mean that the current rhetoric wasn't being preached by many, including Brian, which is understandable why I take umbrage with me defining it in that way. But I don't mind giving clarity. It's just simpler to say, this was the year that we were telling people about Earth being measured flat. This was the year that we were saying all roads lead to flat Earth. This was the year that we were talking about elevation angles. This is the year we were talking about the Black Swan. It doesn't break down that simplistically, obviously. I can appreciate you taking umbrage with it because there are people smarter than I who recognised a lot of these points long before I did. And I will poo-poo them until there's something that comes along that I like, And I'm more than happy to say that. I like lay down my own standards, and if it means that people will categorise me as stupid prior to that fact, then I'm more than happy for that to be the case. I recognise that I am just an average guy. Brian, on the other hand, all hail Brian.
No, I'm not. No, don't turn it into that now. You're after doing that nonsense now again. It's like, I'm not trying to put myself forward as smarter than anyone. I'm just saying that what you're talking about concerning this year, I was already taking that line a long time before that. When you say we, that includes me. It's like, we didn't know, just wake up on the 1st of January 2024 and go, you know what? They're using level. They're using horizontals. They're using, spirit levels. They're using theodolites. They're using bubble sections. It's all flat. They've all been all the time referencing a flat plane. That because it's unfair. You could say this year we're pushing that, but that doesn't mean this year is when it started. Like,
No, I appreciate that. I mean, prior to that, we were saying things like you'll need a flat Earth for that, and it's more of a tacit recognition of an overall point that's been brought to an accumulated point in this year. Like you say, it doesn't mean that other people didn't recognise it or were utilising it or pointing out what they're hijacking. And, a list that concisely summarises it doesn't define the point that we recognise this either. It's arbitrary and just for ease of discussion. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Brian. I don't decry any. And also, you shouldn't put yourself down. You're like, I'm not taking it to that place where I'm smarter. You don't have to. In terms of people's intellect in this circle, Brian, people recognise when you've done stuff that's smart. People know how smart you are, Brian. Same with me. Well, they know. We're out there wearing how smart we are on our sleeves daily, aren't we? So people know how smart you are.
I appreciate that people might give me a bit of a respect there, and that's good. But I don't want to. I just don't want it to be about that. I'm just saying that it wasn't as if we were confounded by this globe until the 4th of January 2024.
Sure.
And how they measured it. You know what I mean? That they didn't measure. Because before 2024, we already knew that the globe came from flat plane measurement. I mean, so I'm just saying that when you say 22, it's just the way you say it sounds like we all just kind of woke up on January 4th, 2024.
Okay. The way I see it is we started coming out to the Politics Discord server 2024 to proactively promote this fact. Well, that just means that we've been preaching it in a particular place. And prior to that, we were looking for a place to preach it, right? We went to all sorts of different servers to see which one was going to be the most useful to punt this narrative out there. And that started in 2024 quite specifically. So there are key moments that I can reference where things, not this argument, started. But it doesn't mean anything. It's just arbitrary, and it's just assistance for memory, nothing else. I forget what happened yesterday half the time.
Started well before 2024. I mean, I reckon it started about 2,000 years ago.
Exactly. I was going to go there next. Like lines.
What was that?
Good one.
What was that Greek guy's name? What was that Greek guy's name who was punting it back then? Oh yeah, I think he started it all.
That's the point. I was saying this in the pre-show, right? Nothing changes when you understand the origin measurements of the globe. It's like there's a perception that when you recognise that Earth is flat, that suddenly things will alter. It's like, no, everything that you believed in that was globe-shaped had its origins and genesis in flat Earth measurements. Therefore, the way you perceived it to function will not alter, knowing that there is a step before your globe that you were up until this point reifying and thinking you were standing on. That still has its place in history. Tracking the stars doesn't mean you're standing on it. The way it came to fruition and was used subsequently doesn't change. Nothing changes. The world doesn't unfold. There's a mathematical inference that you can reify into belief. That is to say, you can believe you're standing on a sphere based on those maths. Those maths are still based in the same flat Earth angle measurements to the stars as they always have been and always will be. Nothing physically changes when you recognise that Earth is flat. It functions exactly the same way, doesn't it, Brian? So when you say they've been hijacking flat Earth forever, and we started pointing out in 2024, no, it was earlier. It was always flat. They've always measured it that way, and the globe requires it to be so to push it into existence for people to believe they're standing on it.
I mean, unless your name is Pythagoras, and you can't, then no one can claim the right angle triangle, if you understand what I mean. Even Eratosthenes, he used the right angle triangle, but he wasn't Pythagoras. And even at that, we just don't have the names of the people in Babylonian times that Pythagoras got all his stuff from, because the right angle triangle is attributed to Pythagoras, but it's technically from the Babylonians. You know, they were doing geometry like that well before Pythagoras. You go back thousands of years. But really, what it is more of a waking up as opposed to being smart, isn't it? It's like when you spot, after seeing it for 1,000 times, that using a horizontal measurement, a horizontal that they're measuring from, and horizontal distances, to then back calculate and create a globe mathematically. That's just you waking up and accepting what was always there in front of your face, as opposed to being super smart.
Exactly. And being super smart normally starts with an ignorance of that genesis. You start trying to explain how it functions with a starting point of sphericity. No, you've got to create that globe first. You're going to need a flat Earth for that.
Well,
and I think, sorry, Brian.
1 second there. Next cycle. The wisest people, right? The genuinely wisest people are the ones that realize how little they know, isn't it?
Is that your way of confessing that you don't know much?
No, I mean, we know that the celestial bodies are a complete mystery to us. We don't try and make up stories about them. We state the fact that as you rise in altitude, they appear to rise with you. We can't measure a distance to them or height to them. They don't behave like we would expect them to behave terrestrially. They do things that we can't. You know, we don't know what they're made of. Blah blah blah. So is it wisdom to know all those things, or is it an acceptance of your own ignorance? You know, that kind of way.
Yeah, it's an acceptance of your own ignorance, but that doesn't really assist you. It's not progressing you in any way. You know, if you've got something that's standing in the way of your own ignorance, you're a net negative. If you think it functions because they're physical, because of a reified model, well, that isn't helping you either. But even if once you get to what you're calling sort of perceived knowledge, I know they're not physical, or I know they're not behaving in the way that terrestrial observations behave. Well, that's not knowing something. It's, you know, knowing you don't know something isn't really putting you in a net positive position, is it? I still don't know. I'm no better off.
No, but people will call it wisdom when really it's just an acceptance of your own ignorance.
Yes, exactly. It's an acceptance of your own ignorance. I don't know why the sky is blue. I don't know why the stars don't change their angle as you raise an elevation. I do know what that's useful for. Keep us informed, AJ. Otherwise, hold on. We'll churn our way through this entire live show chit-chatting, AJ. Now, especially now, Brian's here. He can talk for England, even though he's Irish.
Go for it. The only person I can see in here is Euclidean trigonometry, which we've spoken to many times. And yeah, no one's piping up.
It is just the case that you just have to pipe up if you're in the Discord server and you want to put something into this show. You just have to pipe up. There's no stage for you to raise questions and jump into the stage with them. Just in here.
Well, just going back to that list, Brian. We've always spoke about. I just sort of we just put that list together because I just went through a phase and still do. It's once they use one of them, rather than get into the. Sometimes I just think, well, you're not going to use. I stop them from using the words. I tell them you can't use that word. I can use that word if I want. I said, well, you can use it, but you're not describing curvature, so I'm going to stop you using it. And they don't like that. And sometimes I've been told it comes across a little bit hostile, and I'm not giving any chance for the opponent to speak. But why would I give somebody a chance to speak about? They're supposed to be mentioning how curvature is measured when all the terminology they're using is nothing to do with curvature, and it's got everything to do with flat, horizontal, plumb, and level.
Yeah, the
so
Christian joke about man telling God that he can create life and doesn't need him anymore. Have you ever heard that joke?
No.
Like, God's looking over men and they're all having a little huddle and they're talking amongst themselves. And he's like, "Hey lads, what are you up to?" They look up to God and they say, We don't actually think we need you anymore. We think we can create a life without you. He's like, oh, really? On you go, let's have a watch. The guys start gathering up a big pile of dirt, and God goes, whoa, 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 whoa. Get your own dirt.
Yep. Overconfidence of man.
First law of thermodynamics joke.
Get your own measurements. If you want to infer you've got a curvy surface, don't be using a flat surface to infer it. Use a curved surface. What do you mean I can't use east? A flat direction. You haven't got a flat direction on a globe. Well, I can still use it. You can use it on a flat earth. Welcome to flat earth. Feel free to use our flat earth terminology on a flat surface with flat directions and flat measurements and flat angles. We'll just welcome you to flat earth. Tell you that if you're going to maintain your globe belief, you're not allowed to use that word. Because you can't. Get your own dirt.
But yeah, it is actually very paralleling that joke, because not that we're God or anything, but it's paralleling the joke is because they need the flat plane before they can do before they can claim any after calculation on a globe. You know,
don't be so modest. I've seen you. You've got a fantastic physique, like a Greek god.
I had a very persistent cat who would not stop making noise unless I left her in. So it would have been impossible to talk to. But the thing about it is this, right? When they were, because I'm going through it at present with them about the term level. I know I even then went through this with them ages back, but they might have taken a slightly different direction than me. But it's the same thing, right? And other people have gone through this with them, and me as well in the past before. Level is either one-dimensional to them or three-dimensional. Depends on what way they answer. So it's either just a point on the surface of their sphere that's at an equal distance from every other point from the center, right? It would be a circle, basically, right? So, or a sphere. Maybe a perfect sphere or perfect circle, let's say, right? But, or it's three-dimensional, where every point is at a drop value from every other point, which is what a sphere is. You can't have 2 points that are at equal level. I have to use the term level because that's what it's for, to each other. Horizontal can't exist.
Yeah, one day.
You know what I mean?
Do you see how Brian's struggling with this? Yeah, you can't but help use the flat earth terminology, can you, Brian?
No, it's impossible. And this is where I'm going. For them to actually measure the surface of the Earth as a sphere, whether it be when they used to pre-assume that the horizon was geometric or whatever they do, they have to use level and a drop value right from that level to whatever point they're measuring to. So every one of their claims involves level being horizontal for them to do the thing they need to do. Because, you know what I mean? So it's a drop from one point to the other. But they require horizontal, like level, so they require a level to be horizontal for that to happen. Then they want to argue that level is some other thing. And now they want to argue that horizontal is only a completely, now this is not the first time they've argued this, but they're arguing it harder than ever now. That horizontal is just some local phenomenon, which completely violates horizontal. Because it goes back to then, they're actually inadvertently admitting that horizontal can't exist within their paradigm.
Yeah,
horizontal is a constant.
Exactly. They're defying an axiom. All horizontals run parallel with the plane of the horizon. That is an axiom that they have to defy.
Well, all horizontals can't be parallel to each other, and all horizontals can't be parallel with the plane of the horizon. If horizontal is only a local phenomenon.
You can't describe it as being local, because to describe the difference with each of the different quote-unquote local areas, you'd need a master horizontal, if you will, to define the difference between them. It doesn't matter if you change it to say we've got lots of different tangential horizons, right, which is what they're saying. How do you define each of them? You're going to need a plane of reference. Now, how do they actually do this on screen now by coincidence? They do it from hell with a center point, the plane of reference in the middle of the ball. making the ball a glorified protractor. You always, you've said it already, I'm just reiterating your point, Brian. You always need that plane of reference, even if you're going to be describing local horizontals. Really? And how do you describe them with respect to each other? You'll need an overall horizontal plane of reference. Well, what would that be called? Horizontal? Much. You're always going to end up at the same point. Line. My bad with the terrible terminology at the end. Same point in terms of our points of argumentation, not point as in point on a sphere. Just to make that clear.
Well, the problem is that local horizontal a mile away from you, right, has to have a drop value or pitch or slope value away from the horizontal you're on. Right? So that means they must use the horizontal that they're claiming you're on, right, to determine the slope or pitch value, right, of this other claimed horizontal in relation to horizontal. I mean, you need horizontal, you need level to be horizontal to even make that claim, and then you know what I mean, mathematically, how can this other one, whether it be 10 feet away from you or 10 miles away from you, how can this other claimed horizontal also be horizontal if it has a pitch low horizontal? It's crazy. That's the problem. That's why horizontal is always going to be a constant. It can never be a local phenomenon. That's completely impossible. That makes it not horizontal. It makes it not exist. The orientation of horizontal and vertical, which is always 90 degrees to that horizontal, they're always a constant. They can be parallel to each other, but the verticals can't diverge and horizontals cannot be at different pitches to each other. It's crazy to even make that claim.
Hey, niggers.
Even if you put 90 local horizontals together from the zenith of Polaris out to the equator at 0 degrees, that's a local 5,400 nautical miles of horizontal.
Well, horizontal is not a local phenomenon when they're using it across their equatorial plane. And it's not local. I mean, it's always, you know what I mean? When they need to refer to, when they need to transpose a measurement in reality off of that horizontal plane onto their globe, they need to treat their equatorial plane as that constant horizontal. So how can they claim there's different horizontals when it suits them? They need to use their equatorial plane at vernal equinox, I might add, which extends that horizontal plane out into their celestial plane, making it way huger. You know what I mean? So what happened to your local horizontal?
They must think, we just call it local, but it can be a little sphere if we call it local.
No, it's in hell, that's Brian's point. I mean, you can call it a master horizontal, but it's already got terminology, you've already defined it, right? Equatorial and celestial plane. Equatorial at vernal equinox is the only time it'll function. Two separate systems that have been combined into one. It's on screen now. I love these new slides. These are all from 10th Man. Big shout out to your 10th Man.
Shout out to
big shout out.
Nice one, Tim.
Brother.
They're just constant.
Truth is,
go ahead, whoever that was.
The truth is, horizontal is horizontal. I know that's not like super remarkable, but it's actually the truth. I feel like what the most important thing to understand is that talking to someone like a Glober, or not that they're a Glober, but when a Glober is non-responsive, when anyone becomes non-responsive, anything beyond that point is kind of like quicksand. Because you would never argue with someone about the sky being blue. For anything else that's obviously what it is. It's like we almost have to do that, or we just have to. But in my everyday life, even when, I don't care how many Glovers are in the room or how many family members get triggered. It's funny that because we've condensed the argument down to something so simple. I used to say a lot, and now I say a little. And everyone in the room now typically goes to the Glober that decides to think that they're just going to embarrass me. They go, "This dude is smart. That sounds like it makes sense. Wasn't a lot of BS, you know. It is what we're saying. Just is what it is what I'm saying. Never forget that what we're saying just is what it is.
Just to address what you first said, you said horizontal is horizontal, and you said a disclaimer that seems like a stupid thing to say. Well, it would be, but for the fact that we have people who would say prior to that statement, horizontal is curved. So that sort of nonsensical statement would be followed up by what you said, which is no. Horizontal is horizontal.
I think what Eli said, I get wrapped up in this sometimes, and really, when you get to that stage, they've lost all logic, and there's no need really to go any further into a if you're talking to someone who's telling you horizontal is curved and level is curved, the conversation really must end at that point, I think.
Well, the thing about it is what Eli was what I got from what he was actually saying is that it's stupid to have to say it. It seems stupid to have to say it, but it's just true. Like Nathan, when you were saying master horizontal earlier, I think I had a chance to read this to you. At that point, what you're doing is you're actually trying to come up with some fantasy horizontal. It can't be a master horizontal if horizontal is not a constant.
Right.
You can't have a master constant horizontal if horizontal is not a constant, because that means whatever they're claiming.
It sounds nonsensical, right? Yeah. Again, if you isolate this conversation and you don't have context for it, we sound like we're gibbering idiots. We're only having to clarify what seems so obvious because people defy it.
Yeah, the first comment I got on that level video I brought out a few days ago seems to be of somebody I've never come across before. And they just must have found the video by accident. And they went, yeah, level's flat. Well done, genius. I mean, they seem like someone who was just a normal person who doesn't realize that if you told them it was flat, the earth was flat, they'd argue with you. But as soon as they argue with you there, it's them that are claiming that level is not flat and that level is not horizontal, and horizontal is not horizontal.
Okay, Brian, this is Johnny B here, and I will try. I know what you're saying. I understand you. Do you understand? You are making everything that you're trying to say. You are making it so difficult to people to understand. You are no ability. You have no ability to tell it so people understand it. You're just trying to make it more complicated. Do you? Right? No. Listen to me before.
Okay, everyone, stop. Right, stop. Okay, right. What we're going to do is we're going to let Johnny make his objection, regardless if you're already feeling that it's going to be nonsensical. He's saying, just to summarise what he's not managed to make it all the way through so far, that it's too difficult to understand. Let him make the end of his point. Hopefully he'll shut up at the end of it. Go ahead, Johnny. Do you want to just conclude your point? Feel free.
Yeah, that I'm trying to say. He has a lot of things he's thinking about, and his accent. What can I say with my accent? But anyways, he is a daily man on the show, and he's making his argument so difficult for normie to understand and grab.
Got that.
And I will tell you why. Because he is taking in aspects that has nothing to do with the understanding of a normal human being to take it in. That I will say is, as a flat Earth measurement, is just you are standing on your ground. You are taking an elevation angle to the sun, 50 degrees. And you take it down with the instrument, and you get 90 degrees. 90 degrees, yeah. You are 50.
Yeah,
you have to take 50 from 90. That is you have to do. What we are talking about is elevation angle. What is elevation angle? You are aiming to the star. You are aiming to the sun. That's the elevation.
I want you to describe the seasons. Describe how seasons work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, sure.
I
You know what?
I hope
We're not.
that
I'm
people
not
will not
talking
talk
about.
over
I'm
me
not
in
talking
the
about
time
the
I'm
elevation
trying to
angle.
Okay,
explain
stop.
how easy
Johnny,
it is.
Johnny, please. At some point, you've got to conclude. I think we got your point so far, but you're now into a new example of what you would do. Criticism we've heard. I don't think there's anything to add. But I'm sure Brian will want to respond to you. And you tolerate him without interrupting him, and hopefully the guy who was, just about to hopefully add a point will get to him too. Brian, go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not talking about
actually,
elevation angle, Johnny. I'm talking.
I know. As soon as you started, he's not on mute, and he's going through the top of you. So no, please just mute Johnny.
Okay, I'm on myself.
No, you're still talking, Johnny. That's why I've asked the server operators. Please mute him. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not talking about an elevation angle. I'm talking about what they claim is level and what they claim is horizontal, and how that I'm detailing how what they're claiming is so unworkable and wrong. That's what I'm doing. The horizontal baseline that elevation angle will have, they're trying to claim, is not what you think it is. I'm not talking about an elevation angle, Johnny. I've been talking about level and horizontal and what they're trying to turn them into, as opposed to what they actually are, and what we can prove them to be.
Okay.
That's what
Can I just add?
No. Right, he's actually muted, but it's his discussion. Let Johnny respond to Brian, then we can move on to the guy in Discord who wanted to ask something about seasons.
Yeah. So everybody understand that we agree with each other, that we are talking about this just to bring it to the audience and to the people.
Cup, Johnny, we can't hear you.
At elevation angle is something that you are using instrument. We are using the sextant. You take the elevation angle down to the horizon that is right in front of you. In the same time, you get three directions. You have the elevation angle, you have something else right in front of you, and that is going down from the distance. That will give you 90 degrees. That will also give you
but Johnny,
the ability of time. You are taking the star or the sun.
Yeah, I know about
have to have the time, and
I'm not talking about that, Johnny.
You
didn't listen to what I said.
You forget the
The
time.
confused here is you.
Oh,
okay. You didn't really respond to Brian's rebuttal to what you'd said in terms of it not being easy to understand. You just went into elevation angles again, which is great. Thank you, Johnny. Okay, the other guy who wanted to know something about seasons.
I think that guy may have jumped out.
No, he's still in here, AJ. Wild man.
What's up,
man?
Oh yeah. How do seasons work on a flat Earth?
I didn't realize anybody had made a claim about this. Did anybody make a claim about this?
No, I was asking the question. How do seasons work on a flat Earth?
Because of the sun.
The sun causes
The sun
it.
is moving.
The sun causes them. What? I see it in causes.
The sun is moving. That's the answer.
It's the bit about on a flat Earth that I'm not really following. I mean, we track the elevation angles of the sun with respect to a plane. So
exactly, but the elevation angles wouldn't cause seasons. That would cause different temperatures. Seasons are caused by the rotation.
I got that the first time.
A second.
I got that the first time. I said,
1 second.
I don't think anybody was making a claim about that.
Yeah, no one's
But
making a claim.
can you explain it to me? Or is that like something that is just unexplained in flat Earth theory?
Man, try and get some order. Did you have a claim about how seasons work?
No, I'm a geocentric.
And now I'm hearing something else. Jesus wept. Let's try that again. There's a guy in Discord who is talking. Does everyone recognise that? He's got a question about seasons. I've dealt with the fact that we haven't made a claim about it. I'm saying to him, do you have a claim about it?
I'm saying I wanted to see if the flat Earth community can explain seasons on a flat Earth model.
Flat
I
Earth
don't have a
model.
flat Earth
First of
model.
all,
No one
we
has
are
a flat
limited
Earth model.
on. We have a.
Hang on, Johnny, please.
Yeah.
Nobody has a flat Earth model. This is some straw man thing you've made up. There isn't even a globe model. Seasons are created by the sun's cycle, the yearly path and changing positions of the sun in the sky throughout the year. That's what causes seasons. Whether on a flat plane or a globe, it's the same thing.
So in flat Earth, the sun rotates around the Earth.
You know what causes seasons. You already know what causes seasons. The movement of the sun and the changing positions of the sun throughout a 12-month period. Why are you asking us such a stupid question?
But so I'm saying, does the sun rotate around the Earth, or does the Earth rotate around the sun?
Why would the Earth rotate
Whether
around the
it's
sun?
flat or not.
Do you feel yourself moving around the sun?
Thank you. How do you
That's what I'm
experience?
saying. If the Earth is flat, for the seasons to work on a flat Earth, the Earth would have to rotate around the sun. Even if it's a flat plane of existence,
Why would you have to
it would
do
still
that?
have to rotate around the sun in that elliptical orbit
Okay.
to complete the
Elliptical. Where was you got the
seasonal transitions.
Why would that
The June equinox, the summer equinox.
Guy, we heard you about elliptical orbits. You've got to shut up at the end of your statement. He's going to want to respond to
It
you.
wasn't done.
We heard his claim. We waffled on about elliptical orbits. That's a baseless claim at this point, isn't it? And that's going to get. He's not going to get to scattergun with endless garbage. We heard him. Elliptical orbits, he said.
Okay,
On a
go ahead.
plane, he said. I heard. Brian's trying to respond to that.
Go ahead.
For a start, right, elliptical orbits. Where you're getting that from is Kepler. Where did Kepler find out about what the sun is doing? Kepler was an astrologer. So all Kepler did was take the original sun cycle, which was a cycle involving a moving sun, right, changing its position over a 12-month period over a stationary flat plane. He took that and tried to amalgamate it into what they call the Copernican model. That's where you're getting the elliptical orbits from. This is some heliocentric.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's called the winter equinox. The winter solstice.
You're trying to crowbar into our reality. It doesn't exist in reality. This is mathematical heliocentric nonsense.
So the actual seasons that we talk about, like winter, summer, fall, June, those are actual orbital positions in the orbit around the Earth, around the sun. I'm speaking. Wait your turn.
Yeah,
so
Brian,
when we get to the summer,
dude, I've got to stop the other guy from yammering through you, and you've got to let him respond. You've got to let him get to his conclusion.
Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So yeah, that's what I was saying. When we get to the summer equinox, that's a set point in the orbit around from Earth around the sun. When we get to the winter solstice, that's a set point in the Earth's orbit around the sun. Then I think it's called the June or something other one equinox as well. And then there's another solstice. These are set points around the sun in Earth's orbit that causes the change in seasons. We know this. So you would also have to agree if your Earth is flat, it's orbiting around the sun.
Stop. Dude. We know this is the conclusion. You don't need to keep going. At first, means you didn't listen to what Brian just said about the origin of orbits. It's like you didn't listen to a single word he said, which is irritating. It's going to irritate him. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, you haven't listened to that, and I said, what you're talking about is the Kepler version of how the sun cycle works. That would involve a globe Earth, right, making an offset elliptical orbit around the sun over a 12-month period, right? Where Kepler got the information he needed to mathematically amalgamate that information into the Copernican model, right? It's not even a model, right? He got it from astrology. Kepler was a master astrologer. And in astrology, right, back in his day, right, the Earth was seen as a stationary flat plane with moving celestials above it. So what you're asking me, where are you getting this? Where are you getting the seasons from? You need an offset elliptical orbit of, right? No. Kepler got the original sun cycle from astrology. He was taught it via astrology. He was a master astrologer. So was Tycho Brahe and Galileo Galilei and loads of people before Kepler. All through the generations, the old master astrologers, they all dealt with Earth as a flat plane with moving celestials. So how does the sun do what it does? I don't know. Don't know what the sun is. Don't know how it does.
Okay. Stop a sec. I've got to shout out Uncle Ben. He says you've got some serious smart people in the server today. Thank you very much for the super chat, Uncle Ben.
Sorry, I didn't. Sorry.
I'm done.
So I don't know all those things. All I know is the sun appears to move around in the sky, and we get seasons. That's it. That's all you can. That's all you can do. All I can do is take elevation angles to the sun, and it points over a flat plane. That's all I can do.
If you check side chat, I posted what I was talking about by winter solstice. It's a set point in the orbit around the sun. The equinox. It's a set point around the sun.
And he claimed to be a geocentrist. That's 2 times he didn't listen to you at all.
It's a set point throughout the year. It's a position of the sun in the sky throughout the year. That's what it is. Not a set point of us around the sun. You're pre-assuming that we're moving. That's what that is. That's all it is. If you were moving, your inner ear would let you know, because it's designed to feel changes in acceleration. Now, we're claimed to be on a rotating body, right, which is a constant change in acceleration, and we're claimed to be making an offset elliptical orbit of the sun, right? That's 2, right, constant changes in acceleration. If that was happening, have no doubt, buddy, you would know it.
So is he a geocentrist or not?
What I was trying to describe to you is that the winter solstice happens at the same point, in the same orbit, in the same time every year. Because
Hold on, Brian, I know he's repeating it, and I know you've addressed it. He wants to rinse and repeat, but if you're talking through him rinsing and repeating, you're seen as unreasonable. We get it. We heard it once. Do you want to repeat it again, my friend? He's already responded to this, by the way.
I don't think we need to hear it again, do we, Nathan? I was going to ask Walt, man.
I'm asking him. Just do you need to rinse and repeat this again? It's again like you've just completely ignored what he's responded
hey,
to.
can you stop over moderating me and let me actually debate him? Because this was actually a debate, not for you can keep muting me and he can keep spewing for 30 minutes.
Yes. Do you feel hard done by? Do you feel hard done by? Because he's addressed you and you've ignored him twice. Do you feel like you're not getting a fair debate? Over-moderated, you say? No, you're a dumbass. You're not listening to him. I'll just chastise you for your stupidity. You stupid man, try to listen to what he says. And you won't get called stupid for ignoring him twice. Do you feel over-moderated? Because now I'm just insulting you for being stupid. The demonstration of it that's come twice prior to your ignorance and inability to listen.
Yeah, and if,
conclude,
look, dude,
Brian,
if you
you've
realise...
already succinctly summarised this point and then he's ignored it twice, I think it's only reasonable that you summarise it, because it's almost like you didn't say it, given he ignored it twice.
Yeah, I will conclude. Kepler's claimed analemma is just a hijacking of the original sun cycle that he got from astrology. And that's based on a massive stationary flat plane, the one they use in when they're referring to things in astronomy at vernal equinox, and moving celestials. That same thing they're referring to at vernal equinox in astronomy, mainstream astronomy, right? Kepler got that sun cycle from a stationary flat plane with moving celestial bodies. It was detailed for God knows how long before, thousands of years before him, right? It's been around. He took it, he mathematically amalgamated it with what they call the Copernican model, which is not a model, right? And ended up with a 23.4 degree tilt of a globe out that makes an offset elliptical orbit of the sun once a year and rotates once a day in sidereal time, right? But when it comes to actually referencing anything to do with the celestial bodies in astronomy, they must place you right at the equatorial plane of that globe at vernal equinox, which mathematically negates the 23.4 degree tilt, and then extends that plane out into the celestial plane, making a much huger, flat, stationary plane, and then they pre-assume that the celestial bodies are moving, and they do the exact same thing in celestial navigation. Right? So this thing about this man thinks he has an argument concerning Kepler's analemma, He doesn't even know. He can't even tell me what the right names on the for the equinoxes and for dates and for the equinoxes and the solstice, the two solstices. He can't. Like he wants to argue about something he has basically no research done. I did a whole presentation on this back in 2017.
Before you elaborate too much, yes, we got it. Thank you for the conclusion. Very good. Yes, and absolutely.
Well, I thought you wanted me to over elaborate. Sorry.
Not over elaborate on when you did your presentations previously and how many times you've gone through it, but everything else perfect. Thank you so much.
Right, just a point of moderation, guys. I just want to say to Wildman first before he answers anything. Wildman, you are muted twice so that Nathan could actually correct his own people for speaking over you. Yeah? The third time you were muted is because you're repeating the same thing over and over again. We understand the claim of the seasons and the equinoxes, etc. You need to address Brian's argument. If you rinse and repeat again, you will be muted again.
So Brian never made any argument to explain it on a flat Earth model. I made a better argument to explain it on a flat Earth model than Brian. Because hold on, do not interrupt me. I'm being interrupted, moderator. I'm being interrupted. I said that the winter solstice and the summer solstice are set fixed points in space and time around Earth's orbit around the sun. So if the Earth was flat, winter would happen where the winter solstice was, and summer would happen where the summer solstice was, and that would mean that the flat plane of existence that you guys say exists would still have to orbit around the sun in those fixed set points in time and space. That's what I was trying to make an understanding from, but he didn't even understand the question or anything that I was talking about.
Hey guys, I just need to get a bit of control. Thank you so much, Brian. And what was your name again, sir? What's your name?
Wildman.
Wildman 420.
Thank you, Wildman. Thank you, Brian. Okay, so your summary in the face of his conclusion was to say he didn't address a flat plane. Very specifically referenced flat plane of the equatorial plane and extended celestial plane used by Kepler. He detailed them explicitly 3 times.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying.
You over-moderating me, asshole. Shut your dumb-ass mouth. You ignored him, you dumb fuck. Now you can sit down and be berated by me. You stupid idiot who can't listen. He absolutely referenced a flat plane. He did it 3 times. You're just too stupid to listen. Now you're getting told off by me for your stupidity, not by Brian, that he has to seem like he's what, quote-unquote, unreasonable, over-moderating. No, you're just stupid and deaf. Next time, try and listen. Plus specifically references a flat plane. He detailed it to you 3 times. You're just a moron who can't listen. You rinsing and repeating it again like you got some argument doesn't wash. Okay, dumbass. Now we're done with you. I was willing to be polite with you till you started yakking through me. Oh, you've not earned that privilege, unlike Brian, who absolutely has. And I tentatively tell him to shut up while you rinse and repeat after being told by a moderator not to do that. Just a dumbass. I'm going to berate you. I'm going to tear a strip off you for being stupid and incapable of listening to the man. Yes, he did reference a flat plane. Specifically referenced it. He told you where the origin of your argument needed it. You're just too stupid to comprehend it. Now piss off.
That is Dunning-Kruger at its height.
Well, seeing as he said that his question wasn't answered, I was going to ask him to actually steelman Brian. See if he actually listened to a word that was said, or if he was just waiting to rinse and repeat.
Yeah, AJ.
Over and over and over. It's all you did.
Let's see if he can steelman it. What did Brian have to say to you, Wildman? What was his rebuttal?
He started out comparing my
Man.
Unless he's getting an opportunity to repeat. Can't do it. We already know that. I summarised it and shouted at him for it. He hasn't listened. This is him summarizing Brian's position are
John
zero.
has not done it because there is no uniform.
I didn't ask for whether
That's
Brian had done
ranting,
anything.
isn't
I
he?
asked for you to steel man his position, yeah? Tell us what he said.
His position falls apart because that's not how
See,
I didn't
can't
ask
do
that
it.
his position fell apart. I asked what he said.
and that's a fallacy. That's
AJ, he doesn't even know.
It's just ranting. He's not listening to AJ. He's not taking moderation. He's completely belligerent. He's in his own little chanting rage. I've got to get this straw man out a million times. Oh, mate, you're done. You cooked. You didn't listen. You're incapable of doing so. You're probably not listening to me now while you're on server mute. Not me putting you on server mute. Moderators, because you've lost control now. Can't control yourself anymore. Goodbye.
Yeah, AJ, the thing about it is that he doesn't even know his own position. That's the problem. He didn't listen to a word, and everyone knew it. But what just did there was right because that was the right thing to do. Right? Because then you find out if someone was listening or not. He's not interested in hearing about how seasons work. Right, what causes seasons? The yearly path of the sun. That's all we know. Do you know anything more about it than that? No. You could go into a global heliocentric story involving Kepler, but it doesn't mean anything because it's all based off a flat stationary plane where we're looking up at an object or whatever it is, doing something throughout a 12-month period, and we don't know how it does what it does in the story. It's a stupid question that he's trying to create a straw man out of. He doesn't know his own position. He doesn't know anything about Kepler's Annalena or astronomy based around heliocentrism. He's just an ignoramus who wants to just waffle on.
I'm more than content for you to waffle through how, not waffle, so it's because you used just that word for him, non-derogatory, for you to talk about how Kepler uses a flat plane. All roads lead to a flat Earth. The fact that he can't tolerate hearing that and literally asserted, well, you've never even mentioned how a flat plane works with this. You repeatedly pointed out the genesis of his orbital claim with Kepler, the flat plane it utilizes. In the first instance, its genesis. Did he hear a word of it? No. Of course not. His argument falls apart. He didn't give you an argument. He told you the origins of Keplerian flat planes. It's not an argument. That's a statement of fact. One that he didn't know. He sees it as an argument that fell apart. Too dumb to even recognise when he's just having details put to him. What was your argument, Brian? He didn't have one. Put a point to him.
Well,
overcame his inference of a reifiable heliocentric globe Earth that's derived from the flat plane facts that Brian detailed to him. He didn't give him an argument. He just told him where his origins of a flat plane in his argument were. That's all he did. That's all our Brian did.
Yeah, when these guys claim that there's nothing presented, yeah, I was just saying, when these guys claim there's nothing presented, I know they haven't listened, so I just like to ask them what's been presented for the audience's sake, so the audience can see that when they make these claims that something wasn't presented, they don't know what they're talking about. They don't even know what was presented because they just didn't listen.
Exactly. I mean, I was actually trying to be fair with him at the start, although I knew he was probably going to be that type of a person. Like, I could have got smart with him and asked him some simple questions about it and made him look bad. I could have done that because I have that information. But I don't need to do that. I'm not here to try and make people look stupid. But he did that himself. He made himself look stupid.
I don't mind telling them off. So at the end, right, I've not got involved, although he's, for whatever reason, decided to criticise me for stopping you interrupting him over whatever. But at the end, I'm willing to say, all right, well, that's been drawn to a conclusion. Excellent. But in his mind, because he hasn't listened, no, it hasn't been drawn to a conclusion. No, you don't recognise the conclusion's been drawn because you haven't listened. He's going to chant through me trying to thank him for participating. So he's going to yammer through me. At which point you're like, no, so you're not listening to me and recognise that I'm going, thank you for trying. We'll be polite in your departure now. No, instead, I have to be interrupted and then berate and chastise him. Like, no, you're not going to talk through me. I'm hosting a frigging show. Now, I can, at first, do the polite thing until you yammer through me because you've decided it's not concluded and therefore the host of this show has no respect owing. I've given you a platform. There's 100 people listening to you, total wanker. I'm thanking you for being here, and what are you doing, talking through me as I do so? So you're going to get chastised. Rightly so.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Sorry, Brian. I'm saying, he's talking about the winter solstice, which is when the sun's in the Tropic of Capricorn, and that Tropic of Capricorn can be found at approximately 23.5 degrees latitude, which is actually a flat Earth elevation angle measurement of Earth.
Like the ones I'm sorry, Brian. Like the ones that Brian concisely summarised 3 times that Kepler used.
Correct.
Listen, he didn't even know. But the first part of what you just said there concerning the Tropic of Capricorn and the date you gave, he didn't even know that. Well, why would you be? What is the point if this guy is listening? What is the point in making an argument? You don't even have any of the basic details of it. What's the point? You can't argue that point because even if you have a point to be made, your lack of understanding of the thing you're arguing against won't, you know what I mean, will be shown up before anyone here has any point you have to be made.
Dunning-Kruger much?
You have to learn these things first.
It's Dunning-Kruger, isn't it?
Yeah, I know everything, but I don't know any very basic things to do with the claim. I mean, very basic things like the 2 tropics, the equator, the equinoxes, the solstices, the dates. Like that's the most basic part. And then the next most basic part will be the 23.4 degree tilt, and then the distances, the claimed distances from their sun throughout a 12-month period changes and blah blah blah. But it starts with basic things like the solstices, the equinox, what dates they are. I mean, all these things, and you don't even have that much. How are you going to make any argument if you don't have? You're too lazy to learn basic things. Go on, Neil.
He's not listening to you, and it's Dunning-Kruger. I said that. He thinks he's got the answers.
But it's crazy how someone. For me, it makes no sense. So you can start arguing about something when you don't even have basic things. You can ask about it, but to have an argument about it makes no sense because you don't know about it yet. How can you how can you argue a point concerning it if you don't even know about it?
I try and give that. No, I try and go ahead. Whoever that is from Discord, go ahead.
That was me. You point out the fact that he's a liar at this point. He claimed to be a geocentrist to elbow his way into the conversation, and when he got flat smacked, he experienced a downward spiral and started complaining about being muted for being unreasonable. That's what happened.
It's a downward spiral we watch frequently.
Really, what's going on there is, and to be honest with you, I heard it when he first heard him come in, is that he has panic in his voice. He's not speaking calmly. He's creating disorder because he is going through turmoil inside his own head because he can't take it that we exist and that this topic exists and that he can't take it how badly his side is losing.
I try and heed.
It's lost, not losing. It's over.
I try and heed our own side when we're here and various other places talking about this subject. I try and put it into 2 different categories, which is to say, there's a category of people that may come to the Flat Earth Debate Show or Nathan Oakley 1980 channel and say, I just want to know how Earth's flat. Not because I want to go and challenge other people, just because I want to know the score. What is the score here? Is Earth flat or not? Then you find out how it's measured. You can get on with your day. You find out Earth's measured flat and always was. That's how the globe was created. And you can just get on with your day. If you're that guy, don't then take that understanding and turn it into a debate with some fundamentalist religious zealot on the globe. Because number one, you'll make yourself look really stupid if you try and unpack any of their arguments because you don't know them. So I would try and say to that person, get up, go about your day, but don't go out debating people about this. If you do want to go out and debate, you need to learn every single argument that the globe could possibly ever throw at you. Ahead, whoever that was.
I'm listening to you, Nathan.
I think there's somebody wanted to get a word in from Discord. Go ahead, whoever that was. Someone from Discord that wanted to get a point in. We're rounding out the live show shortly, so this is probably your last opportunity if you did. I saw the line dance, so I know someone from Discord said something.
I heard somebody twice saying something, but I'm not hearing that now.
Yeah,
no, I understand. But see, what you're detailing, Nathan, is the guy that came in there, the wild man guy. He's that version. He's that only on the opposite side.
Yes.
He was coming in and wanting to have a debate, but he doesn't know basic things of it. He doesn't know the basics of his own claim. I mean, of his own side. It's like you have to at least know the basics of your own side before you, and know the basics of the other side before you can even start conversating about it. You can't debate on something. You can conversate about something you don't know about, but you can't debate about it
Right.
if you don't know about it.
Do you remember Earth discussions about 10 years ago with Rumpus and the guy with the Labrador on his thing? Do you remember that panel? It had about 2-3 people watching. You may not have ever seen it. Do you remember it?
I remember the name. Yeah, I do remember the name. Yeah.
ED and ED 2.0. Anyway, 10 years ago, I saw that discussion, and I was, fairly staunch heliocentrist who thought I knew the rhetoric reasonably well, then became a flat earther. And I come across this discussion platform with more people on the panel than there are watching, talking at a much higher level of heliocentrism than I appreciated. Suddenly, I'm sitting back going, bloody hell, they know a lot more about this than I do. Now, you might think, well, I'll just test my strength, like on a strengthometer, by going in as a newly fledged, badged up flat earther. Well, no, you should know better. I knew better. Don't go in. They'll hand you your ass. Not because I'm not right, but because I'm ignorant of their arguments. Now, at that point, I was also ignorant of my own arguments. I was new. It doesn't make any difference which side of the argument you're on. If you suddenly find out that there's flat earthers out there and you go, I'm going to go in and tell them they're stupid. Do you know your own argument really well? Because if not, what the hell are you doing? You're going to get your ass handed to you. Right, we've got time for one last question from Discord. Then we're going to be running out, doing a bit of an after show maybe in the same panel, but ultimately you're not going to have 100 people listening to what you've got to say. If you've got a question, now's the time to ask it. Over to you, AJ. To
Nathan, do
encourage
you believe there is such thing as a perfect circle? Do perfect circles exist somewhere in the ever-expanding universe?
in a natural form? You're asking, is there a perfectly formed natural circle somewhere? I don't doubt it. Why would you ask that? A very interesting question. I'm bemused as to why.
I ask everyone that question. I'm surprised you said yes. Now, what about mathematically? Does such a thing as a perfect circle exist?
Absolutely, without question. Why are you asking?
Every person that believes in the oblate spheroid-shaped Earth also believes in the magical perfect circle.
The maths requires it. You're going to derive a measuring tool that is a perfect circle, like a protractor or a sextant, and infer that the surface is that measuring tool, and to all intents and purposes, it must be perfect.
Okay.
I got a question. How does Jesus work on a flat Earth?
Does Jesus work?
How do seasons work on a flat Earth? Tell me now.
Oh, seasons. How do seasons work? Hey, 10th.
Hey, 10th.
Tell me now, Nathan Oakley.
They do what they do. Every reference or
Good
measurement
morning.
to
Can you
anything
hear
to
me
do
now?
with seasons or seasonality will always be with respect to a flat plane. So when you say how do they work, look up how anything works ever. It'll all have its genesis in for flat plane. So it seems like a stupid question. Hey, 10th, sorry to talk over you as you figured out your mic. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my mic wasn't on. How's everyone doing?
Very, very well. We're about to round
Hey,
out a
Ken.
live show. We frequent the Discord
Okay.
server known as Politics on a Friday to spread the good word of Earth being measured flat.
Yeah, I was catching some of it. Why did everyone miss the point Brian made at the very start, I believe? Everything is referenced in navigation, 0 to 90, and perpendicular. And since you can't have 0 to 90 or perpendicular on the surface of a paradigm of a sphere, because it's always curving away from you, what do they reference? And Brian told everybody what they reference. The equatorial plane, which is a straight angle, 180 degrees. So it doesn't matter what they say when they use the Haversine formula and what they have to do in post-production with so-called spherical trigonometry to put you on the arc of a protractor. Doesn't matter what they do afterwards to change the initial elevation angle, which is referenced to a 180 plane. The ball game is over right there because the site reduction tables, and Brian has said this as well, put you right at the surface of the ocean with the sextant, and you don't have to do dip, you don't have to do refraction, you don't do anything. It's all 180 plane. They have nothing because this is all from their own books. The initial reference is a flat earth. After that, they get you believing you live on a sphere. So who cares how the seasons work? It must work on a flat earth. And it's so obvious the sun is moving, not the earth. It's the guy who just came in. He's under the delusion that orbit is real, begging the question, and he's basing his question and putting in all his poker chips on orbits being real. He has no clue.
Yeah, orbits are derived from a flat plane. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat. Actually, I'm going to do a special shout out to Liam. I just checked on my email and got a PayPal from Liam. He jokingly suggested that he'd pay for the difference in the sweary video that we covered a couple of days ago. I didn't actually think he'd send me money for it, but thank you very much, Sensual Goat, for sending me a PayPal. Really appreciate the support. And of course, a massive thank you to today's Discord server, which is the Flat Earth 24/7 section of the Politics Discord server. One of my live stream moderators hopefully put a link to that in the live stream chat, so you can go along and actually join that server, which is fantastic. Thank you to them and all the moderators in the Politics Discord server for having us today. It's been a pleasure as always. Hopefully they'll be tolerant of us to return next Friday, as always, for a Politics Flat Earth debate session. Another massive thank you to my Discord server, my G+ server, I should say. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
You know what I mean? It's like there's no argument when it's.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. What he's trying to promote in the way I came in at the end does exist, but it's the equatorial plane that he's referencing that he doesn't even realize, because everything they got is based on that as baseline reference for everything.
Oh, absolutely. That's what Kepler would have used for that. Like, I mean, it was post Kepler, let's just say, that they started placing a globe around that plane. Before that, that's why it was around, it would have been post Kepler that they needed to make that the equatorial plane and then extend it out into the celestial plane, make all that stationary and the celestial moving above it. That is them referencing reality. It was Kepler, from everything I can gather, it's Kepler who came up with the globe. Right? And everything that, so Kepler was probably the originator of that claim where that you place yourself as equatorial plane, apparently equinox. And
I said that it was about 300 years ago with reference to Kepler, and everyone says, no.
You said Copernicus.
Did I say Copernicus?
You keep saying Copernicus when you should be saying Kepler at times.
It really...
Copernicus, it's Kepler.
It really doesn't matter to be that thorough who did it. You just got to explain with the current information that's out there, It's how they did it is more important than who did it and when they did it. So it's always been a flat 180 straight angle plane, always, because that's the surface of Earth. They just took it down to a presumptive sphere, put it in the middle and call it the equator, which is really the surface of the Earth. Then they said, well, we believe we're on a sphere, so we got to convert this 180 plane, which must match what the Mariner sextant is using the horizon for, because that's the limitation of his eyes, is where the clouds meet the sea, apparently, and we know they don't because it's 10,000 feet above the sea. It just looks like they're touching, just like when you bring the sun or star and rock the sextant using the horizontal reference at sea. So if that local horizon, which is how they like to refer to it, because they're saying it's a tangent point, that's your local flat area. And if it curves after that, you can never use the equatorial plane as the main reference because the equatorial plane doesn't curve.
I was going to say, but they're not doing it in that way. So when the anti-flatties start talking about referencing tangential planes, like, no, what they're justifying with the parallel light moved into hell is an afterthought. The way it all functions, if you ever look at any, the other day, I can't remember what the example was, but I was showing Brian some example from heliocentrism where all of the angle descriptions, albeit in a very large scale, so Earth is like a tiny little 2 millimeter dot, it makes no difference. The angles are still coming from hell. In that way, you've got your Keplerian equatorial plane with a globe Earth wrapped around it, self-contained. It just doesn't function beyond the parameters of any of the stars that could actually be utilized practically in that paradigm, let's call it. So it doesn't alter what Brian's trying to suggest to the opponent today, for example. We're getting somewhere with this. And Brian's describing that flat plane that you've just described, 10th. That is to say, you're in the middle of it and you're describing the extended celestial plane, a massive plane with all of these angles to stars wrapped around it and a system of circles that you could put at your feet. And then we understand that you've got a globe wrapped around that. Yeah. And Brian describes it from that conceptual standpoint. His opponent literally cannot comprehend it in the way that Brian's describing it, even though he's telling him it's flat planes and how it would match the two systems up at the vernal equinox, for example. So he's going into extra detail, all of which is being described from a conceptual standpoint where you're inside the protractor he thinks is the globe. He can't conceptualize it in the way it actually functions. No one can, even though it's shown them that way. If you show any orbital motion, the asymptotically flat plane that is used to describe it all as a bifurcation of Earth at whatever point it is in its orbital motion. In other words, you're still dependent on it having an equatorial plane through the center of Earth, a flat plane in hell, any scale for any description always for orbits. Now, Brian knows this and can concisely summarize it. Guy, like I've said 3 times, so I won't say it again, he cannot even comprehend it in that way, even though that's how it's functioning.
I'm not too worried about a glober not understanding it, especially this guy who came on. That's not the reason I say that, because they're still stuck in that paradigm that we live on a sphere. What I'm trying to do, and what we've done, and what Brian was doing, was showing them that the baseline reference for everything requires a 180 plane, not a point in the center of Earth, but a plane. And every subsequent elevation angle measurement, whether done with a bubble sextant at 30,000 feet, which uses a spirit level and creates a fictitious horizontal, well, that horizontal used by the bubble sextant is now the plane for that elevation angle at 30,000 feet. Well, that elevation angle at 30,000 feet is using an infinite, no such thing, but an infinite plane to create the elevation angle above it. If you're a mariner at sea, you're not using a bubble sextant because the boat is rocking, so the only thing horizontal in the middle of the ocean is the horizon. You use the horizon to create that same reference plane. And if you go to all their books, both those have to match their paradigm of a sphere Earth cut in half. When you cut that non-existent sphere Earth in half, you don't have any curves. You have 180 plane. There's no account for curvature, is what I'm trying to tell you. It's post-production through a spherical trig and the Haversine formula to put you on the arc of your vision, which is the protractor.
Right. Before we add anything to this, right, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to the Politics Discord server because we're going to be toddling along now. Thank you so much for having us. Hopefully, we'll be welcomed back next week.
No problem.
Oh my
Thank you
goodness,
for
my
coming.
goodness, Nathan.
Go ahead, AJ.
Saying no problem. Glad to have you here. Hope to see you next week.
We'll toddle along to Earth Debate Discord server if anyone fancies following us. But in the meantime, thank you so much for having us in the Politics Discord server as ever. And yeah, we'll see you next week.
Right.
Is everybody taking a moment of silence for the globe?
Sometime or something. I heard the crow right when you opened your mic.
Rest in peace, globe.
Was that Embo? Hello.
Yes.
That was pretty boring.
So, Embo,
Agreed.
you think water only flows down?
Huh? No,
I think
yeah, I
I
just joined
think
like 10
it's
minutes ago. Yeah.
what are you talking about?
No, I was just saying that there wasn't much going on when I joined like 10 minutes ago. There wasn't much going on.
Because there was Nathan Oakley, then he left.
He went
I mean,
back for the after show on his
Okay.
own channel.
I think it flows only down unless there's some inequality in the level of the water, because obviously if you have higher level next to lower level, then it would also flow sideways to equalize itself.
So you don't think water is ever level?
I think it can be level. Like in a pond, for example. It will be level fairly. No other influences. But if you go to some large bodies, then you obviously have some waves or whatever.
Yeah. Also, that like worldwide oceans aren't they aren't level with each other. They have different elevations. Like the Indian Ocean depression, it's like a couple thousand square kilometers, I believe, of roughly 100 meters below sea level surrounding. Yeah.
I've heard that datums for sea level in different countries are taken from different locations, not the same universal location. Like, for example, in Poland, we measure sea level from some water station in Russia. And this is the standard that we adopted as the sea level. But in America, they have some own station that they define the level to.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's just
Sea
what,
level
like some magical force field that holds it in the shape of a ball.
Well, that was a non sequitur, but okay.
Well, this is what we're talking about, right?
No, we're talking about how.
See, I showed
sea
this
level
picture right
isn't-
here, brother. I'm going to bring you up to speed. I showed this picture right here, right? And you see how half the ball there is being held in the shape of half a ball of water. But yet the water still moves all at once, right? Like moves freely.
Yeah.
So gravity, what, just holds it in a ball, but doesn't hold it from moving?
Gravity, well, you have to exceed your whatever force you apply to an object has to exceed the amount of pull that gravity is inducing, basically. So
how much pull does it take to hold all that water to the side of a ball?
well, it's whatever the mass of the water is in terms of, or however much weight the water is how much pull it has to have in order to.
How much weight you think there's there?
An unfathomable amount.
So a lot of fucking force is holding that water, right?
Yeah, because there's a lot of water.
So just a little bit of wind can move it.
Yeah, because you're not moving the whole ocean.
I can blow on it with my mouth and fucking move it.
Yeah, that's because you're moving. You're applying an external force to it, and you're only applying it to a very small portion of the water. When you like blow on the water, do you think the whole ocean moves?
No, I'm just saying it moves, dude.
Yeah, of course it moves. You're applying an external force to it, and it's only a very small portion of the water.
Like, is it being held or is it not being held?
It's being held, and yet that's why you have to apply an external force to it in order for it to move at all.
I don't know. It don't make sense to me, dude. I don't know how it makes sense in your mind, but if you can let with it, go with it, man.
So if I put a tungsten sphere in the center of your room and I tell you don't touch it, and it doesn't move, you'd be shocked by that?
Bro, if you want a fucking an analogy that has nothing to do with the situation, that's fine.
It is analogous. It's inertia.
What's inertia, dude? I'm like, you just told me there's an unfathomable amount of force holding this fucking water down, man.
Yep.
But just a little bit fucking can move it.
Yeah. Just like how, so like a 10-pound weight, for example, I mean, it's being held down by 10 pounds. You have to apply greater than 10 pounds of force to lift it up.
All right, so how much force would you have to apply to the water to move it then?
Depends on how much you're picking up. If it's a liter of water, then you have to apply roughly 1 kilogram.
Okay, so what if it's an unfathomable amount? Like an ocean?
You have to have an unfathomably large amount of force to move the whole ocean.
So where's that force at?
I don't think the whole ocean is being moved simultaneously at once in one direction.
No?
No.
You never heard of a tide?
I have heard of tides, yeah. That's not the whole ocean, though.
How much of the ocean is it?
I don't know, but I know it's not the whole ocean. I wouldn't know the exact percentage.
It just,
I mean,
it
sounds
doesn't
like
add
you're
up.
just
You got to
shocked
do
by
mental
inertia.
gymnastics to make this work, man.
Not really, no. This was so easy for me to understand. I'm literally playing a game right now while trying to explain it to you. I didn't even have to.
Dude, you were taught this, man. You don't understand it.
It's just inertia. It's really intuitive.
You're
I don't know
reading
how
out
you
of a
don't
book
understand
right
it.
now, man. You don't understand exactly what's going on here. You can't fathom this, man.
It's called inertia. Yeah. If there's no force being applied to it, then it's not going to move.
I
If you
get
apply
that's what
force
you
to
were
it, then it'll
taught,
move.
dude.
Really? All right. So place a tungsten ball in the center of your room.
Yeah, we're
and don't
talking
push it
about
at all.
water, man. Fuck.
All right.
We're talking about it being held to a ball, dude. Can you show me that anywhere?
Yeah, place a. What we're talking about inertia right now. What's with the non sequiturs?
No, you're talking about inertia, dude.
Yeah, you asked me why can I move some of the water, and I explained it to you, and you're shocked by that. Like inertia is a thing.
No, I get inertia is a thing, man.
Like you're telling me if I apply a force to an object, it'll like move. Wow, I don't know how you get this.
Dude, you want to go off on a tangent? Go ahead, man.
I mean, we can keep talking about it if you don't understand it still.
So it holds it, but it doesn't hold it.
Yep. Ball in your room. Yep. It's holding it, and then when you apply a force to it, it starts moving. That's crazy, isn't it? Like, this isn't complicated at all, man.
Yeah, your force doesn't add up either, though, right?
What do you mean, what force? What force doesn't
If
add
you
up?
want to fucking move a drop of water, great, but like holding an ocean and then moving an ocean.
Yeah.
You're
What about
literally
it?
holding it in the shape of a ball, dude, and then it moves.
Yeah, when you blow on it, you're applying a force to it. Yep. Please tell me Embo is still here.
I'm still here.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, with fluids like liquids or whatever, it's kind of more complicated than just moving a body with a force, because this force will also be spent on changing its shape, because water can change shape, obviously. So it isn't that simple as just.
Oh, okay. So you think I should teach him hydrodynamics? That's what I should do.
No. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Doesn't hydrodynamics prove flat anyway?
Wow. Talk about mental gymnastics here. Yeah. Embo actually can't talk about water since he lives in Poland, so he's never seen the ocean.
I've never seen the ocean either.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you have no credentials.
But I've seen sea, and sea is like a smaller ocean.
No, it's not big enough. It doesn't count.
But it's enough to be curved on a ball and to be flat on a plane, so it will already make a difference.
Yeah, but it's only curved on a ball in your imagination, though, right?
I cannot deny or confirm that because I've never tested it.
Nobody has, Embo.
No, I actually have. I just
Show me a ball with water wrapped around it. I'll be convinced.
I don't have a ball like that. You would need to go into a free-falling airplane, like the ones that simulate zero gravity, take a ball and put it into a sphere of water, and then you will have a ball in the water. But this experiment is so ridiculous that I don't think anyone has done that ever. When you go to a zero-G plane, this isn't when you go into a zero-G plane and you pay big amount of money to see that, this isn't the first thing you think about to do.
Oh, I just missed it. Discord popped up about something with Russia and Turkey. Is there something going on?
What? Like conflict or?
Yeah, I gotta look it up. I thought.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Here it is. 3 hours ago, Russia and Turkey have blocked. Okay, a second here. Okay, Russia and Turkey have blocked Discord. Russia's telecom regulator banned Discord today, citing failure of the app to prevent the use and dissemination of terrorism, extremist purposes, and allowing citizens to commit crimes, which include the sale of drugs and posting of illegal information.
That's not very interesting. I thought it'd be like conflict or something, but okay.
When it popped up, I just got it really quick. I didn't see the whole thing.
Okay.
I heard there's North Korean troops now in Russia.
That adds up. Yeah. Embo, you should join the Foreign Legion. If you join, I'll join, actually. How about that?
The Legion?
Yeah, for Ukraine.
No, never.
Why not? Let's go. Come on.
Never in my life. Because I don't like Ukraine. Why should I die?
I don't like Ukraine either, but like I would still go just because why not, right?
I mean,
You're
killing
one of
people
those.
could be fun. Killing people could be fun, so yeah, that could be motivation.
Did you guys see that video of that robot fucking that zigzagged across the field, ran into the fucking Russian camp and blew up?
Well, actually, that's wrong. I would rather say that I don't like Ukraine, but I don't like Russia more than than Ukraine.
Same, but I still wouldn't die for one just to kill people from the second country. I'm already
Yeah, it would be pretty
satisfied
sad because we would probably just end up dying to some like $20 Chinese drone, and that would be how it would go out. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, and we would end in a Reddit video.
Yeah, yep.
With some funk music playing in the background.
Yep.
Another one bites the dust.
Yep. Is that how you want to go out, Embo?
I don't think so.
You want to go out on the space shuttle, burning up in re-entry. That's how you want to go out.
Yes, I would prefer that. The death would at least be, faster. People would be remembering me. There would be like monuments for me. That's definitely better than a live leak video.
That's true.
I'm not pro-Russia, I'm also not pro-Ukraine, I'm just pro-war. Because when there's a war, then people from Russia die and people from Ukraine die. So there's less Russians than Ukrainians.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
What do you think about my opinion?
Well, as a poll, I think you should be more supportive of Ukraine. Not necessarily their political policies and just their country as a whole, but they're like your meat shield, right? Like you should at least want them to win.
Strategically, it would be good for us, because Russia is a international threat for us, but Ukraine really isn't.
I mean, they would obviously never attack any of the NATO states because that would end in World War III.
I mean, it
Aren't they
depends.
attacking? Oh yeah, they're not NATO yet.
Yeah, it depends if USA would be actually willing to engage with Russia after some irrelevant country in the east would be attacked. Maybe. I mean, the protocols, the treaties, the Article 5, it forces them to do so theoretically, but in practice, it's if I were like an American politician, I wouldn't really give a fuck about some random country in the Eastern Europe just for the sake of nuclear annihilation.
I guess
I,
Israel's NATO country,
I
isn't
know
it?
a lot about this issue. Maybe I can educate you about it.
Oh yes, please, Johnny.
And I will tell you, 2014, it was a coup. It was orchestrated by Nuland, a woman that was in the American orchestration.
So the 2014 invasion of Ukraine was actually a coup, is your claim?
It was absolutely cool, and the war that we are talking about now is just a proxy war against Russia. They are using the Ukraine for the proxy war against Russia. And
Well,
they
yeah,
also,
that's not controversial. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, that's known because they are say that in the open, and there is video of them saying that just right out. So
And
it's not
it is a proxy war by definition.
Yes, it is. And also, he was not able, the puppet, Zelensky, he's just a puppet. And he was just an actor in the beginning. But he really had some good attention. He really wanted to do something right about that. He wanted to say, I will be a president that I will make a peace between the Russian-speaking people and all others. Then you have to take in all other people because there's all the people in the country. But we have a Nazis there, a Nazist movement that's been taken in the army, and they have a big influence, and also wanted to kill him if he don't do what they want him to do. That's the truth. They break all of the argument that they did with the Russian, all the arguments that has been done through the years. And also, they are killed 50,000 of the Russian-speaking people. And these people in Donbass, they were calling, writing, and trying to communicate with Russia. You have to come and help us. And they write paper to Putin, to the Russian regime. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
So let's start the Article.
Oh my
5.
God! What the hell?
Hey, listen. That's
What the
Article
fuck is
5.
wrong with you, dude?
Oh my God!
No.
That scared me.
Listen. It's very important. That
Having a stroke?
It's very important because that is Article 5. So that is Article 5, and therefore they have to come in, and also
I'm awake, Johnny. Jeez, you scared me. Ooh.
Is the Article 5 what you just did? Was
that
the Article 5?
Was a war cry.
Right to come in because of Article 5, yes.
Was that your war cry, Johnny?
So Russia is not doing any war crime. They're just doing what they should do, and everybody will do in the same situation.
Go on mute her, Johnny.
I'm telling you.
Well, I'm not trying to white knight or anything, but you can go to the White House pages, the actual pages, and there are initiatives that the Biden Obama administration set forth. It's there to look at. It's public knowledge, public reading of the United States interfering. They don't say it in so many words, to paraphrase, in the elections fraud initiative in Ukraine. And after that, the president was removed and the fighting in the Donbass started, and then Russia annexed Crimea. And the thought is that the current Russian sympathetic president was removed for a Western valued president, and then all this shit started after that. So
yeah, and also Crimea is also they had what do you say? They were chosen themselves. They say we are under Russia because we cannot be under this Nazi regime that's in Kiev.
no, I'm not saying what Putin's doing is correct in every situation. All I'm saying is this situation's complex. And, you know, from where I come from, the United States, people are just blindly waving a Ukrainian flag as if there's only a good and a bad here. It's just way more complex than that. And it kind of annoys me that people that don't know anything about the history, I'm not saying present company, but will just wave this Ukrainian flag and be like, oh, we got to destroy all the Russians and everyone's got to die and Ukraine is perfect and just. And it's like, not really. They're the most corrupt country in history, pretty much.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, since then, they have not had an election. Zelensky's been shutting down speech. He's been shutting down fucking alternative videos, news sources, and they have not had an election.
Television station or whatsoever, yes. They are shut down everything that's against them. And so
Now again, Putin's made he's done some things. I mean, that's not saying like, you know, he should be doing everything that he's doing, but to say that nothing has been provoked or nothing that Ukraine has done has been wrong is just flat out incorrect. Both sides could have handled it better, that's for sure. But
Crimea, people of the Crimea, they chose. It was their own choice. It's not that the Russian army were coming over and take over. No, it wasn't nothing like that. And in the east of the Ukraine, the people there was attacking. They were from the regime of Kiev, and that is a Nazist, and they have a Nazi symbol, and they have a Nazi behavior, and they were bombing and shelling the people in the east. There's no question about it, and thousands of people have died because of it.
yeah. You know, I mean, on a side note, I just think it's so fucking funny and hypocritical that the Biden administration in particular is, you know, went up to Trump for election interference and all that shit. And the Biden-Obama administration did that to Ukraine openly, and effectively created this fucking mess, I might add. Yeah, and they've been sending all the money to fuel it. And no one is talking about how many Ukrainians have died in this thing. And they keep sending money over there. Every bullet is a fucking dead Ukrainian, and no one gives a fuck.
All right, let's get back on topic.
Nuland was behind it, and this woman, Nuland.
Let's talk about how flat the Black Sea is. How about that?
Let's do that. The coup. She was behind the coup in 2014. She is behind all the coup all over the fucking world. You can see her truck all over the time. Mm-hmm. She is doing so fucking bad things all over the world. She is a bitch. She is a evil. And her father also. Just take a look. But where he came from or what she has done through time. It's terrible. Killing people left to right. And innocent people have died just because of her. And she really think it's funny. She's proud of it.
Dude, Zelensky was signing bombs with a fucking politician in Pennsylvania like it was a child's cast. It's fucking disgusting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so let's get off that topic and back on Flat Earth.
Okay, buddy, you got it.
And Flat Earth, yes. All of the people that is talking, and then they say this and this and that. They say, okay, you're not really there because you don't know the real thing, the real. What's everything, the cheap fucking lies behind. Yeah. They're lying how your Earth is, the life is, the star is. and they don't know anything about it. I'm not saying I know all about it, but I know the Earth is measured flat. Why I do know that?
I don't know anything about it. The Earth is just nice and flat.
Because I'm a captain and I know what elevation angle is. And I know
That's
what
not true. Haven't we disproven that you're not a captain?
What?
So hasn't that been disproven? You're not a captain.
Today, no, but I was. So, but doesn't matter.
Yeah, Johnny's a captain. He did all. He's had a huge and amazing life. Like
I have done
like
a lot of things. I have been
world renowned
all over the fucking world.
Yeah, like let me see if I got all of it right, Johnny. Like world renowned chess player. You're piano. You could play the piano. You did like boat, like captain of a boat for fishing, like a fishing boat or something. I'm trying to remember like all the Johnny lore, like something to do with a polar bear, right? Like
something to do with a polar bear.
No, I was not a polar bear. I killed the polar bear.
Yeah,
shoot him right in the eye. Yes.
Yeah, I'm like the amount of Johnny lore. It's like there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff that Johnny's done, and he's had. I mean, some of these guys like they tell you what did you do today? Like, oh, I unlocked the third skin on my fourth character, and Johnny's like, huh? When I was your age, I was working on the boat.
Killing polar bears.
Yeah, killing polar bears.
Yeah, and I'm also working for NATO, so I'm against.
Oh my God! Even more lore. Well, when did this come up?
But everybody.
We should write a book, right?
Yeah.
I work for
It's just
NATO.
popping out of nowhere.
I was
Yeah. Were you an astronaut too, Johnny?
No,
Doctor?
because nobody's astronaut. That's impossible.
Oh yes. Well, you could still launch from a flat Earth, couldn't you?
What do you say?
You could still launch a thing into the off the Earth, even if it's flat, couldn't you?
Yeah, people make it seem like somehow like the ISS would be a complete debunk, and you're like, do you know how high the ISS is? And one of the guys on Modern Day Debate said, this is where they think instead of looking it up. Why I always try to get the globalists to noodle it, don't Google it. So look at the photos from the live stream cameras. Based on your level of math, how far away would they have to be to see that amount of curvature? And he's like 8,000 miles away.
I don't think it's that far away. It's like 400 kilometers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because that's what they told you. But you really don't know how far away it is. And even if it was, like, so they say, now let's try to compare it. So you would need to be 8,000 miles away to see that much curvature. Would you be able to see something about 100 yards wide, 8,000 miles away? What would its angular size be?
Well,
and also they're like, oh shit. Well, yeah, you can kind of see it with a naked eye. I'm like, okay, can you see planes with a naked eye?
Well, you bounce a laser off it, you know how fast the laser goes, and the distance it takes, the time it takes for it to bounce back is how far away it is.
But I have to tell you about the high altitude platform station, the high altitude network. That's all it's about. It's different types of high altitude. You can have drones, you can have this, and you can have that.
The drones can't go as fast as the ISS.
No, it's a network together that they use. It works all together. You know what I mean? And in the high altitude, they're still using high altitude balloons all the time. And,
high altitude balloons going 8 kilometers per second. Definitely.
Yeah, but they are able to higher them and lower them, and they can go in different directions just because of the height. Because you have a wind that is we call jet wind. That can let it go in that direction. If you lower the altitude, they go in other direction. So they can really control these balloons very well.
So are they going at 8 kilometers per second, Johnny?
And they start. Hey, listen, they started this program, the Ballon program, 1953. So they are really have learned how to really control it.
8 kilometer per second balloons.
Recently, there was a not very smart globe earther who said that balloons can still fly in a vacuum because they have propellers. So maybe that guy Johnny is a supporter of that idea that weather balloons have a propeller on them, which
I'm
propels
just
them.
talking about
This is why they can go
they have
that
been
fast.
using it. I would say they are still using it. They start using it in 1953, but now they have much more sophisticated way to do things, and they have solar planes that can be stay in the high altitude at the highest up to 2 years almost. So
yeah, and they're going 8 kilometers per second, Johnny.
Who cares? Just
It's a USA. Yeah.
And from different directions, they're all connected together with internet technology. So that's what this is about. It has nothing to do with satellites. First of all, that will break all the law of physics. It's not working. Satellites is orbiting. What orbiting? And then you have third party problems. You cannot have that. You cannot have moon and the sun and all of this so-called gravity that you cannot give a definition to. You don't know what you're talking about. It's crazy. First of all, what is the cause of so-called gravity you're talking about? Oh, you cannot answer it. Oh, what is it? No, you can't. Because
are you saying you can't model satellite orbits? Is that your claim?
There is against the physicality of our world, the physical facts that we have in our hand. Therefore, yes, that's impossible.
Wow. Yeah. The people who put satellites into orbit, they had to like have a process where they just throw them at random direction, at random velocity, and see if it works, and then it doesn't, so it crashes. They had like countless of these crash tests, and they're just randomly, just by chance, they figured out the perfect configuration. This is how they figured out how satellites work.
Mm-hmm. And we have a 3-body problems that you really have to take
Oh my god.
If you hand-wave the 3-body problem out just like that, then you're just hand-waving.
What is the 3-body problem, Johnny? Can you explain it to me?
That is, you cannot make everything go around each other. That's have a direction.
Yeah, wrong, Johnny.
To each other, you will never let anything go together if it's have a attracting to each other and the mass and the big.
Wow, what is?
Sun is like you think it is, and this and that. And it will never work.
I know, he's completely incomprehensible. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well, you're talking over him instead of listening. That's the problem.
Best computer model, the best computer in the world cannot fix it. It's impossible. That is a 3-body problem.
You difficulty with modeling like initial with
at the same time have a attraction to each other. That's impossible.
Yeah, difficulty modeling systems with initial like state vectors. It's inherently chaotic for 3 bodies, but that doesn't mean you can't model them independently like we do all the time. We have them on rails.
We are talking about the reality. We're not talking about how we can. But the best is you're just lying because the computer cannot do it. It's impossible.
Johnny, are you serious right now? How many orbital like simulations have you made before? I bet it's less than 1.
I said the simulation. I got through it. I saw. Fuck off.
Yeah, honestly.
I saw the simulation.
Take a nap, dude. Like, take a nap.
It was clear for me. I don't have to look at that again. It's absolutely clear for me. It's not possible everything is attracting in each other with a different size and a different mass, and everything will work like you think it is working. It's impossible.
Oh my
And
Christ.
that's all the companies say, oh no, it's not possible.
Yeah, you just put the bodies that you know aren't going to have, large influences on each other on rails, and then you can model them independently with like spheres of influence and such, and then you can get everything to work. You don't need the 3-body problem to do what we do. You don't need to initially model the whole solar system with like
your Nobel Prize?
The first computing model in the world cannot let it happen and over a long time, and you are saying yes, it can, because just because of what?
It's called patched conics.
Yeah, how do you avoid the 3-body problem? Ignore it.
You avoid it by making it so that the
You're
object.
hand-waving the problem.
I want to be smart. I want to be smart first.
You just pretend it doesn't exist. What problem?
Exactly, yeah.
What we like? What
Yeah,
me worry?
What problem? What are you talking
problem?
Yeah, you reduce the system to a 2-body by making it so that there's a sphere of influence where the gravitational attraction outweighs whatever other bodies are orbiting it. So, for example, I don't have to worry about the attraction of, Jupiter when I'm orbiting the Earth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, but Jupiter is close to somebody else, right?
Yeah, so when you're orbiting Jupiter, you don't have to worry about the gravitational attraction of Earth because it's outside of the sphere of influence of Earth.
It's not making any sense what you're saying. And first of all, what's Jupiter made of in your mind?
Non sequitur, but okay.
Yeah, but answer.
No, I'm not going to answer your non sequitur question.
Oh, so you're afraid now because you know.
No, because you're just
Holy
ranting right now,
fucking
and I'm not gonna
acting
go
like
another rabbit
children.
hole. You're already not making sense to me. I'm not going to go down another rabbit hole with you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
What is Jupiter made of in your mind? What? Answer the fucking question. What is it made of?
Yeah, you're
Non-sequitur.
debating. You owe me an answer. Like, I demand it from you.
Yeah.
Answer
What the hell?
fucking question.
You will give
I'm
it
not
to
answering
me.
your stupid question, Johnny. I'm trying to make you
It's not
understand.
stupid. It's a right forward question. There's nothing stupid behind.
No, it's off topic to what we were discussing. We're trying to discuss patch conics, and now you want to talk about the composition of Jupiter. Really?
So you want me to answer the question for you?
That's what you're gonna do anyways.
I want you to follow our conversation. How about that?
No,
I don't entertain conversations with people who just jump around logically. It doesn't make any sense.
You say Jupiter is a gas, big gas.
See, this is why I don't. This is why I'm not going to entertain non sequitur BS.
Okay, well,
And you think
disengage.
listen. I never know gases will follow in the cell. Do you know the nature of gas and the physics of gas is? It goes in all directions and exponentially, directly. And you cannot have a gas in a vacuum.
Oh my god.
That's the first.
You can't have a gas in a vacuum. Why?
You cannot have a gas fucking ball in a vacuum. It
Why?
will explode, and it will follow all the vacuum will fill up, just like that. Just
You make no sense, bro. Like, you need a nap or
Just like
something,
that.
or a juice box. Like,
Listen to the click of my finger.
you make no sense.
It will explode in all.
Explode?
the volume.
I didn't think you could combust things in space.
Into the volume, yes. All the available volume.
This is great. I love this.
And that's just simple physics. And you shall know that.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
800.
You're just a child, right?
No, I'm 40. I'm retired.
Yeah, but you're acting like a child.
I am.
Like mummified.
Yeah, dude. Mamapedia.com, bro. That's Sylvester, the gold mine, the prospector, but he got left out in the
Ford retired. You should be an astronaut and apply for the astronaut corps.
NASA's like lowered the bar though. Did you hear about this thing they're trying to cover up?
So it should be easy for you to get in then.
Female doctor fucking did this full blown Karen in space, and they're trying not to let it get out. She started commenting about the fucking washroom facilities, and they weren't fucking comfortable enough or made for women, and even though quality controls a suit Scherzer, they're made with women in mind, obviously. So she starts fucking with the things and ends up breaking their waste disposal fucking unit. So the Russians are just get the fuck away from us, and there's more and more piss and
space
human
must
waste.
be real.
Yeah. There's human waste particles floating around. And she's demanding to be I don't like this anymore. This place is oppressive. Take me out of here. It's and there isn't a shuttle for 6 months. So she deliberately drilled a hole in the hull of the space station.
Listen to yourself, dude.
She deliberately fucking drilled a hole in the fucking space station fucking hull.
Yeah,
fucking A, bro.
That's not real because Chris Hadfield said the hole came from a micrometeorite.
From the inside of the space station.
It's just a joke. It's just a joke.
That was a while back. That was
a while ago.
Yeah.
It sounds like they're repackaging the story.
Yeah, they're trying to make it seem that it's something else happened.
Karen in space.
Fucking A.
Well, they were talking about space herpes because, the device they have to use to pee in, they have to clip it.
Yep.
To the hole, the urine hole, and there was
you clip it to your urethra. I doubt that. Fucking highly.
No, the external part.
Okay, yeah. So it's not really an issue.
It's like a suction cup.
It's like a little.
So.
Yeah, it was spreading herpes around the astronauts.
So-called astronaut is a liar. Why do you don't think everything is a fucking lie then?
I don't know. That didn't make sense.
Because you don't want it to be. I understand that. But you have to wake up and see it and look it from the bird view. You have to go over it and see what the fuck it is.
And there's not a fucking shuttle for another fucking 6 fucking months?
Yeah, bro. You're stuck, and then it gets worse and worse, and there's more human waste particles floating around, and they try to use the Russian side, and the Russian side's get the fuck out of here.
How gullible are you, bro?
You don't really see what's going on here, do you?
No, I'm just asking. I've heard you before. I'm just asking it how gullible it is that you are.
It's satire, bro.
Try again.
Okay.
What's satire?
Everything.
Everything?
Are you mad? What is everything? What is the definition of fucking everything?
I'm fucking laughing at you, Claw.
Sorry to break up the mood
many
here.
People are laughing at you. And the stupidest one can be laughing.
I love this guy's fucking, and you need to really just take a nap because your
satire,
communication
bro.
skills are fucked, bro.
It's satire, bro. It's fucking satire.
Satire, bro.
It's a satire, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
You just accused me of acting like a child, and you fucking talk like that.
It's fucking Karen, bro. It's all fucking satire.
Karen in space, bro.
I'm showing you who you are and how you are.
Dude, the day I would need a fucking gobbledygook speaking foreign fuck telling me who I am.
You have to
go
meme
fuck yourself.
You
disjointed, fucking uncommunicative, fucking disheveled man.
Is this satire?
This is that was real.
Everything's satire, though, mummy.
That was real. It's from the heart. Dude, your background noise is ridiculous.
Unbelievable how stupid you can be. I hope you will wake up someday.
Shut the fuck up, you useless fucking keyboard warrior fucking ape.
What emotion now. Because they are losing. Because they are fucking shit. And you are...
he's projecting now. Mr. Satire's in a full-blown spiral.
Oh, hey, guys.
Hay is for horses.
What's it? Mummy is the guy you're talking to? Is that Mummy you're talking to, or I'm tabbed out? The guy who's like,
yeah, it's Claw of the Conciliator, and he's a mummy in his PFP.
Oh yeah,
It's a
Claw.
satire act, he says.
Yeah, hey Claude, do you know the lore of the first woman in space, the very first one?
No, they shot her into space and she kept complaining, so they didn't bring her
No,
back.
not that one. I'm talking the very first woman.
I think that was you, wasn't it?
No, Sally Ride. Her name was Sally Ride.
She's writhing in pain.
So, do you know the lore? What did
No,
they
I don't.
give her?
I don't know anything.
Now he's free associating. It was a satire act.
So the very first woman in space, they said she's going to be there for a week, 1 week in space.
Yeah.
Okay, on a orbital vehicle.
Did she have enough water?
Well, no, they said that they gave her a backpack full of 100 tampons that were all tied together.
Shit. It's like nunchucks, bro. Why would they give her that?
It's NASA. They do weird.
Is it possible that the box? Is it possible that the box they came in just came in boxes of hundreds, and they just put a whole box in there?
Yeah.
No, apparently, if you believe the space lore, they opened all of them, took the strings, and tied all the strings together.
It's symbolism, bro.
Then
Think about
put it.
That just sounds like hazing. That just sounds like hazing. All right.
Then put it into a backpack and said, "Here you go." And she's like, "What's this?"
You're free to bleed.
No, it sounds like science, Cooper.
And she's like, "What the
It sounds
fuck
like
is this?"
feminine hygiene. I don't know.
If there's such a thing.
No, it sounds like kung fu.
Old Haas, you're such a funny guy. This is why you're my favorite.
Yeah, I'm definitely top 10,000, no doubt about that.
I would say like top 3 for
Who's that?
sure.
Wait, who's the number one?
Might be Old Haas, honestly. Old Haas is he reminds me of like a father.
I'm not number one, nor do I wish to be number one, nor could I ever.
He's my flat Earth father figure.
Yeah, I got jokes, that's for sure. But yeah, Claw and Cooper. I mean, come on, guys.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. Wake up.
I am pretty tired, but I gotta go to the doctor's here in a little bit. Then I'll sleep after.
TMI, bro.
T what?
TMI.
You're not a T. You're a human being.
No, it means too much information.
I don't need your plans for the rest of the day.
It's not really a plan as much as it is.
You're
like
gonna go pick a scab later?
No.
So why is this conversation just too big for you, Claw? Have you never figured anything out beyond Santa Claus?
No, I figured him out a while ago.
Okay, beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever sussed out a lie that was presented to you in your life?
Mm-hmm.
For example?
My brother wasn't actually my brother. He was more of like, kind of like snuck in. He wasn't like part of the real family, but he had red hair, so they kind of like, it was like a family secret.
Yeah, so where was the lie in all that?
Well, it was the lies that they told me, and also the ones that they made him tell himself, and it was really deep, and lessons were learned, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe it isn't too big for you to overcome this.
Never too big.
This water ball that they've sewed into your brain.
No, I'm not a Glover. We've had this discussion before.
So when is it you realize that the Earth isn't a water ball? When did that occur?
I respectfully have to just say that I'm like, because you guys got this kind of thing. Like,
Satire.
I'm gonna say that I'm permanently on the fence out of respect because like you guys have put a lot into this, and I just am like a firm believer, like it's a good stepping stone. Like discussing flat Earth is a good stepping stone to like maybe questioning certain narratives that need questioning and figuring out who and what you are and how you want to interpret the world.
For a lot of people, it's too big a bite to chew off first.
Well, if I was like,
strange
if I was
that
like
this
running
is,
things,
it's,
you know, like
strange that this is where people have to start their journey. To me,
yeah. Well, sometimes it takes different kinds, but like say that I'm government, right? I'm running the world, and if I wanted people to get nothing done, I would fucking give them these like big questions and conundrums so that they would sit there and argue with themselves like for the rest of natural
like
fucking
the water
lives.
ball, like the water ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, you figured it out.
Yeah. And like it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is.
So it
What matters is we have like really prevalent fucking collective
satire when you were
psychological
telling us
imbalances that we
about
need
all these
fixing.
outer space travel stories.
Mhm.
You were just being satirical.
Yeah.
You don't actually believe those stories.
I'm not. I don't really know. I know that the chicken, she wanted to come home, but I don't really know. I wasn't there.
Well, you said that a shuttle doesn't show up for another 6 months.
Yeah, she had to wait.
Are you being serious for reals right now,
She
or
was
are you
apparently
just,
like it
are
was
you
probably
just
embellished,
coping?
but she was probably like she was demanding special treatment and stuff like that, and they had to like bring her back because she was like really she
So
literally
you
drilled a
do
hole in the
believe
hull.
this? You do believe the story then?
I don't know about the particulars, but you know the
What
basics
what
are
the hell are
basically
you talking about then, bro?
the basics are like she wanted to go home and like you know they
But
had to
the basics are someone's in outer space,
yeah sometimes
and you believe that.
I'm not sure. NASA's kind of a crack record.
What are you talking about, bro? Yeah, NASA needs a stupefied audience.
Mm-hmm.
So you're admitting that you're one of the stupefied.
No, I said that.
Oh,
Not
what does
you said that.
mean then?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Cooper, you keep it together, bro.
What do you mean? I barely said anything.
He's like,
well, I was talking to him. I was talking to him, and you're like, "Yes, I do believe it. I believe.
Now he's going
I
after
believe
you.
the story.
Yeah,
hear me. Well, hear me now. I believe the stories.
We'll tag off. You take the hate for a little while.
The space. I love it.
It's best.
What's so good about it?
Very interesting. Inspires. Yeah. Unlimited potential, unlimited imagination.
That's me.
But also limited at the same time.
Wait, you think it's more limiting to have an unlimited expanding universe for you instead of being caged inside of a little crystal ball?
Yeah.
You say which one makes sense, okay? Look at
the space one.
No, because they say give peace a try. At some point they said, hey, nuclear disarm. And like, why? Why nuclear disarm? Because it works. Somewhere out there it worked. The universe is so vast, so endless, so full of wonder, so full of mystery.
Allegedly.
All of these things are perfect reasons to preserve life. And not only that, but there's something very close to Earth who got it right. But yet you see...
I would take it even a step further.
Planet right now.
I would actually take it further than that and say it's the responsibility of life to propagate life.
So you see here on Earth, you're living, if you're a globalist, you're living in a model where nothing is possible.
I didn't realize somebody passed you a soapbox.
Is possible at the same time.
Yeah, Crit the space mysticist again. Look at him go.
No, this was following
Four score and 70 years ago. Where's that satire? I can never tell. I'm too tired.
Yeah, it's 4-7, not 70.
Well,
Einstein.
It's 70 now. You know, it's been a while.
Huh?
70 now because it's been a while.
It's been a while since Lincoln
beyond 70. Yeah, so Cooper, your whole story is based on prosperity. You're telling us, and yet at any given time we could be wiped out.
You asked me what I like about space.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and I'm pointing out the contradiction of what you like.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, you asked me what I liked, not what my concerns are with space. So that you want to ask me a different question?
Well, if it's what you like about space, that humans are going to live long and prosper, what about all the asteroids that might wipe us out?
Yeah, those. Yeah, look out for those. Not much we can do about
sound
them.
very prosperous. What do you mean? There's not much we can do about it? You haven't seen the Bruce Willis film?
I have seen the Bruce Willis film. I have seen it. That's true.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? There's nothing that can be done. Those are people saving. Those are people saving humanity.
When it comes to interstellar rocks flying at us, there's practically not a lot we can do right now about it, right?
I don't know. You and I both saw the Ben Affleck Bruce Willis film.
That's true. I did. But we both understand the difference between science fiction and reality, right?
Well, you don't, right?
Well, I do.
You can't draw the line.
No, I can pretty clearly draw the line.
Well, how is it that you're calling flat Earth crystal ball world?
Because it's trapped inside of a firmament. Some people
you
say
said
it's
a crystal.
That
You
was
said a crystal ball. Yeah, you did.
That was a little tongue in cheek, you know.
No, I don't know.
Oh well, then you should take a speech class or something. I don't know. I can't help you with that.
Okay. Yeah, don't you remember the DART program, Cooper?
I don't think I was alive during the 80s.
No, that was recent, bro. It was after the Bruce Willis film, and it was similar in...
Oh, is it like a theoretical way to deflect asteroids
It was
or whatever?
similar, except for the whole, didn't have a nuke part. Yeah, sure.
Well, we know nukes don't exist.
Really? Do you actually think that?
Well, tell me why it is that everyone was running around Nagasaki and Hiroshima the day after the bomb went off.
Because they didn't understand the concept of the fallout.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Do you think nuclear power plants are real?
It doesn't really match out with the Fallout story.
Do you think nuclear power plants are real?
Nobody knew what Fallout was before the bombs dropped.
Oh, so they were just immune to it?
Wait, do you think nuclear power plants are real?
It was sort of like the Van Allen belt. They didn't know about it, so they were immune to it.
I guess. Do you think nuclear power plants are real?
I guess so. Hey, Cooper. Cooper, the other guy was talking. You're spaz-coping.
Yeah. Are nuclear power plants real?
I drive by them, yeah.
So they're real. So nuclear power plants are real, but not...
Well, who knows what they're doing in there? It seems like they're just... It seems like they're generating steam.
Yeah, that's how power generation
Have you ever... I know we're going down the rabbit hole here, but have you ever listened to Galen Windsor, Euclidean?
Is that the guy that ate uranium?
Yeah, the guy who's slamming the tanks.
Slamming the tanks.
Swam. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, swam.
In the cooling pools? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Have you ever heard the story? This is interesting. You know how the government puts out. Well, you know how they interview a bunch of war veterans.
Yeah.
You name the war. There's Korea, Vietnam, World War II. You can find thousands of interviews.
Yep.
And then every once in a while, you see one that's dropped in there where the guy has like talking points. I don't know if you watch these, but it's interesting because there's this video out there where this veteran, at the end of his story, he confirms this whole nuclear bomb dream. But he gets out in front of it. He says, "Well, it seemed to me that it was dynamite." Well, they have just a second. Yeah. But anyways, there were these stories that were where they loaded a bunch of dynamite up in barges and pulled them into the ports in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Yeah, so that would Well, that would explain why everyone was able to run around the streets the day after.
Yeah, you do realize you can run around even in like you don't instantly die. Like there was acute radiation.
They just continued. Those cities are still there.
Yeah, yeah.
With ancestors of those people.
Are you a radiation denier? Do you think
that were
radiation
fucking
doesn't
incinerated?
exist?
Yes. Right. Did you really saw that?
First of all, I don't know how you can believe that nuclear reactors are real but not nuclear weapons. That don't add up.
Well, I think your education on the topic is flawed. That's why.
Really?
Do you think nuclear reactors and nuclear weapons are exactly the same thing? Like a nuclear reactor is just a small nuclear weapon?
Well, all right. Nuclear reactors are like small, or they're controlled nuclear reactions. The only difference between a nuclear weapon and a nuclear reactor is that one is a uncontrolled, very fast reaction. So, like, if you take the same amount of uranium inside of a nuclear weapon and you just have a slow, controlled fission over a long time, that's essentially a nuclear reactor. Nuclear bombs just release all of their energy at once.
Yeah, okay, so a nuclear power plant, so let me help you with this, is basically just steam, a steam engine. It heats the water up, the water boils, turns to steam, rotates a turbine.
Yep.
That's it. There's no explosion, there's no mass detonation.
But that energy over the course of that entire nuclear reactor, like power life, is going to be equivalent to whatever amount of yield you would have if you did detonate it, right? It's a slow, controlled nuclear reaction. The difference between nuclear reactors and nuclear bombs are that they're fast, uncontrolled reactions that release all of their energy internally in a very small portion of time.
No, it's super critical. They combine it together, supposedly using the implosion or the gun method, and that creates a supercritical explosion.
Yeah, you can create prompt neutron
criticality.
No, prompt neutron criticality. Like when you do have a critical mass, you're letting the neutrons or letting the uranium-235 atoms capture neutrons that are generated from them being in an enclosed space with each other. What you do in nuclear reactors is you have moderators that slow down the neutrons.
Okay, so you think a nuclear power plant is just a small or a big nuclear bomb? Which one?
I think it's a controlled nuclear fission reaction.
So it's a controlled nuclear bomb.
Effectively, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You don't know what's going on here.
They both undergo fission.
Completely different systems.
Yeah, you're lying.
Yeah.
You can't explain why. You say, oh, well, one just generates steam, but they're both fissioning, Crit. They both undergo fission. One is just a slow, controlled form of that. The other one is a faster, very fast fission reaction. You're going to get the same energy out of it. It's just going to be over a longer period of time. You're still fissioning atoms inside of a nuclear reactor.
So you don't know anything about fusion bombs?
Yeah, fusion bombs use the energy of fission to fuse the atoms. Most of the yield actually comes from fission still.
Yeah, you're hopelessly lost in this. Hopelessly.
You don't understand what fusion is. What is the fusion about?
Fusion is the joining of, well, normally it's deuterium and tritium. The resulting yield reduces neutrons, which you can use to, undergo fission in the tamper.
Do you know the neutron? Also, all of this is just a concept. It's not really known. It's just a concept. Do you know that?
Yeah, Crit is invincibly ignorant and thinks he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, so you agree with me because you have to, because I'm right.
I wasn't talking to you, Johnny, and I don't talk to you since you do non-sequiturs.
Well, no, you've degraded down to Johnny. You've factored yourself out of any other conversation. The last person willing to talk to you now is Johnny. Congratulations. You played stupid game, and you won your stupid prize. You could have at least tried to follow along with what was being talked about, but you couldn't. So now we give you Johnny, This is your debate
because
partner.
you think you're right, Crit. You think you know
yeah,
more.
and there, Johnny, have fun.
Are you able to have
Yeah.
a conversation with Johnny B? If you are able to have conversation with Johnny B, maybe you are something. But if you are not, you can't. So, are you able to have a conversation with Johnny B or not?
Talk to you, Johnny. I don't talk to you.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Because
you're not able to do it
incomprehensible, you're
because
drunk.
you don't have the ability. You don't have the ability to do that. It's so simple.
So Euclidean.
The silence is also telling I'm right.
Yeah, what old Haas?
No, just how are you so sure that those were atomic weapons used in Japan?
Well, they detected daughter products after the detonation. Daughter products would lead you to know that there was a fission events occurring, because you can only produce those products if there's fission.
Okay, so but the two mushroom clouds, how do you know that those are what caused those?
What my argument was that there's daughter products involved. I don't care about the mushroom clouds.
Well, I'm talking about the bombs.
Yeah,
because the people were running around cleaning up later that day.
Yeah.
And they had dinner, and then they procreated, and so I'm just saying, I get there's all these stories.
What you're saying is they are just screaming
now I have to deal with Johnny. Thank you.
With a bomb, so everybody will buy into it, and they are talking about something, and they have the big bomb that can just kill the whole.
It's all part of it. It's all part of the water ball vice. They want people to be in a constant fear. The sun might explode. Everyone might use their doomsday weapons. Oh no! Everyone better get in line. Do you not see? Do you not see the parallels?
Go on the table. Go on the table, and everybody say you have to hold your hand on the table. So like that.
So where is the firmament?
Why are you talking about something else now? Now you're talking about the firmament. Because you cannot talk about that.
What, Johnny? You're the non sequitur king. You should entertain this. You love going off topic. This is your job. This should be your boy.
This is actually kind of closer to the topic. That's good. Good job, Jaba, for pulling us back.
Yeah, so true.
No, it's not true at all.
Yeah, let's. I'm not blaming you, Johnny. It was the last guys telling their space stories, and now we have World War II stories.
Epistemic activity is
at least we're back to firmament.
Set of mental or physical operations that are intended to contribute to the production or improvement of knowledge in a particular
just
way.
because I are from Germany or something, I know.
They don't like piano players.
Because I
just don't like incomprehensible drunk.
New educated, but they are they're not educated. They are just brainwashed to believe in something that's not real.
Racist.
And it's so bad. It's so bad. I cannot say what I will say, but I maybe I have to be a president. I will be a president over Iceland very soon. Maybe after 10 years or 5 years or something. But I will absolutely take Germany out, because Germany has been the leader of the European world over a long time, and it's not going well, and they are not going well, and they have no fucking resources, because America has take all the resources from the Germany, and they're blowing up the pipelines, the that is was they were able to make them rich and to make the industry going well and everything. Wow. So after I get a president, I really will blow it up and see what's happening. And therefore, I don't want to be a part of the Europe Union.
I agree. I fully agree. I don't understand everything. I know everything. I understand what, but yeah, Euclidean though. Do you find it bizarre that at the end of all of these narratives that are in, I guess, the majority of humanity's brain, at the end of all of them is some sort of doom? Do you find that odd?
No, I actually think nuclear weapons are the opposite of doom. But you
okay. Hold on. Oh yeah. So tell that to the people in Nagasaki. But
well,
anyways,
they're dead, so I'm not going to tell them anything.
Well, some of them survived.
Yeah.
They were.
How many people do you think are alive today?
By
Everything
evening.
is fine.
Old Haas.
Everything is a fucking lie.
Yes.
Everything is a fucking lie.
Yeah.
I posted a picture for you at 38 minutes. That's what nuclear bombs. That was it from before then, before it got blown up. That's what they blew up with nuclear bombs. Looks like you could just run around and set them on
There
fire.
is no nuclear bomb. What do you know about the nuclear bombs? You're just telling. You're just
this is the guy that you.
Johnny doesn't really know who you're talking to at any given time. It's Matt
Do you know
Village.
what you're talking about?
Fucking ridiculous.
Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know there is no fucking nuclear bomb? Do you know what it has to be true? Yeah, and you have a fucking small pint in the front of the missile, and that will explode the whole world. Wow. And you really believe that?
Hey, Euclidean, what do you think would happen if they stacked dynamite? If a bunch of military guys stacked dynamite on a barge and pulled it into a port back in World War II, what do you think would happen to the surrounding area?
Well, I don't think it would be a 13 kiloton, levels of destruction like we observed. Wow, that's pretty ridiculous.
Oh man, they could stack. Imagine how much dynamite they could stack on a
they could
barge.
stack 13,000 tons of dynamite. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know how Earth is big it is, and it will not make any difference? It will just have
They conveniently stacked 13,000
That's
tons
all
of
it is.
dynamite.
Fuck off! It will have a big some things over a small area, but the Earth, no.
Is that really how much dynamite it would take to get to that level of explosion? 13,000 tons.
Yes, it was 13 kiloton yield for Nagasaki.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, kiloton. That makes sense. Okay, yeah.
It's nothing.
13,000 tons of dynamite is nothing, according to Johnny. Yeah,
That's like multiple superconductor carriers.
Yes, it's nothing to the Earth.
Jeez, man, I don't know how you let this.
Yeah, hold on, guys. We're talking about the. Hold on, Euclidean. We're talking about the same group who managed to land people on the moon. You're telling me they can't stack dynamite sky high?
In a foreign adversary's port?
Yes, Cooper.
They were like
Cooper.
a bunch of American soldiers are in the port of Nagasaki and they're stacking dynamite, and all the Japanese soldiers.
Hey,
are
that's what the Air Force
What's
guy
happening
said.
in Nagasaki? And people is there, and everything is
That was the original notion. Hold on, Johnny.
There is no blowing, so it's just a make.
Good Lord, Johnny.
Wake up, you fucking shit. Wake up.
Play us a song. You're the piano man. But yeah.
So you're saying that American soldiers stacked dynamite up in the port?
Well, don't you remember how this began? That's what some ex-military officer. That was his initial impression of when he saw the blast.
Yeah, some guy somewhere.
Some guy. Military. That was his initial impression.
Was a fake video.
Some guy who's never seen a nuclear weapon go off before.
Wow, bro. Cooper, you're late to the party because the same guy also confirmed the nuclear bomb story. All I'm saying
And you can't even
was,
give me a link to it
man,
either.
you guys like to jump to conclusions. Why do you guys have to? I'm talking about a guy who's a nuclear bomb enthusiast like you two.
Dude, you
Sure. So you got one quote from a guy who's like, "Hey, this explosion." So we got one guy quote from one guy who.
Listen to him quote because one of his
Hey, this explosion looked like a bunch of dynamite blowing up, and you're like, "Let's jump to the conclusion that he's right."
Let me guess.
That's actually what happened.
Hold on, Cooper. Let me guess. You think a 7 guys with box cutters can do some damage too, huh?
Absolutely.
You get real upset when all these your narratives from your childhood get.
Dude, you can't even link this reference. You're just blowing it out of your asshole.
I love it. I love this guy. He is so fucking hot. I love this guy.
What?
I'm saying he is able to say what he wants to say, and he is absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm one of his favorites too. Euclidean, relax.
Can you send me a link to this interview?
I'm talking about you. There's nothing sexual about it. It's just a thing.
Thanks for clarifying. It wasn't anything sexual.
Yeah. Jeez. I liked the server much better when Johnny was muted.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're incomprehensible.
Because you can speak your fucking lies.
I like the server better when Euclidean wasn't attempting to mod when he felt necessary. Just relax, everyone. I know Johnny's feeling it, but no one's perfect. Relax. I'm just
I guess
saying.
No one's like Johnny either. So.
Euclidean. Well, you know who's kind of like Johnny is Cooper.
Really? What's Cooper's blood alcohol level?
You say Johnny's incomprehensible, which I can understand about 95% of what Johnny's saying. Anyways,
so you must be drunk too.
I wish.
My BAC is sitting firmly at 0 currently.
Cooper starts getting about 95% incomprehensible to me. So he's way worse than what you think Johnny is. So
Well, that's just an appeal to your incredulity.
Well, tell that to Euclidean when he's talking about Johnny. So can we all stop modding and talking about the past? All I'm pointing out, Cooper, is that you get really bent out of shape when all these narratives that you learned in your childhood are questioned.
And you can't even reference them at all. Yeah, you just said some guy said this, therefore nukes don't exist. That's your
No,
argument.
listen, no, it's not.
I saw some interview on the news.
My point
I saw some interview on the news, and they said
that's a possibility, is it not? Is stacking dynamite? Is the U.S. military stacking dynamite on a ship? Is that outside of the range of what these guys can do? They went to the moon.
So what if? Yeah. So it's a what if?
And sneaking it into Japan's harbor.
Let Johnny B talk just a little bit. Give Johnny B just a little bit of time. And I will say, the so-called nuclear weapon and so on, it's just a scare tactic. And there's no proof of anything of so-called nuclear weapon because it has never been used. Oh, where has been? No, it's just Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That's all it is.
Yeah, and now they have people like, God bless you, Euclidean, but now you've twisted it to all this mutual mass destruction or whatever the hell they call it. You seem to want to think that it's the greatest, peace weapon of all time.
It is.
Okay, well that's nuts, bro. So anyways, we have asteroids that might wipe us out. Our solar system might get sucked into a black hole. Everyone, yeah, okay.
You believe this, I guess.
So these things do.
Just because
so all these, all I'm saying,
existence is scary.
Cooper, time out. All I'm saying, Euclidean, is that it's strange to me that all of these narratives that humanity currently is under the thumb of, they all have doom at the end. And
I don't know anyone saying that our solar system is going to be sucked up into a black hole, but I mean, maybe that's where you get your information from, not me.
Why are we talking about black holes?
Yeah, anything's possible. in the vastness of
No, it's not
space.
possible. It's impossible.
Well, I guess it's also possible that the firmament could break at any
It's a
time and we'll be
fantasy.
sucked
It
out.
has nothing to do with our physicality and
Yeah,
So
what if
why are we talking about
like,
something that's impossible in our world?
scary.
Why are we talking about the black hole?
Yeah, what if Euclidean? And once the firmament cracks and everything on your table gets sucked into fucking nothingness, you'll be like, I guess the flat earthers were right.
Yeah, so the flat earth's full of doom.
Of
The
course
flat
they're
earth is
right.
full of
Because
doom.
the earth is measured flat in the first place, and I can tell you how.
It's even more doomsaying than that because it's implying that the whole world is already under the control of the global cabal hiding the world's shape from you.
Yep.
Well, yeah, global warming. Global warming, right, Cooper?
Everybody knows that they will use the global warming now. That's the newest that they will take us down.
Yeah, who in the world came up with that idea, if not a cabal, Cooper?
Yeah, see, look, your world is more scary than the globe. You literally believe that, that there's a firmament above you, it can crack at any time.
I'm talking about Cooper's
the world is controlled by some secret group of people.
No, not
you'll
the
never
world.
know.
You don't know what you want to say because you don't know what you're talking about.
Euclidean. It's not the world. It's the minds of people like you and Cooper that they have control over.
That's not scary to you that 99% of the population is controlled?
Correct.
You're lost. You're
masters are usually in the dark.
You're lost.
That's a horrifying dystopian. You live in a horrifying dystopian nightmare every day.
Yeah. You love it. You're like, I love thinking that everyone's controlled by this secret group of people. It's such a great place to live. Yeah, that's what you tell me. You say that the world is controlled by a group
I'm
of people.
outside. You're in. I'm out. I left the church. I left the Church of Doom.
You are in the Church of Doom. You believe everyone is controlled.
No, I don't fear the solar system being sucked into a black hole, nor do I fear an asteroid ending Earth.
Yeah, you just fear everything. You fear everything. You fear that everyone's trying to control you, that they do control you.
Scared.
You're 99%. You're the 99% that knows what's going on. You're the only person who can help anyone. You're enlightened. Everyone else is controlled. It's okay.
Keep going. Get it all out.
Yeah, this is what you believe. I mean, you could just tell me.
This is why I hate when flat earthers go like, wouldn't I, if I could believe in the globe, wouldn't I? It's like, no, you like having this, you thinking you have a secret knowledge.
No,
you like walking around being smug and thinking that you know the truth. Like, you love it.
Cooper, calling me smug is the pot calling the kettle black. Cooper, I used to attend and be enthusiastic about your outer space church. That's why I realized it's
never been to a outer space church. What is an outer space church?
You were born into it, homeboy.
Oh, they call that elementary school, where I'm from.
No, they call it the planetarium. Sesame Street has an astronaut worm. That's pre-elementary school. Yeah.
Yeah. Wormy. Yeah. He's Oscar's homie, right?
Not wormy, slimy.
Oh, it's slimy? Okay.
Slimy the worm.
You know more about the lore. You love it.
Yeah.
You're like Fred.
Yeah.
You love the mysticism.
I love sci-fi.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
That's all I used to read was sci-fi.
Yeah.
In sci-fi film, I used to study it.
And then you realized that you wanted to be special. And then
I knew I was I knew I was special long before the flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But anyways, sure. Yeah, listen, when I found something that no one else had ever found with the Apollo moon photographic narrative, I wouldn't say I felt special, but I said, that's kind of weird. I'm the first person to see this. I don't know if I call that special, But I
It's like
was
that
like,
meme
huh,
of the
that's
dad
weird.
sitting at the computer calling his wife in and be like, "Honey, quick! I discovered something that all the science and experts in the world missed on the internet."
Well, I actually am actually a photography expert, Cooper. That's where you're kind of showing your stupidity. I was talking about photography. I am a photography expert. Therefore, that meme that you fake laughed at didn't apply, Coper.
It do apply.
It didn't.
It's like, oh, we've got these photos from NASA that have been analyzed by every government and every scientific organization in the world, and then it's like random old hoss here. Oh,
Listen to him.
I cracked the code. I found the secret.
Let me ask you something, Euclidean. Am I your favorite because I'm able to get him to cope in real time? Is that why?
Yes.
Are you witnessing this?
Yes.
Am I coping?
No.
You sure are. Change your name. Coper.
Doesn't feel like it. I don't
You're
feel like
fake
coping.
laughing. No. Yeah.
Look, you just fit into that. I can see your PFP stapled to that guy's face in the meme, right? That's all. It's stuck in my mind's eye.
That's Thomas Jefferson, homeboy.
His idol.
Well, I've been to Monticello. I don't buy the story that's his building. So no. You know what's funny? Right in that same yard, they have Edgar Allan Poe's little dorm windowed up. When I saw that, I was like, there's something wrong about the entirety of the story that they've told us. If you look at the story, I'm not just talking about the space story. I'm talking about the whole story. There's something rotten in the whole. Something stinks in the whole story. I can't put my finger on everything, but the fact that not you, Euclidean, but Coper, the fact that he gets so bent out of shape anytime any one of these mainstream narratives is challenged or just questioned, that should raise a red flag, Cooper. That's cult shit.
I just disagree with your conclusion.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't sound like you're not bent out of shape.
Okay, buddy.
What gets
Not
me
your
bent out
buddy,
of shape
pal.
is Johnny. I'll be honest with that one.
So the guy that you complained every time he talked, you want him to speak up again. I mean, I love Johnny.
Yeah, I guess that's just opposite. I like you, and you
man.
have to like a person I don't like. You know, Old Haas, my favorite flat Earth.
But you do hear the cope, correct, Euclidean? You're able to pull yourself back from the ledge a little bit when you hear yourself coping. But Cooper's yet to learn that. He goes full throttle into it.
Cooper? Who is the Cooper as a
Chef.
human being?
I'm a Cooper.
How
in South
can
Park.
Cooper be a human being? Is Cooper I or something?
Cooper is a human being, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
This
is Barry White. Barry White is Chef, correct? That's the human.
But why I'm stuck is because why is he talking like? Why is not be like a normal human being? Then?
Good translation.
Human being. Human.
Yes, I am a human being. Yes.
This is hard for him to understand. This is a little out of his depth.
If he pricks you, do you not believe?
I can't. I just can't hear him. Is the issue? I'm sorry.
There's a language barrier, I think. Maybe a blood alcohol content
This
barrier.
is a good time. This is a good time to get us back to the topic. I loved our Nagasaki Hiroshima talk, but
I did
Hiroshima.
too, because it's something that I know about a little.
Yeah, and you kind of know about some of the side stories too. So I'm just saying, you've seen the government films. I mean, they're beautiful. I hate the destruction is terrible, but the films that they made. I don't know if you guys have. I mean, they've been making propaganda films and pictures and posters for a long time. So I don't see how you guys can't see that we're also in a wave of propaganda. I don't see how. How is it you guys think we're exempt?
All right, if
Makes
nuclear
sense that
reactors,
Everything that we
Is this
hear
the
now
pancake
is
room or the corona
propaganda.
room? Is it the
How can you not
coronavirus room
Johnny's
or is
talking.
the
Everyone,
pancake?
quiet.
see through the propaganda? All of this that you listen to, or that we're talking about, is because of propaganda, and nobody really knows what's true, not this and that. You think this is true because of propaganda.
How did you guys get to the point where you just take it all as gospel? That's what I'm in disbelief about. Because I used to. I mean, I used to, but I'm also a curious nature and waste time looking at things. You know, back before the internet, there were only so many things to look at from this story. And back in in the 80s, yes, they were flying the Challenger around to the Air Force bases, but we were within like 12 years of when they supposedly walked on the moon. This was a fresh enthusiasm.
But we never walked on the moon in the first place.
So yeah, I got swept into. I got swept up in it. I was a child. I mean, I also got swept into Santa Claus mania. It's just I get it how they've got everyone by the balls and they have the minds of everyone at their. They're able to get, even before the internet. They were actually had an easier time getting ideas into people's heads before the internet. Strangely,
it's because I know nuclear reactors are real. I know nuclear reactors are real. I've been in a control room. I've literally
nuclear reactors are real, but is the moon landing real?
Oh my god!
It's a real film. Yes, it is a film that was produced. It's as real as Star Wars.
The nuclear reactor is real. Therefore, the bomb is real. Yeah,
because they both undergo fission.
Hold on, Euclidean.
Listen.
But nuclear fuel never was proven.
It's just about. It's just about vibrating. It's about heating. It's about vibrating of water and making.
What is water? What is wrong with you, Johnny?
And they are using the stave to hot it up to make the power of it. That's all it is.
What creates the heat, Johnny? What creates the heat?
The stave.
What creates the heat?
The stave, I say. Do you know what stave is?
The what?
Yeah. The stave in the middle of the...
Mithril? What are you saying?
Yes. Yeah.
Mithril. They use mithril. What is this, Lord of the Rings?
I call it a stave. What do you call it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not drunk enough to understand.
So you don't know what we are talking about. Okay. Then
I don't know what word you're using. What does that mean? Mithril? Why are you bringing up mithril?
Do you know, it's just about...
I was hoping it was RuneScape, but you went the Lord of the Rings route.
Heating up water with uranium and so on.
And why does the uranium create heat, Johnny?
Because that's the stave. That's in the middle of the chamber.
Why does it create heat?
That's the nature of uranium.
Why does it create heat? It just does? It just creates heat?
No, that's the interaction that will keep the heat up, and you can heat up the water. That's a steam machine. It's only that it is. Steam
That's
machine.
not the answer I was looking for.
What do we call that process?
There's nothing dangerous with it. Nothing. You can swim in the water around it. It will not harm you at all.
Yeah, so you were
in fact,
wrong on
people
describing
did
how
that.
nuclear reactors
People
work,
did
Johnny.
that.
Yeah, I know. You're a liar. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No,
That's
I'm
why
not
you just
lying.
came
I'm
up with
telling
whatever nonsense myth-roll
How can
bullshit.
you say I'm a liar? It's a
Because you have
fucking
no
big
idea what you're
steam
talking
machine.
about,
That's
and I
all
just
it
proved
is.
that.
And they are making fucking bullshit of it.
Like, how can anyone listen to this guy when he just
I'm gonna
brought up
pick shots
myth-roll
with
with
Johnny.
nuclear reactors? Are you kidding me?
What happened at Fukushima, guys? Was that like a bit of
Are you saying I'm
bit of
wrong? It's a steam
Was
machine.
it?
Are you saying
What is-
I'm wrong about this?
what happened to Fukushima, bro?
And they're making electricity because of steam and the heat.
What
Yes,
happened to Chernobyl?
It's about.
Johnny? What happened to Chernobyl? Was that steam that caused all that shit? A bit of steam?
Yeah,
Was it?
it's a steam. It's a very
A steam, okay. Yeah.
Well,
I don't think putting like Fukushima in the same basket as Santa Claus is really. I mean,
Well, hold on, but Daz, it started though because
you're making food.
Daz, it started because I just made mention that later in the afternoon, after the World War II bombs went off, they were picking up furniture in Nagasaki and Hiroshima. They weren't dealing with fallout. That's how this all began.
Yes, because your expectation is that fallout instantly kills you. You just evaporate into a pile of stuff.
Well, dude.
Oh my god.
Whenever this went to the other day, Trig, you now freaking all about this.
Fuck off. It was a
I told Trig all about this the other day.
This is what happens
how
when Johnny
freaking
joins the chat. Oh my god.
radiation isn't real, not from nuclear bombs. Nagasaki wasn't a frickin' nuke, it was a firebomb. Fukushima's frickin' a land grab. Chernobyl, all bullshit. They were hunting frickin' a year later. Not frickin' glowing in the dark. Nobody's frickin' getting nuclear frickin' sickness. It's all bullshit.
Alright, so here's what I do. I'm gonna ship you.
Let's try and tie this back because this was the whole point of this whole. This was the whole point of this being brought up was that sometimes the narrative shown on TV isn't the reality.
And sometimes Johnny's a lying sack of shit.
Every time you guys hear something on TV or see it in a book, it's gospel. That's how this all began.
No, it's not. I don't believe it because I saw it on TV.
Oh, you don't believe it? You don't want to be.
Jesus
you
Christ,
don't want
Johnny.
to believe it because Johnny. Stop off, fuck off, and grow up.
No, Johnny, you need to stop killing your liver by drinking 500 beers a day.
All right, no unsolicited medical or recreation advice.
It's a personal attack that has nothing.
It is a personal attack because you're incomprehensible. You shouldn't be allowed to speak in here.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Yeah.
There you go. That sounds much better.
No, it's just new to me. The whole all nukes are fake and nuclear power is fake. I've never heard that before. It's new. I've heard a little bit of it, but not. Yeah.
Well, what it was I don't know how it initially started, but all I was saying was there was an interview with a World War II officer who witnessed these explosions. I don't know. I guess it was in a plane. This was some American history documentation film series. He said his initial.
Are you talking about the bomber from the Enola Gay?
No, he wasn't. Thank you for interrupting me, Cooper. No, thank you. So anyways, all it was I don't know what the guy, if he was the gunner, the pilot, the navigator, I don't know what the guy was, but this was this is a government produced documentation interview. There's there's thousands of interviews. This guy said his initial thought was that they had stacked a ship with dynamite or a carrier, pulled it into the port in Kablooey. And then he goes, and then he confirmed the whole nuclear bomb story. He goes, blah, blah, blah. All I was saying was, a mushroom cloud like that was filmed could be produced by something other than atomic weaponry. And it's not just me, some guy who was born 40 years after it happened saying it. It's a guy who witnessed it, who was in the military, an officer, who that was his initial thought. So if he thinks it's possible, because they lived, they never evacuated these cities.
The trolley cars were running the next day, and the markets were open.
Yeah, because Japan didn't think we were going to do it.
What?
And they didn't think they'd do it.
Yeah, we threatened and we demanded their surrender, and then Japan called our bluff.
Moments ago, your argument was they weren't aware of fallout, therefore they lived through it. That's akin to they didn't know about the
They were walking around in it because they weren't aware of it. They didn't live through it. You're just wrong, okay?
They sure as shit did.
Trolley cars running, and the markets were open because people were walking around in the markets doing their daily frickin'.
Okay, so why did they
activities.
surrender? Why did they surrender? Why did the war end?
Because that's what frickin' war's about, man. It's about,
what was the tipping point?
Theater. That's
Well,
the
Dawes,
theater.
that's funny,
That's
Dawes.
the theater of war. It's theater.
Hang on, no, one, right.
Dude,
But
do you believe frickin' all this shit's real? Like we're enemies.
No, I'm just asking. So why did Japan surrender?
Hold on,
Because
Dawes, can I interject here real quick?
I have one.
I'm just asking.
To say. I think Japan surrendered because Russia had frickin' invaded somebody. What the hell was that reason? Damn it, I don't know. It was a much bigger reason, but it wasn't because we freaking bombed them. I mean,
he doesn't know history.
Maybe because we freaking blew a big fire bomb. But dude, everything was on fire. Yes, from a big fuel bomb, but it wasn't nuclear fallout, and it sure as hell didn't freaking. Nobody got radiation sickness. That's nonsense.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the link I sent to you, and then you can tell all the families of those people that they were just crisis actors.
Okay, hold on. I wish we were having this conversation A on Sunday and B 4 or 5 years ago, because I watched some. I'd have to dig it up, but it was some guy was studying the ends of wars. It was a lecture, so maybe I'll be able to find it. He was studying the ends of wars, and I wish I could remember all the details of it. But he said that the surrender of the Japanese was anomalous in the history of war because it was the first time. It was like the first time that someone just surrendered. Because the military, everyone might die in the military, or the civilians may die. I wish I had the damn hold on.
Yeah, some guy said this from Old House. This is getting old.
Yes, we do. I'll get you some more pizza in a second. Let's go get it right now. Anyways, he was saying it was an anomalous end to a war. Like throughout the whole history of warfare. And there were other factors as to why they surrendered.
Seems like they didn't want to get nuked again.
Well, yeah, that's the story, Cooper. Jesus. That's the point of this whole thing.
Yeah,
if you ever hear anything that's outside of what the textbook narrative, you can't accept it, or you can't even entertain it.
If there was decent evidence for it, if there was evidence other than this one guy said this one time, I might consider it.
Yeah, you don't think they can stack dynamite that high?
Yes, I definitely think they stacked 13,000 tons inside of an enemy port and detonated it. Yeah, that's definitely.
Well, they just rolled it in, dude.
Ridiculous claim.
They were there. The Americans had.
To be clear, the military officer that you're citing didn't even say that, according to you.
Huh?
What you said is he said he initially thought it looked like that.
Yeah, I'm only addressing that because either you or Euclidean said, "Oh, some random asshole on Discord says that they could stack dynamite." Nah, this was
doesn't even
this
logically
guy, and
follow.
there's other accounts of people
Yeah,
in
they
the
used to do this
military offering that idea.
in the middle of the freaking desert. They used to stack it in Nevada. They used to stack them freaking hundreds of feet wide, 20 feet freaking high, and it would
Yep,
let
and you
off
think they
freaking
did that
huge
in an
mustard
enemy
clouds.
port? Yeah.
Dude, they could have thrown it in a
Yeah,
ship
put it
and
on a
pulled it
ship
in.
and
Yeah.
put it on a ship and bring it on
Dude,
in.
especially if it was okayed by Japan. You think
Yep,
it's
they're just
freaking
like, yep, we're gonna
set
let
up?
this American ship in from a port in America
Yeah, full
or
of freaking.
Dude, we're
Yep.
talking
allied
about the
country.
1940s.
Yeah, I know. There's still ship manifests, idiot.
Holy shit, dude! Oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's no rules in love and war.
And 9/11 was caused by freaking some guys with box
Yeah,
cutters.
there's no more paperwork on the lost money either from 9/11 the day before. That's all gone.
I just don't know. These guys think that freaking everything's exactly what the TV says.
Yep, they're TV believers.
Yeah, and you have people like Cooper who gets bent out of shape anytime he hears anything other, and he wonders how he can't see the possibility that he's duped into a water ball.
I'm enraged.
You're coping.
Practically foaming at the mouth, really.
Yeah. Nuclear reactors exist, but nuclear bombs don't. I don't know why, but that's just what I believe.
Oh, bro.
So just to be clear, the guy, the military guy in that video didn't even say that it was dynamite stacked up in the port, right?
He said that was his initial. He said that was his initial impression.
Yeah, and then he went and said, but it wasn't that obvious.
Yeah,
of course,
and then,
because that would be retarded.
Yeah. No, he didn't say that.
It's implied, though, right?
Same way
No,
the guys
it's
on
not
the
implied.
Same way the guys on the streets in New York said, "Well, my first initial was hearing all the explosions first down in the hall, down in the entryway, and
yep,
here that was the first people." But then they changed their story. They said,
"Yeah." Then they went home and watched the news. Yeah, that's what's frightening is now there's a generation who have learned of that event that day via textbook and teacher. That's frightening because they'll spew off the narrative as if they know it's gospel and they weren't there.
Oh,
they didn't see the chaos in the media. Oh, listen to him, Cope. He's freaking out.
Were you at Ground Zero?
I lived in Washington, D.C. I lived in Washington, D.C., and Pentagon wasn't hit by a plane.
At the Pentagon at the time they said the plane hit?
How long do you think it takes to clean up a mess?
Probably a couple days.
Were you Cooper?
No.
I drove past it the next day and there was no plane.
Well, you guys are saying it's stupid to believe like other people's reporting on these things. I'm just wondering what your first-hand experience.
It highlights your gullibility.
You just
not only stupid but gullible.
I guess that one just went over your head. All right.
All I'm saying is it's frightening to hear these people talk about things that occur in people's lifetimes, and they think they're the ones that have the clear understanding of it because it was in a book. It's frightening that things that happened in 2001 are in textbooks.
It's frightening to me that we have people who...
And what's ironic is the same thing that's in the textbook was the shit that was on TV.
So confident.
Yeah, invincible ignorance.
Correct.
Based on absolutely nothing other than conjecture. And I don't think so, bro.
Some guy told me somewhere that something happened online.
Oh, now you're coping with them, Euclidean.
No, I'm just doing what you do, apparently, which is just believe everything I see online.
Well, here's an interesting story. Well, I don't believe everything I see online.
What do you mean? You're championing that idea?
Half the videos, people telling people how to tie knots, they got it all wrong.
Yeah, that's something you would say. Yep.
Anyways, yeah, you guys derailed my thought. Congratulations, but I'll think of it later in a second. Oh, here's something interesting, Cooper. You ever hear the Don Imus show?
Heard of that, or I don't know if it was called that, but I know Don Imus is that little bald guy.
I watched it every morning.
No. Don Imus had beautiful curly hair until he died.
Yep.
Anyway,
I must not be thinking of that guy. Who's the Bam?
Yeah, you're thinking Don Rickles. You're thinking of Don Rickles or something. That's how out of touch you are, bro.
That's from like the 70s.
Yeah, you're completely out of touch. But 7 guys with the box cutter did it.
That's from 40 years
that
ago.
sounds like you, Chef.
50 years
you're
ago,
out of touch, boy.
All right, because I'm not familiar with media from when I was a child.
You're gullible. He just died 3 years ago. I'm in the morning. Oh my God! You have to spat. Let me get to my point.
It doesn't matter. Go on.
Yeah, let me get to my point.
Charles was his sidekick.
Yeah.
Charles was funny. Love Charles.
Oh man, that show. Back in the good old days when there was something to watch before the sun came up on TV. But anyways, yeah, I mean, Don Imus is in Private Parts, the Howard Stern film. So relax, Cooper. All I'm saying is Don Imus is a New York City institution. The people that lived in the city, he was, he's who they listened to. He was the big guy. So anyways, 9/11, this is the twilight of Imus's career. Well, he went on another decade until his death.
Yeah.
But Werner Wolf, the sports guy, who was also an icon in New York, was not at work on 9/11. He was at home with his wife. Imus called him on 9/11, or Wolf called in, whatever. And Wolf, his story was he saw no plane. Fast forward 1 year anniversary, Wolf's story is completely changed. Oh yeah. Ethel and I watched as the plane careened across the sky into the building. You know what I'm saying? Imus in the morning. So WNBC. All I'm saying, dude, is that the story that they switched the story right in front of everyone's eyes, but very few are paying attention. It's still out there. You can watch the day of Imus broadcast and the year anniversary. They'll probably take it down now, but you can still watch it.
I think earlier
you know what, Cooper? I think you wait to
that
talk.
morning, dude. I was watching it. I watched Imus, and then I watched Stuart Varney afterwards. He did the business, and that's when the planes freaking.
That's awesome.
When the fake planes hit, yeah.
Maria, remember at the end when Maria Bartiromo. Hey, Bear Pelagic, hold on, just wait, dude. Remember that
Maria
Johnny
was
that
on CNBC, right?
Yeah, but they worked her.
Fox later.
Yeah, Imus moved. Anyways, the funny thing is, I guess we're off topic. I was just going to talk about that Joey Ramone song about him watching Maria Bartiromo on TV. So me, and Joey Ramone all watching the same shit. Go on, Cooper.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
Well, didn't you earlier reference how chaotic the media coverage was that day? How nobody really knew what was going on, and there was all sorts of conflicting messages.
Hold on. It's funny you want to say chaotic and then placate it with no one knew what was going on. Because what happened was stories changed in real time. The big anchors would say one thing, they'd go to a commercial and come back and say something else with authority. So don't tell me no one knew what was going on. journalism
There
was
was
still
one-
somewhat alive at the time.
There was
Doesn't that
one in
speak
England.
exactly
In England, that showed the towers. Said the towers were collapsed, and in the background picture, they were still up.
Yeah, does that
freaking
sound
all-
like
it was all messed up.
chaotic, or does that sound like a
The
narrative
buildings were
that's being
collapsed,
rolled out?
and the picture was still
Yeah.
up.
They were rolling out a narrative, and not everyone was on the same page on the timing.
This ultimately boils down to you guys trusting the news more than I do, actually.
No, it's Cooper. Cooper's the one that's got his eyes glued to the TV screen and textbook. Like a fanatic.
Project Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird, where they literally assigned CIA to news anchor positions in the media, and then accepted that they were paying people, and then saying in greater details for things that they were asking for greater details. No, we need to talk about these things in private. And then shortly after that, your private news networks start dwindling away into the background, and then eventually they're just non-existent. Now it's all big names: MSNBC, NBC, BBC, fucking CNN, Fox.
How do you explain the huge crop of alternative media sources that have all popped up over the last 10 years?
Say that again. Ask it again. You were roboting. You're roboting.
Pretty hard.
Yeah. Repeat it. Cooper. Pause. Cooper. Pause. You're roboting. Try and repeat it. Right, try again. Ask the question again.
The question was, how do you reconcile all these new alternative media sources popping up over the last 10 years? Because if we have this consolidation of media going on under the CIA directive.
Like what? Vice?
Are you saying that it's
like Vice, Tim Pool, Joe Rogan?
Yeah, more tentacles of the octopus. They're not as alternative. They're not as alternative as you may think. Yeah, they have talking points, and dude.
Yeah, they don't say the Earth is flat, so
Yeah,
it's not as alternative, you know.
Yeah, I realize that like 10 media sources get their and like Tim Pool get their talking points from Russia or whatever, but I mean, come on, man.
So you're saying it's not possible that they're still trying to continue propaganda on their own people, and that they
it is 100% certain that the government's propaganda is their own populations.
We're stepping
I
on
said
each
it's
other.
100% certain that all governments. Yeah, what I'm saying is all governments use propaganda on their own citizens.
Yeah, and then the United States also took away the limitation of it because they said that as long as there's a certain percentage of our propaganda reaching other nations, then it's okay.
Yeah, I think misinformation is bad. Even when we spread it overseas, it undermines our moral superiority in the global global.
I think you mean the planer,
like social space. And
well, explain the Smith Mundt.
Yes, excuse me.
Explain
what that is.
Mundt.
Hilarious.
I don't know what
Look into it. Look into it. By the way, Joe Rogan's he used to be a flat earther and a moon landing denier. Trig, when you said none of them say the Earth's flat. By the way.
No, I'm just saying they weren't.
Yeah,
They weren't.
He used to before he got paid
alternative
$20
enough
million
for you.
by frickin' Sear or whatever the hell frickin' it was, Spotify or whatever. Yeah, then he, magically
There's
flipped
no
off
way they
back.
went to the moon.
Said that
There's no way.
he trusts the guys that are smarter than him. Holy shit.
I think he had to agree with the moon landing to get Neil deGrasse Tyson on his show, I think. But Neil wouldn't go on the show unless he agreed that the moon landing was real. So he said, "Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I can see it." Because he obviously wanted Neil on his show that badly that he was willing to go, "Oh, yeah, maybe." And now he's kind of drifting back out there. I think it's bullshit again.
Yeah, Rogan's an interesting character because I happened to watch some real old podcast of his just the other day. It was a comedian I was watching the podcast of. And he's a wily little character. So I think the more you try to pin him down,
His
because
shows with Joey Diaz.
yeah,
Like some of the funniest shit I've ever seen.
yeah. Well, he's just talking. He's talking
was
about
a piece of crap. You know, he
yeah,
used to
he
freaking
doesn't.
like he used to do horrible
He's a monster.
things to
He's a
women.
criminal. Yeah, I understand.
Horrible things to women to for them to be able
Yeah,
to
I
get on the
understand.
show. Just filthy shit. He's a
Yeah,
bitch.
Diaz should probably be in jail, but Rogan,
Yeah, I
like
understand
he has little. I did tactics. He has little tactics to, like, he was talking about how when he has a cab driver that's talking to him, he has little tactics to shut him up. So yeah, I can see him agreeing to whatever he had to agree to get DeGrasse on his show. Yeah, and the fact that he's given Eddie Bravo so much airtime over the years, I don't follow the Rogan Experience religiously. I'll watch it every now and then, but I know Bravo's not. I don't think he's been on it for a while. But yeah, he gets people talking about the whole thing. It's pretty wild. Look into it, as Eddie Bravo would say.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen Eddie Bravo on there. I think they're just old school homies, though, aren't they? That's probably why he was on the show so much, because him and them go way back to the Laugh Factory.
I get it, but he's still he's the one that brought the flat Earth to the Rogan Experience.
Sure is.
The hell is going on?
Somebody's getting a call.
Somebody, yeah, something like that. Yeah. Bro, who is that? Who is that?
That's me typing. My bad.
Oh, well, if it was you, then it's fine.
We'll forgive you this time. Next time is the chopping block.
Who is that? Who is that? That was pretty funny.
It must sound awful because Oakley, I got an earful from Oakley 3 or 4 weeks ago because I was doing that very thing, typing. What does it sound like? Just tap, 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 tap.
Yeah, like you're punching.
It's not so bad, but you can hear it.
No, dude, that sounded like. Did you hear it sounded like a freaking X-ray gun. There's like.
Yeah, I'm typing.
That's not like a cell phone.
Typing a mile a minute. Oh yeah, I was typing and I had an incoming call from some guy who said, "I believe you've been in a car accident in the last 2 years that you have not been recompensated for." Yeah, that's what was going on. There was a lot of stuff.
All the Indians think I'm a 70-something-year-old woman named Linda. So whenever they call, they say, "Hello, Linda. I'm here to talk to you about your Medicare shit."
Oh yeah, tell me about my Medicaid.
No, I tell them Earth's flat, and it gets rid of them really fast. Like any callers, scammers, sort of direct marketers, even people in the street who come up to you trying to get donations for this or that. You know, I just tell them flat out, like, Earth's flat, and they just go, "Aha,
Run
okay."
from you like
And
you're a
they,
leper.
yeah, and they don't want to talk to me anymore. It's great.
Well, I believe that because after the Indian moon landing, I got a few months out of that. That was the first thing I would bring up to him. So great TV show you guys have there.
I couldn't believe that. That was just like
They didn't like that. Just say, how gullible are you people over there? I mean, I get it. You're standing in line to shit in a hole, but I mean, what is going on with you?
Is anybody currently arguing flat Earth versus globe Earth?
Yes, as current as your utterances.
Yeah, it's fair play though. We should get back on topic, right? So,
my bad, because I
wasn't
sure who was arguing which one.
So we've got a Glober here with some evidence. Maybe.
Do you have globe evidence?
I can't find any. I've looked everywhere.
yeah, I can't either. Actually, it's weird. Like the Earth's definitely a globe, but I can't find any evidence, and no one's ever presented me any. It's odd.
It's a bit like Osama bin Laden. It's like when people say, I think I saw him in a business pen somewhere. It's like,
all right.
I love how I was able to hear what he said because no one talked over him. That was great. Do you want to finish? Do you want to go ahead again? Because, you know, clearly people can't let you finish sentences, apparently. Go ahead.
Good moderating, buddy.
Daz, do you want to go ahead? And this time, you know, maybe no one talks over you.
Oh, sure. I would say I was just a joke, so it's not going to land as well now. But I would say, hey, if you want globe evidence, just look at. Oh, okay. Well,
it was Daz that was talking, and it was you that talked over him. So I was wondering if Daz could go ahead, finish your sentence.
It's okay. No, it's okay. Sorry.
All right.
Cool.
So, yeah, has anyone got any globe evidence, or are we just going to be waiting for that?
I don't want to tell the joke anymore. You took the fun out of it. Classic British person.
I don't know. Jokes are kind of funny when they're not rudely interrupting people, I find.
Is it your?
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. Is it your thought that I was intentionally over talking him, or maybe it was just an accident due to the lag on a voice channel?
Could be either, but the fact that you're butthurt about it tells me it's probably the latter.
I'm lagging a lot today.
Very interesting. Okay, keep that in mind, huh?
Yeah.
Do you have any globe evidence?
Sorry, I used all my energy talking to Johnny. I can't.
If anybody has globe evidence, you can speak up. It's your turn.
I'm tapped out. Johnny got me.
Oh. Well, the real globe evidence, please stand up. Please stand up.
So we're all to the agreement that the Earth is flat?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, but I can't stand up.
Okay, then, for sure.
Wow, 2 jokes told and nobody was interrupted. That's weird.
I got a question for the people who believe that the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, are there other planets? And if there are other planets,
Do you have any evidence that the Earth is round?
No. I'm just asking a question. Like if other planets are flat as well.
So do you believe the Earth is a globe?
I don't know what shape the Earth is.
Hold on, Overlord. Let him get it out. His other planets, because he's already stepped in it. That's all right. He's already stepped in it. I get it. Once they step in it, it's nice to clean up what they stepped in, but he's already put the cart before the horse. He's convinced. He's starting his argument from Earth is one of these things that's in the sky. So just let him go.
No, I'm asking for the people who believe that the Earth is flat, that if it's flat, are other planets as well flat as well? Or is it just there's only one plane of existence and that is Earth and there's no other planes out there in the sky?
Okay, so your question, other planets, right? That implies that you believe that the Earth is a planet also. And obviously you're asking the flurfers, right? But we're now asking you, how do you know Earth is one of those planets that you're claiming it is also?
You missed the second half of his question.
I would say you missed the whole question. The question being, don't answer a question with a question.
Thank you.
How do you know the Earth is a planet in order to form your question in the way that you did?
Actually, the way he formed the question, you don't even need the presupposition that Earth is a planet.
You presupposed it in your question. How do you know Earth is a
No,
planet?
he didn't, because the second half is, or do you guys believe that Earth on its own as a singular sealed off plane? He was asking an if-or question, so that's why I said it's important that you missed the second half.
Yeah, you gotta listen out to the if and or but so what. Makes a difference usually.
So, how do you know the Earth is a planet?
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Do we have a record?
Bro.
What do you guys want? The answer or? Do you want the answer to be or?
Because if I'm going to answer one half of your question, because you obviously gave two parts, right? If I ignore the first one, then we're going to ignore that you're claiming Earth is a planet. And then you're going to have me try to describe something that you already don't accept. And then the only thing you're going to do is,
Let me play the flat earther. Let me play the flat earther and answer that question for you. No, I think that we are isolated. There's just Earth. We are like a local system, and that's it. Boom, done. See how easy that was? You didn't have to fuck around any dumb shit.
Yeah, that pretty much answers my question for what a flat earther believes.
Space it, or you could even shorten it even further and just say space is fake and be done.
Yes. Which
bringing the humor there, Cooper.
How do you know Earth is a planet?
It wasn't a part of his question. Whatever. Okay.
What do you mean it wasn't a part of his question? Who is doing that? Is that Cooper?
Of course it is.
Oh, Lord. Cooper.
Cooper or Coper?
Cooper, the chef from South Park.
Yeah, never mind.
He's cooking.
Yeah, what's this guy's name? OP? How do I say your name? Opie?
Yeah, Opie.
Opie. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'll answer your question directly if you want. I don't believe that there are other places we can go. So the things you see in the sky, they're not like terra firma. So yeah, you've got like one plane of existence, and then you have stars, which are pinpricks of light, and then you have planets, which are like larger pinpricks of light that I don't believe you can go to and physically visit.
Do you think you can go there spiritually, like in afterlife? Once you leave this plane, you can go to another plane?
I just don't know. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't even know how to answer that. Either
that sounds like a Darren Aronofsky film. The Fountain.
I mean, if we are in a spiritual realm that's created by like either super science man or a god or whatever, then I don't see why not. But I don't think they're physical places.
There's not land in the sky. Put it that way. At least that's the way I'd put it.
Oh my god. Nice crunch there, bro. What are you eating?
that chunk?
It's got to be Monster Munch, isn't it?
Holy moly.
Do you guys have Monster Munch in the US?
Do I have what?
I don't think
so. You have Monster Munch.
Never heard of it.
Munch? No, that
sounds like
yeah, we got Monster Energy in the United States. I'm pretty sure Monster
Yeah.
Energy is almost everywhere.
Monster Munch. Does Monster Munch from the good people at Monster Energy drink?
No.
Oscar,
It's like
the guy in the
Chris-
garbage can, Sesame
Monster
Street.
Munch.
potato chips. Sorry.
That sounded like a giant. Yep.
We got Cookie Monster too. Sesame Street.
Who's the guy that lives in the trash can? What's his name?
Oscar.
Cookie Monster?
Oscar.
Who would win in a fight between the Cookie Monster and Oscar?
Oscar. He's freaking. He's gangster. Yeah.
I bet Oscar
He's been on the
knows.
streets for so long.
He'd shank him.
He knows how to do it.
Yeah, Oscar fights dirty. Oscar fights dirty for sure.
Yeah, he has medical
I
waste
bet-
on the side. He stabbed him with a needle or something like that.
100%
No,
Oscar
except
knows
for
the Earth's
he
flat.
wants to
Like,
win,
there's
though.
no doubt in my mind that. No doubt in my mind that Oscar knows the Earth's flat. Like, no doubt in my mind.
You can see him triggering everybody with that, yeah. By the way, Earth's
Can you
flat.
imagine putting your can on a freaking curved surface? The can would never sit right. It'd always be wobbling. You'd have to put a freaking couple match packs under the edge.
Well, if the Earth is flat, how do you explain the arches on your feet? Curvature confirmed. Checkmate.
What's funny is that's probably the best thing you got going for you. So that definitely ain't drop over distance. Arched feet, #1 globe proof.
Flat feet, #1 proof. Flat Earth.
Because I'm flat-footed, so checkmate.
Just a genetic anomaly that should be bred out.
I guess you could say the same thing about curved feet.
You could. Now, which one do you want? High arch or regular?
Whichever one conforms to the shape of the Earth.
Flat feet it is.
Been any progress in the argument while I wasn't here?
We went off on a tirade about how nukes are real, which didn't go anywhere because Johnny B was here, so kind of impeded my progress. But I tried.
Yeah, we also decided that Oscar would beat Cookie Monster's ass in a fight.
Yeah, that also happened.
Embo, tell us how radar works.
Radar? From what I understand...
You said that, Embo, you said that radar proves the Earth's a globe. Tell us how that works.
From what I understand, radar sends radio waves and bounces them off objects, and then it comes back to the radar and measures how fast it took, how long it took. Because we know the speed of light, which you like to deny, you can calculate the distance based on that.
So how would that prove that the Earth is round?
Because
What
radar
about the
has
shape?
limited range, and this limited range is calculated based on the geometry of the globe. Because radar cannot penetrate through the surface, so after some distance the waves will be blocked by the curvature.
Hey, Embo. So the transmitter, transmits radio waves, The waves curve over the curvature, under the curvature, hits the object, and then bounce back over the curvature to the receiver. Is that correct?
No, it is blocked by curvature after some distance. That's called the radar horizon.
What about
So the
when
radar wraps around the Earth?
the radio waves and
Hey,
doesn't
Embo, radio waves don't curve. You can't see objects underneath the curvature.
They curve to some extent, but only little. But that's irrelevant because they still are blocked by the curvature after some distance.
So radar measures how far? I mean, it monitors how far?
Let's say you're in a submarine and you have the radar on. How far would the radar go?
How far it goes depends on how high you are above the ground. Just with the normal line of sight in the visible light. When you are higher, you can see further. The same way radar can see further the higher you are.
This is heavily off topic, but I thought it was quite funny. Embo, what's the rudest word in Polish and Russian and all these other languages?
Can you repeat the question again?
Hey, Embo,
Never mind.
Cordova.
A rude word in Polish and Russian?
So, when the Earth isn't flat, what does it have?
Hey, Embo, what does Cordova mean?
No, listen. When the Earth isn't flat, what does it have?
It has a curvature.
Curvature.
Curvature. Oh no. Polish Earth confirmed. There was a meme in Poland where there was a globe sold in one of the markets where Poland was covering like the entire globe. The entire globe was covered by Poland, and the rest was just empty ocean. And someone took a photo of that.
What does Po mean?
Po.
Po land? What's Po mean?
Pole means a field, like the field where you harvest crops.
Really? Oh, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really the only thing Eastern Europe are good at, honestly.
Bread baskets.
So
Embo,
Poland would be, I guess, a country where there's a lot of fields.
Yeah, anytime in future you say curvature, I'm going to stay. I apologise for taking it completely off topic. You guys are talking about radio waves and how it proves the Earth's flat because the Earth is flat.
Just posted the photo. The radar manual will explain it better than me. than me. There's a diagram there where you have like a bendy Earth, and it explains why the radar can see further the higher it is above the ground.
There's far too many FPS mode. Is that the argument?
Yeah, my argument is that the radio waves are blocked by the curvature after some distance. And the fact that it depends on the height above the ground proves that.
I think the inverse square law has nothing to do with it, right?
Inverse square law has nothing to do with height above the ground.
Obviously. But the sending and receiving of a wave, radio wave, that would mean nothing, right? Because it would obviously maintain the same intensity perpetually throughout all the distance, and then return.
The power emission of the radar is far higher than what you would expect for like the to stop returning waves.
So great.
Yeah. Like the F-35 radars put out an insane amount of power. You're not limited by the power output of your radar and return strength. You're limited by the terrain. Especially when you're looking at like.
I would need more intensity in order to hear farther, see farther.
Even if you get more intensity, it wouldn't help. You're still limited by the terrain.
Oh, shit. So then maybe
You're roboting.
From farther.
You're roboting.
Thank you.
Yes.
So then I
You're
need to get.
back now. Just repeat it.
Yeah. Okay.
You're
That's
roboting
worse.
extremely hard.
Yeah, hardcore. Sometimes if you listen to somebody roboting, you can pick up enough.
Yeah,
to
I
get
tried.
it.
That was kind of incomprehensible.
That was too much. That was too much robot. That was like full. That was
Yeah.
like full digital. It went like completely digital.
He became one with the internet connection.
Yeah, he was talking about radio waves. He became a radio wave. To prove it.
Which is weird because radio waves are he's not.
Oh.
His radio waves got blocked by the curvature.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're saying it wrong. Curvature.
Yes,
Cool.
the curvature.
It's curved and it has a chur to it, like Gesundheit.
No, it's the curva, and curva has chur to it.
It has a W in it. Curvature.
It's like a new like street vendor dish that you can get like in Mexico City.
Well, normally when you get curvature at the Mexican street food, they normally give you like a shot of vodka to have with it.
They give you a bottle of vodka and a plate of pierogies.
Yeah, pierogies are the only good thing that come out of Poland, really. That's it.
What about heliocentrism? Copernicus came from Poland.
Overrated. I don't know.
Yeah, that is well overrated.
Yeah, Martoth just posted the same thing that I was talking about the Marconi transatlantic long distance radio transmission.
Oh, have
Would
you been
not
able
have
to
been
prove that planes don't need fuel yet, Jonah? It's been a while. I gave you some time.
Shut the fuck up, Gamma.
for real. Like seriously, it's completely non sequitur. Of course, planes have fuel. It has nothing to do with the fact that I mean they're traveling over a flat stationary Earth. But that's not the point. I'm talking about the transatlantic radio transmission, the Marconi transmission, would not be possible on an Earth that's curving at an approximate value of 8 inches per mile squared.
So I would take that as a no. You haven't derived it. I mean, that's fine. I can give you more.
I take it you're trying to side hop the topic, and I'm not going to let you do it because we've already been through this, and I'm sorry you have a lack of understanding.
Yeah, well, I was
just transmitted to Australia, and they made a plaque for him.
Yo, Embo, why was Copernicus so ashamed of being Polish that he chose a Latin name?
No idea. I mean, the conditions of living in Poland aren't that good nowadays, so maybe it was the same in the past. No, people don't like living in Poland. Maybe that was the case.
I mean, this was back. This was like back in the day, though.
Yeah, that was like Poland was, the kind of like the ground level. I mean, that was like Central Europe. All roads went through Poland. I mean, think of all the entwined with the Catholic Church and stuff. That would have been kind of like a boon. But I guess my take is, contemporary. They got all the Polish jokes and a lot of derogatory comments and stuff that have come against Polish people. So they had to reinvent the lore. Because if people said, what? The first guy who thought up heliocentric was a Polak, it would kind of give someone an idea to be like, okay, let me look at this. It's kind of like in America, you got the dumb blonde joke. In Europe, you got the Polak joke.
I don't know. I think in Europe we tend to take the piss out of the French the most. Like everyone takes the piss out of the French, and then after that it's kind of like tribal rivalries. So, like the English and the Germans might take the piss out of each other. And I don't know, the Poles got a border with Germany, so that makes sense as well. But,
In Poland, we don't have a bad experience historically with French, so it's the Russians and the Germans for us.
Yeah, but like, it's like a European thing where everyone just hates the French. Like whether you talk to Austrians or Poles or Danes, everyone hates the French. And then after that, the English are pretty well hated as well, to be fair. But then after that, it's like tribal rivalries.
It's like Londoners mostly is what I've heard. It's like people kind of like English people, but it's like your Politan kind of Londoner that.
That's an American thing. That's not a European thing. Europeans don't like the English that much.
Both the French and the English have the same stereotype, which is that they have that superiority complex and are kind of arrogant.
Right, yeah.
Did you see the video of that Buckingham Palace guard just like stomping a little kid?
No, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? They're like, move out the way, and the kid's just like stunned. He's like, what's going on? Also, just a boot, just stomping them to the ground, and everyone starts yelling at the person, like, what the fuck are you doing? And I guess apparently they have to walk this one path. And if there's a kid in the way, fuck them.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they got to discipline them somehow.
I mean, just think about if that's how they view their own people. How do you think they view like others?
That's not really how it works, though. Like the point of those.
Yeah. Especially like if you don't live there and you don't experience it, then you can't really just put it out like.
It's like America should bomb England until the crown surrenders.
Does this have anything to do with Earth being round or flat?
Oh yeah, government. You're looking at these psychopathic governments do psychopathic things, and they don't even.
And
give a
America
shit.
doesn't have a psychopathic government.
Oh yeah, America too.
Yeah. But anyway,
Yeah,
we
I
get
mean,
back-
you see, like, oh, go ahead, Crypto.
No, I'm just saying we should get back on topic. I think we agree on that. I think most people agree that the people in charge of
Enough with the psychopathic governments.
Yeah, exactly. I think we all agree on that already. So, I was wondering if
Yes.
Copa.
So it's like this idea, like, why would they lie? You know, why would you believe that government is out there exploring space for the betterment of you?
Not. It's clearly not. That's the answer.
I believe it because Crit told me so. So like Crit tells me all the space mysticism, and I just like gobble it. I love it so much.
What do you think of the Lord of the Rings trilogy? Did you like that?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Think like walking trees are real?
Absolutely, yeah. My favorite part of reality is when what would be my favorite thing, Lord of the Rings? I don't know.
Oh, gotta be Arwen. Unless you don't swing that way, maybe Aragorn's more your thing.
I like Aragorn. Aragorn's based.
Fair enough. Galadriel's pretty badass as well. I wouldn't mess with her.
Yeah, Crit could definitely fight a Balrog. He could definitely do that.
Who would win out of Oscar and the Balrog?
I don't know. That's a good challenge.
It's like brute strength versus street smarts.
Yeah. He would trick him to fall off the bridge.
Right. But of course we know flat level because Middle Earth is flat and level, right?
Oh, yeah. That's true though. It is flat. Yeah.
Middle Earth is objectively flat.
Yep.
Just like Arrow.
Yeah. It's actually non-fiction. That's my favorite part about it. It's all real.
You're a dangerous man.
Oh, someone pop micing horrible.
An American that understands
like
sarcasm
or something.
Dangerous person.
Envo, are you here? Come on. He's not. Oh my.
He went to go and worship at his Copernicus shrine.
Yeah, he went to go eat pierogi.
So kind of off topic, right? So since the Earth is flat, why does NASA lie and put misinformation out there about the Earth being a globe, like that is completely round?
Because they're funded to do it.
Because they can and you won't challenge them.
Do you think they're trying to hide something other than the Earth being flat? Like,
maybe.
Because they can and you won't challenge them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But also they're funded to do it. It's what their funding is for. So if I had an organisation which is to promote the how healthy pure sugar is, right? Do you think that just because I'm funded to do it, and I tell you that pure sugar is healthy, that makes pure sugar healthy?
of course not.
Right. So. There you are.
How about this? Do you believe they could fake it and could use propaganda with the amount of money they have? Is it possible, or is it not enough? They would need more money to do it.
Infinite
I don't think there's enough money in the world to make it work.
Because that was Bill Nye's claim. Bill Nye's claim, like the amount of paperwork it would take to fake it is too much. It's too much. You could follow the paper trail, and eventually you'd lead to dead ends and whatnot. So you're like, well, sure, let's take a look at that paper trail. How about, is there any blueprints or studies or whatever showing how they built the rover, the Loon rover? Well, no. Well, how about the spacesuit? No, for that either. How about the lander, the lunar lander? Any documentation, blueprints, studies? All that is all gone. It's like, where the fuck did it go? If you wanted to find it, if it's like they couldn't do it because the massive amount of bureaucratic paperwork would just be a mountain. Like you wouldn't be able to hide the mountain of evidence. Well, where the fuck did it go then? It just disappeared? Did they leave it on the moon?
Never existed. Okay.
Yeah, or it never existed in the first place.
So we beat Embo on radio transmissions, and he left.
Conversation never even happened.
Yeah, triggered non-military man left soon after.
Hey, so what? Embo didn't explain to us how radio waves curve round and then back over.
Afraid not.
What happened?
No, afraid not. Sorry, bro. You have to wait till next time.
So he proved my point then. He proved my point.
I just
didn't prove anything.
Didn't even engage your point, bro.
No, I said to Embo, does radio waves radar prove Earth's a globe? And he said yes, did he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. And then he didn't actually demonstrate how. He just asserted it.
Yep. And then we hit him with the long distance, the Marconi long distance transatlantic radio transmission, which not fucking possible on a globe Earth that's curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. And then he left.
And even if
Marconi
they
also
claim that
transmitted
that
to
radio
Australia.
wave, that Marconi test, the radio wave was bouncing from the ionosphere, Marconi didn't account for any ricochet from anything because he just sent radio waves horizontally. He didn't point them to the sky for the 2,000 meter and for the 10,000 meter. So if you say that pointing the radio waves horizontally will bounce from the ionosphere toward the receiver in 2,000 meter, and the same result we will get it for 10,000 meter without correcting for that angle of ricochet, because it will have to bounce from the ionosphere and to go to the receiver. It wasn't just one.
that Marthos posted is in commemoration to Marconi transmitting from England to Australia in 1918. England to Australia.
This is kind of interesting. This article here is saying that this Hurricane Milton was a 1 in 1,000-year rain event that was they're basically blaming man-caused global warming. So, if it happens every 1,000 years, what was the excuse 1,000 years ago before man-caused global warming? Sounds like this is normal, a normal weather pattern that happens very rarely.
I think the argument they're making when they say that is these types of events are happening much more frequently now, and we're having these 1,000-year weather events in a span of 5 years or 10 years. We're having multiple of them.
Is there any evidence for that?
Yeah. There's no evidence. Like, how would you know if there's a thing that happens 1,000 years if you're not there to like experience it every 1,000 years?
Sure, so you can taste like soil cores,
So
what the
you
weather was
so,
like at certain times of year in the past.
okay. So you believe in like the carbon dating thing? Like, is that a thing you believe in too? Because you're talking about like
Like carbon
soil.
radio carbon dating. Yeah, I believe that is a thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
You think
no,
it's accurate?
yeah, I
You
read
think
the
it's accurate?
article. Yeah, I read the
I
article.
don't know how accurate. I'm not sure what the tolerances are, but I believe it's a thing that exists.
They said they called it a 1,000-year event because any possible given year, it's 1 in 1,000 chance to get a storm like this.
Oh, that why they do that? Okay.
Yeah. So you could have back-to-back storms just by chance. It's really rare. You'd be, for that to happen. But I mean, in all of creation, once all the time is all set up and done, they should be, I mean, with perfect statistics, it'd be every 1,000 years apart. But that's not the way it works. There's a random chance. You're rolling the dice each time.
I mean, and we all acknowledge that weather manipulation is a thing that has been happening, right?
Cloud seeding maybe, but nothing beyond that.
Okay, I'm
No,
not going to
it's
argue
more
with
than
you.
maybe
I'm not going
because
to
you
argue with you about this.
It's more than maybe because you have even the United Nations banning the use of weather manipulation devices as weapons of war.
Yes, I understand that cloud seeding is real. I was saying that it's like a turn of phrase. You say cloud seeding is. I can see that cloud seeding is real. It's basically what they said there. Read between the lines.
Yeah, and there's a lot more than cloud seeding. Like, what are you acting like? You're just gonna believe whatever the mainstream narrative puts out, and that's what you're gonna accept as facts? Because you don't sound like a globe earther if that's what your mentality is.
Not sure what you're asking me.
I mean, you don't sound like a flat earther. Sorry. If you're over here saying like you're just gonna believe whatever the mainstream narrative says, then you sound very closed-minded. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
A flat earther. That's correct.
Yeah, you sound like a globe earther. Like you sound like you're brainwashed and you just.
Yeah, that's what I am. Yeah, I'm a globe earther. Yes.
Okay, well, I'm done talking.
Okay, sounds good.
Here's the interesting part here. They said that because of global warming, it heated up the air, and hot air then carries 3% more moisture. And it said it rained 7 inches. So otherwise, had it not been for global warming, it would have rained like 6.8 inches.
So it's global warming's fault.
Yeah, for that like point, that 1/8 of an inch of extra rain.
Holy crap! We better start recycling, you guys.
I thought it was climate change now. So what happened there?
Yeah, because it said, instead of they had to switch the word there. So it said had it not been for global warming, it would have rained under 7 inches, but instead it rained 7.38 inches, and then 5 inches within the first hour.
Amazing how they are so accurate with everything.
Yeah, what data point? Can we see that paperwork? Let's see that data. Let's see it. Oh, your dog ate it. Oh, it got hacked by activists.
Well, insurance companies for like events, like if you're gonna have an outdoor event and you want to get rain insurance, put a little cup on top of a building, and they'll determine how much rain you get. If you get more than that, so much rain, then you're covered. If you get less than that, you're not covered. And they just look at it. There's no microscopes. They don't use fucking lasers or anything. They just look at it. Isn't that crazy?
Super crazy.
Just look at it. Would you look at that?
Yeah, they don't need 7.038 inches or anything like that. They just look at it and go, "Yeah, you're above the line. I guess we'll pay you the 50 grand for the night."
You think maybe there's a difference between measuring rainfall in one specific spot versus measuring rainfall in like over a whole storm system over an entire coast?
You're just guessing, putting rain gauges up. Say, look at how much rain
No,
we got.
I'm not guessing. There is absolutely a difference.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You add up all the raindrops or something, and then you know what's going to come down.
No, you would take a bunch of rain meteor readings and add them together and try and get a picture of what's going on for the whole storm, right? You wouldn't just take one rain reading in one spot.
I said you put them out everywhere is what I said while you were talking through me.
I don't think I was talking through you.
Do those so it matches my line. My line is like approximately 2 inches tall on this one. So now at exactly 2 inches or just close.
But no. Craig, did you get a good look at the aurora last night?
Yeah, I've been trying to check it out. It doesn't. It's not much.
Oh, mine was crazy last night. Got those deep reds, and you started to see a little bit of shift into blue and purplish in the darkest part and like the most colorful spots.
Yeah, I mean, the last time this happened, I got some really good views of it, and it was like at the beginning of summer, which was kind of interesting because if you did like the date, the time clock, it shows that it wasn't dark enough. You kind of need the winter months to be able to see the aurora borealis. Like even if it does go this far south, the sky just doesn't get as dark as it's supposed to.
Like I was outside at like 8:30, and I could like barely see it as like wisps of like light in the sky. But then like a half hour later, when the sun was like completely done setting, like woof, color.
The picture of that. It was interesting too. It's like these post dictions.
So do we see that because the Earth is a ball then?
No, it's
No,
impossible.
I think we see that because of charged particles from the sun.
It debunks the globe. It wouldn't be possible on the globe.
Elaborate.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Have to do with the way how dark the sky is at certain times of the year. I'm looking for. I had the whole conversation with this dude about it, and it took him a long time to finally get it. Using time and date, they show like the different colors of black that the sky will be.
Got a time lapse of it. I just didn't load it up yet.
Did you do a big 360 view of it?
No, I just used my P900 and did a time lapse.
What I'm talking about. This is when the last time it happened in March. See, they show the amount of light in the air marked by these color bands.
Oh, are those different shades of gray supposed to be like the relative color of the night sky, or?
Yeah. Throughout the year. So you're either in a really dark night sky for an extended period of time.
Not. I guess I'm not getting the connection to the shape of the Earth here.
It's more with the heliocentric. The sun can't be we can't be like tilted in such a way where the aurora borealis would go so far south while at the same time having a ambient light in the air that is above the threshold to blot it out.
Okay.
Damn, it seems like everything they got just debunks the globe.
Because it wouldn't happen in March. It would have to appear where it shows like nighttime, 12 to 6. That's the only time where it's dark enough. But they said, "Hey, go look at 9." It was like at 9 o'clock or something.
Well, like last night, I went out at, like I said, I went out at 8:30 and I could see it. It just wasn't as intense until it was a little darker.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And that it wouldn't work because they told you ahead of time. It only appears this way when you're so far north, and because of the Earth's tilt, you get this really, really dark sky.
Yeah,
Sucks for
but
the
I mean,
overs.
if the sky is slightly lighter, I mean, like I said, just earlier yesterday, I could see it still. It wasn't as pretty.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. You shouldn't see it at all. That was the excuse they had used in the past. So now that is busted, you have that sort of black swan event. How come you didn't see it before? And they're like, well,
Earlier in the night.
Not just earlier in the night, earlier in the year.
I think that has to do with like the cycle of the sun as well, doesn't it?
Well, no, it has to do with the tilt.
Well, it also has to do with the amount of particles or solar wind we're getting.
Oh yeah, that too. But that isn't as big as people are thinking. It is sort of hyped up. The amount of solar activity is like 0.5% more than normal or something like that. They're making it like they're trying to frame it as like massive, gargantuan solar flares. But no, it's
yeah, and it's presented that way in pop science.
Yeah, they didn't even detect it till like after it happened. And they're like, "Oh, this is a slight little blip here." Like the needle was over here by like the 0, and it went like kind of like a fraction up from 0. Oh, this is funny. This is what okay. When people are when people are listening on YouTube and like send messages, they want they want me to share this.
What you're thinking about, my friend? Okay, I'm listening to you, but I know you're stumbling now. But yeah, but if you're thinking like me, everything that people are saying, they're talking, and they think that they can say something that's so a lot of people know it's a fucking lie, but they say it anyways. But what's that about? It's just like Harris, Kamala Harris is doing all the time. Everybody knows who Donald Trump is. He is just Donald Trump. Everybody knows what he's about, and he has also been a president in 4 years. And he was not doing a bad time there. So, do you understand? It's a fucking lie. Everything's a fucking lie. Fucking lies. Bullshit all the time. And also bullshit about what the earth is about. And everything. What? If I say, "Oh man, you must have the Earth is flat," how do you do that? I can do that with the elevation angle, and because everything above you, the stars and so on, has been mapped for so many 100 years, and we know exactly where every star or sun on the moon is in this time. Therefore, you have to take the time you are navigating. Therefore, time is very important. That will give you the exit time of the position where you are. And it will also give you circle of equal latitude. Circle of equal latitude is even over thousands of miles will give you a flatness of thousands of miles. And you have to do it like again and again. It's giving you more fucking 1,000 miles. So 38, 49 of whatsoever you want to be of your globe model.
Can I get a translation?
3959 of the globe model radius is just broken there, and therefore it's absolutely meaningless. And therefore, if the 3959,000 miles radius is broken, then everything in the fucking fantasy is broken. Welcome. Try somebody to answer me against me. Nobody can. I know what I'm talking about. And if you try, I will kill you very easily. Just like I thought, there's nobody that's able to stand up to say anything about what I was saying, because what I was saying is right. You have to be stupid to say something against it. Oh, suicide. Because don't piss me off. There you have it. It's over. Johnny B. It's a
Hey, Johnny.
Are you from Italy?
No, I'm from Australia. But I had an Italian girlfriend, and she used to call me Cicciolina. What's Cicciolina
That's
mean?
your problem. It's not my problem.
I know it was my problem. Yeah.
So, what's your point? No point. There's a lot of problem with some girlfriends in Italy. Yeah.
No, Johnny.
What's up? And I'm waiting. You are interrupting. You're saying you have something to say, right?
Yeah, I was just saying, what does Cicciolina mean?
Who cares? Cicciolina is from Italy. But I'm not from Italy. But I understand. Allegretto is Mirando. It says
I thought you were Italian.
Mirando. No, I'm not. I'm just a musiker. And
Oh.
Use the music instrument and use. I am educated in high educated in classic music, so I can speak. I have to choose. Do you want to go with the German or with the Italian? I go with the
So you went with the
Starting to
Italians.
get a hangover listening to him.
I have a big dick. Yeah, you're a small dick. I know that you're a small. Everybody knows in the house. Everybody in the fucking internet world know I have 21 centimeters. And the girls have come in the front and said, "Yes, Johnny has a big dick." Yeah. And if you don't have a big dick, don't talk with me. Because
Did he just say he has a 21-inch long?
Yeah, no, not inch, centimeters.
No, he says 31 centimeters.
Oh, okay.
It's like 12.
21
inches.
centimeters. I'm not trying to making something up. It's real.
Centimeters.
Do you know what centimeter is?
It's a unit of measurement.
Yeah, that's measurement. But do you know what it is?
1/100th of a meter.
Yeah, it's a meter system. Yes, it's not like in America. Nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. But if you use the metric system, then you have 100 or 2,000. Then you understand. 100 milliliters is.
Look, we use the metric system too, just only for liquids. Okay.
Actually, the American, because they use 9mm in school.
Fuck yeah.
There you go. That's a good one.
Boom. Boom.
So you're trying to learn, but it wasn't not before.
Here's more global warming nonsense. Missing people found on Everest because of all the melting going on.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Apparently some guy called Irvine who disappeared in 1924.
Now, when you say people, you mean missing corpses?
I really want to know who this guy was. Nobody knows.
Go look it up.
Yeah, there was a guy called George Mallory who disappeared, and his climbing partner had apparently a sock that had stitched his name in the socks, and they think they found it.
I thought. Yeah, it was in the film. My friend that's a filmmaker. I was making the film in the Everest, the big Everest, and he was talking about this guy. So, yeah, you're not the only one that's questioning it. The guy I'm talking about that is a fucking big Hollywood guy, but he came from Iceland, and he came from Spain also. His father was taken down of a big political party, so he had to flee from Spain into Iceland. I remember he had the guy that we had, and the AK had a big rifle to take care of. He probably all the time.
Yeah, so one of the earliest climbers believed to have been lost, now found 100 years later, thanks to global warming.
Yeah, think about it. It's crazy.
Due to climate change, it's thinning the snow and ice in the Himalayas, exposing bodies of mountaineers who died chasing their dream of scaling the world's tallest mountain.
See, global
Yeah.
warming.
So it was this temperature. It was this temperature
you
when
know,
they died.
I
It
think
was
I
this
can,
temperature when they
I
died.
can tell you the name of
Oh,
my friend.
Johnny,
It's a
Johnny,
Cormac
hold on a
Johnny,
second.
holy shit.
Johnny, for
But
fuck's sake.
what you're talking about,
So
Yeah, but here's-
Crit,
Yeah.
so Crit, when they died, it was this temperature. It was like what we have now. Then it got really cold, and then they thawed again.
That's what they're saying, yeah.
So it was this temperature before global warming. That's
What is Cormac?
When you are in outer space, and the reason why they build the
Hey,
spaceships
coach,
they
before we
do,
get there first, slow down, brother. Just take a step back.
you know, I'll let
Breathe
him.
up.
I'll let him.
That's what you have to do. Maybe you just have to wait, Jedi. Maybe when you click on it, maybe you just have to wait a little bit to see, wait to see if it like. That's what you have to do. Maybe you just have to wait. Play. Play. Every time someone new comes in, he has to drop and come back. There he is.
Isn't true. I would say it's like way off. That's not what science is, bro.
But even so, without looking into it more.
Well, any direction, the surface of that water will always hold rigidity in space. The same way a partner mean sea level from
Every time someone new comes in, he has to drop and come back. Here he is. Invite to speak. You get the mic, Jedi? Sometimes the delay is like 20 to 30 seconds for things to happen. So the weekend, anything huge planned? Anybody?
No,
Jedi, did you get that mic?
yeah, nothing much, man. Jedi? No, he's not here.
Yeah, I see him on the list. Oh, he dropped
Yep.
again.
Axel Steele's in here. What's up, Axel?
That's right.
So, do you think that the Earth is a globe? We have the conversation here to see if everybody is.
I mean, yeah. What do you want? I'm not here to really have an argument about it, but yeah, you know, I'm a basic
Come out with your hands up.
bitch
Is that
science
what
guy.
you want to do? Big science guy. Ooh.
I said basic bitch science guy.
Basic bitch.
Haven't heard that in a while. Not basic bitch science guy, but basic bitch.
Well, so would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or you just believe that it's a globe?
I would say I am certain the Earth is a globe in the same sense that I'm certain about lots of other things. Although this may turn, I don't know how much we want this to turn into debate about what being certain about something means.
Well, I could easily put it in a percentage value. What percent do you think that the Earth is a globe?
I'm going to turn that around on you. When you say you're certain of something, what percent do you mean?
Well, I'm always talking about things a bit more binary. So I would say I know when something is or isn't true. So if something is true, then I know it to be true. But if something isn't true, I would say it's not true. So
what's something?
I would say
what's something you think is true?
Well, I'm talking right now to you on X.
Mm-hmm.
I've eaten something in my life.
So how certain are you that you're talking to me on X?
100%. Now, if you were gonna now you got away from all of that. So let's go back to you. How certain are you of the Earth being a globe?
100% then, if I'm taking your view of these things.
Sure. So with that being the case, then could you substantiate it?
In what sense do you mean substantiate?
Empirical evidence, testable, repeatable, observable.
There's certainly
measurable.
There's certainly lots of empirical evidence. Lots of people have been into space. They've seen the Earth from space. They see the Earth looks like a globe from space. There's pictures and stuff. That's all empirical.
Well, that's other people doing something that you're not doing. So, in your primary experience,
that's normally how empirical evidence works.
That's not you. You are you. You are you, not them. So, what have you done to verify the claim that the Earth is a globe? You, not them.
I mean, I have done things, but resulting to personal experience never works on here. So I'm not even going to try and do that.
Why
so
not?
I'm going to deflect from it.
Deflect? Why are you going to deflect?
Well, because I could tell you things like I've measured stellar parallax through a telescope when I took astronomy courses in college, which is true.
But what does that but what does that have to do with the surface curving, my friend?
I mean, the Earth's a flat disk moving around.
Nah.
I could tell you that the moon is
more stargazing.
I bounced lasers off the moon. They really went up there and put things down on there.
Excellent.
I bounced things off those reflectors.
Excellent. So you want to talk about things up in the sky? Let's look not at the floor. Let's look at everything. Let's look at everything that's not the floor. The sun, the moon, the stars, parallax, and all the
Well,
things that we're
okay.
not going to look at there.
It's also true that I've taken a plane from
Mhm.
Illinois to New York City, to
Okay.
London, to Moscow, to Tokyo, to Hawaii, and back to Chicago.
Are
And I
you a
was
world
always going
traveler?
one.
You've been
And I
everywhere,
was
huh?
always, now not everywhere, but I was always going in one
Okay.
direction.
Okay, just like the band.
Like what? Like
So if we're gonna talk,
yeah.
if we're gonna
So I
talk,
mean, I guess that the problem is like, and you're immediately going to try. Well, I'm not going to say what you're going to do. Never mind. But I mean,
Mhm.
I guess that's empirical. Like I don't know what else you'd want.
Well, okay. So
Well,
wait. If
go
you're
ahead.
just talking about traveling from point A to point B, that's just really traveling over the surface of the Earth. But now, that's going to lead us back to the question: how do you know that the area that you traveled over is curving? See what I mean? Like it's always going to lead back to the question. So you can say you're doing something on top of the surface, but I'm always going to go back to how do you know this surface is curving between your travels?
Well, explanations can always be insufficient if you don't want to buy into them. I guess I can't stop you from doing that. Can always be like, well, I think this explanation is insufficient. It doesn't convince me. Sure, explanations don't have to convince you. I mean,
Well, yeah, it's great that they could, right? I mean, it's in some capacity you could think that you're flying over a globe or you're taking a cruise ship over a globe, and at some point you because maybe you've grown up with this information all your life, so you value it in some way. I mean, I don't know, but that's like that's your opinion. I don't like opinions. I'd rather something I could test and provide evidence that it's actually true. So that's
I
what
mean,
we're looking for.
certainly, other planets appear to be round.
Not the
I
Earth
mean,
again. We're not looking at the Earth, Axel.
is it your view the Earth is some sort of disk with an indeterminate depth, but all other planets are spheres?
No, that's not what we're saying. But
Well, no, but is that your view?
No, that's not my view, Axel.
Okay, then what's your view?
My view is that the Earth is a flat and stationary horizontal topographical plane. So if we're gonna say that we're talking about the flat Earth, what do I mean by that? I can tell you, if you don't mind. I don't know where you're at with like listening, but I could tell you. Would that be okay, or?
I mean, hit me with it.
All right. So basically, we're saying that the Earth is observed as flat, right? Our primary experience would be one of like when we go to the beach, we don't see any curvature. So observation would conclude that we don't see any ball Earth. We're not looking at the Earth as a globe for obvious reasons. Even for the people who think the Earth's a globe, they would say, well, locally it looks flat. They would agree with me on this, right? Looks flat. So observation, check mark. Looks flat. We can move off to the second point. There's only three. The second point is that it measures flat. Now, what do we mean by measures flat? Well, according to how we understand level over the surface of the Earth would be garnered from mean sea level. Mean sea level is the rise and fall of tides, the median of the rise and fall of tides. So if we're going to say that the vertical point from where we garner mean sea level from, and any point horizontal from that position would equal a horizontal plane, even onto land, giving us elevation profiles either to hills or valleys or mountains or whatever. So if you're standing on, let's say, a surface above sea level, well, you know you're above sea level because the vertical point at which you got the mean sea level point, the rise and fall of tides, would extend out to where you're standing on land, and that elevation profile that you're standing on would be a position from mean sea level. A horizontal plane would be underneath that position, so it would meet at a vertical point underneath that position of like where I would say from mean sea level to where you're standing is a horizontal plane, and then up from that horizontal plane up to where you're standing, that's how we know elevation is garnered. So you'd say you're above sea level like at 250 feet. So that's how we understand elevation profile. So a flat Earth essentially is the reference of the Earth from a horizontal plane garnered from mean sea level, and that is what flat Earth is. It's not the actual physical Earth itself. because we have topographical features which would give us the understanding that there's hills and valleys and mountains and all kinds of stuff. So what we're saying is, where mean sea level is to any position on Earth, it's a horizontal plane that we reference. We're referencing this horizontal plane in every instance. That means that when you have a spirit level, and of course water holds rigidity in space just like a gyro compass or gyroscope, you would say that doesn't matter what direction you go to, everything is going to be referencing the horizontal plane. So spirit levels, like when you're hanging a picture on a wall, will always be like the little bubble will always be adjusting itself to the horizontal plane of the Earth, the flat Earth, essentially. So when you're trying to figure out like a cup of water, like you're seeing the container, you tilt it in any direction, the surface of that water will always hold rigidity in space, the same way a gyroscope will. So as it's holding rigidity, the surface of the water is holding rigidity to the surface of the Earth, as in the flat Earth, the horizontal plane that extends horizontally all across the Earth. So we understand one simple fact. The flat Earth in which we're speaking of is that horizontal plane that all of nature is referencing. So when you tilt your head, the vestibular system in your inner ear has liquid, so it helps you understand how to hold balance. So once you disturb that liquid in your inner ear, you could lose balance, because that's how you understand how rigidity is held within the construct of your physical body. So everything is referencing that horizontal plane. So you know if you're tilting your head sideways, that you're sideways, because you're referencing that horizontal plane with the vestibular system in your inner ear, referencing the horizontal plane that you're standing on, essentially where mean sea level is. So you could be on, elevation changes like from where you're at to where your neighbor is in the house next to you, but it doesn't matter because you're always referencing that horizontal plane. With spirit levels, with rigidity of water being held up in a cup, or the vestibular system in your inner ear. So a lot of things reference that horizontal plane. So therefore, that is what we're referencing, and that's what we say it's flat Earth. Because when we speak of flat Earth, we're speaking of that horizontal plane and not the actual dirt, of course, hills and valleys and such. Hopefully that is the way that we're describing flat Earth. I can get in a little more, but I'm going to see if you're actually there or not.
Well, I think you're doing a thing a lot of flat earthers do, which is on one hand being like, well, the only thing that counts is your personal experience, and then on the second hand being like, but I do trust in these like mean sea level measurements that you yourself have not taken, nor do I even know how they get derived. And frankly, I don't think they probably have a constant value across the entire Earth. And so it's always a bit of like, well, we hold you to a standard of you personally have to have done it, and if you have done it, we'll still be like, well, that doesn't matter. But then with your evidence, you're like, I don't know, I heard it from some dude. There's mean sea level. Like, I guess that's a thing that exists in the world. I mean,
no, we don't. Yeah, no, I think there's a whole straw man you're building. No, that we're not denying the fact that mean sea level can be garnered from a vertical point. That there's nothing to say that when they're doing this, they're actually getting mean sea level, because as I said before, they're extrapolating it from the flat Earth. The Earth is not a curving surface. So when they get mean sea level vertical point and they extend it outward into any part on land, they're doing it with the understanding that it's a horizontal plane that's extending outward, and they're getting their elevation profile from that point wherever they're standing on land. So there's nothing different from what they're doing now to how I understand mean sea level garnered from, an elevation to where you're at, on land.
well, but
nothing funny. There's no funny business there.
If we're allowed to make appeals to authority in the sense of these people have made these measurements, then of course I got gobs of measurements by other people about the Earth being round. So if that's the way we're gonna go take the route down here, and in fact, I think most of the people that make mean sea level, measurements also think the Earth is round. So I don't see how that helps you in this sort of argument. Like,
If you're going to be like, well, other people did it. Well, other people have done a lot of things about the Earth being a sphere. So
Yeah. So
there
what?
you go.
Yeah. What I said before is going to be almost the same thing as I'm going to say again. They're taking mean sea level off of the Earth not being a globe. So they think that the Earth is a globe, but however, the vertical point from mean sea level, where it's garnered from and extending outward horizontally, is from a flat and stationary plane. And the reason why I'm saying that plane that exists has to be where people understand curvature is garnered from. So let's just say the horizontal plane from mean sea level extends outward, right? Okay. If you're saying that there is a drop over a distance, right, that has to be taken into account. I don't know if you understand what I just said. I might have lost you. You know what drop over distance is, Axel?
I mean, yes, but continue.
Okay. So from wherever they got mean sea level to any point on land, if there was a curving surface, like the drop over distance would be an X value, that X value would be known, right? So if I said, 20 miles distance from mean sea level inland, the Earth is curving at this specific X value. Well, the X value that they would give me would have to be known, right? It cannot be some unknown because the Earth is curving. So we'd have to know at what specific rate is the Earth curving that would conform to the metrics of the Earth being a globe right now. So I submit to you, right now you can type in, what is the radius of Earth? In your Google search engine. You'll find out it's going to spit out a value, 3959. If you type in, what is the circumference of the Earth? It's going to spit out a value, 24,901 miles. All these values, they've already obtained them somehow, some way. So we got these numeric values, and if we're going to put a value to X, which is the drop over distance value from any point A to point B area on the surface of Earth, then we're going to know X value would be something that we could measure. Okay? So if from mean sea level to any point on land, they got an X value drop over distance, you would know that. And I would too. Not only would I know that, I would be able to test the method by which they figured out the X value for drop over distance. I would be able to go out into that space, same place, and say, okay, so from mean sea level, wherever that is, the point off the shore where the rise and fall of tides is, off into land, I'm going to know the X value for the amount of drop over distance from here to there. It should be understood to be a measured value. That's not the case, though, however. So they're getting their value from mean sea level and going from that place to any place on land and finding out that vertical point from wherever the person's standing over land is gone all the way straight down into the mean sea level position, which is a 90 degree. And then from that point to all the way to where the sea level is, that is a horizontal plane. That doesn't deviate and does not have an X value to say that there's a specific amount of drop over distance. Am I going? Is this too much?
No, but it's just sort of like I don't understand what the point is you're trying to make. Like
If I could jump in
because
real quick.
if you look at like, so obviously when people say, I don't know, things drop 8 inches after a mile, whatever it is, something in that realm, that's not based on specific measurements, right? That's just a geometric proof, right? Like obviously how much the land is going to change its height over a mile is going to be in a lot of ways, especially over short distances, is going to be in a lot of ways dependent on the exact geography of the land. And so those sorts of values, of course, just come from, well, if you take the Earth, if we assume the Earth is a sphere and we assume over this distance, this is the kind of drops you're going to get off, that kind of stuff. But and of course it's going to be different at different latitudes or whatever. But the only point I'm trying to bring out is that like you're trying to bring in all this evidence that you didn't do, and then when I try to be like, but people have gone to space and taken pictures of the Earth and it's a ball, you want to for some reason deny that, which seems a lot easier to explain than complicated things about mean sea level and horizontal planes, buddy. I mean, people went into space, they took pictures, it's a ball. Other planets.
Yeah, the problem is a presupposition that you think the Earth is a globe has already been established as a foregone conclusion in your mind. So you think it's easy because it seems like there's no work needed for you to understand how the Earth's a globe. It's just an easy way for you to be lazy and say, well, the Earth's a globe because Joe Blow figured it out.
Do I need complicated views to understand looking at pictures that have been taken from space of the Earth? Or
No, it's easy to it's easy to hear a children's story like See Spot Run and understand that there's a dog that's running when you hear those words. But the problem is when you're actually putting an actual, understanding or research to it, like how do you know the value of that image being something you can relate to into reality? So if they show you an image of the Earth as a globe, Axel, and what do you have to compare that to in your physical and natural world known reality from your perspective? What do you see the Earth looking in that way?
I mean, I've looked
when you go outside.
looked at other planets and they appear to be balls. So I guess.
But that's not the point. So they're showing you, but they're showing you an image of the Earth you're standing on,
That's fine.
and you don't ever see the Earth in that way.
You do
Right?
if you look at pictures of it taken from space. Yes, I personally haven't been from space, but you personally haven't made those measurements.
Okay, so you're putting something on me where I'm asking you those images that are coming from that location, the space, and it's very basic, right? You're not comparing. It's like this. Okay.
Yeah, but there's
So
also
if I show you a picture of a horse, well, in your lifetime, you've probably seen a horse somewhere in a zoo or whatever. You've seen a horse at a ranch or whatever. Doesn't matter. You've seen a horse somewhere. So if I have a picture and I hand you a picture of a horse and say, "Hey, this is a horse, buddy. This is a horse that I have in my, in my ranch, whatever." You're gonna be like, "Okay, I have something to compare that horse to because I've seen a horse before, so I know what you're talking about. That's a horse." But if some guy shows you a picture of a globe, you don't have nothing to compare that to in reality. There's nothing you can say that's, I've seen that before. I mean, obviously you have never seen a globe in your life, except for the image that they tell you it's a globe. So all it is you insert your belief because it comes from a specific place, a company or whatever. And all it takes is for you to just believe. So simple.
You're right. All
So
you do is insert your belief, and it comes from a certain place that you want to believe it. Okay, so maybe we at least get parity on that point.
Well, it's important, right? Because you think that there's like science behind this or some type of evidence being brought forward, and there isn't that. There's just your fundamental belief in this, like just so story that the Earth is a globe.
Pictures and testimony of people are evidence. I'm not going
Really
down the road.
So if I have a group of people that get a picture of a 80-foot gorilla climbing a building and they show it to you and say, "Well, dude, we got some eyewitnesses that saw this happen." How can you deny those eyewitnesses? And not only that, we have images too. Oh, guess what? We also have a video.
Well,
pretty cool too.
Well, hold on.
A lot of animation.
That is evidence. Like, there's a difference between
Of
evidence
what?
and convincing.
Axel, what is it evidence of?
I don't know what you mean. If someone came to me,
is it evidence? Is it evidence of something in the physical and natural world, or is it evidence of me fabricating a story, a just so story.
Let's go totally out into left field. If a bunch,
I gave you
if a bunch
two
of people,
options. You didn't choose. I gave you two options. You didn't choose.
because it wasn't a real choice. If
It was. It's either reality. It's something that it's 80-foot gorilla exists in reality, or it's a fabrication. It's evidence of fabrication. Somebody fabricated a story. Which one of those is it?
Well, how could I know?
It's got to be one or the
How
other.
can I know without looking into it more?
Well, you just told me that that's what you're doing with the Earth being a globe. When they hand you an image, you're like, well, yeah, it's a globe.
No, my point was just it's evidence, and there might be
Okay.
there might be reasons.
Evidence of what?
Stop. There might be reasons to dismiss evidence, but you can't be. There's no evidence. There's all kinds of evidence.
Okay, I gave you the dichotomy. Evidence of what? Evidence of them fabricating a story, or evidence of reality.
I mean, you'd have to make the decision for yourself, I suppose.
And what have you decided?
I mean, in the case of the Earth being a ball, yes, it's accurate.
No, it's not accurate. You're using terms that you can't ascribe to the belief that you have. It's not accurate. Your belief is accurate?
Now you're telling me my internal mental states are confused.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you're saying that what you believe the Earth to be is accurate. Really, what is the standard for that basis? What's your standard for holding that?
I mean, gestures vaguely at the entire scientific world. Okay, but
no, that's just an appeal to what you think is science.
I mean, I don't. It's not my decision what science is or not, buddy. I mean,
You're deciding right now what you think science is, Axel. You're deciding right now that you think science is someone handing you an image of the Earth as a globe, and that's science, and it's not.
A lot of scientists say
not science. Really?
Oh, science is a social practice. What are we even getting into here?
Oh, dude, you're way off the mark. I swear you are way off the mark, Axel. Like way off. That's not what science is, bro.
But even so, even in my own personal experience, why is it that when I'm higher up, I can see further away? If the Earth,
that's easy.
Earth's flat.
That's. I thought you were gonna give me a tough one. You changed your angle, so the angle that you are to the ground changed so that your perspective is now more surface area can be viewed from the specific angle that you're viewing the surface.
I don't think that's the way optics work in general.
Okay. How does it work, Axel? Tell me how optics work.
Well, if the Earth was flat, you could see tall things from very, very far away because they'd be taller than everything around them. And so
my friend,
if they weren't being shrunk under a receding horizon, like certainly, you could see mountains from hundreds and hundreds of miles away. Like
Axel, I'd like to let Jedi lead this one because I've been talking a lot. So if you don't mind, I would like to see if he can chime in.
The idea that when you ask the question, why can I see more the higher up I get? Alpha's correct. It's because you've changed your angle. You can perceive more of the object when you metaphysically stand back from it. It's not hard to understand, dude. You climb a tree, go to the top of a building. The reason why you can see more across that surface is because you're further away from that surface.
See, but on a flat Earth, that would only happen if there are things obstructing your vision. Otherwise, you should be able to see more or less infinitely far away.
No,
play devil's advocate and just mention the thickness of the atmosphere would not, even if the Earth was flat or is not flat, the atmosphere is not going to let you be able to see infinitely far through the atmosphere.
Eventually have to invent a new theory of optics to explain this. But
no, you could demonstrate it. You can demonstrate it on a flat surface. For example, if you put your camera low to a horizontal surface and look horizontally across it, you'll get what's called an optical horizon, a limitation of view of that surface where you can't see beyond the horizon because the angle is too small for your eye to perceive. As you move away from that surface, you'll notice the optical horizon gains more distance where the angle is increased and your eye can resolve what you couldn't resolve before. You can demonstrate this on a flat surface, dude.
No,
you can see more of it when you're further away from it.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with how... I mean, your eyes have a limited optical resolution, but it doesn't mean anything
what's that?
You are to the ground.
What's that angle?
No, although I don't know. I think you can see things about 1 meter apart, about like half a mile. something
It's,
like that.
point so it's point. The angle is called the number's 0.02.
But like you can't. No. The distance over the ground doesn't have anything to do with it. That just isn't how optics work. You guys are trying to hang yourselves a new.
No, I can demonstrate this to you. You haven't asked me to demonstrate it to you, but I can demonstrate it to you. I've got over 30 videos to demonstrate what you're saying isn't possible.
Oh, I mean, people have all sorts of things, I suppose.
Yeah, so this is the sort of thing that you could do yourself. You could put your head down to a floor and notice that with distance, the angle gets shallower and shallower and shallower, where you then develop an optical horizon. The angle is too small for you to resolve anything of the surface beyond until you raise your optic, your head, your camera, and you make a larger angle. You can demonstrate this yourself. It's not magic, Sunshine.
But it's also not true, is the problem.
Would you like me to show it to you?
No, not really, to be honest with you.
Okay.
It's just a late night conversation.
I think there might
Remain
be a
ignorant then, dude.
misunderstanding. I'm hoping, because I'm a global. I'm pretty positive that the Earth is a globe, and what Jedi and Alpha are saying regarding it's correct. So I'm not sure. I think there probably is some sort of misunderstanding of what we're talking about.
Your angle shouldn't matter, but no, we're not. I'm not here to have a. I don't know. I didn't even want to have an argument about it at all, and you guys want to drag me into it. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Anyways, but yeah, there's some basic problems. Hi, when you get higher, you see further away. That's a problem. 2, about the Earth moving, there's still a parallax. Also, problem. 3, the idea of the sun and moon are local. They seem to be the same size in the sky the entire time. These are like problems that don't really have good answers in the flat Earth model.
There's a few things that you said earlier that I wanted to kind of touch on. You spoke about a lot of things in the sky, and we were trying to like bring you back down to Earth because that's where we can measure it, and. But then you brought up an interesting point. You said that somebody goes up high, and I just want you to realize, like, even height is a measurement from the Earth, and that's going to be your zenith, right? That height will be a zenith, but it's going to be based upon creating a vertical and a horizontal to the ground, because you're going to establish yourself from mean sea level. So, like, you say, "Oh, I'm 182,000 feet up." Okay, but from what though? You're gonna be from that position where way down on the ground, people are measuring it from the same exact point, which would have been one of the geodetic surveyors discs in the ground, transferring the lines, the benchmarks to establish a horizontal that runs parallel with the overall mean sea level. So it's really interesting that you're saying, "Oh, you're saying you can't go up high and take photos." I think you set up that straw man there, because it's not to say that we're not saying that they're going up high and taking photos. We're just questioning the idea that they're going into space, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics of an environment, because now you're saying you're going to a vacuumous area that's right next to a gaseous area, and then I guess that takes us down the road of gravity being the container. But there would have to be a container for us to have gas pressure and a gradient to begin with, which is something else that we didn't even talk about. But I was focused on measuring the Earth, because when we do measure the Earth, it is always from that position that Alpha Veritas was talking about earlier. And I don't see what you're not getting. If we are not accounting for curvature as we're building across the land, I understand it's because of topography. Like, for instance, they're building the Bright Line right now. I would have been on that project. I would, because we could like go and like get on those jobs. But I got forced into retirement because I got injured. But I would have definitely wanted to build it because it's the first bullet train in America to go from Las Vegas to California, to Southern California. 200 miles worth of of work. That's a years long project. That's good money right there. And I guarantee you, never are they going to account for curvature of the earth. Yes, they account for topography, for elevation change. We build bridges, ornamental, so all the railing, everything having to do with that at the stations, everything iron and metal at the stations. We would build along the tracks if there's anything that had to be built as far as columns for overpasses, all that stuff. That's what ironworkers do. And nowhere ever in the blueprints are they saying, don't forget to account for curvature when you're building this and this and that and that. So it's just weird to me that you say, oh, well, we have photos from space. Okay, again, well, how do you know they're up in that place where you're saying you are? And then how are they showing this curved ball below them when that's not what it is when you're on the ground? You don't measure that big, huge curve they show. That's not a part of building. So with that logic, when we build something, it'd be sticking up out over the ball, like putting a ruler on a basketball, because we build everything level, horizontal, flat, straight. So it's just really weird to me that in reality, the curve doesn't even come up. Only when it comes to NASA and pictures of space and all that stuff, that's where all that ball stuff comes in. But in reality, we don't see that, bro. And that's all. I just wanted to throw
I'm
that
only
in there.
familiar with plane altimeters when it comes to how to tell how high you're off the ground. More primitive ones use air pressure, like how high, what's the pressure where you're at. These days they mostly use ground facing radar that just tells you how high you are up over the ground. But
Right.
like that doesn't really have anything to do with the globe Earth.
I know, and I'm glad you said that because believe it or not, a lot of people will. A lot of globers say they know it's a globe because of the said this, that, and the other, everything you just said. But at least you admit, like, yeah, no, that has nothing to do with a globe Earth. That's just a measurement. And I'm glad you said how talking about that pressure. That's how they can tell how high they are because of the amount of pressure. Yeah, again, container. There has to be containment. To, I mean, that's just that's just physics, right? Like you learn that in school, probably junior high, when they draw the box and they say this is the molecules bouncing around and we can measure it. If you add temperature, they get excited. If you make the box smaller, they're getting closer. So it's just building pressure. More than one way to build pressure, right? Not only by heat, but also by
If Earth's
equipment.
atmosphere is like a pressurized container, it's not like a normal one because normally if you go get a propane tank from a gas station or whatever to power your gas grill, the pressure within the container is relatively constant, but that just isn't true with the atmosphere. So it does sort of indicate there's some other mechanic happening.
Well,
Yeah.
definitely we have a dynamic system. Go ahead, Jedi.
Temperature and where the gas is produced. So to have a gas pressure gradient, this is delta X. You're still going to need to solve for X, which is pressure. Pressure will be achieved by the limitation of the volume, the gas pressing on the inside of the container. To have a gas pressure gradient, you can vary and manipulate the temperature. Within the dynamic system of the Earth, this temperature is radiated from the surface of the Earth, that energy given to it by the sun. Also, 99.9% of the gas is produced down here at ground level. Oxygen, for example, is produced in the sea because of phytoplankton. And there's other chemical and biological cycles. The gas is produced down here at ground level in and within the surface of the Earth and then moves upwards to occupy the space above it. So the graduation is caused by gas production and temperature. And containment.
Yeah, exactly. And it really reminds me, like I said, even going back to ironworking, when I went to go work on one of the refineries here in Southern California, you have to get your RSO card. right, which is refinery safety. And taking that week-long course, which is easy, but it's just part of like an orientation to be able to work on the refineries. They teach you kind of like what they teach their guys that work there, permanently. Because we were just coming in for a 24 for a turnaround, we call it, where it's a 24-hour job and you're out by 30 days. But anyways, you sit in this class and they teach you about a coker, and the coker is what creates. They have layers within them, and there's a byproduct. And then the director, the instructor, he was telling us actually, it's kind of like our world. If you add a temperature, there's a byproduct that comes from that. And he's like, and it's the way the pressure gradient is formed within the coker. And I was like, damn, I never thought about that. Like, that was a good point. And he was like, and he's the one. He's not even a flat earther. He's just the dude that's just explaining how cokers work. And in the cokers, the main thing is the containment. If you cut the top off of the coker, you won't be able to have that gradient because all the gas would rush out the top, and it wouldn't have a chance to build up and then create a byproduct once you apply the temperature. So it's the same concept, like just logically. So if you had an open system where they say like, oh, so much, gas particles, exit out the top, even though gravity is holding all the other gas. Well, then if that was the case, you would never have the gradient. It wouldn't be able to happen because you have a system that's open. You need a closed system to have that environment to create it even in the beginning. You understand what I'm saying,
Well, why do
Axel?
you think there wouldn't be a gradient if the system was open?
Because the thing that creates that is the containment of the gas. So within that coker, because it's sealed, because there's a top to it, it allows the pressure to start to build up, right? And then they add a temperature to the bottom, and it creates a byproduct. And then they add a temperature to that byproduct part, and then it becomes like one of those ice creams that have like 4 different colors on them. Then you have 4 different byproducts, and it's only because it's created a gradient within itself by adding a temperature to it. And each byproduct has its own byproduct, and before you know it, you have like 5 or 6 different things that you've created, and then they sell them from the refinery. They get that gas, they put it, that one goes to that drum, that one goes to that drum, that one goes to that silo, and then they sell it accordingly. But the key would be containment, because if you again, I'll say it one more time, if you cut a hole in the top of it, then that top, all the air will rush out to equalize with the surrounding area. So imagine you have space, right? This vacuum. Well, if something was to happen and it was to exit out, everything would rush out from us, and it would fill the infinite vacuum space you believe we're in. It's just interesting that.
That's where gravity comes into
Yeah.
play, though. I think. What are y'all thoughts
Well, that's
on
what they say. Yeah.
that? Well, I mean, you can. There's no reason to suspect that the same forces that are affecting us sitting here right now or throwing a ball wouldn't affect gases. I mean, you can see it in liquids if you let oil settle on top of water. What are y'all's thoughts on that?
Go ahead, Jedi. Jedi, you want to go ahead? Oh, I thought you were going to say something. My bad.
No, dude, sorry.
Well,
I just had to leave and rejoin because I thought somebody was speaking and I couldn't hear what was being said. So just left him.
Oh yeah, he was talking.
I was just going to say that even in the abstract, I mean, pressure's kind of a difficult quantity, but ignoring that for a minute, let's put our side of problems with pressure as an idea. I mean, it's a statistical quantity, not like a physical thing. But like but even if it was true that you had like a fire, you just have like a bonfire at your house. The air around the bonfire is higher pressure than the air outside of it. It's higher temperature. If you did, you could only measure pressure if it's enclosed somehow.
You can
basically.
you can
Exactly.
But
you can only achieve
You just
pressure
said it.
if it's enclosed.
yeah, well, I
Gas
mean,
pressure is defined as the
barometer,
force the gas.
you know,
No,
there's a lot of
gas pressure. It's dude. Gas pressure is defined by the force that gas exerts upon the walls of its container, as demonstrated within PV equals nRT.
you could throw like a thing around a bonfire and be like, oh, that's pretty high pressure. I mean, but yeah, within the Earth's atmosphere, it's basically pressure is basically just the weight of the gas on top of us.
Gas has weight.
Sorry.
Gas disperses in all directions. What's stopping the gas from dispersing into the available volume up the top? It's just not the weight of the gas pressing down on the top.
Gravity keeps it close to us relatively.
What's gravity?
Yeah, that goes back to my question. I was curious as to what y'all's thoughts on gravity were.
Well, I want to know what one he's talking about first, and then he can point out the observation of gravity changing the vector of gases.
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Or you're saying that gravity is the container for gases, which means that somehow gravity is changing the direction of gases that are expanding. You need it to stop expanding and violate the second law of thermodynamics. So you need to point out where that's happening.
I don't know what you mean by changing the direction, but yeah, I mean, gravity is a force that holds things close to the Earth, and gases have different weights. They have different kinetic energies, and so gases with higher weights and lower kinetic energies. Actually, the first part's not true. Scratch it. The gases with lower kinetic energies get held close to the Earth, but it's like any sort of liquid. Like the gases close to us kind of bounce out the ones higher on, and that's why there is like a gradient. I mean, there's a reason why all the gases don't just collapse the surface of the Earth and we all suffocate or whatever. It's that they have their own kinetic energy, their own movement, and gravity's force up is very low because they're very light. But
Okay, what vector is gravity? When I drop a solid object, what vector or direction is gravity?
I mean, the actual answer is kind of complicated, but in general, we just say towards the center of mass of the Earth.
Awesome. So down relative to our position. When I heat water, sorry, when I heat water and the bonds are broken and the water changed to gas, which way does the gas go?
I mean, it generates enough kinetic energy in itself that it comes out of whatever container you're boiling it in, and it flows into the atmosphere. But for the most part, it doesn't get that far away. It eventually loses its energy that you brought into it from heating it, and it falls back to Earth as water vapor, presumably.
Gas doesn't lose energy, dude. You can either give it or cool it. It's not going to change the vector of the gas. It's just going to change the oscillation rate of the gas. It doesn't change its direction.
I mean, in general, no.
It changes its density, though.
I mean, you can change the direction of a gas.
Doesn't. Can you show me that you're doing that with gravity then?
I mean, not with gravity. I mean, well, gravity can change the direction because it comes down, I suppose. But I mean,
show me that.
But just in general, you can change the direction of a gas by turning a fan on or something.
We can demonstrate gravity with the Cavendish experiment.
Okay, but I'm talking about the observation of gravity changing the vector of a gas.
Okay, gas is a mass like anything else, so it plays.
I need the observation, dude. Gravity hasn't been thought of as mass attracting mass for over 109 years.
It manifests itself as so, though. You can describe it however you like, but it manifests itself as so, and that's shown by the Cavendish experiment, where when we change
can you show me?
Yes.
Can you show me?
When you change the masses in a Cavendish,
why are you talking? Can you show me gravity changing the vector of a gas?
Yes, absolutely.
Go on then.
All right. So heat up a gas. As it cools and the density increases, it'll fall back towards the Earth because its density relative. Yeah, temperature, energy, whatever you want to say, its density will increase, and it'll fall back. It'll fall back to the Earth because it'll be denser than the surrounding atmosphere.
Hold on, its density doesn't increase when it gets colder. Its density is based on its basic elemental properties. What are you talking about, P-dubs?
Well, I'm saying when what should we call it? When water vapor condenses.
We're not talking about water vapor condensing.
Water vapor
We're just
gas.
talking about water vapor.
Okay. So water vapor is going to rise as it's hotter.
P-dubs. You just conflated two things.
Yeah,
Okay,
hold on, just
all
real
right,
quick, P-dubs, hold on, just real quick. You jumped in on the conversation between Jedi and Axel to say something that wasn't even being discussed, and then Jedi said, "Okay, show me it," and you said, "Okay," and then you said it, but that's not showing it. We needed to see this experiment, and the reason why, P-dubs, is because your answer to what you said you were going to show wasn't even the answer to Jedi's question. So go ahead.
Okay. It was, but you guys don't realize it. Gravity is the container. We can demonstrate gravity without knowing what causes it. We can demonstrate that gravity. Yeah, we can demonstrate that gravity is dependent on mass, and the larger the mass is, the stronger the apparent force will be. Whatever causes it, we can show that mass is the variable that changes how strong gravity is. And that's
I don't think he understands what's going on right now.
I don't think
demonstrable with the Cavendish experiment.
I don't think he understands. I want the demonstration of whatever gravity you're going to use, changing the vector of a gas, stopping its expansion, and making it come back like the last
The Earth's
gentleman just said.
atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere. We observe it.
Jesus Christ, this guy.
He's going to beg the question now. That's awesome.
No, I'm saying it's observable with the Earth's atmosphere. It's hard to demonstrate gravity making an effect on it. Can I explain? It's hard to
I've already
demonstrate.
explained gas pressure gradients.
All right, Jedi, can I try to explain without you interrupting? So it's hard to demonstrate the effects of gravity when you're in It's hard to explain the effects of gravity when you're in the gravity well of a much larger gravitational force like the Earth.
Gravitational well isn't mass attracting mass.
What's that?
Gravitational well is not mass attracting mass.
It's ish. I mean, how else do you want to describe it? That's semantics.
No, that's two different models.
It doesn't matter that it's two different models. I'm not talking about the actual cause of gravity.
This is the problem, P-dubs. This is what you're not grasping.
Hold on, can I finish here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so my point is, I'm not trying to say what is causing the gravity, right? I'm saying it manifests itself. It's an apparent force that we see. You can claim it's anything, but we see what causes it. We see what changes. The Cavendish experiment.
You're only talking about an effect, though, P-dubs.
Are you familiar with the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, it's not an experiment, but we're...
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
What's an experiment?
A testable observation of the world. Repeatable, testable observation of the world.
So
Can I give an example?
I mean,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, but do you guys not agree that in a Cavendish experiment, which has been repeated thousands
It's not
of times,
an experiment.
okay, the Cavendish demonstration, whatever you want to call it.
We just wait, because not at a time wanted to clarify.
Let me just get to a point here. Do you guys not agree that in the Cavendish thing, all right, when you change the mass, the acceleration of the objects changes?
No, that's incorrect.
That's not incorrect.
Yeah, well, if you allow other people to speak, like let not a time come through because you wanted to say something.
Okay, go ahead. But I'd love to hear a rebuttal to how the Cavendish experiment works.
I'm not really gonna try to rebut that. I've had something come to mind as far as the because Jedi, you were wanting an example of how the force of gravity acts against changes the vector of an expanding gas. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see if he's back because he's having trouble with X right now. Go ahead.
So you guys know what dry ice is, right? Or
Yep.
if you guys have played with it, have you ever dropped it in water and watched the kind of like smoke come out of it?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine dropping that into some sort of like glass tube. There's water at the bottom. The gas pressure is going to force that gas to come up and over that ledge. But because carbon dioxide is heavier, as soon as it comes over that lid, it's going to start falling back from the ground. And it's the kind of same thing with whenever they threw chlorine gas canisters during World War I. The chlorine, because it was heavier than the air, the vector of gravity would affect that gas and keep it close to the ground, and that's what killed all those people. So I really
Also,
like these conversations about gravity, and I'm not sure, P-dubs, what can you explain to me what the
We're not
capital
gonna let you.
G
Hold on a
means?
second. You can't continue a conversation when you don't let this Jedi respond. You're kind of like
Oh,
saying what you want and
I
then
thought he
cutting off
couldn't
the
hear me.
response.
Are you there,
Yeah, he's
Jedi?
back.
yes.
He's back.
So
Okay.
what you're doing is when you say dry ice, that is closer to the floor because it is denser than the atmospheric pressure above it. That's a relationship between the lighter and the denser gas. If you were to do the same experiment where you've got dry ice and you put it into a vacuum chamber, you notice that the dry ice fills the limitation of the vacuum chamber. You've now got a container of dry ice. So there's no gravitational effect when you put this medium of gas into a vacuum because the gas disperses in all directions. It goes upwards, outwards, and downwards, dude. You've just brought up relative density. That's not demonstrating that gravity is changing the vector of a gas because you can put the same gas in a vacuum chamber and it'll fill the vacuum chamber.
I mean, it would, but it would eventually settle to the floor because of gravity.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
That's incorrect.
That's the problem.
Okay, well,
Hold on. A vacuum
so we
chamber with a gas. A
really
vacuum
are
chamber with a gas
not
in it
understanding
is no longer a vacuum chamber, right?
part of this conversation.
So that would be a container with a pressure of gas in it, and we do observe a pressure gradient inside of closed containers.
Wait a minute. Did you say a vacuum chamber is a pressure of gas in it?
If you put dry ice in a vacuum chamber and it turns into a gas, you no longer have a vacuum. You have a gas. Right. And so anyway, so what you essentially have is a container with gas in it. Right.
Yes.
So it's no longer a vacuum. And if that container is tall enough, there will be a pressure gradient between the top of that container and there will be a pressure gradient between the top of that container and the bottom. So the gas is not equally filling the container.
So is that stated within Agavado's law? Gay-Lussac's law, Boyle's law, Dalton's law? Which law are you talking about?
I'm talking about the real life measurement of a container.
He doesn't have a law. He doesn't have a law.
I'm sorry. Those are all ideal gas laws. If you look up what an ideal gas law is, it takes place in a If you look, stop saying yes while I'm talking, dude. If you look at an ideal gas law, why do you have to talk while I'm talking? If you look at an ideal gas law, it takes place in a uniform gravity well. That's part of the laws of an ideal gas law. So if we're not in a uniform gravitational field like the Earth, where it's not uniform, there will be a gradient that's set up. So any tall enough container will have a gradient, a pressure gradient in it.
Can you point out for me in PV equals nRT where gravity is, please?
It has nothing to do with PVR and nRT. This is real world. That's an ideal gas law, Jedi.
You said ideal gas law in a gravitational well.
An ideal gas law does not apply when you're in an uneven gravitational field.
So point that out then. Where is that?
On Earth is an uneven gravitational field.
Is it? So it's a gravitational field now. That would be Einstein's, not mass attracting mass Newton's.
It doesn't matter what causes it. I already said. No, it does not. It does. So why? So even in Einstein's theory, more mass creates more bending of space-time. So again, it's still mass. It's still mass in Einstein's theory. It was mass under Newton's theory, and it wasn't even. So nothing has changed.
You understand that's two different mechanics, don't you, T-Dub?
I understand that, but they're not contradictory. They're not contradictory.
Oh my God!
They're not at all. They both say that the effects of
unbelievable.
The apparent force of gravity is due to mass. Whether it's bending space-time or causing an apparent force between two objects, it's demonstrable with the Cavendish
P-dubs, you're gonna have to let Jedi respond to this because you get it wrong, bro, big time.
So I get to.
You're still going.
That wasn't an invitation to keep going, bro.
Excuse me?
That wasn't an invitation to keep going. Okay, let's put it this way. You said a claim, and then you said another claim, and then you said another claim. And so then Alpha said, hey, you're going to have to let Jedi respond because you keep going from one thing to another. And you are, but go ahead.
It's not. Go ahead or not go ahead?
No, Jedi, not you, Jedi.
Just let him finish if he needs to finish.
I mean, at this point, we're like 5 deep. So
the container. Hold on. This is one claim. It's not stacking of claims. The one claim is that gravity is the container on Earth. That's the one claim.
Cool.
That's what creates the gradient. That's what creates the pressure we feel at Earth. Is the gravity of the Earth pulling down on the atmosphere? That's the one claim, and that's how we see a pressure gradient.
No.
Now, it'd be interesting.
Can I
Yes.
respond now?
Oh, I guess so. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the reason why you have a gradient within a contained system, especially the atmosphere, and I can cite this 15 times, is because of the dispersal of heat radiating from the surface of the Earth. Temperature causes gradient within a contained system.
Well, then why do we see a variety of temperatures in the gradient?
Why do we? Because we live within a dynamic system. We have two gradients on the Earth. One is vertical, one is horizontal.
No, but
One's
in the
upward.
vertical gradient, I'm only talking about. There's parts of the upper atmosphere that are much higher but much lower pressure, much higher temperature but much lower pressure.
Good.
Like
So
the
temperature
thermosphere.
then?
The thermosphere is very hot but very low pressure.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of gas up there, dude.
Right.
Because?
But there's parts of the Earth that are extremely cold and have low pressure.
Yeah, so temperature then?
So no, I'm saying that it's independent of temperature. The pressure is
you just
independent.
pointed out
You've
temperature twice.
Yeah, and I showed how they contradict each other. You've got
Yeah.
spots. You've got spots at
Temperature.
sea. Hold on. You've got spots at sea level that are both hot and cold and have the same pressure. You've got spots at the top of a mountain that all have they can have higher temperatures or lower temperatures, and they'll have lower pressure. And then you can go up to the thermosphere. We have extremely high temperatures, but have even lower pressures. So temperature and pressure are not directly related in the atmosphere.
Yes,
There's
they
another
are.
factor there. There's another factor there that's affecting it.
What's that
If it was
then?
simply gravity.
Okay then. Can you
We
show
circled back
gravity?
to it.
Can you show gravity containing gas without begging the question?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, so our science,
before you,
yeah, we can see it.
1 second.
Okay.
Just before you answer, just put a pin on that real quick. I just want to announce to the people, thank you for joining us. And 24/7 Flat Earth is doing a continuing series, episode 6. This was a continuation of one that we just got cut off earlier, but appreciate everybody that's joining back again. The title of this room is Globe Equals Fake News, hashtag Flat Earth. Repost this to everybody. Let's get some activity going, guys. Go ahead and like the stream. With the space that's going on right now, let everybody know that we're on. 24/7 is becoming more prevalent on X, so let everybody know that we're coming on here. So yeah, just go ahead and shoot me a follow. I'm going to be streaming often on here on Spaces. So for you guys that are brand new to this particular space, I'm going to be doing a lot of them. So 24/7 is going to be making our face known here. Jedi is a part of the team. APOC's a part of the team. And a few others that you probably haven't seen, and they're big wigs in the Flat Earth community. So, as far as this goes right now, yeah, if you like the content, whatever, make sure to follow everyone that's up here on the panel, so that we can all continue to have these conversations. Once again, this is just a little bit of a kind of a plug for what we're doing. So appreciate you guys for coming in, and go ahead, P-Dubs, with your evidence again.
Well, I mean, in terms of a direct observational evidence of gravity containing a gas in some sort of experiment that's happening here on Earth, no, that won't work, because the gravitational well of the Earth itself is much larger. So the way we demonstrate gravity on Earth is with something that either we can use a variety of methods, but the first was the Cavendish experiment, and it demonstrates how mass attracts mass. Whether that's by bending of space-time or some other methodology we haven't described correctly, it's a demonstrable effect that we can see again and again, and has been performed around the world by various peoples of various types. And every time they do it, they come up with the same result, which is that you vary the mass and the speed of the attraction changes. The effect of the attraction changes. So this is a demonstrable thing, that mass affects mass on this Earth through whatever methodology. We know the Earth has. I'm sorry. Do I get to answer? I'm sorry, Jedi. I'm trying to explain the answer here, and you just keep interrupting.
Don't be a sissy.
Well, then why do you have to interrupt? Why do you have to be a sissy and interrupt?
Because I'm asking you a clarifying question.
I don't. Well, ask me when I'm done. How about that? How about that? Just hold your breath. Hold your breath, and just ask me when I'm done, Jedi. Hold your breath and ask me when I'm done, Jedi. Yeah, Jesus Christ, hold your breath and ask me when I'm done.
It's horrible.
So anyways, yeah, you are too. Hold your breath. You're making me lose my place. Why does he get to interrupt me?
All right, just move the conversation along, P-dubs. You're wasting too much time just bloviating on this. Just
Yeah, why is this?
How about
why-
you control the room, and when Jedi interrupts, you tell him to stop interrupting and
all
talk.
right. Stop getting in your feelings, bro. Come on, it's not productive.
All right, hold on. I muted him real quick. Hold on, just P-dubs. Listen, you are long-winded in your answers, which is fine. You know, you're trying to clarify. I get it, but he just threw in a little word there because he wanted you to clarify that in your answer. And I get you're saying just wait till I'm done, but you don't end quickly. Like your answer is like you take two sentences into 7 sentences very easily. So just like maybe just be more concise. Maybe, I don't know, because you are kind of long-winded. But I don't know. Try again, I guess.
Yeah, just tell Jedi to shut up. How about that? And I'll
Why?
be able to end. I'll be able to end quickly.
Okay, just go then.
No.
Anyways,
Dude,
so-
you're gonna
so
have
let
to
me-
come
okay,
correct
yes,
if
I
you want to
don't- I
be
don't get
speaking in
stopped.
this
Okay, go
forum.
ahead.
Yeah, if you're gonna be speaking in this forum, dude, just be cool, man. You're not
So
gonna be.
I get to interject when he's answering something. Then
Both of you guys can have the ability to say, "Hey, wait a minute, that's a straw man," or I gotta do a follow up question. But if you're
I
just
wasn't even stating a straw man. I was stating facts.
yeah,
They're
but
not
he
even
was
disputable
asking a
facts.
clarifying question that would have helped him understand more of what you were saying.
I'm pretty sure Jedi understands the Cavendish experiment. I'm sure he's familiar with it. That's all I was talking about, was that people have been producing or performing the Cavendish experiment for 100 years plus, and they've all gotten the same results. Right? Like that's an empirical fact.
Until they don't. But Jedi, what was it? What
Okay,
was the
go
wait,
ahead.
well, yeah, you know they don't. You know they do it
That's
3
not
times,
true at all.
4
They
times.
totally do.
Dude, hey, let me ask something. Sorry to cut you off, Jedi. I know you want. I want Jedi to ask that qualifying question real quick because I'll go somewhere else with it.
Do I still get to finish my point?
Go ahead, Jedi. Ask him real quick. Maybe
Is he there? He stepped away.
He might have to reset because now it messed up. I don't know. He has glitches on his thing. Yeah, he had to step down.
He glitched out.
P-dubs, while we wait for him to come back, the reason why I said, yeah, they've been doing it until they don't, though. Oh, he's back. Go ahead, Jedi.
What do you mean they do it until they don't?
Just let Jedi answer.
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead,
You're gonna
Jedi.
be entertaining this guy.
I just wanted to know if gas had mass. That was all I wanted to know.
Absolutely, gas has mass.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else think that gas doesn't have mass? Is that really up for debate?
Does mass attract mass?
It appears to. It's an apparent force.
Does gas attract gas?
Very slightly. I mean, yeah, everything attracts everything. Everything's got a gravitational field. Every particle of matter on Earth has a gravitational field.
You understand if mass attract mass and gas attracted gas, then gas would not disperse to fill the limitation of its environment.
Which it doesn't. If you look on Earth, if you take Jedi, will you accept that if you have a closed container on Earth, right, a tall closed container, you will measure a different pressure at the top of that container versus the bottom? You could keep it all at the same temperature if you like.
I would like to see that. I've been told that this happens, but
okay,
I've
so like
never seen that before.
This is very easy to demonstrate with something that's got a bit more mass than gravity, than a gas. So a bit more mass than a gas. Did I say that right? So you could take something like water, another fluid that fills the container it's in. It'll have a higher pressure at the bottom than at the top. You can check it. You can check it. Hold on. You can check it with your phone in the room you're in right now. Your phone has a barometric pressure sensor in it, and the pressure will be lower at the bottom of your floor than it is at the top of your room. You could do this in a closed container if you like. You could seal your room up and do it, or put it in a box and move it around with a string. I don't know however you like to test it. It's your choice. But yes, there is a pressure gradient. There's a pressure gradient in a sealed container on Earth because of the gravitational field of Earth.
So you're saying that mass does attract mass and gas attracts gas, does it?
If gas has mass, so yes, it attracts gas. It attracts each other. Yes, everything attracts everything. Some things have a much stronger. The more mass something has, the more it'll attract something.
So you understand that when the gas is closer together then the mass attracting mass, the gravitational force, or well, however you want to bloody describe it, would be more effective. The gas would not disperse. The gas molecules would not increase in distance from each other.
Sure, they would.
The
If they have
gas-
enough energy, they would increase distance.
Okay, so gas disperses in all directions then. We
Except
can't
that's not
observe
what we
gas.
observe. That's not what we
Right,
observe in reality.
What we don't observe in reality is gas attracting gas.
Yeah, because they're both very light in weight. Gas has extremely low
We don't
mass.
see that.
I'm trying to respond to you, and you keep talking over me. You said what we don't see is this, and now I'm trying to respond to that, and you have to like interject while I'm talking. So what we don't
Because
see,
you're giving me the answer that I want. You're conceding.
No, I'm
Thank
not.
you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, you
if your question is, do gases attract gases? Yes. However, the gravitational attraction of the Earth is far stronger than the gravitational attraction between two gas particles, especially if those gas particles have been heated up at all and have some energy. They will try to escape. They will try to escape the Earth's They will try to escape the Earth's gravitational field, and some will be successful. We lose about 100 tons of atmosphere to the space every day, so we do lose some. But not all the atmosphere has enough energy to leave the gravity well of Earth, so it gets stuck to the ground.
All right, but he just gave you something that you conceded to. So therefore, it's not demonstrated that gas attracts gas because you said the Earth is much stronger, and you wouldn't be able to see gas attracting gas. So therefore, it negates the fact that you know that.
Well, we can observe it. We can observe it in other locations, though.
Where?
In space.
Where in space?
Where we see gas clouds that aren't completely spreading out because the mass of the gas particles.
What gas clouds are you speaking of, Peter?
Nebula in space.
How do you know it's
That's
gas?
spreading apart even
Because we
within
can do
your own paradigm,
spectrometry on it, and it shows up the same as gas on Earth.
Spectrometry.
Spreading
Jupiter
apart.
is a more local example.
Yeah, Jupiter is a gas giant.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're in
Which
trouble now.
violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it
Because
doesn't.
the gas is not
If that's
in-
the case, then maybe our laws of thermodynamics are wrong, or it
Uh-oh.
could be or
Uh-oh.
instead of our laws of
Uh-oh.
thermodynamics being wrong, because we test those all the time, they seem to be correct. There's another force out there that's causing the gas to stay together. Because we can look through spectrometers and see that Jupiter is made out of gases.
No, you can't see that from
Yes.
spectrometers, P.
Yes, you
Dub.
can. Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. What
Then
have
what
you
do
ever done?
spectrometers do?
Have you ever done spectroscopy?
Have I done it personally, or do I think that it's a valid science?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter if it's a valid science, but it's
not a valid science.
It's a
It's not a valid science. Have you ever done it?
Misappropriation.
Have you ever done it?
Dude, it's a
Yeah.
misappropriation of
Hey.
where spectroscopy can be used at. You're trying to do
Why?
it over
Why is
vast.
that? Why is it a
I'm gonna
misappropriation?
tell you if you stop talking. It's
Okay,
a
go for it.
misappropriation because you're using it over vast distances. Now
So what?
would you just
You
wait?
can use it over vast distances
You
on
have a
Earth, and it works
seat.
fine.
Sit down. Good God, man. So anyways, you're doing it over a vast distance, and the way it's being used is more in a controlled environment. Now, the environment that you're actually trying to use it for is uncontrolled. There's no controlled variables there, but when you're using it in a local level, you can control for it. So therefore, it's a different method that you're using and applying. Come on, man. You have to at least understand that much.
So you can use spectroscopy on Earth in uncontrolled situations.
You just muted yourself. Anyway,
He did mute himself, huh?
Yeah, you muted
No, I
yourself.
didn't. It was whatever the space or whatever. I didn't.
Oh, I didn't
So
do it.
anyways.
I didn't
Yeah,
do it either.
sometimes there's double mutes in the room, huh? So anyway,
Wow.
you can use spectroscopy on Earth over long distances in uncontrolled situations and test it. You could burn a low pressure sodium light 1,000 miles away. If you can
All right.
see it. I guess I don't get to make my point. You got to
No,
all right.
we already know what you're gonna say.
All right.
Quiet. Silence. Okay.
Why
So
why
if
can't you let me, like you said that you can't use
I'm muting the space. So if anybody sees it, I'm muting it. All right. So, basically, you're saying that you can tell what's over there, but the problem is you can't verify the fact that that is a specific type of element. You can only use an educated guess to say that that could be that element that you're saying is here on Earth. With Earth, you can actually identify certain elements because you can interact with them. Those elements that you think are over there are not able to be interacted with. Therefore, you can't validate whether or not that element is what you're seeing through spectroscopy. Now, that's true, and you can't negate that fact. So you're making an educated guess, and you don't know if that's true. So it's not a perfect way to say that you know what element you're looking at and to say it is a gas. So you're just using whatever mainstream has told you about spectroscopy, and you're not being able to verify that information for yourself. That's it.
Well,
Okay, can I respond to that or no?
Sure.
I want to respond.
Go ahead.
We have a pretty good grip on what elements exist. Now, it's possible we're wrong about that. Although, I mean,
Well, thank you for that. That's all I needed.
it would mean all of chemistry doesn't work, which
No,
doesn't.
that's not it. No, all of chemistry works for the specific purposes that we use here on Earth. But if you're saying that somewhere in a distant place that you can't get to and verify is the same as this place, then you're wrong because you can't validate it, Axel.
There's
That's
just
my
no,
point.
There's just no room for other elements.
What a fucking point!
How do you know? Yeah, how do you know?
Well, amazing point, Alpha.
Yeah, have you
wow,
tested
really,
it, Axel?
really scientifically
Have you-
strong point.
Yeah, it is because you know what?
Uh-huh.
When somebody
Yeah.
when somebody comes up with a theory that disproves someone else's theory, guess what? They've actually showed that the thing that they're proposing supersedes the other guy's idea.
Yeah,
well,
so
in this
somebody has
case,
superseded spectroscopy.
in this case, you can't validate the information that's from
Yes,
another
we can.
location.
Yes, we can.
No.
You can't come up. We can validate. Hold on. We can
How?
validate spectroscopy works at a distance. Hold on. We can validate spectroscopy works at a distance. You're putting a limitation on the distance. You say that at some point when you can't actually go test it, it suddenly becomes invalid. So if I tested at one.
All right. So, what environment is that specific thing that you're testing? What environment is it in? Do you know the environment or the atmosphere or whatever it is that it's in to say that you know the element? See, here's the thing that you're not letting the audience know is that you can't validate that information. You can't then therefore say, okay, I know it's this because I can test it. I can go over there and validate that it was the specific element that I said it was. Here on Earth, you can do that. And then you can validate the information to be true. But over there is a distant place that you can't get to validate. So you're just making a story up of what you think could be over there based upon something that you know that is here.
Well, when we do spectrometry on elements on Earth, we see that they absorb certain lines of light and they reflect other certain lines of light. And so when we look at other planets, we see the same things. Now,
so what?
Is it possible that they have emission lines that are very similar to Earth elements, but somehow are completely different, and our understanding of the periodic table is completely wrong? I suppose in some sense that's possible, but I think in general we think it's unlikely.
Yeah, but it's not the case here. The case is for standard of validation. And we're not getting that from this idea that you can look at spectroscopy over who knows what distance and then
It's
say,
not who
yeah,
knows what distance.
yeah, well, yeah, it is, B-dubs, because you
we
don't
can
know the
measure the
distance.
distance.
Yeah,
Yes, we
really?
can.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's the first rung on the cosmic distance ladder, sir?
The moon.
Really? So how did we get
the first rung? I guess I don't know exactly what you mean by that term, but in terms
the cosmic
directly
distance ladder? How did we get?
We can directly measure the distance to the planets in our solar system.
Okay, more of you not knowing what's going on. So Jedi, can you inform him because he doesn't know?
The first rung on the cosmic distance ladder for you to even start talking about astronomical units will be the radius of the Earth. The second run on the cosmic distance ladder is to assume that Venus has the same radius as of the Earth.
You don't have to assume that. You don't have to assume that at all.
That's what it was
That's
done.
what was done. That was what was done 100 years ago, but we don't do that anymore.
And what do you do now?
Oh, now we can measure the distance to Venus directly, and because we can see its angular
really?
size. Yes.
Angular size?
Yeah, because hold on.
I'm
sorry. I'm trying to answer you, but I keep getting interrupted by two people. Somebody said,
answering
"Oh,
the
really?"
question,
And then somebody
dude.
brought up angular size before I got to finish my answer.
You need to know the actual size, don't you?
No. So here's the deal: when you know the actual distance. When you know the actual distance to something and you know its angular size, you can know its actual size.
How do you know its actual distance?
With radar.
Radar?
Yes, you can bounce radar off of Venus and it comes.
Okay, He's off into fairy tale mode. So we're not going to listen to more of your fairy tale mode. You're going to have to start substantiating the claim of distance. Do you leave? Bye, Felicia.
Wow. Yeah, it's really weird. He continuously lives in Narnia, and all of his proof is in Narnia, and he can't validate any of it. But he's just it's he doesn't get that we're talking about things that obviously we all learned, that obviously we were all told this, but we're at a position where we're saying, bro, they lied to us, and this is why.
Yeah, but
and then
he couldn't.
It's weird though.
He couldn't understand what the cosmic distance ladder is. So how could he know distances from any location that he's trying to point to in the sky? If he says this is the X amount of distance away from Earth, he doesn't know how they got there to that distance. So how is he going to proceed to tell us that? Well, yeah, we know distance. He didn't know how what the first rung was. Well done, Jedi.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to him about his spectroscopy and his Fraunhofer lines, and I wanted him to point out to me which Fraunhofer lines told him that it was a gas. But we were never going to get there because he's never looked at the spectroscopy data. He just believes the story.
Mm-hmm. More of the anti-flat Earth propaganda that's been kind of propagated out through the communities of people that are trying to figure out what's the best way to argue with the flat earther. And they type into Google, and the Google's like, well, if you watch some Simon Dan videos, you'll be up to speed. They have no idea. They have no idea what to expect when they come into a place like this, Jedi. What did you say?
I don't think he understood the ladder thing you were referring to. I don't. Is that common terminology in like astrophysics?
It's common. It's common in the sense of saying if you're going to talk about linear distance in any position out in free space, you're going to be able to say, okay, well, any place away from the Earth, the distance garnered from that would be understood from a specific astronomical unit. So you're going to have to understand how to get a distance. And you can't just say, well, the sun is 93 million miles away. Okay. How did they get that number? Right? So.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because they swear they got it right this time. The same way they swore they got it right 100 years ago, and then 100 years before that, and 100 years. It's just if you just look back, well, maybe not just 100 years, but if you just look back at how many times they kept changing the distance, and all they keep doing is, oh, well, we're getting better. Our science is getting better. Our tools are getting better. So when you ask them, okay, is it 93 million miles away? They go, yes. 100%? Yes. Okay. And 500 years from now, you will be wrong. Guaranteed. Because they were wrong yesterday. You're wrong today. They're going to be wrong because they are creating this world. And it's all mathematical. And it seems like they could just change it, just like nothing. Like, oh, it doesn't matter. Matter of fact, there's somebody that said that it doesn't matter if it's 1 million miles or 93 million miles. It's still part of it. Still makes sense in their system.
Well, we got some new listeners, guys. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth, continuing series of us getting to be on X platform. Episode number 6, continuation of the one that got cut off earlier. Globe equals fake news. That's the topic of the room that I put in here. But if you think that you have evidence of the Earth being a globe, please, I don't want to throw you the mic so you can come up here, make the claim that the Earth is a globe, and then go ahead and give us a demonstration of how you know the evidence behind that. So, pretty simple. I mean, in 2024, you got this, bro. If you think the Earth's a globe, I'm counting on you to come up here with some evidence. So
I threw a few mics out. We'll see if they catch them. There is a delay though, like 20 to 30-second delay sometimes. So
yeah, for sure. I mean,
we'll see if they come.
Now's the time. Step on up to the mic if you think the Earth's a globe, or not.
Some people just don't want to. Yeah, some people just want to listen.
Or maybe no. It's just fine either way.
Yeah.
It's all good, bros.
That was fun though.
It's been a good night, productive too. A lot of content out of
Yeah.
tonight, and well, we had 2 streams so far because the first one got kiboshed, but
I'm just sad that I missed Quantum Eraser trying to get himself associated with X.
that man was struggling. Oh my goodness, he's like,
Yeah, man.
you went full boomer trying to get in here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Couldn't get co-host. It was a train wreck. You might be back tomorrow. Nobody knows. But we're gonna keep plugging away because I think we got a good thing going here. Yeah. So if you guys is this first time here, man, don't forget to shoot me a follow if you're brand new. We're gonna be going live my days off so that we can kind of get some content churned up, get some people coming in to discuss the shape of the earth or lack thereof. But Jedi is one of the guys you want to speak to, Apocryphon, part of the 24/7 team. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
I live in Texas, and I go down to see the SpaceX launches. I missed the first one, but I've been down to see all the Starship launches. What do you guys think's going on with that stuff? 'Cause it is
Rocket
pretty
go up.
freaking cool. Yeah.
A rocket go up, parabolic arc, maybe rocket come back down. Nothing really much to write home about.
I mean, what about like the orbits and the ISS and stuff like that that are still up
Well,
there? How do they
yeah.
maintain their momentum?
If somebody says orbit, has anybody ever witnessed an orbit? Anyone?
Well, I mean, you can still see it up there.
Yeah, seeing it up there, is that an orbit?
Well, how does it stay up there? I mean,
Well, that's not the question. The question is, has anyone seen an orbit?
okay.
Well,
What do you mean by the like? Has somebody been on?
have you used
has
your
somebody-
peepers to look at the thing that you think is orbiting? Orbit.
Yeah, I've seen.
Really?
I've seen. Yeah, I mean, you can see satellites and stuff go around all the time.
Okay,
You
go
obviously
around.
can't be on at every point of the globe. Or
So, have you
flat
seen
Earth.
an orbit then?
Yes, I have. I have seen part of an orbit that was. in
Part
my
is
field
not
of view.
okay. Let me just
So,
say it
I'm-
again. Part of an orbit is not an orbit.
exactly-
Have you
look,
seen an orbit?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Well, then I need a
And you
definite
underst-
answer if you've
and
seen
you
one or
underst-
not.
And you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it's not what I'm asking, is it? You're being a little Weasley about it. You don't want to tell the
No,
audience that
I'm
you
not.
haven't seen an orbit.
I'm saying what we classify as an orbit. I have seen.
Nah.
So-
You're not going to do the whole, lawyer kind of terminology. No, we're not doing that. If you've seen an orbit, this is binary. If you've seen an orbit or not. Have you seen an orbit?
Okay, from what, and I get your meaning and you get my meaning. So
Yeah.
from your meaning, I will say no. From my
Okay.
meaning, I would say yes.
Yeah, because you can make up whatever you want in your head and then come out that you said, I've seen an orbit based
That's
on
a
what I
two-way
think an
street,
orbit
though.
is.
Yeah, that's a
That's not
two-way
it.
street though. So I'm not.
That's
I'm
not a
not trying to
two-way
get-
street.
I'm not.
It's not a
as-
two-way
absolutely,
street,
because
bro.
you're saying the same thing.
It's simple. What is
I'm
an
asking
orbit?
you-
Look at the definition of what an orbit is, and then I want you to tell me from the definition, does that classify what you've seen?
Okay, but this goes back to a question. I'm trying to see what you're saying that what I'm seeing is. I'm
You're
not
seeing
trying to
technology.
argue, I'm trying to
yeah,
learn.
well, I know, but in order for you to learn some of the information that you received about how you think about things, your process information, your critical thinking, you need to engage
Okay,
with that.
so if I throw
So-
a baseball and it goes over a tree and it lands, I didn't see the full arc of the baseball either. So
So?
I can't necessarily say that I observed the baseball fall if I'm at the right point under
No,
a tree.
no,
That's
no,
just
no,
an
no, no, no,
example,
no, no, no,
but
no, no. There's no escape out
there
of
are
this. It's
certain
a skill.
things that you see. Okay, here's a start. I can infer.
No, you're not inferring here.
Go
We're
ahead.
just asking the simple question. It's a simple question. Have you
I think
witnessed an orbit with your eyes? And the answer is a resounding no. You can't get away from this. There's no kind of way that you're going to think about how you're going to rephrase the question to benefit you. It's going to be a yes or no. APOC, you have a backfeeding mic. So if you right now are thinking, how can I make this sound like it's going to be a win for me if I make it sound like in some way that I could say I've seen an orbit without seeing an orbit? You can't do that, because by the definition, you have not witnessed an orbit, period. And that's all it is. It's very straight, cut, dry. You've not seen an orbit. Sorry, but that's just the way it is. No one has. I could ask anybody else in here. I would be the same way with them.
If you look at what I posted in the comments, not a time traveler. Can you hear me? My bad.
No. See.
Not a time traveler. Can you hear me?
I think he can, but he's not responding to you. Go ahead, Nat.
Are you listening? Can you hear me? Here, let me see here.
Maybe he can't hear you.
Okay.
I don't know.
What I was saying, I don't even know.
Oh shit! He just dropped out. Oh, he's gone.
I moved him. I moved him down and I moved him back up.
No, you didn't.
I sent him.
Now he's back.
Yeah, he should grab the mic I sent him. I don't think he could hear me. I threw him a mic though.
Cool.
Let's see here.
Well,
Invite.
while we're waiting for him, K7 just came up. What's up, K7?
How's it going?
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah.
Cool. I just had a question. I think you dismissed or said something was in La La Land, something about radar. I don't understand radar too great, but I think that cops, police and things use radar to measure distance to things far away, and surveyors can use it as well, just based on how far away they are, how long it takes the radar to get back. How far does radar distance measuring work before it doesn't? So if you point at something and it tells you it's this distance away, how far away does it need to be before you say, oh, that's too far, it doesn't work?
Why are you asking me? It's not my claim. It's not my claim whatsoever. What I'm saying, though, is that he's talking about radar being used in a way that radar is not being supposed to be used as. So if you're saying that you're measuring to a specific distance, is that the way people understand distances to your idea of planets or stars? Do you use radar to measure to those things, K7? I need an answer, please.
Do I use them? I'm just asking if...
Listen to the question, please, because I'm going to be as very plain as I can. In regards to radar, do they use that in order to find out linear distance to anything such as stars, the moon, or the sun?
I don't know. I'm just asking about how radar works.
Right. So you don't know. That should be the reason. That should be the reasoning behind.
I'm not getting. I'm not putting anything down. I'm just asking questions.
I know that. So what I'm saying it was my claim. So my claim, or what I said was against the gentleman, was that he's using radar, and he says, well, we know linear distance. And I said, no, that you can't use radar in that way. And I'm asking you, could it be possible to be used in this way? And you're like, I don't know. So I just demonstrated that you and the other guy don't know if that can be possible or not. Just demonstrated it right here and right now.
In reality, K7, the strongest radar on Earth, it only goes 1,000 miles, up to 1,000 miles,
like,
or
yeah,
maybe classified if it goes farther.
I don't know, APOC. I just don't want to give him. He's just gonna this is what they do. They're gonna turn it back on you. I want him to think about this. This is a teachable moment for everybody who thinks that they know what they're saying. Well, what do you mean? You said, oh, pish posh radar. No, you don't understand the linear distances to the things that you're looking at in the sky and how they got to them. If you think that you're using radar, then I need a demonstration of how you know that. And if you say you don't know, we've covered that. You don't know, neither did the other guy. Right?
I've used radar guns to measure distances to things.
Great.
I'm saying,
amazing.
Why can't use that to measure things to, like, How far away does a plane have to be, for example?
A
That's what I'm
plane?
asking.
No. We weren't even. This is a whole different subject. We're not talking about doing things here on Earth, sir. The thing that we were speaking of was measuring distances like what you would consider planets, stars, or the moon, or the sun.
The Apollo programs put laser reflectors on the moon, and we still use them today.
Yeah.
To get precise
So,
distance measurements.
Radar, was that used to measure distances once again to planets, stars, sun, or moon?
I mean, they're fundamentally the same thing, but no, we use lasers.
I just need an answer to that question.
If I said yes, what would be the refutation?
What do you mean if you said yes? I need the demonstration of it being used, sir. I can't just have you say yes. You better come up with a demonstration that's going to show what you said is true. You need to substantiate what you say in this forum. 24/7 Flat Earth is like what we do here. We have people come up, and if you make a claim, okay, that's fine. You said yes. Now comes your demonstration of how you know what you know.
A demonstration, obviously, in a chat would be me describing an experiment to you. Is that what you mean?
In the form of how you, like whatever method it is that you're describing, in this case, how radar can be used to measure linear distances to stars, sun or moon, planets.
Well, I don't think they use radar to go to stars.
Excellent.
Sun,
Excellent, K7. Excellent.
Our own sun, because the nearest stars are light years away, so any signal we send would take years to get back, and
Excellent.
can't do that. So we don't use radar; we use other methods.
Excellent. So therefore, I told him what I said, and now you understand.
But we can use radar for our own sun because it's very close.
Okay. I mean, go. You have a method for that?
Yeah, you point radar.
Which radar?
Do you want me to go look it up for you?
Why are you going to look it up if it's something that you already know? You should have it on hand. It's your claim, your demonstration, and you're coming up empty, and now you're going to look for it mid, whatever you want to call this, argument or debate or whatever. Right now, you choose now to go look for the information?
Yeah, my transmitter can do it, and they do it.
Really? You believe it's being done, and your evidence of that was, let me look it up. Wonderful. So now we're going to wait. Well, I don't know how long it's going to take you to find the information. Is that what you want us to do? I don't get it. I guess you want to go do that. It's simple. I mean, if you have a claim, substantiate it with evidence. It's not that hard.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, if he's not going to come back, back to my point of the kind of the discontinuity in between observations, do you totally discount something where you cannot continuously observe an object, but rather rely on the initial conditions and whatever periodic observations you make after?
Brother, you're not going to let this go, are you?
Well, no, that's where I left off at.
You want to? Why do you want to? Like, there's no reason to win this, dude. Like, it's simple. You don't observe an orbit. You could just take the L on it and just be like, okay, I didn't observe an orbit. You know, that's good.
No, you didn't answer my question though.
You want to make a whole thing out of it. I don't know why.
I just want my question. So
why are you on this like? It's basically a side chat. It's become meta already. It's meta now. Like, you just really want to argue about like something's reasoning behind. Well, what do you mean by what you mean? Like,
I am not trying to argue with you. I promise. I legitimately want to know what you think.
I'm telling you. I think it's binary. Either you have the evidence to substantiate you've witnessed an orbit, or you haven't. And so, if you haven't, that's great. If you have, you know what? Tell me how. Because I want to know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
All right. And I'm telling you, I've witnessed an orbit the same way that some detective investigating a murder.
You're not going to use the word orbit, bastardize it, and make it to be what you want.
Please stop interrupting me. I'm gonna
It's
leave
not
if
an
you keep
interruption.
interrupting me.
And
I'm
you
gonna leave
think
if
that
you keep
I'm
interrupting.
you think that in 24/7 I haven't heard that not once, not a time. Seriously.
Okay.
That somebody threatened me, well, I'm gonna leave. Like, dude, there'll
No,
be 10 more people
I
to
don't
replace
care.
you,
If you don't
bro.
want to hear what I have to say, then I'm totally cool with leaving.
You're
But if you
trying to
want to have a
argue about how you witnessed an orbit. You have not. You
do you
never
want to
will
hear what
witness
I
an
have to
orbit.
say, or do you just want to be in this echo chamber?
Is it an echo chamber? Because I hear a bunch of people disagreeing with me. You
Yeah.
think that's an echo chamber?
It sounds like you're just talking to yourself right now.
I'm talking to you and you're responding to me. So it's not
Yeah.
talking to
You
myself.
won't let me. You won't let me respond. Let me
Because it's
finish my thought.
more of a meta conversation about how you want to be right about you seeing an orbit.
Oh my god. No.
It's just like you're throwing a tantrum, bro. Like if I let you continue, we're gonna hear more of you. Dude, trust me. If I say I seen an orbit, I seen an orbit. Like no, you didn't see one. You're not gonna see one. No.
Yeah, nobody has. Nobody
Okay,
will.
so
Not a time
if you-
traveler. Just
if
real
you-
quick. Can you hear me real quick? Not a time traveler.
Yeah, I can
I
hear.
posted a video in the chat, right? In the comments, a little GIF,
Okay.
and it shows you what can possibly maybe be the ISS path without it being a ball curve. So what you call orbit is it
That's
just
what I was
going
looking.
on this
That's exactly
parabolic
what I
path?
was looking
Oh
for.
Jesus, dude. Yeah,
Okay.
the more of that.
This is
APOC,
what I
I
was
swear
looking
to.
for. This video, not
Yeah, great.
I wasn't
Is
trying
that
to
an
be
orbit?
argumentative.
Is that an orbit?
Nope.
Is
This
that
is
an
what
orbit?
I was asking for.
Who cares? Is that an orbit? That's what's in contention. Yes or no, Mister? Not a time traveler.
I'm not. I'm watching the video. Hold on.
What are you gonna see from the video? Are you gonna see an orbit?
What?
That's what's okay. So you didn't see an orbit. Let's move on. Talk to somebody else.
Wait, are you asking me if I'm looking at the video to
No,
see an orbit, or if I saw an orbit
it
in
doesn't
real life?
matter whether you're gonna look at APOC's video or whether you saw in real life. You never witnessed an orbit. Nobody
Okay.
ever will see an
That's
orbit.
true.
I witnessed an orbit in the
End of
same way
story.
that a guy watching this. Will you
Here we
please
go
give me
again.
5 seconds to
You're
finish
throwing a
what I'm
tantrum.
saying?
Go ahead, dude.
No,
Let's
you're
hear
just
it.
not letting me talk.
I'm
Okay.
morbidly curious
I
now. Go
witnessed
ahead.
an orbit in the same.
Did he drop?
Oh no, I haven't heard him.
He said, "I witnessed an orbit in the same," and then he just stopped talking.
And bloop. Yeah, I don't know.
Are you serious?
Now we can hear you.
We heard him now.
Go ahead. You said,
Okay.
I witnessed an orbit
In the same way that the detector.
Okay, why is he doing that?
I don't know.
Is he doing it?
I don't know. To be honest,
I ain't doing shit though.
I'm
I'll
not.
be
I'm
honest.
not muting him at all. There's nothing going on.
Well,
Maybe he's just like driving and maybe he has a bad connection or something. But he keeps stopping. Yeah, he had a drop. Hold on.
the globe grabblers are unplugging his mic. Stop talking, dude. You're ruining it for all of us.
All right, he's back.
Stop it.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna type it. Can you? I'm just gonna type it.
Hey, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Why can't you just say it, dude? No, nobody's doing anything to you, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not muting you.
I seriously do want to hear you this time. Like, if you got. All right. Well, have it your way. "24/7 flat Earth, baby. Let's go." Where's my team at? They're all sleeping. I'm the only. Me and you are the only night owls, APOC.
Seriously, I only get a few hours a day anyway. That's why. There's a couple comments in the comments.
That makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Comments in the comments.
Yeah, there's some comments in the comments. From Jason, from Rob.
Oh shoot, I haven't even looked into it.
From
What's going on in there? What
Jan,
are you guys,
from
what
Rob.
you guys talking about in there?
Yeah,
Hey, did you see my post?
Which one?
See my image that I put up?
No, not yet. You don't like the fact that science gets better. It's not that I don't like the fact that science gets better, which is kind of like a weird malformed question because I don't think, how does science get better? Like, science is science. I think. Do you mean like the tools? Maybe that's what you meant. The
I don't
tools and
think there's a guy
instruments.
in here that Angry Welshman is not in here.
Oh, he's not in here. Oh,
Uh-uh.
dude, I'm tripping. I
Nope.
looked at this guy's account. I thought it was him. My bad. Yeah.
Maybe you're seeing orbits, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm seeing orbits. Yeah,
you're seeing orbits right now.
I'm seeing orbits.
It's just like not a time travel. He's seeing orbits.
Yeah.
Dude, I swear, man. In your definition, the way you're saying it, like your verbiage and how you're using the word orbit, maybe not that way, but in my way, like everybody else in real life, the way they see orbits, that's how we see orbits. Like he wants to justify it so badly. It's
I
great.
mean, unless he's just gonna call something going around and around a parabolic path, I guess that could be an orbit, but not in a spherical way.
Don't feed the trolls, Apod.
Yeah, I know.
You know what's gonna happen? They're gonna keep coming back.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Not a time travel. You're not a troll.
You'll find them on the doorstep again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw him a mic again. Maybe he'll. I don't know.
Yeah. Now do it in a parabolic arc. Maybe he'll witness an orbit this time. We'll see the mic reaching him. He's like, dude, okay, I saw an orbit.
There it is.
The microphone.
There it is. Yeah, the microphone orbited around me in a parabolic arc.
Or perhaps if you hit him with the microphone and it hits him on the head, he'll see little birdies going around in an orbit around his head.
Yeah.
Oh, there's an orbit.
3,000. Okay, so Jason Crowplay had an interesting thing in the comments. He said, general consensus among the flurfs, as he calls us, so respectfully, is that the sun is approximately 3,000 miles high. So why hasn't anyone from the flat earth community sent a camera up there if it's that close?
I can't even see that.
Yeah, it's in the comments. Why hasn't anyone used the radar ranging method to calculate the distance between the Earth and the Moon? And then he has some questions here. What are the specific flight paths between distant cities in Southern Hemisphere like Sydney, Santiago flight? I think maybe this is his what to ask of flat Earth notes.
Is he in here right now?
I don't know. Jason, his name's Jason. Is he in here? He dropped it in the comments. He was here earlier. That's why I'm saying there's stuff in here and we weren't even paying attention to it. I feel bad now.
Well, yeah, we had a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Yeah. What are the speeds of the sun and moon as they move? What is the altitude of the sun to move above?
What are the speeds of the sun? Like that's, man, we're going off into like story mode. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what do you think is going on with the sun and the moon? And like, man, we're so far away from the beaten path.
It's like it's not Sunday, right? Like, let's do that Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna speculate,
let's do
what's
that.
making it go. I mean,
we could do that for Sunday show. Speculation Sundays.
Yeah. Speculations. I mean, yeah.
And then Rob Hancock said, straight 40-mile road with consistent elevation, naturally following the curvature of the Earth. Math says it's curving, and we can see it curving. Oh, this is the photo, the great photo that shows the tiny world, the tiny, the Earth the size of California right here, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very interesting. It's really weird that they can't grasp how optically things look weird sometimes.
That's okay. They just imagine the Earth as a globe. They all do. We got the Mexays in here. What's up, Mexays? You want to come up? We'll drop you a mic, bro. Come on up.
And mind you, the first one, like, that road is literally like curving, which gets really exaggerated with refraction, by the way. Like, and I don't think they understand that.
We got the Flurf herder in here too.
Yeah, he was dropping some good stuff in the comments.
Really?
Yeah, he was dropping
What
some
kind of good stuff is it? Knowledge bombs or what?
He said, are the stars local? How can you see stars when they're so far away, but you can see the sun because it's too far away, even though it's closer than the stars? And then he was commenting something.
You still there, Apoc? Guess not. Yeah, if you want to come up here, I'll just raise your hand and I'll give you a mic. You glitch out, Apoc? What's going on, man? Anyways, yeah, I appreciate you guys for dropping by. Still no globe evidence, just more of the same. People believing that the Earth is a globe. That's all we got. Apoc's back. What, Apoc?
Yeah, my X just completely just crashed, bro, on my phone. I was talking in this before I knew it. I was staring at my screen.
What happened to Jedi? And he's like, screw it. I'll just stay away.
Yeah, it just crashed. So the Flurfurter put another comment, said, "Don't touch this." Or he said some of that. What do you say? He said, "Don't touch the subject." Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. Where did it go? Where did I see that at? I just saw it. Oh, maybe he tagged me, so it was like on my profile.
What a guy.
No, I don't know. I don't know where I saw it now. Here it is. Don't touch this topic. 3 minutes ago. He said it again 3 minutes ago. He's 3 times in a row. He said, "Don't touch this topic." Not sure what he's talking about.
Well, you could throw him a mic and see if he can come up here and tell us. But
I've been throwing him mics since he's gone here. He hasn't.
you got a pile of mics next to him, or what?
Yeah, they're just
laying all over the floor.
He's just kicking them.
Probably tripped over one already. Fell down.
Sent him another one. Yeah, and if you look at his profile, it's just like Globers Unite, Save the Globe Earth, Stop the Apocalypse. And then he has a Discord.
What a cartoon character, that one.
Yeah. And the Discord, guess what Discord it is? He has a
Globe
Flurfurter. No, it's an NGO.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. If you think the Earth's a globe, come on up.
NGO.
Oh, now what was that?
Somebody joined.
K7, maybe?
You asked earlier if anyone could come up and present evidence for a globe Earth.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask just a question? I don't want to give any examples or evidence or anything like that. Hypothetically, if someone came up and gave you an observation or an experiment or something like that that you would agree with or accept the results of, and those results or observations can only be consistent with a globe model and cannot be reconciled with a flat Earth model, would that be sufficient for you?
No. It has to be comparable to our physical natural world, relating to that being
so someone proposed an experiment or showed you an observation that would be compatible with a globe Earth, but completely incompatible with a flat Earth. Would that be an equivalent threshold for you as evidence?
Are we talking about a measurement? What do you?
It could be. No,
because it matters. It actually matters. So it can't be something that's an inference.
So so it would be either a direct observation or a measurement that can only be.
Yeah, measurement. I think I would go with, but yeah, I'll be happy with that.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
Sure.
So, sorry, so only a measurement?
Mm-hmm.
is a measurement over time acceptable? So, for example, something that you can see that changes
No,
over
so
time.
I put it to you this way, K7. You know, like you have a geometric shape, let's say an oblate sphere. Like you have a basketball, right? You could measure a basketball's radius, diameter, circumference, obviously, right? It's a sphere.
Sorry,
Right?
could you repeat that? Cut out for me.
So an oblate spheroid, like you know, or a spheroid, like a basketball, you could measure the circumference, diameter, radius. Essentially, you could hold it in your hand. You could do something with it to figure out. It's, you know, it being a geometric shape, and the consequence of that would be that you could measure the rotundity of it.
I like that word. Yeah.
Right.
In a basketball example, if I held the basketball above the ground or in a room, if I shone a torch on the basketball and moved that torch all around it, and I observed that the shadow is a circle on every wall, on every angle that the torch is, that would be an indirect observation that the ball is a sphere, because only a sphere has a circular shadow from every angle. Is that correct?
No, that's because we're talking about direct, not indirect. So from this particular,
So if I didn't measure the diameter, or if I had no direct measurement of the basketball, the shadow from any direction of this torch being a circle, that would not be good enough to tell someone or convince someone that it's a sphere.
right. So what we're asking for is the direct measurement of the said object in question. So if we're saying the Earth,
if you had,
I wasn't done, but go ahead.
Well,
go on.
I was trying to say, so there might be a delay between us. If, for example, I claimed that the basketball was in the shape of a pizza box, so like a rectangular prism, and you claimed that it was a sphere, those are two incompatible things, so they can't both be correct. Do you think that you would have to prove that it's a sphere, or would it be enough to prove that it's not a rectangle to convince me?
I think, yeah. So what I'm saying is it needs to be a direct measurement of the thing in question. So if it was a spheroid, we'd have to be able to measure its rotundity. I said it. This is the second time I'm saying it.
Yeah, can I jump in here?
Rob, go ahead.
Take that.
Okay, just on the back of this, and because you brushed over my other comment, you know, you read out Bonneville, and you discredit that, whatever you want to do, but you brushed over my other comment. So what about the fact that you use a global formula to measure the distance to the horizon? So you've seen that I posted some of what Shane says, indicating very strongly that the angle of vision is fixed. So on a flat plane, if you know your triangles, elevation is equal to distance of vision. But you can't, it doesn't work. So you guys use a global formula to calculate the distance to horizon, because the angle of vision changes with elevation. That is something that occurs on a spherical object.
Okay, I think you're diverting away from what K7's trying to ask. So
No, you asked about a measurement that could prove a globe.
I know, Rob, relax. What I'm asking is because
No, I'm sorry. I've got I'm tight on time.
Oh, well, all right. So I guess I'll get to Rob's question and then yours, K7. Rob, so essentially, if you're going to talk about surface curvatures, am I right? This is what we're talking about? Surface curvatures?
Yeah.
Okay. So could you tell me a method by which you can measure the drop over a distance?
Measure the drop over distance?
Yes, sir.
Not off the top of my head, because it's not my current thought process.
Oh, my bad, dude. I know you're tight for time, so if there's, you can, obviously, I'm going to be doing these streams, these spaces. You're welcome to come back whenever you're prepared, and I would like for you, if it's possible, for you to answer that question, because that's the one that I want to ask. I ask everyone that question. There's not a one person I ask, but, you know, if you can.
I'm happy to answer questions, but you haven't answered mine. How can we use a global formula to calculate the distance to the horizon?
Yeah, so you're doing something right now, which I like to call reverse the burden of proof. and it's actually a
No,
fallacy.
no. I asked you a question,
Yeah.
and you've responded with a question.
Yeah, but the question
That's
that you're
not
asking,
discourse.
yeah, the question that you're asking, Rob, is already presupposing that you're working off a spherical model. Yes.
No, because on a flat plane,
See, you're doing
elevation. Because I'm explaining
Yeah,
the
because
latter.
you've already put a dichotomy, which is you already asserted on a flat plane, meaning that on the other hand you have a globe. You get me? So
Yeah, because the math doesn't work. The math doesn't work.
We're not talking about math at the moment, sir. We're
talking about measuring an object, which is math.
You came in with, at least my understanding is that you came from another group, which Shane St. Pierre is a part of. This group here, 24/7 Flat Earth, we asked the questions as an interrogation style, like what you've been hearing me do this whole time. So I asked you a specific question, meaning if you're already giving me a question and saying, well, here's what I'm asking you, and you've already said, how does it work on a flat Earth? Well, you've already made a false dichotomy that there is something other than a flat Earth.
No, my question was, why do you use a global formula?
He doesn't get it.
Rob.
I get it.
Okay, first of all, wait, just real quick. Global formula, has anybody in this room used this terminology that you just brought in? I haven't.
It means a formula of a spherical object.
I understand, K7, but that's not talking to
It's
you.
a formula that only works on a globe.
Okay. But did anybody here mention that, Rob? Because you're asking if it's something we said.
Right. You ask K7, is there any way we can measure the planet?
I didn't say planet.
Well, no, to prove the circumference of the globe.
Yeah, I asked for evidence of
Which
the
I'm
globe.
saying, yes,
But
I'm saying
method by
the
which
formula that we use to measure the distance to the horizon is evidence of a globe.
Really? So what is that measurement that you're using?
What?
That's what I'm asking for.
Square root of the observer times 1.225.
Okay.
Which
And
accounts
so-
for the change in angular vision.
Okay. So where can you do this method so we can verify that the curvature of the Earth proceeds to follow the drop over distance according to the geometric shape of the Earth, conforming to the radius of 3959? Which is what I was asking you in the first place.
And I replied, I don't have the answer to your question.
Thank you,
at the
sir.
minute.
But I would say this. Think about it. Come back to us and hit us up with the information. We're here 24/7. We're going to be, oh, by the way, before you leave, Rob, there's a Discord link, and I'm going to tell everybody this. There's a Discord link on my profile. Click on that thing, go join the Discord, and we're hanging out over there. We want you guys to go over there too, because I'm only here certain number of hours, and then I'm going to be at work a number of days, so you guys can hang out over there.
UK, so we have a time clash as well.
Anyways, when you're not so much pressed for time, that is, Rob, because I know you got some stuff going on or whatever, but
Yeah, I've got to go be a father, mate.
oh my god. Yeah, so it's, I mean, yeah, there's gonna be probably more time to talk about this, but more than you got on your hands. So,
All right. Mate, I've got to shoot anyway, but thank you for the time.
yeah, later, Rob.
All right, cool.
So if anybody else wants to come up, we can talk to you guys about this.
I think I know what Rob was trying to say, or what he was trying to get across. If I don't want to dwell too much on this point or take a side, so to speak.
Take your time.
He was saying, if we use a set of equations or geometry to calculate the distance to the horizon, and I think he was saying that flat earthers use it as well. If we are using these equations, and these equations assume a circular or globe Earth, but they also work, how is it not evidence that the assumptions are correct? So if a assumption of a globe, how can those equations work on a flat Earth? Is what he was saying.
Yeah, because you currently right now with your explanation, you just greased the skids because you said they already work for the globe, so we want to know how they work for flat Earth. That's what you've done. It's greasing the skids. You're making it sound like it's already known to work for globe Earth, which is what I asked Rob in the moment of truth came. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. You're right. If we take these equations or these formulas that assume a global model, and without assuming the shape of the Earth ourselves, we just go out into the world and use these equations. If they happen to match with reality, does that point one way or the other of what
Yeah,
the shape
Bob's
is?
your uncle. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say in the UK, right? You can ask Pandora. Bob's your uncle. So if you if you measure the Earth with this specific radius value intact with the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, if that actually amounts to it being true, then you've essentially measured drop over a distance, my friend. Essentially. Now, the thing is, who's done that? So,
Okay,
that's
well,
maybe
he
a
was
question.
someone did
Go
do it and
ahead.
it did work. Would assume a globe, the model was correct. That's all.
Yeah, there's a lot of people saying this and that. We've already got this information. It's already said and done, so on and so forth, yada yada yada. And all I'm asking is for, show me the money. Where, who, when, and why? Who's did it? Who did it? Where did they do it? How did they do it? When did they do it? Like all the pertinent questions that you would ask somebody that if they have information to substantiate the claim. That's all I'm asking.
Well, that was his point. I'm not going to try and make his point.
Yeah, I know. We'll get him back when he comes back, when he has more time.
So to our basketball or pizza box shaped
Mhm.
or basketball object, if you wanted, if I claimed it was a pizza box shaped and you said it was round, if you asked, if you would shine a torch and see that it was a circle shadow in every direction, you could convince me that the ball was not pizza box shaped because you would see square shadows, right? Even though I might try and argue, well, it's not pizza boxed, but I don't know what shape it actually is. I just know what it's not. So I think that would be an indirect measurement. So if someone came up and had an experiment or an observation or a measurement that was incompatible with a flat Earth, would that be evidence that the Earth is not flat, even though you don't necessarily know what shape it is?
No, because we're trying to do too much to actually find out whether the information can be substantiated by actually directly measuring. So you're doing what a lot of people would hope to have done, is try to convince somebody with indirectly knowing something is true, and not actually directly verifying the thing that the claim that you're actually coming across to say that it is true, like the surface of the Earth curving at a specific rate. So indirectly,
isn't that the Earth is curved? I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is curved. I'm trying to prove that it's not flat. There's a difference, right?
Yeah, but you haven't done that either.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to provide any evidence.
Okay, then I don't know what you're trying to do then.
I'm trying to establish a threshold of what would be enough to convince you either that the Earth is not flat or that the Earth is round.
Yeah, and I gave that to you. This will be attempt number 4, I think. Direct measurement. Said that.
I've been trying to give evidence.
You're using other methods other than what I'm asking for, which is the thing that how you measure the consequent of a geometric shape. You'd say like, well, this is a cube, obviously, because it's got the sides and everything's like measuring to be a cube. Because what we all agree upon, what these geometric shapes are, what they are, and what makes them, the dimensions, are something that we all agree upon, and we are defining the terms for like what they are. So we say we know what a sphere is, what a cylinder is, what a cone is, all that kind of stuff. But we've already decided that amongst ourselves, a pyramid. So when we have these terms defined, then we use the applicable knowledge of how we ascertain that information with dimensions, measuring those dimensions and saying, aha, I know that this is a pizza box because I measured a pizza. I know what a rectangle shape is, and so on and so forth. All this stuff is useful for us to actually substantiate the claim of what we know something is, right? So directly, we don't need to use indirect methods because it's not as effective as a meaning of measuring something directly, which is what I'm saying now. So I don't need to go to so much length as to say, well, let's try to figure out without actually knowing directly what something is. No, let's just cut to the chase. Let's figure out what something is directly, because we're actually standing on the thing that we can interact with. We can interact with the ground, right? So essentially, we can find a method by which we could measure, the surface curvature directly. Now, that being said, has it ever been done? That's all I'm asking. Directly, not indirectly. I'm not satisfied with indirectly. So if you say it again, it'll be attempt number 5. Just saying. So anyway.
So if I'm trying to set some ground for what evidence would be. If
I told you what it would be, dude. Like, what do you want me to do? If I'm gonna say it, you want me to sing it in the song? I need direct measurement. Like,
okay, if suppose there were 10 different, and you know this for a fact, and everyone knew this, there were only 10 kinds of shapes that the world could be, and we could definitively show, beyond any doubt, that it cannot be shape number 1, it cannot be shape number 2, and it cannot be all 9 shapes. We haven't looked at shape number 10. We haven't done any tests or disproven it or proven it. But because we have disproved all 9 other shapes, that would prove that it has to be the 10th shape.
Well, since you pigeonholed your specific example to only mean what you want it to mean, you just basically you pigeonholed the example. So I have to say it's that one thing you said to satisfy your itch right now of me agreeing with you in some way.
That's really weird because you just told me that
weird, dude.
You just told me we need direct measurement to prove something. However, if we can disprove every other possibility.
You didn't do that though. Your example was using 10 objects and disproving all 9, and then saying I just showed you a way to do it. No, you didn't do that. You pigeonholed some example so that you can show me in your mind that this could work because you've already eliminated all 9 possibilities in your 10 examples of like what things can be. So you just pigeonholed an example just so that you can make it sound like you were right. You're not, because in reality, there's many more shapes that the Earth could be if you could put it in this particular, like, okay, it's not this, it's not that, it's not this, it's not that, not this.
Possible shapes, but the argument is the same. If there were a million different shapes it could be, if we disproved all of but one, then it has to be the last one. It's the same thing.
So how many of those shapes have you went through yourself, K7?
I'm not. If I
tell me, do tell. Oh, none. That's okay. I kind of figured you didn't.
I think you. Okay, sure. You're not actually engaging with a logical argument. I'm not trying to prove or disprove flat Earth or Earth. I'm saying if that 10th one was a flat Earth, then that would be evidence for a flat Earth, wouldn't it?
So you're trying to spin this, and it's a good job. I mean, it's a good attempt, but I'll give you an E for effort. It's still not going to give you the answer that you would satisfy.
Of an indirect measurement or indirect proof.
So just because you don't feel satisfied with the answer, you're just going to try to make it sound like it's me. I'm the issue, not you.
I mean, you haven't given it though.
Well, the important thing is you are not going to get to truth by saying that we're going to use your specific example. There's not 10 options, dude. There's, who knows, countless, infinite, I would say. It's not even opposed to a numeric value of how many different ways you can think about, a geometric shape. So, that being said, you didn't eliminate any of the possibilities because you haven't went through the process of doing what you're claiming you can do to find out that it's not flat. So, once again, we're back to square one. Pun intended. Because you're talking about shapes. I gotta make this a little funny, guys. Come on. K7 doesn't look like he's having a good time, but that's okay. APOC is. Right, APOC?
I'm loving that. Yeah, I'm loving that.
It's like McDonald's.
Yeah. Just real quick shout out. We have Mex says Pandora's back, and I'll go ahead and shoot you guys mics if you want to just come up to speak. You don't have to speak, but just to be there in case you want to interject or say something. Daz as well came back. And Simon, I don't know who Simon is, but I'll send you a mic too
Simon
as well.
says, Oh, he didn't say.
Hello.
How's it going?
What up? How's it going?
The Mex says,
What's
"What's up,
going on?
Mex? How's it going, bro?"
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, you're watching me slay dragons, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome. It's just, I wanted to relate my experience after like waking up out of it. It's hypnosis, like that's pretty much legit what's got people dazed and confused. I mean, shapes, well, wasn't that the point of topic, right? Was shapes earlier?
Yeah, obviously, yeah, kindergarten stuff, but yeah.
And there you go. It's like we're not taught that in school. It's always been one particular model, and it's also reinforced with so many other factors in our daily lives. Like, yeah.
I'm getting this chill vibe from you, Mex. I don't know, man. There's something about it, man. That you're just like, it's coming off as like, you're all right, man. Just say.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've been doing this for over 9.5, close to 10 years. So you can see I'm surgical with this. Like, there's no escaping. Once you're in here talking to me, one of two things is gonna happen, man. You're gonna say, "I don't know. I'm not a scientist." Like usually they tend to say that, or you're gonna wind up trolling me and spurg out or spiral or whatever you want to call it. But it's not gonna be evidence shown of the Earth being a globe. And trust me, man. I talked to the academic professionals, if you will, PhDs, astrophysicists, cosmologists, and all those guys. So, but anyway. I don't know where you're coming from. You might think the Earth's a globe too. I don't know.
No, it's so yeah. I mean, is this censored in any way, or like, is it right to be vulgar in some sense?
Yeah,
It's not censored. No.
We're kind of open with it. Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe I should step outside so my wife doesn't hear this story.
Oh snap! Everybody's at the edge of their seat now. They just made everybody get closer. Apoc's got pushing his headset closer to his ears. Go ahead, man.
All right. So I was in Oregon, Portland, Oregon, and my homie Ash was just telling me like through this me like joining the Air Force, right? And Air Force Reserve to be correct. And I just always wanted a family, like I just was always like, hey, someday I'm gonna be able to do my best, work for SpaceX as like the best aviation metals technician that the world has ever seen. Machining, welding, all about it. And I messaged Elon Musk. I messaged Space Force and all them about these things. It didn't come to light. But point of the matter of this whole discussion is, like, my wife was very liberal, and she wanted to be like, "Hey, impregnate my girlfriends. It's okay. Sleep in our bed." And for me, like, I was raised Catholic. That's like, whoa, you don't step in those. You don't cross those boundaries when it comes to like God's morals and faith driven, like very base. Like this stuff is like older than we are. And so I'm just like having sex with this woman. She like, we're gonna have me sign a contract that if she got pregnant, that my kid was gonna be hers and all that jazz. And that's when I realized, oh my God, all this shit's a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie. You guys still able to hear me? It's all good?
Yeah, we hear you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, this story is taking some crazy turns.
Wow,
Go ahead.
Let me finish. Then after then, I started talking to my wife, who's supposed to be supportive and like be understanding of the changes that I'm going through, and like epics of wild paradigm shifting. And she just was, no, just shut it down. Like, that was like the most radical time of my life, because I had to necessarily shift that paradigm thing. And my father-in-law, at the point that this point, he had friends that were astrophysicists in Princeton, and he's like, do you want to have a discussion with this guy? I'm like, no. Do you want him to commit? Do you want your friend to commit suicide? Like, that's what we're talking about.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's pretty much all I wanted to just kind of help Globies understand, that it's like something that, like, as a fairy tale, when you're thinking about pumped shit through, an indoctrination system from infant to whenever they just spit you out, it's
Cradle to the
like,
grave, brother.
yeah, cradle to the grave, legit. And just, yeah,
The
man,
Mex says, do me a favor, brother. Follow me. I'm gonna show you what a wild ride this is. Like,
I just did.
I
Yeah,
have
made
I
10
have
minutes ago.
I have a history of as many people as I've spoken to. You wouldn't believe the things I hear on a day-to-day basis when I'm in this call with people.
Yeah.
And I've heard some whoppers in my day, but I'm telling you, you ain't heard nothing yet. Like, I guarantee you, you just like, you better strap into the seatbelt, because it's about to get crazy, dude. Like, this space, when I'm on it, like me, APOC, and some of the homies, because
Yeah.
we got man, we got Jedi in here, like some of the top dogs, man. We're talking about Indio. Like, these guys are straight up geniuses, bro. Like, straight up.
Well, that's my kind of company.
Yeah, and I like I said, you well, I was listening to you, you kind of fell on my ear, like, this guy, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I pick up on that just by listening to somebody, like, their
Word.
demeanor. So
Yeah,
anyway,
thank you. For sure.
yeah, but like I was saying, it's like, if you're here, and most of the people that come and into this space and follow me, and because we were actually on Discord, we've been doing this for a long time. We're 24/7 is a brand, so essentially, I'm just going to give you a little backstory. Might as well. 24/7 is a brand, so what we do is we've been exposing people to the idea that the Earth is not a globe, and we can demonstrate that the Earth is flat and stationary. And I'll get into all that later, but
Okay.
the main thing is, we're a brand. We're trying to branch out into X. So this is kind of like our landing party into X, like what I'm doing, and a few others that come in here. But yeah, man. I mean, well, we're glad that you can come along and perhaps just listen. You don't even have to make up your mind right now. Just listen.
Oh, no, yeah, I don't, and that's like the very magic of it all. It's not even magic. It's just, the best we can get to when we're thinking about truly, like, how large is this, like, how, or how small, infinitely small and local. There hasn't been just a conscious effort humanitarily about that. And if anything, this I was really deep into activism, during shit, all those things. And so, yeah, this is, I totally dig, I dig it, man. Like, this is dope. And
Yeah.
I wish you the best, and I'm glad to be a part of it. The
Yeah, like,
community's really tight.
all it is, man, just turn up whenever I'm on, because if you look at my account, whenever you see that I'm on Spaces, or just, what, also do me a favor, on my account, on my profile page, click on the link to the Discord channel, so that way I know that you're actually in the Discord. That's where we all hang out. And just tell them I sent you, Alpha Veritas, and they'll know who it is, and in case you show up or whatever, say, yeah, he told me to come over here or whatever. But it's like, from many different flat Earth forums, we are not like any of the other ones. I 100% guarantee you we're different. That's why I kind of, like, I'm telling APOC and everybody else that's hanging out with us, we bring a different content to the spaces. So there's a lot of talks of, like, ice walls and domes and all that stuff. We get to a different aspect of the conversation as to, how does somebody know the Earth's a globe, right? We
Right.
go into the psyche of the people that actually think the Earth's a globe, and we uncover the actual fact they don't know the Earth's a globe. They just believe it. They have been ever since they've been young. So it's not something they know, bro. Like
No,
it's gonna be shocking.
no,
Watch.
not at all. Yeah, and right. That's what I mean. It's like so dangerous too. Like as I was telling my father-in-law, then I mean, my wife and I divorced my first wife. Since then, and but no, happy story. I definitely married the woman of my dreams, and we're happily married. Have had our first son, and dude, that's another thing too. Is like I don't
Congratulations.
want to lie to him, bro. Yeah,
Congrats.
thank you. He's 4 months now. So,
I'm not gonna lie. I was really wondering where that story was going when you said that she was like sleep with my friends, praying them. Was that your first wife you got
yeah,
divorced with, or your
yeah,
new
she
wife?
was just, man.
Oh, you dodged a
Yeah,
bullet there, brother. I tell you
I
what, man.
did. Oh my god.
You dodged a
You
bullet.
did, bro.
Yeah, it was just,
Yeah.
like I lived in California for almost 10 years. I moved back to the South for sure because, like, I just kind of like was raised in this area, and it's a lot cheaper. I mean, not in the sense in how California is like, you can't get by, but I mean, like, that's where I thought I was stationed and based out there in March, and so and then having to make that
Or in
shift.
Pendleton?
Yeah, no, it's over by Inland Empire. Yeah.
Okay, so you're close. Okay, so you're not as far
Yeah,
south.
I separated like in 2021, so now I'm out here in Myrtle Beach, South
Okay,
Carolina.
all right,
Yeah. Um.
all right. No, I was saying Camp Pendleton here.
Mhm.
Or what is it? That's in
Yeah,
San Diego, right?
that's
Or
San
over there by.
Diego. Yeah.
So you were closer though, more towards the IE, huh? In Riverside
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
San Bernardino?
but I lived in San Diego, and I worked a lot as a CNC machinist, like lathes,
Cool.
fifth access machines. My favorite was the Swiss screw machine. And oh man, you're talking about microns, homie, like platinum. I was cutting platinum, and wow,
Man, see, that's what I'm saying though. And to get to that level, you have to being a machinist, right? You'd have to
yeah,
have knowledge of precision. You have to have knowledge of like how close you can get to, that level of
tolerances.
the
Yeah,
tolerance.
really
So,
tight ones.
man, I mean that's useful, right? Because we have a lot of people that work in that field. They're machinists or
Okay.
retired actually. So there's our group of friends that we have. Dude, they roll with
Redmond.
they're all over the place with the trade skills that they know of. We got land surveyors in our group. I mean, we got people in academia. So it's people.
Wow.
I tell you, if you met Quantum Eraser, your mind would be complete. Like it would just be like a nuclear bomb would go off. Like the knowledge that this man has, and he comes like sharp as a tack. So he's
Wow.
yeah.
Quantum
It's
Eraser. That's his
yeah.
name. Okay. Okay.
You can find his website, theglobeterminator.com.
Uh,
Is what he puts it at. And I'm just gonna show you a little bit of more of. Actually, APOC, can you put? Is there any way you can put that in the nest, brother? So perhaps the Mexes can look into that.
yeah. I'm going to the website right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
You seen his stuff?
Maybe no. Actually, no. This is tight.
He's first of all, man, he's a dear friend, right? Because I've known him for a while, and he's misunderstood by a lot of people in the community. People, they don't like his attitude of the way he is. He's a matter of fact kind of guy. Like he doesn't suffer fools by no means. So if you're in there jerking his chain around, you're gonna find out something real quick that he's not one. Like he's a cool guy. He's a different breed, right? He's military background, so
Okay.
Yeah, you'll hear him like once someone like says something that clearly is wrong, he will put the knee on the back of their neck type
yeah.
thing. Like you know what I mean? Like he just and he's relentless, bro. Like he'll be all, you're a fucking clown. Like he's just You could tell he comes
Yeah.
from a military background, and like he's just like this older dude that just like he doesn't take bullshit. You
Yeah.
know, like how you can hear a lot of Globers, they like to run off and like they just skate and they go jump into this and they jump to that and they make this claim and that claim. He shuts all that down
As in
real
the
quick.
chat, it's so crazy. Like as Alpha Veritas is like bringing in new people who are like presenting Globe. No, it's just hey, that's we solved that already here. You know, I mean, there's been many times, and it's hard to see my friend who exposes this to me too, because I mean, he's gotten death threats, he's gotten you know, there was a point we've been friends since college, like decade, at least a decade, and he goes, man, you know, maybe I'm thinking this all wrong. Maybe it is Globe. I'm just gonna be a Globe Earther for a year. Let me just go back to the Globe model and no, like
Dude, invite him
it's
over here.
impossible. It's
Yeah, Max,
impossible.
invite him here, man. Like, just give him the link to this space or
Oh,
tell him to
word.
hook up with
Yeah,
us.
yeah. If he chooses to speak, you know, yeah, I'm sure he would. Hey, babe. No.
Shout out to everybody that's here. We got Ether in
Yeah.
the chat. What's
But
up?
hey, I'm gonna open it up. So thanks guys. Really nice to meet you. Excited to be talking with you today.
Yeah, man. Don't worry. And whenever you see us on, or just go jump in the Discord, we'll holler at you over there.
All right, word. Thank you.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna tell him on my account I have both servers. I have the main, you know, home base, and then also politics. You should put that in yours too as well.
Right.
You should
Yeah,
put
I'm
both
gonna
of
do
them.
that.
Yeah, just like you can even just copy paste mine. Well, no,
No,
you,
I
oh,
can
you can just
do it.
type it.
I'll just copy and paste yours. It's easy. We got Ether. What's up, guys? Give a shout out if you're in here. Ether, what's up, man? Daz.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, what's up? Good
Hey,
morning.
what's up,
Just
guys?
woke up like 15 minutes ago.
Good morning, both of you guys. Just chilling, just hanging. We've been up since I want to say,
Dude,
damn, what time did we start? Like
we
9, 10
yeah, we
my
actually
time?
have 2 streams tonight, and they're full of content. So great for listening back if you want to find out what happened during the times that you were asleep. So,
You guys were open all night?
yeah. And don't
Yeah.
forget, in order for you to find out when we're gonna go live, just follow me and or APOC, both of us actually. Follow both of us, and you'll know when we go live because he's well, I don't know if he wants to take the job, but you know, could be a permanent co-host if he wants to be. Then everybody else will just be we'll have a separate co-host for whoever else.
Yeah, I'm down, man. I mean, I'm in this, you know.
You're in it to win it.
For the yeah, man. I'm all in, bro.
So
This is fun.
so we could get like whoever special guest co-host as a co-host, and
right.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, like when QE comes, special guest co-host.
If he's able to navigate freaking X, bro, because he gets in his boomer ways, and he just like we can't. There's nothing to contain him. Once he gets frustrated, dude, he won't stick around.
Yeah, he was yelling at us, and we were trying to help him.
So,
imagine that, like, dude, he got that way with someone trying to pick him up. Imagine if you're the one pushing him down.
Exactly.
Yeah, but yeah, for sure. We learned at least it's because he's on the PC.
Yeah.
So that's why.
But we will continue the series. We're in episode 6, and you know, I'll come up with another snazzy title, and we'll continue. We're getting a lot more people to subscribe. That's for sure. I have 58 subscribers or followers.
Well, hey, 10 hours we've been streaming. By the way,
we're trying to get our numbers up, guys. So when we go live, make sure that you just like put out the space to as many people as you can. So that'll help us kind of grow this channel, this space. Because we're gonna I'm trying to do is get most of the team in here, like whenever we go live. So you're gonna see like the heavy hitters come in here, like AI is gonna come in here. Hopefully, crypto comes in here. Yeah, you're gonna see the rest of the group. You know, Heretic's been in here, but you haven't heard them when they really give it to these Globers, man. Like you guys are gonna be like, damn. Like
dude, I know, dude. The way Heretic and he doesn't talk a lot either. He just gets them real quick, like little like da 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 da, and then he'll let someone reply. Da 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 da. And he's like, "Yeah, I didn't think so." Done. I mean,
Yeah. All I
that's a
can say
wrap.
is that you're going to be hooked on 24/7 flat Earth content for sure, 100%. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. You're going
Yeah.
to use this platform like a, before you go to bed, just put on like a podcast, just listen to us, kind of take the globe.
especially if we get like Heretic AI, like all the
Oh,
other
it's
guys,
game
dude.
over,
Like,
bro.
dude,
It's game over.
yeah, serious.
But at any rate, yeah.
Yeah.
We've been on here a minute, so I'm probably looking for the door now. So
Yeah, it's 10 hours. There was 7 hours the first one, and then 3 hours this one.
yeah, but don't
It's
don't
good
forget,
times.
if you're brand new to this space, make sure you go follow us on the Discord. Land over there and just tell them APOC or Alpha Veritas sent you. So
For sure.
and we can
Yeah.
continue talking
Yeah,
politics server too. So yeah, click on APOC's name. He's got a politics room server, and follow the 24/7 Flat Earth in there. We'll be in there. So, well, not me, but
yeah.
maybe
You
APOC
scroll
will.
down. Yeah, I'll jump over there right now. I'm not gonna go to bed till probably about noon or 1 p.m. It's barely 5 in the morning
APOC
here.
will, but I'm actually gonna be heading out. So, just to let you guys know, appreciate everybody to stop by, and we're gonna be continuing the series, 24/7 Flat Earth, episode 7. So,
For sure. All right. I'll see you if you guys do join the server. If you click on my profile and join the politics server, well, both of them. I'll see you over at the politics server. Again, you join it, and then you just scroll down, and you'll see 24/7 Flat Earth. Hop on in and enjoy the show. There's a lot of Glovers over there that get wrecked, and it's funny and it's entertaining. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Also, in the comments, there's a lot of videos and memes. If you guys want to grab any of them, or download them or save them, feel free to. There's a couple good videos that were put in there today. Don't know if you've seen them before, or you want to use them for your own stash to whip out in other conversations. Other than that, you guys have a good morning or good
all right,
night.
see you later. Bye.